While Yi Huailong was leading Yi Lingxi home, his expression returned to its usual state of calm sternness. He had racked his brain to develop and stabilize the Yi family. After one visit to Sky Creation's tree castle, the Yi family now had the opportunity to flourish. If not for the conflict 20 years ago, the Yi family would not have fallen so far from the level of the Su, Yang, and Bai families. Besides the imminent flourishing of the Yi family, Yi Huailong was even happier about the promise Lin Yuan had made. As long as there were enough treasures in the Yi family's treasure trove, he would not only be able to reach Pinnacle Thearch class but might even be able to reach Immortal. Yesterday, Yi Huailong had not trusted Sky Creation. But after this one trip to Sky Creation, just the clothes that Lin Yuan wore had been enough to tell Yi Huailong that Sky Creation was the real deal. Otherwise, they would not have used such precious spiritual ingredients to create an everyday outfit. Additionally, Sky Creation did not ask for the resources in advance. They only accepted payment in resources after they first nurtured the Fae and allowed him to take a look at the result. This method of trading ensured that he would not be cheated. When Yi Lingxi saw the uncontrolled delight on Yi Huailong's face, she could not help but say, "Father, it's a good thing that we rode a Fae carriage here. If anyone else saw the expression on your face, they might assume something happened." At that moment, a thought crossed Yi Lingxi's mind, and she continued, "Father, I wanted to check on the 100-flower honey mouse inside Sky Creation's tree castle, but you dragged me out in such a rush that I haven't had the chance to look at the 100-flower honey mouse. I wonder what the surprise that young Master Chu mentioned is." Yi Huailong's eyes lit up, and he said, "Lingxi, summon the 100-flower honey mouse, and let's take a look at the surprise from young Master Chu together." His daughter had been busy and worried for the past 2 weeks because of the 100-flower honey mouse. This was why she had been the first to take the 100-flower honey mouse into Sky Creation's tree castle when she heard that they could heal Faes. His younger brother was a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, but Sky Creation could do what he could not and add a surprise on top of that. Yi Huailong was even more curious than Yi Lingxi was about what the surprise was. Yi Lingxi was smart and knew what kind of person her father was. His delighted expression and curiosity over the 100-flower honey mouse had to be related to young Master Chu. Yi Lingxi hurriedly tossed the silver item-storing walnut into a corner of the carriage. Soon, a mouse species Fae that Yi Lingxi had never seen before leaped into her arms. If she had not sensed their contract, she would not have recognized that the mouse species Fae in her arms that had flower patterns all over its fur was the same 100-flower honey mouse that she had given to Lin Yuan. After staring at the 100-flower honey mouse's new appearance for a moment, Yi Lingxi gasped and said, "Father, hasn't the 100-flower honey mouse evolved into the flower spirit honey bottle mouse that Yongying also possesses? It looks extremely similar to her flower spirit honey bottle mouse." Yi Huailong scrutinized the 100-flower honey mouse for a while before he responded, "It has indeed evolved into the flower spirit honey bottle mouse. The pattern of the snake blood nether rose is printed on its fur too. Sky Creation is so capable. Why has such a faction appeared in Sacred Forest City?" After thinking for some time, Yi Huailong's furrowed brow relaxed. Why did he have to care about the reason behind Sky Creation's appearance? A faction that had a Class 5 Creation Master could compare to a large federation. All he needed to do was cling tightly to Sky Creation and let the Yang family worry about the rest. When he saw Yi Lingxi's expression, Yi Huailong knew that she was comparing herself to Yongying. Yi Huailong softly reprimanded her. "Lingxi, Yongying is a daughter of the Yang family. She is the third princess of the Divine Wood Federation. You still have to show her the necessary respect. Give me some time, and you will have the chance to act as you please in front of her." After they returned to the Yi family, Yi Huailong brought Yi Lingxi with him to see his brother, the only Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master of the Yi family, Yi Huailu. Once Yi Huailu laid eyes on the flower spirit honey bottle mouse, he confirmed Yi Huailong and Yi Lingxi's guesses. He excitedly said to Yi Huailong, "Big brother, Sky Creation definitely has a Class 5 Creation Master. They also have a treasure that can cleanse a body of its impurities." Yi Huailong looked at the thrilled Yi Huailong and said seriously, "Huailu, I know that half of your body can't move because it's too congested by impurities. Our relationship with Sky Creation hasn't been cemented yet. If we ask them for a treasure after establishing a business deal with them, their Class 5 Creation Master might misunderstand. We can discuss your matter once we have cemented our relationship with them. You have always managed the E family's treasure vault. Send someone to clean it. Later, young Master Chu of Sky Creation will visit to pick resources from the treasure vault. Yi Huailu understood his older brother and knew that he had always worked hard for the sake of the Yi family's development. But for the past 20 years, half of Yi Huailu's body had been partially paralyzed, and he could not even pick up a cup with his left hand and bring it up to his mouth. Otherwise, he might have become a Class 5 Creation Master by now. So now that he had the chance to break through, Yi Huailu did not want to wait any longer. He was afraid that something else would happen if he continued waiting. If Sky Creation was willing to use the treasure that could cleanse a body of its impurities on the 100-flower honey mouse, it meant that Sky Creation did not see such a resource as extremely important. What if the resource had been used up by the time Yi Huailong brought it up? After a moment of silence, Yi Huailu asked, "Big brother, if you're willing to allow someone from Sky Creation to enter our treasure vault, I would like to ask you as your brother what plans you have for Sky Creation." Yi Huailong was always honest with Yi Huailu. Otherwise, he would have tried to protect his younger brother's feelings and not have said what he just said. "Huailu, my plan is for the Yi family to cling tightly to Sky Creation. Even if we just become a subsidiary of Sky Creation, it will be good for us." After one visit to Sky Creation's tree castle, I only confirmed that they have a Class 5 Creation Master but could not discern anything else. Yi Huailu smiled and said, "If you have such a plan, why don't I ask Sky Creation to heal me before we dedicate our loyalty to them? With a resource like me, Sky Creation will be able to subsume our family with no worries." Now, the Su family's intentions for the Yang family become more obvious. Neither the Bai family nor we can stay here due to the grudge we have against the two other families. Long ago, the Bai and Yang families had colluded, and the Su family's subordinate was the one who secretly saved us. If the Su family and Yang family try something again, the Bai family will definitely end us. Yi Huailu's words wiped the smile from Yi Huailong's face. Yi Huailong was silent for half a minute before he said, "Huailu, we will do as you said. I'm sure there's no reason for Sky Creation not to treat us well if they have a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master swear his loyalty to them. Once we join Sky Creation, you might even be promoted by the Class 5 Creation Master." Yi Huailu shook his head gently. 20 years ago, he had taken a small peek at a large lane. The lane was filled with blinding light, and its brilliance could not be compared with that of a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Yi Huailu felt that as long as he had another 2 years, he could take his first steps down the lane to become a Class 5 Creation Master. Ever since he saw the lane, Yi Huailu knew that there was no easy way for a Class 4 Creation Master to become a Class 5 Creation Master. He would have to find a way to seize the opportunity himself. Yi Huailu wanted to dedicate his loyalty so he could treat his body for the sake of the Yi family and so he could get another peek at the lane. How could he start walking down that lane if he struggled to even concoct spirit fluids? At that moment, Lin Yuan had no idea that Yi Huailong had made such a resolute decision after their discussion. He also had no clue of the gigantic surprise that awaited him on his visit to the Yi family's residence. After Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong came to a decision, Yi Huailu immediately instructed someone to organize the treasure vault. Yi Huailong personally oversaw the servants cleaning the Yi family's residence until not a speck of dust was left. They had made ample preparations to welcome Lin Yuan. If the heads of other families found out about Lin Yuan's age, they would have tried to introduce their daughters to him. There was no question that marrying Lin Yuan would greatly help the Yi family. However, Yi Huailong had no intention of doing so. He was a man of duty and felt that the Yi family had to be useful to Sky Creation in order to convince Sky Creation to use them. After meeting Lin Yuan, he felt that his daughter was not good enough for Lin Yuan. Since Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master placed Lin Yuan at the front desk, it meant that they trusted Lin Yuan. If sparks ignited between his daughter and Lin Yuan and delayed Lin Yuan's increase in power, Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master could end up blaming the Yi family. This was a consequence that the Yi family could not afford. With the loyalty of Yi Huailu, the E family would become a subsidiary of Sky Creation. There was no need to do anything excessive. At night, the E family's main residence was lit up by lamplight, and everyone in the building was actively getting ready. They repeatedly checked even the smallest of details. This was also Lin Yuan could feel the E family's sincerity when he arrived. That night, the E family was not the only one still fully lit up. It was the same situation over at the Su family's residence. Su Han had called his two brothers back to the main residence the moment he arrived home. Su Jun and Su Jian had been stuck at Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master for a very long time. Even after remaining in seclusion for a long time to focus on concocting spirit fluids, they had made absolutely no headway. Once they heard that a Class 5 Creation Master would visit the Su family, they were excited. They had not expected their youngest brother to have silently accomplished such an achievement while the two of them were out training. The Su family had been preparing the entire day. But when night descended, Su Han, Su Jian, and Su Jun realized that their preparations had gone to waste. Once the black-robed figure arrived at the Su family's residence, she asked for a breeding room and had not emerged since. At certain points, she had instructed the direct descendants stationed outside the breeding room to fetch precious spiritual ingredients from the Su family's treasure vault. Meanwhile, Red Thorn was cuddling Lin Yuan's face. It used its vine-like hair to push his hair away from his forehead to reveal his exquisite hairline. Lin Yuan had been busy of late and had neglected to spend time with his fays. As a result, all of his fays, even Purple Afterglow, had been whining about spending more time with him. Di Wanmi was nothing more than a puppet that Red Thorn controlled using the tongue of Relinquished Tip. All of Di Wanmi's actions in the Su family were orchestrated by Red Thorn. When Lin Yuan felt his hair sticking all over the place because of Red Thorn, he said vexedly, "Red Thorn, if you mess up my hair anymore, I won't be able to leave the house tomorrow." Red Thorn finally relented when it heard what Lin Yuan said and obediently rested on his ear. It looked determined to stick by him for the rest of the day. Lin Yuan said, "Red Thorn, instruct Di Wanmi's Fae to release a hint of its immortal aura." Red Thorn immediately instructed Di Wanmi to summon her Fae, and a black armored insect that was in pieces and only held together by strange scars appeared in her palm. When Di Wanmi's main Fae just reached Immortal, Night-leaning Moon shattered it. It had not been easy for Red Thorn to find all the pieces of its body and link them back together. Di Wanmi's ascension to Class 5 Creation Master had been too rushed, and only one of her main Faes had reached Immortal. All of her other main Faes were also under Red Thorn's control, but their powers were only at Sovereign/Pinnacle Creation. Faes and Spirit Chi professionals who were under the tongue of Relinquished control could no longer increase their powers. Thus, Di Wanmi's strongest Fae would forever remain at Beginner Immortal. But this was enough. Lin Yuan wanted Di Wanmi to release her immortal aura in the Su family because he wanted to test to see if the Su family had any experts who had reached Immortal. After Di Wanmi's main Fae released its immortal aura, it immediately came up against the wall of two auras. These two auras broke apart once Di Wanmi's aura made contact with them. Soon, the Su family's ancestral hall, which had been sealed for many years, opened. Su Han, Su Jun, and Su Jian were called into the ancestral hall, and they only left after 2 hours. An elderly man and woman followed the three of them out of the ancestral hall. Both of them looked excited, and their eyes seemed to be sparkling. At that moment, the old woman asked Su Han, "Little Han, are you sure the Class 5 Creation Master you invited is the person behind Sky Creation?" Su Han was about to nod instinctively, but when he thought about the way Lin Yuan treated this Class 5 Creation Master, he could not bring himself to nod all the way. The old woman asked Su Han curiously, "What's wrong, little Han? Can it be that Sky Creation has a second Class 5 Creation Master?" The old woman's tone was joking because she did not find it believable that a faction could have two Class 5 Creation Masters. This would mean that the faction would be even stronger than some federations. In fact, it would only be one step away from the level of the three major federations. Su Han knew what the elderly woman was thinking. He also knew that once he did as the elderly woman thought, the Su family would make an enemy out of Sky Creation. When Suhan visited Sky Creation for the first time, he could not shake the feeling that there was more to Sky Creation than what met the eye. Hence, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Great-grandmother and great-grandfather, I think that we should wait until the day after tomorrow before we act. More people will visit Sky Creation tomorrow morning. If Sky Creation is able to finish these orders by the morning of the day after tomorrow, your guess will likely be right." Suhan was not a Class 4 creation master, but he was the favorite descendant of his great-grandparents because he had foresight and was intelligent. After they heard what Suhan said, the two elders shared a look and pushed their thoughts down before they turned to walk back into the ancestral hall. As the door of the ancestral hall closed, the elderly man said, "Little Han, your guess will be verified by the morning of the day after tomorrow. At that time, you should be the one to tell us about the result. For the next 2 days, make sure to treat Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master well. If Sky City can still complete the orders by the day after tomorrow, both of us will personally visit Sky Creation's Class 5 tree castle to test its legitimacy." Once Suhan closed the door of the ancestral hall, his expression crumpled. He had not expected this matter to alert his great-grandparents. His initial intention had been to establish a relationship with Sky Creation, and he had even invited Lin Yuan to attend the Crownwood banquet. He had already laid the foundation for this relationship. However, his great-grandparents were clearly eyeing Sky Creation. Suhan did not think that proving Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master was only immortal would make any difference. It was possible that the Class 5 creation master had only accidentally let one of her Fae's aura slip and had not released her strongest Fae. Furthermore, the information from the large federations stated that Class 5 creation masters could nurture pinnacle immortal Faes. The Su family could not afford to aim such a cannon at themselves. This was the gap that could not be closed between federations with Class 5 creation masters and those without. But with his great-grandparents present, he had no authority. All he could do was hope that his grandparents did not cause any trouble after they arrived at Sky Creation's tree castle. If Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master was angered, not just the Su family, but there was a chance that even the entire Divinewood Federation would be unable to handle the consequences. Lin Yuan knew that the Su family had 2 immortal experts through Red Thorn. It seemed that they were slightly stronger than Di Wanmi. Lin Yuan had sent Di Wanmi to the Su family to give them a chance. If they treated her well and kept their sleeves empty of tricks, Lin Yuan would aid them. But if they started targeting her inappropriately, there was no point in keeping them around. The Su family desired the peaceful calm air moss and wanted to make use of its strong defensive abilities to create armor because they needed to bolster their superior combatants. If their superior combatants did not make use of the armor, there was no point in putting so much effort into bolstering them. The Truth Association was also hiding in the shadows in the Great Lush Federation. According to Jean Chenshuan, the Truth Association had at least 20 immortal experts. The Great Lush Federation had always acted meek and placed itself between the Divinewood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. But in terms of superior combat power, the Great Lush Federation was a level above the Divinewood Federation. If the Su family was trying to stir trouble with only 2 immortal experts, it was likely that the Yang family was weaker than the Su family. Even if they were stronger than the Su family, it would not be by much. Lin Yuan had been searching for a faction in the Divinewood Federation that he could control. Out of all the factions he had interacted with so far, the Su and Yi families were the best choices. Since every faction would try to secure their own profits while declaring their loyalty to him, he could only support one of the Divinewood Federation's factions. If he supported 2, it would cause internal fighting in the long run. This would result in a depletion of resources. Lin Yuan had come to the Divinewood Federation to accumulate resources. Hence, he could not allow such a result to unfold. Lin Yuan had already sent the test to the Su family. It would be up to them whether they could pass the test. When Di Wanmi went to the Su family, the Mother of Bloodbath hid in her black robes. Using Blood New Moon's blessing, the Mother of Bloodbath could easily defend against the full-powered attack of an immortal expert. Moreover, the Mother of Bloodbath also had 2 other secret weapons given to it by Purple Love. One of them was a Pinnacle 9 Stars precious weapon. When the Mother of Bloodbath activated its blood energy while wielding the precious weapon, it could even stand toe-to-toe against a pinnacle immortal expert. Although using up blood energy could affect the Mother of Bloodbath's health, the Mother of Bloodbath had the blood brew grapevine that was about to evolve to myth breed. After being carefully nurtured by the Mother of Bloodbath, the blood brew grapevine had gained intelligence. It would be easy for the Mother of Bloodbath to recover its blood energy. As the princess of the heavenly family cottage, the Mother of Bloodbath was armed to the teeth. It had contracted 7 precious instruments that it carried around with it. Now, if Lin Yuan had to fight against the Mother of Bloodbath, he would not be able to confidently say that he could defeat it without using the purple frigid heavy water to boost his precious weapon. With the Mother of Bloodbath to aid Diwanmi, the Su family's 2 immortal experts would only dig their own graves if they acted on inappropriate thoughts. Since the Su family's test had been issued, Lin Yuan was going to personally pay the Yi family a visit tomorrow to take a look. Although the Yi family was one of the 4 strongest families in the Divine Wood Federation, the heavy injuries from 20 years ago had caused them to be kicked out of the first tier. There was no question that the Bai family was a better choice than the Yi family. The Bai family had already sent people to Sky Creation's Tree Castle to get in contact with him yesterday. The Bai family and Yi family were enemies. The Bai family had played a large role in the Yi family's incident 20 years ago. Regardless of which family Lin Yuan picked, he would become the enemy of the other. In such a circumstance, Lin Yuan preferred the Yi family. This was because, according to Su Iran's investigation, the Yi family's pinnacle class 4 creation master Yi Huailu had demonstrated outstanding creation master talent 20 years ago. The spirit fluids he concocted had a homogeneity rate of 90% and above. The Moon Empress had once mentioned to Lin Yuan that it was already impressive for pinnacle class 4 creation masters to concoct spirit fluids that had 88% homogeneity. Any pinnacle class 4 creation master that broke through this level would be moving toward class 5 creation master. The information that the Moon Empress gave Lin Yuan during their question and answer sessions was always information that only class 5 creation masters possessed. No one in the Divine Wood Federation could be aware of such information. It was likely that even Yi Huailu was unaware of it. Since Lin Yuan had his eye on Yi Huailu, he had not considered contacting the Bai family. One class 5 creation master was much more valuable than 2 immortal experts. The next morning, Lin Yuan brought the snake species phase he had nurtured for the Yi family and the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry and headed to the Yi family. Lin Yuan did not want outsiders to know that he was headed to the Yi family. Although he was going to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm while wearing the Faceless Paper, he did not want to attract too much attention before he entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Ding Chengshua brought the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle that Lin Yuan had given him and visited Yi Huailong at the Yi family's main residence. Ding Chengshua had received Yi Huailong's help years ago and felt immense gratitude toward him. Yi Huailong was also very willing to have a class 4 creation master ally like Ding Chengshua. Ding Chengshua buried the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle in the center of the Yi family's main residence's yard. With 2 flashes, Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to appear in the Yi family's main residence. Since Yi Huailong did not have the courage to form any inappropriate thoughts, he did not intend to set up his daughter with Lin Yuan. Yi Lingxi had acted flippantly in front of Lin Yuan and constantly mentioned the pathetic mice she collected. Thus, Yi Huailong kept Yi Lingxi in her room. Yi Huailong and the wheelchair-bound Yi Huailu led the Yi family's main descendants and collateral descendants to await Lin Yuan's arrival. At that moment, Yi Huailong, Yi Huailu, and many other of the Yi family's experts noticed a spatial fluctuation coming from behind them. Yi Huailong whipped around and saw a young man wearing baby blue clothes and moon-white shoes behind him. At the moment that he laid eyes on the young man, Yi Huailong's brow furrowed. But they soon relaxed because he had recognized the young man. This was young Master Chu, who they had all been looking forward to seeing. However, Yi Huailong had only gotten a short glimpse of Lin Yuan's charming appearance yesterday. Lin Yuan had been wearing spirit chi clothes made from the crimson-back leaping antelope's fur, and had the embroidery work of class 5 weavers the previous day. This had exemplified Lin Yuan's dignity and ostentatiousness. But the spirit chi clothes that Lin Yuan wore now were much more elegant than yesterday's set. Yi Huailong felt that such a valuable set of spirit chi clothes should be worn for a month at least. He had not expected Lin Yuan to change out of that set of spirit chi clothes so quickly. When Yi Huailong warmly welcomed Lin Yuan, he noticed that his clothes were not as simple as they seemed. There was a fluidness to the material that resembled waves. It was likely that it was woven from the silk of the diamond sea willow jade silkworm. Another lavish set of clothes. The Yi family also had the necessary extravagant aura that lived up to their status as one of the Divine Wood Federation's veteran elite families. Because he was not wearing a set of simple white robes, Lin Yuan's clothes caused Yi Huailong to yearn even more for sky creation. This was because Yi Huailong was about to lead the Yi family in making an important decision, and what he needed most now was confidence. Yi Huailong did not try to figure out how Lin Yuan materialized without warning in the Yi family's residence's yard. He assumed it was the doing of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. The servants helped Yi Huailu to turn his wheelchair around. Yi Huailu looked at the young Master Chu, who his older brother had praised as extraordinary. He realized that young Master Chu happened to be looking at him as well, and their eyes met. Yi Huailu noticed that there was inquiry and intrigue in the young man's eyes. This caused Yi Huailu's chest to tighten. The young man's gaze had the confidence akin to that of a lion surveying a deer. This meant that the young man did not think much of the Yi family's power. Just how powerful was sky creation? Luckily, Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong had decided yesterday night that the Yi family would likely become a branch of sky creation in the future. At that time, Yi Huailu would have the chance to get a peek at sky creation's true power. Lin Yuan noticed that Yi Huailu's eyes were bright yet slightly dejected. It seemed that his disability had a great impact on this genius. There were over 100 members of the Yi family present. It would take very long just to chat idly with all of them. Lin Yuan did not like being flattered for no reason. Moreover, his time was very precious, as he could nurture a bronze/epic fae in a few minutes. Lin Yuan tossed the item-storing walnuts that Yi Huailong had left at the tree castle yesterday back at him. Once Yi Huailong caught the item-storing walnuts, he ignored the fact that Lin Yuan was standing right in front of him and used his spiritual energy to check on the snake species phase and the black enchanting snake strawberry within the item-storing walnuts. What he saw caused unbridled delight to explode across his face. He had never seen so many high-quality bronze phase in his entire life. He and Lin Yuan had come to the agreement of nurturing the black enchanting snake strawberry from Diamond/Fantasy to Suzerain/Myth-I. Yet, Lin Yuan had evolved the black enchanting snake strawberry to Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth-I. This far exceeded Yi Huailong's expectations. Suzerain/Myth-I and Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth-I were completely different. The latter needed many times more resources than the former. Besides the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth-I Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry, the 40 Bronze/Epic and 10 Bronze/Legend Snake Species phase were all evidence of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master resources. When Yi Huailong saw the resources that Lin Yuan had delivered, the last vestiges of Yi Huailong's worries disappeared. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Let's take you directly to the Yi family's treasure vault. We can speak more there." Yi Huailong immediately dismissed the rest of the Yi family. He was about to start pushing Yi Huailu's wheelchair and lead the way to the treasure vault when he saw that Lin Yuan had already stopped in front of Yi Huailu's wheelchair. Lin Yuan pushed the wheelchair as he said to Yi Huailong, "Lead the way." Yi Huailu knew that he was not related to this young man in any way. As such, the young man had to have his reason for starting to push his wheelchair. Yi Huailu used his spiritual energy to sense that the young man's eyes were fixated on his body, which had been congested by impurities. Due to the congestion of impurities, the right side of his body was no different from any other person, but the left side of his body had a grayish-purple hue. At first, Yi Huailu waited for the young man to speak first. But when he felt the young man's eyes on him and remembered all the inconveniences he had experienced over the past 20 years that also prevented him from evolving his creation master level, Yi Huailu said with excitement, "Young Master Chu, you must have used some sort of spiritual ingredient to cleanse the 100-flower honey mouse of its impurities when you healed it. Would you be willing to gift some to me?" Before Yi Huailu could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted him and said in his clear voice, I have a significant amount of that spiritual ingredient. However, it is very precious. I'm sure you're well aware of this. Ihuailu smiled bitterly. Indeed, if spiritual ingredients that could cleanse a body of its impurities were not rare, his body would not have been congested for the past 20 years. Although Lin Yuan said that he had a significant amount of that spiritual ingredient, it was clear from his words that he did not intend to give any to Ihuailu. This caused Ihuailu's chest to contract. In 20 years, this was the first time that Ihuailu had the opportunity to recover. Ihuailu was about to say that he was willing to submit to Sky Creation as long as they were willing to give him the spiritual ingredient when the young man said, I heard that you can concoct grade 4 spirit fluids with a homogeneity of 90%. Lin Yuan's remark caused the words to halt at the tip of Ihuailu's mouth. He knew that his swearing of loyalty to Sky Creation would be his brother's best leverage to reach Immortal. If he said it now, this leverage would be gone. Just as Ihuailu calmed himself, he had the rug pulled out from beneath him again when he heard what the young man said next. This also applied to Ihuailong. I don't think you know that Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters should only be able to concoct grade 4 spirit fluids with homogeneity of up to 88%. The spirit fluids you concocted have surpassed this limit. You might not be aware of the significance of this in the past, but I'm sure you do now. By surpassing the level of Class 4 Creation Master, it meant that he was beginning the transformation to Class 5 Class 4 Creation Master. Lin Yuan's words caused a volcano of hatred to explode within Ihuailong. Ihuailu would not have been injured 20 years ago if not for the Bai family. By now, the Yi family could have already possessed the first Class 5 Creation Master in the Divine Wood Federation and even the entire Startling Line continent. The Bai family had put a stop to this. As opposed to Ihuailong's hatred, Ihuailu also felt delight and relief. The young man's words proved that the lane he had glimpsed had not been his imagination. It was the genuine road to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master. If he could completely heal his body and expel all of the impurities, he could start charging toward becoming a Class 5 Creation Master again. At that moment, Ihuailu could no longer hold back his yearning. He turned to Lin Yuan and said solemnly, Young Master Chu, if I swear on my law to join and never betray Sky Creation, will you be willing to give me the spiritual ingredient that can clear out the impurities in my body and help my brother's Fae to reach Immortal? Ever since Lin Yuan started to push Ihuailu's wheelchair, he had been leading him to say this exact thing. But unlike Lin Yuan's expectations, Ihuailu had easily agreed to swear his loyalty to Sky Creation. It was likely that Ihuailu and Ihuailong had discussed this matter last night. Otherwise, Ihuailu would never have made such a decision on his own without seeking Ihuailong's opinion. After all, Ihuailong was the head of the Yi family, and the concept of family was very important in the Divine Wood Federation. Since Ihuailu had agreed to become loyal to Sky Creation, the Yi family was now part of his own. Thus, even if the Su family's 2 immortal experts did not try to target Diwanmi, Lin Yuan was going to turn away from the Su family. Since you're willing to become loyal to Sky Creation, you can swear your loyalty to me. Once you swear your loyalty to me, you won't have to come with us to the Yi family's treasure vault. You can find a place with water and cleanse your body of its impurities. Lin Yuan's words astonished Ihuailu and Ihuailong. Ihuailu had only said that he would become loyal to Sky Creation but not to young Master Chu. Lin Yuan's words informed Ihuailu and Ihuailong that there was a high chance that this young man could be the leader of Sky Creation. Even if he was not the leader of Sky Creation, he had to be an extremely important person in Sky Creation. Ihuailong had always communicated with Sky Creation through Lin Yuan. Compared to swearing his loyalty to someone who he had never met before, Ihuailong and Ihuailu felt more assured for Ihuailu to swear his loyalty to Lin Yuan. Ihuailu immediately summoned his law rune and swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan obtained Ihuailu's loyalty, he noticed that glowing dots representing Ihuailu appeared in the shrine in the depths of his soul. The existence of the glowing dots proved Ihuailu's loyalty. Lin Yuan immediately took out a bottle of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and handed it to Ihuailu. There was exactly enough of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar in the bottle to fill a bowl. A few drops of it would be enough to cure Ihuailu. By giving Yi Huailu a bottle of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, he was treating him as well as any other main member of Sky City. Lin Yuan did so because he wanted to nurture Yi Huailu into a Class 5 Creation Master. Although Di Wanmi had Class 5 Creation Master abilities, she was dead. All human tools under Red Thorn's control lacked any and all potential. But what Sky City needed was a Creation Master who had potential. With another Class 5 Creation Master, Lin Yuan would no longer have to supply all of Sky City's resources single-handedly. A living Class 5 Creation Master would enable Sky City's development to become more dynamic. Otherwise, Di Wanmi alone would not be able to produce precious weapons fast enough to keep up with the rate Lin Yuan obtained the bodies of sacred source lifeforms. Yi Huailu received the crystal bottle from Lin Yuan and could not help but tremble with excitement as he looked at the viscous amber fluid within the crystal bottle. After being afflicted by a chronic illness, he was considered calm by only reacting in such a way now that he had his hands around his cure. When his excitement passed, Yi Huailu held the crystal bottle and bowed to Lin Yuan as he said, "Young Master Chu." "No, Master. Thank you for helping me. I am going to use this treasure to clear the impurities out of my body now. Once I've been cleansed, I will come and see you in the treasure vault." Lin Yuan nodded at Yi Huailu. Yi Huailu had already sworn his loyalty on his law rune to become Lin Yuan's servant, thereby becoming one of Lin Yuan's own. He was now no different to Lin Yuan as Ding Qingshua was. While on the way to the Yi family's treasure vault with Yi Huailong, the latter could sense that Lin Yuan's attitude toward him had changed. Yi Huailong tried to chat Lin Yuan up and said, "Young Master Chu, you?" Before Yi Huailong could finish speaking, Lin Yuan cut in and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Both you and your brother are smart, and smart people are always treated well." Lin Yuan tossed a brocade box at Yi Huailong. When Yi Huailong opened the brocade box, he saw 3 small crystals the size of pigeon eggs. There were a few wisps of white substances within the 3 crystals. The white substances continuously produced different worlds. Yi Huailong could sense pure world power from these crystals. Once creation breed phase absorbed such world power, they would be able to break through to an even higher level. However, such items that all Thearch class experts badly desired had surpassed Yi Huailong's comprehension. He was not aware that such magnificent items existed. There was no need to ponder in order to know that they had come from a Class 5 Creation Master. With these 3 world crystals, Yi Huailong would definitely be able to evolve from Sovereign X/Creation 8 to Immortal. At that moment, Yi Huailong felt the same way that Yi Huailu had just been feeling. This was a joy of dream fulfillment, and it even quaked the soul. The biggest hope that Yi Huailong had for Lin Yuan's visit to the Yi family was that he would be able to help him reach Immortal. For this reason, Yi Huailong had even agreed to let his brother swear his loyalty to Sky Creation. He was also willing to lead the Yi family in becoming dependent on Sky Creation and allow Lin Yuan to empty out the Yi family's treasure vault if he so pleased. As long as he could reach Immortal, he would be able to refill the Yi family's treasure vault with even more treasures than before, even if it had been emptied. This young man had been casual both in helping Yi Huailong's brother to cleanse his body of impurities and helping Yi Huailong to reach Immortal. It was as though giving out these resources was nothing more than a walk in the park. If Lin Yuan knew what Yi Huailong was thinking at the moment, he would have rolled his eyes, as if it was a walk in the park. If it was just giving away law crystals, Lin Yuan could give them away endlessly without feeling the slightest of pinches. This was because he had stocked up on a mountain of law crystals. This massive store of law crystals had allowed Lin Yuan to use up hundreds and thousands of them to help Endless Summer evolve to Creation breed. Setting aside how difficult it was to come across world crystals and world source crystals, it also took time for the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb a world crystal or world source crystal. It took Lin Yuan about a week to obtain 1 world crystal with pure law power. Lin Yuan presently only had 8 of them. He had given 3 to Yi Huailong without hesitation because he had decided that the Yi family would be the faction he supported in the Divine Wood Federation. Since he had made his decision, there was no need to be hindered by the pinch of the depletion of resources. Moreover, given that Yi Huailong was a pinnacle Thearch class expert, the Yi family had to have world crystals in their treasure vault. After picking out some world crystals from the treasure vault, the sacred sword-wielding queen would not only attain more sword skills, but would produce more world crystals that contained pure law power. Yi Huailong's hands trembled continuously as he held the brocade box. Previously, Yi Huailong had intended to take a gamble to see if Sky Creation could bring a bright future to the Yi family. Now, he was endlessly glad that he was going to lead the Yi family in clinging tightly to Sky Creation. Yi Huailong could tell that Lin Yuan was an extremely prideful person. Sky Creation treated its subordinates well. This was why Lin Yuan had given Yi Huailong the chance to reach Immortal almost immediately after his brother swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan. Yi Huailong was about to thank Lin Yuan when he remembered Lin Yuan telling him not to be so polite. Additionally, his brother had already sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan, and the entire Yi family was now in the palm of Lin Yuan's hands. As such, Yi Huailong knelt to the ground on one knee and also swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan on his law rune as Yi Huailu had done. Lin Yuan had already expected Yi Huailong to act this way. Just like how he had guided Yi Huailu to eventually swear his loyalty to him, Lin Yuan had also been doing the same to Yi Huailong. Lin Yuan liked interacting with intelligent people, and Yi Huailong's intelligence caused Lin Yuan to decide to give him more treats. If only Yi Huailong reached Immortal, the Yi family would still be unable to match up to the Su, Bai, and Yang families. Previously, the Yi family had not developed their combat power at all. But now it was time to start focusing on it. Lin Yuan walked over and pulled the kneeling Yi Huailong to his feet, before he placed 3 diamond item-storing walnuts in Yi Huailong's hands. Yi Huailong looked inside one of the item-storing walnuts, and what he saw caused a shiver to go up his spine. Inside the item-storing walnut, Yi Huailong saw 2,000 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss that had been folded up. All of it was white or red. Just like the Su family understood the black enchanting snake strawberry, the Yi family knew of the peaceful calm air moss. It was likely that even the Su family did not possess so much of the peaceful calm air moss. Yi Huailong should be ecstatic to receive so much of the peaceful calm air moss. A chill had run up his spine because he knew that Sky Creation must have interacted with the Su family. It was likely that Sky Creation was on even better terms with the Su family than the Yi family. The Su, Yi, Yang, and Bai families had been in conflict for over a century. Countless battles had been fought between them. Although the Su family and Yang family had saved the Yi family in the past, the Bai family had only stirred up trouble because of the Su family and Yang family's schemes. Yi Huailong did not know what Sky Creation's motive was. But regardless, Sky Creation was only going to support one faction in Sacred Forest City. The Yi family had abruptly become the Su family's rival. Even if he reached Immortal, Yi Huailong did not think that the Yi family had what it took to stand up against the Su family. Yi Huailong did not have it in him to check on the resources in the other 2 diamond item-storing walnuts. Lin Yuan sharply noticed the change in Yi Huailong's emotions. Lin Yuan had many ways to increase the Yi family's power, and there was no need for him to give the peaceful calm air moss to Yi Huailong. Yet, he chose to do so because he wanted to put pressure on Yi Huailong and give him assurance at the same time. He had accepted Su Han's invitation to attend the Crownwood banquet, so it was likely that Yi Huailong's imagination would run wild once he saw him standing with the Su family. Both of the leaders of the Yi family had become Lin Yuan's servants. The Yi family had become another subsidiary of Sky City and was no different from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan always treated his own people well. In the Divine Wood Federation, Sky Creation will only support the Yi family. You can use the peaceful calm air moss to create armor to arm your family's superior combatants. Besides the 2,000 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss, there are also 500 law crystals that will be suitable for Myth I to Creation V phase. With those law crystals, the Yi family's superior combatants will reach an even higher level. The startling Lines continent was rich in resources. Due to the climate in the Divine Wood Federation, its forests produced much more resources than the Endless Forest. Moreover, the Yi family already had a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Thus, the Yi family had numerous Pinnacle Emperor-class experts. With the Law Crystals, these numerous Pinnacle Emperor-class experts could easily evolve to Thearch class. Emperor-class experts were intermediate power in the startling Lines continent, while Thearch class experts were superior combat power. Yi Huailong had already been rendered speechless. He was a domineering person and had no qualms when it came to the Yi family. Lin Yuan's actions had not only given Yi Huailong and the Yi family hope but were about to immediately transform the Yi family. Yi Huailong knew that the Yi family would never be able to fully return the favor. By now, Yi Huailong saw himself as one of Lin Yuan's swords. Even if Lin Yuan wanted Yi Huailong to slash his sword down on the imperial court, Yi Huailong would not hesitate to do so. At that moment, Lin Yuan went on to say, "The Yi family must increase its power in secret. I don't want any unnecessary conflicts to arise before the sacred wood mystic realm opens. Besides the 500 law crystals, I can also give the Yi family 200 bronze/epic phase. I won't be taking any of the fundamental resources inside the treasure vault. What you need to do next is to use as many of your fundamental resources as possible to increase the Yi family's overall power. The Su family will make their move soon. My guess is that they will target the imperial court. At that time, the Yi family's chance will come. If the Yi family can truly produce a Class 5 creation master, you will be able to enter the imperial court. Then, the Divine Wood Federation will be promoted to one of the major federations. According to my knowledge, the Divine Wood Federation hasn't attended the major federation meeting or picked Divine Wood envoys in almost 40 years. Given the circumstances, the Divine Wood 100 sequence is no longer bathed in glory but sadness." At that point, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly halted. When he saw the burning desire in Yi Huailong's eyes, Lin Yuan's gaze became profound. Yi Huailong's expression told Lin Yuan that his words had given Yi Huailong an aim. As long as Yi Huailong followed this aim, the Divine Wood Federation would truly fall into Lin Yuan's hands at the moment that he reached his aim. Lin Yuan could use the Divine Wood Federation as a stepping stone to develop Sky City, which was about to sit atop the floating island whale. Once the storm blew over, Lin Yuan's journey in the Divine Wood Federation would come to an end. From now on, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about the Divine Wood Federation. Instead, he could split his focus between the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation. After he set foot into the Yi family's treasure vault, Lin Yuan noticed that Connected Beast Park possessed much fewer resources than the Yi family. Even though they possessed numerous pinnacle Class 4 creation masters and Class 4 creation masters. This especially applied to superior resources. This was not surprising as all high-class creation masters used up numerous superior resources. Due to his body, Yi Huailu's rate of consumption of superior resources was very slow. As a result, Lin Yuan was almost blinded when he looked around the Yi family's treasure vault. Lin Yuan always felt that building Sky City atop universe would be difficult. But once he entered the Yi family's treasure vault, he realized that this matter was not as difficult as he imagined. At that moment, Yi Huailong said, "Master, I told you that you would be satisfied with the Yi family's treasure vault. All these years, I've been doing my best to increase the resources in the treasure vault. I have accumulated almost 10% of the wealth in the Divine Wood Federation. We have just as many riches as the Yang family. Please take anything that catches your eye. I will use up all the resources you leave behind within a month and turn them into the Yi family's power." Lin Yuan shook his head and gave a warning. It is good to turn resources into power, but the Yi family's glorious legacy has only just begun. It would be foolish to burn up all your resources in a short time for short-term success. From now on, the Yi family's power is going to rise. But this rise does not have to be rushed. You should be savvy in using even the inferior resources. Lin Yuan shook his sleeve, and the amber button-shaped source sand fell into the ground. Soon, T.E. source sand turned into 100 swirling vortexes of sand that acted like Lin Yuan's hands as they searched through the resources on his behalf. When Yi Huailong heard what Lin Yuan said, he realized that his insight was greatly lacking when compared to Lin Yuan. In front of Lin Yuan, he seemed like a wannabe. Before Yi Huailong could ponder any further, he noticed that Lin Yuan was wielding a Diamond X/Fantasy V Sand-type Source-type lifeform. This discovery caused Yi Huailong's jaw to drop. How old was Lin Yuan? In spite of his young age, he already owned a rare Sand Elemental Diamond X/Fantasy V Source-type lifeform. No young expert in the entire Divine Wood Federation would be able to compare to his power. Lin Yuan's Spirit Chi professional rank was currently only B rank. Once he was promoted to A rank, all of his phase could be evolved using Sky Creation's Creation Master resources to Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. Yi Huailong was shocked by Lin Yuan's power. But at the same time he also started to think. Besides the three major federations, only the absolute top factions in the world could nurture such a young wonder. Suddenly, Yi Huailong thought back to the blue-haired man he had met 2 years ago. The man had called himself Scepter 7 and came from a faction known as Tarot Round Table. At that time, Yi Huailong had agreed to be recruited by the blue-haired man. But when the agreed-upon time came, the blue-haired man did not show up to their appointment. Nonetheless, Yi Huailong had seen what the blue-haired man could do. He could be certain that Tarot Round Table was a faction that could rival the three major federations. Yi Huailong thought Sky Creation must be on the same level as Tarot Round Table. Lin Yuan had just mentioned the major federation meeting. Indeed, the Divine Wood Federation had not attended the Divine Wood Federation in 40 years. Thus, there was no need to select the Divine Wood envoys. Although they continued to choose members of the Divine Wood 100 sequence every year, they had become a laughingstock. It was a position given to the young members of veteran elite families to make them feel special. Under the leadership of the Yang family, the Divine Wood Federation had fallen to the level of the Iron Hammer Federation. The Iron Hammer Federation did not participate in the major federation meeting or choose Iron Hammer envoys because they spent half of every year trying to deal with the starvation crisis. Thus, they did not have the ability or time to prepare and involve themselves with the major federation meeting. Besides metal, leather, and fur, the Divine Wood Federation produced more of every other type of resource than the Iron Hammer Federation. However, the Divine Wood Federation had given up on the honor they were supposed to have safeguarded. Federations without Class 5 Creation Masters were divided into ranks, and factions that did not have the courage to participate in the major federation meeting were considered the lowest rank. The Great Lush Federation traded between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. There were many scholars, Fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts in the Federation, and they did not even hold selections for the Great Lush 100 sequence. None of the three federations in the continent had participated in the major federation meeting for decades. As a result, the Startling Lines continent had been termed the Fallen Continent. Yi Huailong really wanted to change this reality. In the past, Yi Huailong dared not hope for anything. But now, with Sky Creation as their mighty support, Yi Huailong could start to hope for many things that he did not dare to hope for in the past. Lin Yuan did not hide the spatial ring he wore, and the resources that the Source Sand picked out from the Yi family's treasure vault were all stored in the spatial ring. Lin Yuan noticed that many of the resources were special plant-type phase that had mutated. If the mutated plant-type phase were cultivated, they could be extremely helpful in setting up the floating island whale and the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards. Furthermore, the Yi family had hidden away many carcinoma phase and heaven and earth phase. The carcinoma phase might not be of much use to Lin Yuan, but they could add to the store of Sky City's carcinoma phase. As for the insect species carcinoma phase, Lin Yuan intended to give them to Lu Jie to see if they could help his combat system. Among the heaven and earth phase, Lin Yuan noticed something he, or rather the flower calamity beautiful devil, badly needed. The poison of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom could be altered to become venom of any type. Thus, the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom was called the source of all poisons by the Fey academic community. The 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom had been spotted in the Radiance Federation before. Although the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom was a heaven and earth Fey, it had caused more damage to Silver Age City than the poison dust flying moth and sawtooth devour ant had done to Golden Edge City. Due to the venom in the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom, it was extremely difficult to tame. Eventually, the spirit guards decided to eliminate the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom. Lin Yuan felt that this was a shame. The spores of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom were the purest source of poison elemental energy and could be absorbed by any poison-type Fey. After being extracted by the element well, the flower calamity beautiful devil's flower basket of calamity would produce a poison-type calamity flower. When Lin Yuan previously evolved the flower calamity beautiful devil, He estimated that it needed to absorb another 2 types of pure elemental energy in order for it to break through the higher devil. Now that he had obtained the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom from the E family's treasure vault, the flower calamity beautiful devil would be able to take another large step forward to becoming a higher devil. It did not take long before Lin Yuan cleared out all of the decent resources from the E family's treasure vault. While Lin Yuan was looking through the resources he collected from the E family's treasure vault, his eyes lit up. If he had not already been confident of enabling the flower calamity beautiful devil to break through to higher devil using the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom, this unassuming dark gray piece of metal sealed the deal of enabling the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline to evolve. The dark gray piece of metal was the byproduct of a special beast-type Fae. The mineral-consuming mongoose consumed all the metal ores it could get its hands on and used the metal properties to strengthen itself. Then, its powerful digestive tract would expel the metals that had their properties drained. Without their metal properties and after being mixed with the mineral-consuming mongoose's digestive fluids, the byproduct could be used to fix any type of metal spiritual ingredient. But the higher the grade of the metal spiritual ingredient, the more of the mineral-consuming mongoose's byproduct it would require. Creation masters could not extract extremely strong metal elemental energy, but the mineral-consuming mongoose's feces indeed contained the purest metal elemental energy in the world. Although Lin Yuan had not caught the mineral-consuming mongoose and could not strengthen the metal-type calamity flower after it grew in the flower basket of calamity, the calamity flower could still be grown. This would be enough to evolve the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline. Lin Yuan greatly looked forward to the flower calamity beautiful devil's transformation. Devils could suppress each other using their bloodlines. During the battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Lin Yuan had clearly sensed Luo being able to severely suppress the others when they had fused with their devils. If a higher devil could already exert such pressure on an intermediate one, who could say the amount of pressure that devils past higher devil could exert on intermediate devils? Additionally, when the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline evolved past higher devil, it might also be able to exert great pressure on higher devils. Not just the people from the Freedom Federation but even the Moon Empress would not have been able to imagine that the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline could be evolved to such a degree. Lin Yuan intended to hide the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline because it would become the crux of the fight against experts from the Freedom Federation. After the mineral-consuming mongoose's feces, Lin Yuan did not find any other special resource. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still obtained a large harvest of over 1,000 different rare spiritual ingredients. Although Lin Yuan urgently wanted to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil, he still waited in the E family's treasure vault for the cleansed Yi Huailu. But 5 minutes later, Yi Huailu still had not arrived. Yi Huailong broke out in a cold sweat and became anxious. Lin Yuan had said that Yi Huailu would be able to completely clear his body of impurities within an hour after he drank the spirit fluid inside the crystal bottle. This meant that Yi Huailu should have come into the treasure vault to see Lin Yuan 4 hours ago. Yi Huailong silently waited for Lin Yuan to become enraged. Both he and Yi Huailu had become Lin Yuan's servants. Lin Yuan held the Yi family's survival and honor in the palm of his hands. Yi Huailong was not only afraid of Lin Yuan's fury but also worried about Yi Huailu. He wondered if a problem had cropped up after he drank the spirit fluid out of the crystal bottle. Lin Yuan said to the distressed Yi Huailong, "It looks like I need to congratulate the Yi family. It is likely that Yi Huailu experienced comprehension in the Creation Master direction after he cleared his body of impurities and regained his health. After all, after 2 decades of accumulation, the slightest of triggers should allow him to improve substantially. The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar could do more than just cleanse a body of its impurities, as it could also recover the life form's roots. When Yu's roots had been injured, she was healed with just 1 drop of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar because of this effect. Hence, there was no way the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar could have harmed Yi Huailu's body. As such, Lin Yuan did not become impatient even though 5 hours had passed. The longer he waited, the happier he would eventually be. When Yi Huailong heard what Lin Yuan said, he still felt slightly troubled, but was able to calm down mostly. Lin Yuan had given the bottle of spirit fluid to Yi Huailu, so he was the most aware of its effects. If what Lin Yuan said was true and that Yi Huailu's creation master level had experienced a breakthrough, it meant that he was now either closer to becoming a Class 5 creation master or had directly become a Class 5 creation master. Another half an hour passed, and a distinguished figure appeared at the entrance of the S treasure vault. This person was Yi Huailu. Previously, Yi Huailu exuded sinking despair. But now, he had a broad smile of smugness and hope in his eyes. Even his usual hunched posture while sitting in his wheelchair was replaced by his ramrod straight posture. Yi Huailu first nodded at Lin Yuan before he fell to his knees in front of Lin Yuan and started to kowtow. He laid down his head on the crook of his arm and said with excited gratitude, "Master, after my body was cleansed of impurities, I noticed that the lane I got a peek at 20 years ago reappeared in front of me. However, I will still need 2 months in order to familiarize myself with the direction of the lane." Lin Yuan helped Yi Huailu up and said to him with a smile, "Once you become a Class 5 creation master, you will become the pillar of the Divine Wood Federation." Yi Huailu's meaning was clear. In another 2 months, Yi Huailu would become a Class 5 creation master. He would be Sky Creation's second Class 5 creation master but the first living one. Only around a week had passed since Lin Yuan came to the Divine Wood Federation to train. But in this short span of time, he had already managed to multiply Sky Creation's high-class creation master resources. When Yi Huailong heard what Yi Huailu said, he was so overwhelmed that tears almost welled up in his eyes. The Yi family was finally about to enter its prime. The startling Lines continent was finally going to have a Class 5 creation master. Before Yi Huailong's excitement fully unfolded, Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong were shocked by what Lin Yuan said. Both of them had assumed that Yi Huailu would be sent to Sky Creation's headquarters from now on. It was evident that Sky Creation was a foreign faction, and there was no way that its headquarters was in the startling Lines continent. But Lin Yuan's meaning was clear. He intended to keep Yi Huailu in the Divine Wood Federation and wanted him to become the pillar of the Divine Wood Federation. This allowed Yi Huailong to understand why Lin Yuan had mentioned the major Federation meeting and Divine Wood envoys. Despite being natives of the Divine Wood Federation, Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong had intended to betray the Divine Wood Federation. But now that the Divine Wood Federation was about to reach its peak, Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong could not help but feel thankful to Lin Yuan. Compared to the Yang family, who presided over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, Lin Yuan, an outsider, had contributed more to the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan made such a decision because he wanted Yi Huailu to guard the Divine Wood Federation and manage the situation there. Lin Yuan saw the entire startling Lines continent as a piece on his chessboard. Additionally, there had to be talented individuals in such an enormous federation. If Yi Huailu could nurture a team of talented individuals to participate in the major federation meeting 2 years later, this would allow Lin Yuan to gain a team of allies he could work together with during the major federation meeting. After exchanging a few more words with Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong, Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to send himself back into his tree castle. Lu Jie had helped Lin Yuan to accept another 25 orders. But Lin Yuan did not intend to attend to them now. He planned on dedicating the entirety of tomorrow to settling the 25 orders because he had more important things to do today. Lin Yuan immediately informed the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that he had attained the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom and feces of the mineral-consuming mongoose. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil went frenzied with elation when it received this news, and the long archbishop robe it wore billowed around it wildly. It touched the 4 long horns on its head that had woven themselves into a crown before it touched the 2 bumps at the center of the crown. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil knew the significance of more calamity flowers. It used to only be an intermediate devil and had been passed over countless times and remained uncontracted for a long while because of how difficult it was to nurture. It was only when it landed in Lin Yuan's hands that it managed to transform into a higher devil within the short span of 2 weeks. Now, its bloodline had reached pinnacle higher devil. But before it could savor the pleasure of its bloodline transformation, Lin Yuan was going to evolve it again. This was a path that many higher devils spent their whole lives but still failed to finish. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil felt that it was the most blessed devil in the entire world. The more it thought about the resources that Lin Yuan had supplied it with recently, the more the flames of its innate greed were fanned. Nonetheless, the flower calamity beautiful devil felt that Lin Yuan was being too generous with it. The flower calamity beautiful devil consumed the extracted pure elemental energy from the element well every day. Its power had increased from the original silver 6 to gold 9. As it thought about how good Lin Yuan had been to it and how its bloodline was about to advance further, tears welled up in the flower calamity beautiful devil's eyes. Lin Yuan could not help but feel slightly regretful as he sensed the state of the flower calamity beautiful devil. When he previously evolved it to pinnacle higher devil, 2 black droplets had rolled out of its eyes that turned into black diamonds infused with the devil aura. The tears of higher devils were rare. The more elite the bloodline of the devil, the more valuable its tears would be. The tears could be used to revive devils within 8 hours of their death. The previous 2 tears that Lin Yuan collected came from when the flower calamity beautiful devil evolved to pinnacle higher devil. These 2 tears could either save 2 higher devils or the same higher devil twice. This resource was useless in the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation but cherished in the Freedom Federation by people who had contracted devils. Every time the flower calamity beautiful devil cried, it brought unimaginable wealth to Lin Yuan. It went without saying that Lin Yuan would never allow the devil's tears to fall into the hands of the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation was an enemy state, and Lin Yuan would never help the enemy for the sake of gaining resources for himself. Although devils came from the Demon Church in the Freedom Federation, it was not impossible to obtain them through other means. The Goddess of Mercy was after Lin Yuan and would definitely try to get in contact with him. He might be able to obtain another intermediate devil from her the next time they meet. Ever since the Goddess of Mercy started working together with the Radiance Federation, it had turned its back on the Freedom Federation. He might not be able to trade the devil's tears with the Freedom Federation, but he could do so with the Goddess of Mercy. She would likely be more than willing to buy the devil's tears. The Goddess of Mercy knew how difficult it was to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. There was no way she would think that the devil's tears had come from the flower calamity beautiful devil. When Lu Jie heard what Lin Yuan's plan was, he said, "Lin Yuan, the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm will be opening in another 2 days. After you return these resources 2 days later, we should stop accepting orders from the elites of the Divine Wood Federation. While you're in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, I will do my best to gather as many talented individuals who have comprehended willpower runes as possible." A thought seemed to strike Lu Jie, and he was silent for a moment before he said, "Lin Yuan, there might be an issue with the Su family. We should prepare in advance." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Had the Su family already lost their composure? He had instructed Di Wami to release the Deep Night Eternal Piercing Insect's Immortal Aura in the Su family but not the Dark Thunder Piercing Armor's Pinnacle Immortal Aura. This was so he could test if the Su family held any ill will toward Sky Creation. It seemed that they did indeed. "Big Brother Lu, did the Su family place a mole amongst the group of helpers I asked them to find?" Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan with surprise. Lin Yuan knew the truth even before he reported the news. "You're right. According to my observations, only 2 of the 14 helpers are the ones we truly need. The other 12 started investigating the tree castle the moment they stepped in. I did not try to stop them. 6 of the 12 went up to the 12th floor of the tree castle, 5 of them went up the 9th floor, and 1 of them went to the 8th floor." Lin Yuan cursed to himself. He came up with the reason that Sky Creation needed helpers when he asked Suhan to help him to find spirit chi professionals who had comprehended numerous willpower runes. Yet, 12 of the 14, meaning 85% of the helpers Suhan found were spies. Suhan sure was relentless. "Big Brother Lu, the tree castle will not be receiving any guests tomorrow. Station 2 of the spies from the Su family at the entrance to explain to customers." Lu Jie did not understand what Lin Yuan was trying to do, but he knew that Lin Yuan had to have his reasons. "Leave it to me. I will take care of everything tomorrow morning." Lin Yuan thought, it will be time for Di Wanmi to leave the Su family the morning of the day after tomorrow. At that moment, the dagger that the Su family was trying to hide was glinting even brighter. Lin Yuan planned on waiting to see what the Su family would do. Everyone was solely responsible for every step they took. Let the Su family decide what their ending would be. The morning of the day after tomorrow, Lin Yuan and Ding Chengshua would enter the sacred wood mystic realm together. Once Lin Yuan entered the sacred wood mystic realm, he would be able to meet his needs. At that point, any and all storms in Sacred Forest City would have nothing to do with him. But rather than instructing Di Wanmi and the Mother of Bloodbath to eliminate the Su family, Lin Yuan preferred to have Di Wanmi fulfill the Su family's ambitions. Then, the Su family should choose to move up their plans, thinking that they had control over a Class 5 creation master and possessed so much of the peaceful calm air moss. When Lin Yuan returned to his room on the second floor, he set aside all thoughts of the situation in the Divine Wood Federation and entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to evolve the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline to enable it to break through past Higher Devil. Lin Yuan had no idea what the Higher Devil bloodline could evolve into. It was possible that many of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty were unaware as well. Lin Yuan summoned the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil inside the spiritual spatial zone. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil resembled an archbishop of brambles. The bottom of its robes was green and had 9 different colored flowers embroidered on it that corresponded to the calamity flowers in the flower basket of calamity. Its face had an inexplicable beauty, yet it also seemed to scorn every living creature on earth. It was as though every life form was nothing more than a toy for it to play with. To put it in slightly crude terms, it had both an intimidatingly overbearing yet also sexy air about it. The mole at the corner of its eye made it seem slightly aggressive. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's appearance caused Lin Yuan to be able to stand in Duan He's shoes. Some superior phase indeed trumped Spirit Chi professionals in terms of looks. When the flower basket of calamity had been silver 6, the 9 calamity flowers had only been about the size of bowls, but now they were about as large as Lin Yuan's head. The blooming calamity flowers were made of pure elemental energy. When they bloomed, the properties of their elemental energy caused their surroundings to become even more beautiful. But when Lin Yuan saw the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's exceptional looks and exquisite attire, he did not feel happy in the slightest. He dared not imagine what he would look like once he fused with it. Since Lin Yuan had formed a contract with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil using his soul, it could sense what it was thinking. This caused the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to be hurt. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was extremely satisfied with how it looked, but it would choose to look like a muscular man if it could, if this would make Lin Yuan happy. Lin Yuan had already walked over to the element well. Ever since he attained the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, which used up a large amount of the water from the element well, the water in the element well had not increased in the slightest. Previously, Morbius told Lin Yuan that the element well could increase its production. This required Lin Yuan to find the mouths of ley line spirit springs and embed them in the walls of the element well. When Lin Yuan went to the Yi family's residence, he had purposely mentioned ley line spirit springs to Yi Huailong. As such, he found out that the Yi family did not have any of the ley line spirit springs, but the Su and Bai families had 1 each, while the Yang family had 3. However, the 5 ley line spirit springs had all been taken by the Holy Lady and transferred into the sacred wood mystic realm. Yi Huailong's words allowed Lin Yuan to have a new reason for entering the sacred wood mystic realm. Now, besides searching for the mysterious life form, he also wanted to search for the 5 ley line spirit springs and dig out their mouths to embed them in the element well. This should significantly increase the production volume of the element well. Lin Yuan pulled out some of the water from the element well in a glass bucket and scooped out 2 bowls of water before he returned the glass bucket back into the element well. The 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom could become any type of poison, and no life form besides poison-type phase could get close to it. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was not afraid of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom in the slightest. The vicious poison law had evolved from Pinnacle Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3. As such, Lin Yuan now had resistance to poisons akin to poison-type phase that had just evolved to myth breed. He could be so casual about handling the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom because its grade was not high. If the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom had reached diamond grade, Lin Yuan would have to be more careful when he touched it. In order to extract the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom's venom, He needed to remove the hidden spores. Lin Yuan used his finger to gently lift up the lid of the 10,000 poison bacteria mushroom, and a plume of grayish-green powder scattered all over the water in the bowl. The grayish-green powder immediately dissolved inside the element well's water. Once the grayish-green powder stopped fully dissolving, Lin Yuan knew that the poison elemental energy in the element well's water had become saturated. Lin Yuan slowly added the other bowl of the element well's water into the bowl of infused water. Once the spores fully dissolved, the bowl of pure poison elemental energy was ready. Lin Yuan did not immediately instruct the flower calamity beautiful devil to consume the bowl of pure poison elemental energy. Instead, he raised his hand and tossed the mineral-consuming mongoose's feces into another glass bowl. The dark gray feces turned bright gold inside the glass bowl. There was also faint silver light within the gold brilliance. The flower calamity beautiful devil was very interested in this gold and slightly silver light. The flower calamity beautiful devil was very vain, and it was very eager to gulp down the gold and slightly sliver fluid so that a calamity flower of the same color could be produced. When he saw the flower calamity beautiful devil staring transfixed at the fluid made from the mineral-consuming mongoose's feces, Lin Yuan decided not to tell it what the base ingredient was. Otherwise, the flower calamity beautiful devil might be troubled when it drank the fluid. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and held up the 2 glass bowls in front of the flower calamity beautiful devil and said, "Flower calamity beautiful devil, success will be dependent on these 2 bowls of fluids." The flower calamity beautiful devil accepted the 2 glass bowls with trembling hands. It understood what Lin Yuan was trying to say. There were not many types of elemental energy in the world, and several of them were difficult to prepare, much less pure versions. If its bloodline did not evolve after the metal and poison elemental calamity flowers grew, it would be difficult to evolve in the future. This was because it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to prepare another new type of elemental energy. Although the future and whether its bloodline could successfully evolve were unknown, the flower calamity beautiful devil was not afraid in the slightest. This was because the flower calamity beautiful devil knew that its bloodline was on the cusp of transforming. It was likely that one more calamity flower was all it took for its bloodline to evolve. The 2 bumps at the center of the bramble crown were evidence of this. But even if it failed, the flower calamity beautiful devil had faith that Lin Yuan would be able to find another way to evolve its bloodline. This was because it knew how wealthy Lin Yuan was and fully leaned on him and his abilities. The flower calamity beautiful devil bravely gulped down the bowl of the metal elemental energy. Once the metal elemental energy entered the flower calamity beautiful devil's stomach, Lin Yuan noticed that its aura had changed. Previously, the flower calamity beautiful devil's aura had been one of beautiful evil. But now, intense inauspiciousness and treachery was flowing out of its body. As the phantom images of various calamity flowers continuously grew and spread, the flower calamity beautiful devil's long archbishop robe extended. The pattern of a large gold calamity flower appeared amongst the embroidery of the 9 calamity flowers. Soon, the embroidery of 10 calamity flowers bloomed on the long archbishop robe. The more vibrant the flowers became, the more intense the aura of treachery and inauspiciousness became. The long hair on the flower calamity beautiful devil's head had been combed toward the back of its head. But now it was flying freely and rested on the train of the long archbishop robe. Its white hair, infused with devil aura, had changed to black. Suddenly, Lin Yuan watched as the flower calamity beautiful devil let out a violent roar. The flower calamity beautiful devil's features twisted together, making its beauty appear even more ferocious. The thorn of brambles closed up fully, and more devil tattoos appeared on the crown's surface. The devil's long horns were now linked to its skull. The change in its skull and horns caused the flower calamity beautiful devil agonizing pain. Lin Yuan's attention was not focused on the flower calamity beautiful devil's crown of brambles. Instead, he was staring at the 2 long horns that had grown out of the center of the crown. The 2 horns extended continuously. Once the 2 horns poked through the crown, the smooth black horns were instantly covered with spiral patterns. The flower calamity beautiful devil's violent aura finally ceased. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil opened its eyes, Lin Yuan noticed they had changed from brown to golden red. There was the head of a black mountain goat slowly spinning within the gold-red eyes. Lin Yuan could be certain that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline had broken through past higher devil. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that 2 black tears were rolling out of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's gold-red eyes. When they landed on the ground, they turned into 2 black diamonds. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 2 black tears and saw that their names had changed from the higher devil's tears to Satan's tears. This meant that the bloodline evolution of a higher devil would transform it into Satan. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil walked over to Lin Yuan. Although it had an expression of treachery, inauspiciousness, and wickedness, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil still knelt down solemnly in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked down at the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and pulled it to its feet while he used true data to check on it. Fey name: Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Fey species. Satan species / Beautiful Evil God species. Fey grade: Gold, 9 out of 10. Fey type: Natural. Fey quality: Legend, Satanic abilities, Calamity Judgment. According to the elemental energy the target wields, a calamity flower will bloom on the target. Every time the target uses elemental energy, the calamity flower will absorb and store the elemental energy. When the calamity flower is exploded, the target will suffer a backlash from the stored elemental energy. Calamity flower toying with life. The calamity flower will fall from the flower basket of calamity and become hidden. When a life form of the same type as the calamity flower comes into contact with the calamity flower, it will be compared with the purity of the elemental energy within the calamity flower. If it is purer than the elemental energy in the calamity flower will give the target a boost. If the elemental energy is less pure than the elemental energy within the calamity flower will rob the target of its elemental energy and use an about-to-die effect on the target. Before the about-to-die effect ends and the target is not reimbursed with elemental energy, the target will die. If the elemental energy is of the same purity as the elemental energy in the calamity flower, it can decide whether to boost the target or steal its elemental energy and place the about-to-die effect on it. Misfortune for all. All the creatures in the area will form a net of karma linked by misfortune. 2 types of calamities will be compared, and the weaker one will automatically sacrifice half of its calamity to the stronger party before entering a temporary state of feebleness. Calamity Territory Flower Puppet. When faced with life forms that also have the devil bloodline, it can suppress its target according to its bloodline and rob the usage of satanic abilities of inferior devils. After the inferior devil is killed, the inferior life form will become a flower puppet in the Sea of Flowers. The flower puppet and Sea of Flowers will inherit the satanic abilities of the dead devil and a portion of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's own abilities. When faced with life forms that do not have the devil bloodline, the calamity territory can be opened. 3 calamity flowers will automatically bloom on the target when the target enters the calamity territory. When the calamity territory is opened, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil will not be able to move, and the toil of using other satanic abilities will be magnified. Lin Yuan noticed that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had indeed evolved as per his expectations. It had originally been higher devil species / beautiful devil species. But now that its bloodline had transformed, it had become Satan species / beautiful evil god species. Recently, Lin Yuan had been reading the Annal of Monster information he had taken from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. However, there was a myriad of information in the Annal of Monster information, and Lin Yuan was studying it carefully. Thus, he had only read a few tens of pages so far. The Annal of Monster information mentioned that when devils wore their crowns, the patterns of black mountain goats would appear on their 2 horns, and the image of a black mountain goat would also appear in their eyes. This meant that the devil had awakened its Satan bloodline and had become a genuine god of evil. Satans could control the satanic abilities of more lowly devils. Previously, Lin Yuan had been confused about the description in the Annal of Monster information. But now he finally understood what it meant. The transformation of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline had indeed proceeded as per the description in the Annal of Monster information. Now that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had transformed into Satan, Its new satanic ability Calamity Territory Flower Puppet once again proved the legitimacy of the content of the Annal of Monster Information. Calamity Territory Flower Puppet allowed the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to use its bloodline to suppress other life forms with the Devil bloodline and rob their usage of satanic abilities. This fully coincided with how the Annal of Monster Information described the Satan's oppression of the satanic abilities of inferior life forms. This made the Annal of Monster Information even more important in the eyes of Lin Yuan. If a book without a genre was right about one secret, it could be counted as a coincidence. If it was right about two secrets, there had to be something fishy going on. But if it was right about three secrets, it meant that the author had to have possessed undeniable knowledge. It was possible that the author had interacted with fays with the Baron bloodline, sea demons, and devils. Otherwise, they would not have been able to write such a book. After 3 verifications, Lin Yuan could be certain that the rest of the Annal of Monster Information was also accurate. Lin Yuan called Genius out of the Marsh world and instructed it to memorize the entire Annal of Monster Information. Lin Yuan was going to read the book for himself because there were many parts he could ponder over. But this way, before Lin Yuan was done reading the Annal of Monster Information and verified its contents, he would not have to worry about it becoming lost or destroyed. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved to Higher Devil, Lin Yuan was already shocked by the satanic ability Misfortune for All and how it could form a net of karma with everything around it and pick 2 of the attributes within the net. It could then limit or boost the phase with the 2 attributes. This had already greatly surpassed Lin Yuan's understanding of abilities. It was even stronger than the abilities of some sacred source life forms. But when the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved into Satan and gained the ability Calamity Territory Flower Puppet, Lin Yuan's understanding of Mystic Phase was refreshed. He now understood why the Radiance Federation, Azure Federation, and Freedom Federation, which had Class 5 Creation Masters and even Class 6 Creation Masters, were so particular about their mystic realms. Through the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that had evolved to Satan, Lin Yuan now understood what was meant by a hulking foundation. Rather than the control over the rest of the world, the crucial asset of Calamity Territory Flower Puppet was its control over life forms with the Devil bloodline. When any devils with a more inferior bloodline to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil entered the Calamity Territory, they could become flower puppets that would be under the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's control. It went without saying that Lin Yuan felt that it would not be easy for the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to use Calamity Territory Flower Puppet to control higher devils, because after a devil formed a contract with a Spirit Chi professional, the Spirit Chi professional could depend on the devil and vice versa. The higher devil's contractors could be talented Spirit Chi professionals like Luo, who were born with a silver spoon or were just powerful experts in general. No expert would stand by and watch as their contracted devil was taken control of and turned into a flower puppet. Although the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could not be used to hunt higher devils, it would be easy to hunt intermediate devils. Lin Yuan had fought against intermediate devils before, and their satanic abilities were also nothing to sneeze at. Moreover, the flower puppets under the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's control would also gain a portion of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's abilities. If an intermediate devil gained the abilities of a Satan, it might not be able to take down higher devils, but it was unlikely that any other intermediate devil would be its match. Additionally, Calamity Territory Flower Puppet targeted not only life forms that possessed the devil's bloodline but any life form that entered the Calamity Territory. When life forms entered the Calamity Territory, 3 Calamity flowers would bloom in their bodies. This ability could work together with and boost the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's other satanic abilities Calamity Judgment and Calamity Flower Toying with Life. Calamity Judgment could only cause 1 Calamity flower to bloom in the target's body. Every time the target's elemental energy was used up by the Calamity Flower imprint, the effects of Calamity Judgment would determine how much of the elemental energy stored in the target's body was drained by the Calamity Flower. This would cause the target to lose twice the amount of elemental energy. When the Calamity Flowers exploded, the targets would also experience recoil from their own elemental energy. Moreover, whenever the target used its abilities once, the 3 Calamity flowers from the Calamity Territory Flower Puppet would absorb 4 times the elemental energy that the target used up. This meant that the Fae might be drained dry after only using a few abilities. then it would be hit by the recoil of the 4 times of elemental energy it had used up. Because of this, Calamity Judgment had become a lethal move. Calamity Flower toying with life was akin to competing with the amount of elemental energy in the opponent's body. Lin Yuan's method of nurturing the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil made it a main lethal move. However, the only flaw of Calamity Flower toying with life was that it was difficult to mark targets. But Calamity Territory Flower Puppet perfectly made up for this flaw. Alas, Calamity Territory Flower Puppet was not without its flaws. When the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil used the satanic ability and opened the Calamity Territory, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could not move its body, and using other satanic abilities would put a larger strain on itself. The Calamity Territory Flower Puppet kept the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil trapped. As such, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could not continuously use Calamity Judgment and Calamity Flower toying with life after it opened the Calamity Territory. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not care about this because the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would never be fighting on its own. As its contractor, Lin Yuan possessed many fays. He could ensure the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's safety after it opened the Calamity Territory. Additionally, with the support from the 3 Calamity Flowers, Calamity Judgment and Calamity Flower toying with life were lethal weapons. It did not make a large impact even if they could not be used excessively. As he looked at the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that had evolved from intermediate devil to the Satan it was today, Lin Yuan was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil allowed Lin Yuan to stand tall when he fought against experts from the Freedom Federation. As he looked at the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's messy hair, Lin Yuan walked up to it and helped it to arrange its bird's nest. Next, he combed its hair into a simple style like he did for Chu Ci when they were younger. Once the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was combed to neatness, a strand of its black hair fell out of place and landed in front of its face, partially covering the mole at the corner of its eye. Now, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was much more beautiful than it was before. There was no life form that the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil felt closer to than Lin Yuan. He was the one who gave it its Satan bloodline. It saw him as its savior. Thus, while Lin Yuan was combing its hair, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, whose basic nature was to toy with the hearts of life forms, felt strange when it was filled with happiness. This caused the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's expression to waver. Once Lin Yuan was done combing the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's hair, he said, "I will still supply you with pure elemental energy like what I've been doing all along. You might have evolved into Satan, but you still have to drink the bowl containing poison elemental energy. Once you drink it, we'll know if Satan is the limit of your bloodline. If your bloodline evolves again, I will try to find more types of elemental energy for you." Lin Yuan's words caused the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to instinctively reach out to hug him. The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was now Lin Yuan's contracted fae, and Lin Yuan was not going to turn down its sincere emotional gesture. Nonetheless, he felt strange to be hugged by a female devil. After it hugged Lin Yuan, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil drank the rest of the grayish-green liquid in the bowl. Soon, a dark green flower sprouted in the flower basket of Calamity and glowed with a dray light. A beautiful dark green embroidery of the same Calamity flower appeared and bloomed on the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's robes. The dark green flower did not stand out amongst the 10 colored flowers, but the dark-colored chain gave the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's robes a completely different feeling. After the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil drank the bowl of pure elemental energy, Lin Yuan noticed that its bloodline had been refined to a noticeable extent. Apparently, the Satan bloodline was not the limit of the devil bloodline. It was likely that the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline could transform again in the future. Nonetheless, this could only happen if Lin Yuan managed to obtain more types of pure elemental energy. Now that he was done evolving the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Lin Yuan returned it to the spiritual spatial zone. He did a quick count and realized that more than 7 days had already passed since the last Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Now that all the members of the Astronomical Parliament possessed the Thoughts letter paper, it had become their main channel of communication. Bei Su and Bu Po were the most communicative and had become close friends. This was because they shared very similar experiences and because Lin Yuan, Wen and Su Iran were much too busy. Ta Lei used to be active in sending messages. But ever since he started to manage his territory, he did not even have enough time to sleep. Waluan occasionally chimed in during Bei Su and Bu Po's conversations. Overall, the Astronomical Parliament's internal group had a good flow of communication. Almost everything could be discussed using the thoughts letter paper. Thus, there was no need to hold the parliamentary meeting most of the time. This time, Lin Yuan was only going into the marsh world to see Wen Yu and ask her to hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting because too much time had passed, and it was time for a new member to join. Since Wen Yu was trying to strengthen her link to every member of the Astronomical Parliament, she could not accept too many members at once despite her substantial increase in spiritual energy. However, Wen Yu and Lin Yuan were not bothered by this. They had always asserted quality over quantity when it came to the Astronomical Parliament's members. At the same moment that Lin Yuan entered the marsh world to see Wen Yu, a young girl with skin that was covered with sunburns was using her hands to dig the dirt by her feet on the cracked ground. She did not use any tools because to her, her hands were her best tools. Her fingernails were long, and the skin of her hands was pale, making her hands resemble knives. As she dug under the scorching sun, it did not take long for her body to be covered in sweat. When the sweat rolled over her burnt skin, her whole body started to itch, and her skin turned faint red due to the blood rising in her pores. Nonetheless, she did not dare to stop because she knew that there were only 3 months of rainfall on the continent she lived in. At any other time, there was no way to obtain even a single drop of water. As such, water was the most important resource in this continent. The young girl doggedly dug the ground by her feet because she guessed that the duck-mouthed lungfish had buried itself underground at this spot. During the rainy season, the duck-mouthed lungfish would tunnel out of the ground and enter the rivers formed by rains to consume the spirit chi professionals and fays who tried to fetch water from the river. But during the dry season, it would bury itself underground and become immobilized as it entered a state of hibernation. During this time, it would be easy prey. Thus, the duck-mouthed lungfish would try to bury itself as deep underground as possible. The girl was searching for the duck-mouthed lungfish so zealously because it took in water from the mud while it hibernated and because she hoped that the duck-mouthed lungfish would be silver grade and below so that she could form a contract with it. Once she formed a contract with a water-type fae, even if it was just the duck-mouthed lungfish, she would have the ability to produce water from the air. In the broiling rock continent, any person who had the ability to produce water would gain the respected title of Rainmaster and be able to find a job in one of the large cities. Hence, finding one of the duck-mouthed lungfish in the parched lands was the most important test in the lives of every young person who lived in the broiling rock continent. If they could not live in one of the large cities, they would not be able to enjoy the lakes in the cities. In the dry season, they did not have any life preservers and no one wanted to live like that. The blistering daytime lasted for more than 16 hours each day. Without a water-type fae, spirit chi professionals below C rank would not be able to hold out for more than 8 hours in such searing weather. Thus, any stone wall that could be used as a shelter would have many spirit chi professionals taking refuge under it. Unless one lived in one of the larger cities of the broiling rock continent or was a spirit chi professional, the only ending would be death in the sizzling weather. After a spirit chi professional couple had children, they would bring them up till around the age of 15 years old. Then, the children would be chased away. This was the same as when mother lions chased away their cubs when resources were scarce. This girl was clearly younger than 15 years old, yet she was already digging for the duck-mouthed lungfish. This was because her parents never returned after they left the rock shelter in the dry season the previous year. The girl did not know if they had met with an accident or shed her as dead weight. Regardless, this young girl that was not even 13 years old had to fend for herself in the dry season. Recently, whenever she returned to the rock shelter region, she received looks of pity. The reason behind the sympathy was not her parents leaving, as this was common, but because she was so severely sunburnt. With such serious sunburns and no rainmasters to help to wash her wounds, the salt seeping into the open wounds and the burning rays from the sun would cause her skin to start festering in less than 5 days. This morning, the young girl had already sensed a clear odor emanating from herself. She knew that she would not be able to last another 2 days. When the wound was infected, it would lead to a fever that not even spirit chi professionals could handle. As the young girl tirelessly dug, her sharp and light green fingernails suddenly disappeared as 2 light green caterpillars collapsed on the back of her hands. While she was digging, the young girl had sensed the soil around her hands becoming wetter. This indicated that she was closing in on the duck-mouthed lungfish. However, the finger blade insects were out of energy, and she could only continue digging tomorrow. The young girl was unsure if she would make it to see the sunrise tomorrow. She also did not know if someone else would take over the hole she had already dug once she left. The young girl stored the 2-finger blade insects in her cloak before she started using her hands to dig the visibly softened soil. It was fine to use her hands to dig once. But after sticking her hands into the ground hundreds to thousands of times, the young girl's untidy fingernails were pushed out by the dirt and started to crack. It did not take long for blood to start flowing out of her fingers. The young girl's movements started to slow down as her mind slowly filled with fuzzy hallucinations. She shook her head to force herself to remain alert. She could see that her hands were pressing water out of the dirt and knew that she would reach the patch of mud covering the duck-mouthed lungfish after digging around 5 meters deeper. She knew that her life was about to change. In the year after her parents left, she had spent every day digging but had failed to find the duck-mouthed lungfish's true hiding spot. Now that hope was right in front of her, but her body was preventing her from digging the final 5 meters. The severely dehydrated young girl watched as her only recently ignited hope was extinguished right in front of her. Before she lost consciousness, 2 hot tears rolled down her face. A wish formed in her heart. All I want is to live. Even if I'm still denied water, I want to continue living. I'm willing to trade everything as long as I can keep on living. Although Lin Yuan usually spent his time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, where he passed through Klein Hub to enter the Marsh world, so he could obtain the spirit fluids that Genius collected from the army of 100 Questions beasts, thoughts of the Marsh world's development had not crossed his mind in a long time. When he saw how his territory was prospering, Lin Yuan puffed up with pride and was filled with a sense of accomplishment. All of the precious plant-type phase, such as the soldier ration radish and twin red pagoda, were planted in areas that could be reached by the emerald green ancient trees effects. Lin Yuan had used a special method to split its wood-textured stem and manually cultivate it. The soldier ration radish only grew veined leaves, and its wood-textured stem grew extremely slowly. For this, Genius had specially researched and produced a grade 4 spirit fluid. Nonetheless, the effects had been negligible. Lin Yuan understood this because Chef Supreme had specially nurtured the soldier ration radish. He had to have used Class 5 Creation Master methods. Genius still had a long way to go before it reached Class 5 Creation Master and could not be compared to Chef Supreme. However, the emerald green ancient tree had sprouted in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Thus, Genius no longer needed to use grade 4 spirit fluids to water the soldier ration radish to urge the development of the wood-textured roots. In the short span of 2 weeks, the soldier ration radish's wood-textured stem had grown from around 5 centimeters and the width of 2 fingers to 10 centimeters long and the width of a wrist. At this point, the soldier ration radish had reached the ideal stage to be divided. Genius was currently instructing the 2 Class 4 Creation Masters, Feng Shuang and Elder He, to divide the soldier ration radish. Lin Yuan had taken possession of these 2 Class 4 Creation Masters as part of the spoils when he defeated the Zheng family in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Lin Yuan had taken possession of a total of 3 Class 4 Creation Masters and turned them into the team named Marsh. This was so they could focus on developing his territory in the Marsh world. But due to Hu Tian's Fei, the scary claw rock bear, Hu Quan kept him behind to help with the construction of the underground palace and provide him with Class 4 Creation Master resources. Thus, Hu Tian had not been sent to the Marsh world yet. But given the current situation, it was enough to just have Feng Shuang and Elder He helping in the Marsh world. Although Sun Ningxiang and the team of spirit chi professionals and regular people she led to plant-type phase needed a large amount of low-class Creation Master resources, the army of 100 Questions beasts was enough to supply their needs. With Wen Yu's Fei with the Baron bloodline, the Wailing Snake, the Spirit Chi professionals, and regular people were not in danger while planting plant-type phase. With the Sentient Being Protective Dragon, It could use place in the world to keep the plant-type phase growing swiftly but still healthily even without the boost from the emerald green ancient tree. When the family of the 6 bug-consuming the arch-emperor lizards had been in the dark dream forest, they often went hungry. But ever since they entered the marsh world, they felt as though they had entered heaven, as there was an endless supply of insects to eat here. Although the insects were not delectable, they were still palatable. The husband and wife bug-consuming the arch-emperor lizards could not remember the last time their bellies were so full. The family of 6 bug-consuming the arch-emperor lizards fed on all the insects in the territory in a frenzy. Hence, the regular people and spirit chi professionals no longer had to be plagued by the insects and could rest in peace when they were not working. Since the wailing snake could change the profile of the ground, when you had personally instructed it to construct houses for the over 10,000 regular people and spirit chi professionals to live in. Once the houses were built, the rest of the decorating could be done by the regular people and spirit chi professionals while Lin Yuan provided the necessities needed to fill the house for free. For this, Lin Yuan had spent close to 500 million radiance dollars. But he still felt that it was a necessary expenditure. These people had entered the marsh world and left society because they trusted him. Lin Yuan needed to take responsibility for their happiness. In order to fill their lives with more happiness, Lin Yuan had given all of them a bottle made of powdered jade-textured wood, thousands of luxury items, and over 3 billion radiance dollars of spending money. Lin Yuan's generosity made the regular people and spirit chi professionals feel as though they were on top of the world. Lin Yuan also sent many fays used for farming into the marsh world, such as the plowing cultivation cow, diamond-sealing gray rabbit, and ground-moistening earthworm. Since the spirit chi professionals had formed contracts with these fays and nurtured them using resources provided by Lin Yuan, they swiftly evolved to silver grade. Many spirit chi professionals who did not even possess bronze fays never imagined they would one day be able to possess silver fays. The marsh world was now a paradise. The biggest beneficiaries of the emerald green ancient tree were not the soldier ration radish and the twin red pagoda but endless summer's barren river orchid bud and the marsh ground sphagnum. The marsh ground sphagnum had covered the main part of the territory. The previous plant-type phase were grown on the marsh ground sphagnum, and it regulated water for them. Thus, it had won all of the bonuses from the emerald green ancient tree. During Lin Yuan's examination, he saw that the area reached by the emerald green ancient green formed a boundary. The marsh ground sphagnum within the boundary was dark-colored and soft as it had always been. It resembled a translucent crystal. The marsh ground sphagnum outside of the boundary was still its original light green. But both the marsh ground sphagnum inside and outside of the boundary had significantly increased in temperature. Lin Yuan had instructed Genius to move Endless Summer's barren river orchid bud over. Previously, its leaves and flowers had grown, but there were no fruits in sight. But after it was replanted within the boundary of the emerald green ancient tree, the barren river orchid bud started growing wildly, and 3 fruits had grown. The barren river orchid bud stars had increased from 1 stars to 3 stars within 2 weeks. Extrapolating this rate, Lin Yuan estimated that the barren river orchid bud might be able to evolve to 8 stars within 2 years. Lin Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion. Rising Lizard had grown from a few tens of meters to almost 1,000 meters. When it ran, the ground shook beneath its feet. Although Rising Lizard was not as large as the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard, it looked like an even more lethal weapon than the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards. Rising Lizard now had 9 heads and could even take on Pinnacle Myth 3 phase. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed by the speed of Rising Lizard's increase in power. The Medusa snake demons had surely been feeding the Rising Lizard with fervor. They attracted not only the marsh crocodiles for it, but also the Medusa giant lizards, causing them to become Rising Lizard's nourishment. The Medusa snake demon did not live in groups and preferred to move as an individual, especially when it was hunting. The aura of one Medusa snake demon could not compare to that of many Medusa snake demons. Hence, Lin Yuan's territory, where a group of the Medusa snake demons gathered, had become a beacon for all of the Medusa giant lizards to charge toward. Thus, there was not a single Medusa giant lizard within Lin Yuan's territory. After all, the Medusa giant lizard was not a common dimensional life form. After eating countless of the Medusa giant lizards, Rising Lizard's body and limbs were extremely thick, and the curved horns on its 9 heads had grown from around 3 meters to close to 20 meters. This was also due to the size of Rising Lizard's body. When the Rising Lizard swung its 9 heads, it could easily slash 900-meter-tall mountains in half. Bony protrusions also jutted from Rising Lizard's wrinkled neck skin. The bony protrusions were as sharp as knives. Even if Rising Lizard did not use the horns on its head, its bones sprouting from its neck could even carve out about 2 tons of the flesh of same-sized phase that made contact with it. The spikes on its long tail and the bony protrusions on its tail were sharper than those on its head and neck. Rising Lizard's totem had also become brighter. Now, it had more than 30 believers and 17 favored believers. It would not be long before its faith power could be strengthened. At that moment, Rising Lizard could activate its source sacred body and change into human form. Wendy still had a long way to go before it could activate its source sacred body because it did not have as many believers and favored believers as Rising Lizard. However, Wendy was not much weaker than Rising Lizard. Rather, Rising Lizard would not want to fight against Wendy. Although Wendy was only class 6, it possessed powerful venom. Wendy's natural skill Snake Frontier Playground not only allowed the snake species phase around Wendy to grow quicker but could also turn them into Wendy's hair. Wendy would then absorb the snake species phase venom to increase its power. Lin Yuan had put a lot of effort into giving Wendy its snake hair. First, he had chosen different types of snake species phase that all possessed the most potent of poisons. They were also extremely beautiful. After picking the snake species phase, Lin Yuan patiently evolved them to Bronze/Legend. Thus, when Wendy absorbed the snake species phase venom, its own venom had become terrifyingly strong. When it rolled grades in battles against enemies with weaker venom, targets that could kill Wendy would also end up dying after they made contact with its venom. Furthermore, due to Snake Frontier Playground, Wendy could expel its venom as stones through its eye's ability to petrify. This made it extremely easy for Wendy to poison targets. All it had to do was look at the target, and it would petrify in moments. Nonetheless, with special care from Genius, White Pavilion had still managed to evolve from a Class 2-dimensional lifeform to Class 4-dimensional lifeform. Rising Lizard was much too tall now and covered in deadly weapons. Thus, it could not use its neck to nuzzle and cuddle with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was only around 65 kilograms. Even if Rising Lizard's neck only just nudged him, he would be sliced clean through. Wendy was taller than it used to be, but it still transformed into a small snake and climbed up Lin Yuan's sleeve like it used to do before it changed into human form in his arms. It hugged his neck and affectionately called him Dad. Wendy had not seen Lin Yuan in some time. When Lin Yuan was last in the marsh world, Wendy had been at the back of the mountain preparing the carnivorous plant-type phase it had promoted to become its favored believers. Thus, it had not been able to meet him. As such, Wendy missed him terribly. When Lin Yuan saw Wendy this time, he thought, Wendy finally isn't bald. Previously, Wendy only had a few strands of hair, and its hairline had been shockingly high. Now, it had more than 50 strands of snake hair and was looking like a true Medusa. Since Wendy was the snake-change Medusa, its scales color changed according to its venom strength. The stronger its poison, the more vibrant the color of its scales would be. Now, Wendy was beautiful enough to stand out amongst the Medusa snake demons. Every time the 3-dimensional lifeforms that Lin Yuan had turned into apostles saw him, they would start to report their achievements to him. Previously, Rising Lizard had managed to distinguish itself in front of Lin Yuan. White Pavilion's evolution was slow, and it could not say much in front of Lin Yuan. This time, it was time for Wendy to shine. Dad, I have taken in another 5 believers and 1 more favored believer. The new favored believer is the Water Demon Support Willow. It now has another natural skill, Overload Fixing, on top of excessive splitting. It can quickly use up the energy of the bodies of water around it to fix itself. Wendy knew that Lin Yuan looked highly on the Water Demon Support Willow. Thus, although Wendy had carefully picked out all of its 5 new believers, it still chose to promote the Water Demon Support Willow to favored believer first. Delight spread across Lin Yuan's face. He always saw the water demon support willow as a miniature underwater kingdom. Because of its natural skill, excessive splitting, it could grow endlessly as long as it had sufficient vitality and its roots were not damaged. Hence, the water demon support willow would be able to expand Lin Yuan's territory even further. After Wendy promoted the water demon support willow to favored believer, its new natural skill, overload fixing, did not have combat abilities but could ensure that Lin Yuan's underwater kingdom did not collapse. The water demon support willow could only have been injured because a war had taken place in the marsh world. Wars in the marsh were always accompanied by the mass deaths of the marsh crocodiles. As a result, the water would be filled with energy. Thus, the endless amount of energy available would enable the water demon support willow to fix itself and did not require it to use the energy stored in its branches. Wendy smiled sweetly when it saw Lin Yuan smile. Wendy loved Lin Yuan voraciously. When he was happy, Wendy was even happier than when it increased its power. Other than the water demon support willow, Wendy had more good news for Lin Yuan. Dad, not only is the water demon support willow more useful than before, but the marsh ground sphagna has also evolved significantly. It is already sleeping deeply. Once it awakes, it should have transformed into a class 12-dimensional lifeform. At that time, it will be able to return large amounts of faith power to me. Lin Yuan looked even more excited. Previously, the marsh ground sphagna had only been a class 10-dimensional lifeform. But in the short span of a few months, it had managed to evolve to class 11/Pinnacle Culpa 8 and had gained immortal power. This was strongly related to the emerald green ancient tree that was growing in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It seemed that the most useful function of the emerald green ancient tree was not its ability to speed up the growth of phase, but its ability to speed up the growth of plant-type dimensional lifeforms. This was because the Medusa snake demons did not evolve in any way despite working near the emerald green ancient tree. From what Wendy said and based on Lin Yuan's own observations, Lin Yuan now had a better understanding of the effects of the emerald green ancient tree. However, the area covered by the emerald green ancient tree was much too small, and it could not reach the water demon support willow. Otherwise, the water demon support willow would also have been able to evolve rapidly. Lin Yuan said to Wendy, "Wendy, if you can find more small plant-type dimensional life forms, plant them near Klein Hub. This way, they will be able to increase their power just as quickly as the marsh ground sphagna." Wendy let out a gasp of joy. If this was true, its believers and favored believers in the future would greatly increase in power. Then, even if it did not have enough believers and favored believers, it could still quickly strengthen its faith power. There was even a possibility of it surpassing Rising Lizard soon. Lin Yuan looked at the marsh ground sphagna under his feet. He wanted to know if the emerald green ancient tree could help the marsh ground sphagna to evolve again. If this was possible, Lin Yuan wanted to see how far the marsh ground sphagna, the lowest plant-type life form in the marsh world, could go. If it could already evolve to such an extent in just 15 days, how much longer would it need before it could reach class 12 and even class 13? There was a possibility that the marsh ground sphagna would catch up and surpass Whitespeak to become Lin Yuan's strongest combatant. While chatting with Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion, Lin Yuan spotted Sun Ningxiang walking toward him from a distance and said to the three apostles, "The three of you continue to increase your power. A while later, I will return to focus on developing the marsh world, and we'll be able to see each other every day. Then, I will take the three of you to visit the Palace of Everything in the Marsh East Palace." After Rising Lizard, White Pavilion, and Wendy left, Sun Ningxiang walked over to Lin Yuan and smiled serenely at him. She had made a series of decisions ever since she entered the marsh world. Her grandmother had more than once advised her to increase her power or risk being left in the dust by Lin Yuan. After she saw Lin Yuan represent the Radiance Federation to take on the Freedom Federation envoy group, Sun Ningxiang understood that she would not be able to cover the gap between her and Lin Yuan with hard work alone. No matter how hard she worked, she would still be far from catching up to Lin Yuan. Now that she knew this, she stopped trying to use her power to catch up to him. Instead, she focused on using her talents to flourish the territory and make herself indispensable to Lin Yuan. But after developing in the marsh world for some time, she had even contracted the vitality sloth so she would not have to sleep as much each day. After days of unending hard work, Sun Ningxiang was done settling in the 20,000 people who had left society to work in the territory. Now, the marsh world was finally starting to emit brilliance. After achieving this, Sun Ningxiang had fulfilled her hope. In Lin Yuan's memory, Sun Ningxiang still dressed lavishly and had her hair up in a complicated hairstyle when the Sun family was at its lowest. But now, she was wearing a simple short-sleeved long tunic with her hair tied in a basic ponytail that she swept behind her shoulders. Although Lin Yuan did not enter the marsh world every day, he received daily updates from Genius and Wenyu. Thus, Lin Yuan was well aware of Sun Ningxiang's news. He looked at Sun Ningxiang and said, "Ningxiang, it has been tough on you. If not for you, there was no way that the marsh world could have developed to such an extent." Lin Yuan's words touched Sun Ningxiang, and she quickly waved her hands as she said with a smile, "I have the vitality sloth, so it hasn't been tough at all. The spirit craftsmen are the ones who have not had an easy time. Lin Yuan, you asked me to nurture some of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. They are in this diamond face storage box. There are a total of 500 of each of them. Both of their roots are growing extremely well. If they are put near other plants, they will start fighting. Only one of them can be grown every 200 meters. The plan that I drew up is divided into squares of 10,000 square meters. Only 500 of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches can be planted in each square." Sun Ningxiang did not understand why Lin Yuan wanted her to nurture the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. Both of them had been eliminated by the fruit world. They could only produce spirit chi to be absorbed by spirit chi professionals when high-class creation masters specially nurtured them. But even then, the storing ability white peach and deposit ability lychee branch could not be compared to one of the spirit siphon goldfish. They did not have the spirit siphon goldfish's quality of being sustainable, nor were they more valuable than the spirit siphon goldfish. Even the members of large factions were unwilling to use them. Long ago, Condensed Fairy Orchard had cultivated a large quantity of the storing ability white peach and deposit ability lychee branch. They had resulted in heavy losses for Condensed Fairy Orchard. Sun Ningxiang did not know what Lin Yuan's plan was, but the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches were extremely useful to him. He was going to use them to take over the marsh world. The 500 storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches that Sun Ningxiang had prepared were enough for him. Lin Yuan received the diamond face storage box from Sun Ningxiang and said, "Later, I will ask Wenyu to return the diamond face storage box to you, so you can continue cultivating the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. Their fruits are of great use to me." Even without a pointed reminder, Sun Ningxiang would carry out all tasks from Lin Yuan with the utmost seriousness. Since Lin Yuan had highlighted the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches and said they were very useful to him, Sun Ningxiang was not going to be careless about this task. "Don't worry, I will send more people to watch over them. Both of them absorb water and require a large amount of water. I will ensure they get enough water while providing every 200 of them with one piece of mid-grade marsh soil. Every 100 of them can enjoy a piece of high-grade marsh soil." When Sun Ningxiang was in charge of Condensed Fairy Orchard, she was very thrifty with its resources. This was because Condensed Fairy Orchard had been surrounded by enemies. She was being eyed by the Miao family and more enemy factions and had to deal exhaustively with all of them herself. As such, she dared not waste resources. All of Condensed Fairy Orchard's low-class creation masters had jumped ship. Even if she had resources to spare, Sun Ningxiang would use them to hire more low-class creation masters. Moreover, there were many more uses for marsh soil than strange flames. Marsh dimensional rifts did not open in the Radiance Federation as abyss dimensional rifts did. Thus, marsh soil was always 3 times the price of strange flames that were the same grade. Hence, Condensed Fairy Orchard could not afford to use them. But ever since she came to the marsh world, she had attained marsh soil freedom. Although White Pavilion was not strong and was still only a Class 4 apostle, it already had control over many Class 8 marsh crocodiles. The Class 8 marsh crocodiles were very intelligent. All of them were eager to earn White Pavilion's affection, so they could be promoted to become White Pavilion's believers. White Pavilion had sent out thousands of the loyal marsh crocodiles. It had even organized a competition. After set periods of time, White Pavilion would act as a judge. The marsh crocodiles that found the most marsh soil during this period, and the better the quality of the marsh soil found, would be promoted to favored believer by White Pavilion. White Pavilion's competition sent the marsh crocodiles into a frenzy. Because of this reason, Lin Yuan had gained a large quantity of marsh soil. The development in the marsh world was progressing according to plan. After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan said, "Ningxiang, you have been remaining in the marsh world to develop my territory. I don't think you've had time to increase your power. Not long ago, when you mentioned to me that you have comprehended a new willpower rune. Let me take a look at it so I can prepare a bronze/legend Fey for you to contract. If you ever have any needs, you can tell them to the black-robed person guarding this place, and he will provide you with all the resources you need. Both your main Feys, the 9-core life lotus and the bone-healing pomegranate, are splendid healing-type Feys. The younger generation of the Radiance Federation is most lacking in spirit chi professionals like you. This year, there are only 5 members of the Radiance 100 sequence who are healing-type spirit chi professionals. I am not a healing-type spirit chi professional in the traditional sense. Work hard, and you should be able to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection next year. The Radiance Envoy and Radiant Knight selection will take place after the Radiance 100 sequence 2 years later. As long as you make it to sequence number 30 and above, you will be able to fight for a chance to become a Radiance Knight." Lin Yuan's words did not sit right with Sun Ningxiang at first. She did not mind being busy in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had been the one who had saved both Condensed Fairy Orchard and her grandmother. Without him, Condensed Fairy Orchard would have fallen into the hands of the Miao family, and her grandmother would be dead. Moreover, she had led Condensed Fairy Orchard in joining Sky City, and was considered one of the members of Sky City's branches. It was clear from the way Lin Yuan treated the spirit craftsmen and people who had left society that he was exceedingly kind to his subordinates. Sun Ningxiang did not want Lin Yuan to see her the same way he saw the spirit craftsmen and people who left society, as someone he gifted with resources just because she had helped him. This made her feel as though Lin Yuan was drawing a line between the two of them. But the later part of what Lin Yuan said had all been in consideration for her. He did not see her as an ordinary subordinate because he would not care so much about the future development of an ordinary subordinate. Sun Ningxiang would never be able to become a Radiance Knight by relying on her own abilities. All the top factions were doing their best to nurture their descendants so they would have the best chance of becoming a Radiance Envoy. Even if they fell short, they had to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence at the very least. Sun Ningxiang was a healing-type spirit chi professional and had been in the pits. Could not compare with other top factions. Thus, Sun Ningxiang never dared to hope that she would have the power to stand next to Lin Yuan. But now, he was giving her this exact chance by willingly providing her with resources to improve herself. Sun Ningxiang looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes and smiled charmingly. She reached out her right hand and said, "Lin Yuan, let's make a pinky promise. I will definitely do my best to become a Radiance Knight. As for my third Fey, I hope that it can be a healing-type plant-type Fey with combat abilities." When Lin Yuan heard what Sun Ningxiang said, he naturally stuck out the pinky of his right hand and hooked it around hers. "I believe that you have the potential to do so. However, you are a pure healing-type spirit chi professional, and a healing-type Fey with combat abilities isn't suitable for you. Feys with combat abilities aren't necessarily good. Even a pure support-type spirit chi professional like Gao Feng was picked by Cicada Song. A large reason for this was his Yellow Spring Lily's special abilities that can save a team. If you have a Fey like that too, your position in a team will be completely different in a strategic sense. I'm sure you will understand this principle after mulling over it for a while. Let me take a look at your new willpower rune first. I will help you obtain the special healing-type plant-type Fey." Lin Yuan's words stunned Sun Ningxiang. He had not only mapped out her future but was also laying down the path for her. Sun Ningxiang had long developed an independent character. But at this moment, she felt that having someone to rely on was comforting. She activated her spiritual energy and summoned her willpower rune. A willpower rune in the shape of a flower bud appeared in her palm. It was emanating the aura of germination. It was as though it was about to bloom and transform. With one look, it was clear that the willpower rune was suitable for healing-type plant-type phase. While Lin Yuan was thinking about which flowering healing-type plant-type phase would be suitable for Sun Ningxiang's willpower rune, his eyes lit up, and he thought about the do-returning welcome spring he had seen in the Yi family's treasure vault. Lin Yuan had been tempted by the do-returning welcome spring himself because he was also affiliated with plant-type phase and could contract it. But after some thought, he felt that the jasmine lily was enough to meet its needs. The first fae he had formed a contract with after patching up Morbius with the endless gem was the jasmine lily. He preferred functional-type faes like the merciful star peony over healing-type abilities. Thus, he eventually gave up on the do-returning welcome spring. He had seen more than his fair share of rare faes and had personally nurtured thousands of bronze/epic faes and hundreds of bronze/legend faes. Could be said that Lin Yuan had seen everything that could be valuable. Even regular Class 5 creation masters might not be able to nurture as many high-quality bronze faes as Lin Yuan. From the way that it even made Lin Yuan hesitate and consider forming a contract with it, it was evident how impressive the do-returning welcome spring was. The do-returning welcome spring in the Yi family's treasure vault was bronze 7/flawless. Lin Yuan was not only interested in the do-returning welcome spring's elite ability, but also its exclusive skill. Its elite ability, Returning Spring, could put phase in a fake state of slumber, during which all the cells in its body would be activated to swiftly heal its injuries. This ability would be useless during a duel, but it had extremely high strategic significance in a survival fight. It took a very small amount of spiritual power to use Returning Spring to heal phase. Returning Spring could quickly heal heavily injured friendly phase. As such, the situation would not arise where it could not finish healing its teammates before it ran out of spiritual power. The biggest duty of the Radiance Knights was to participate in the Major Federation meeting. The Major Federation meeting would not only involve capture the general and the group battle but also a survival battle in a set environment. The do-returning welcome spring did not exist in the Radiance Federation and was a very rare plant-type fae from the Startling Lines continent. This was why Yi Huailong had stored it inside the treasure vault. Once Sun Ningxiang formed a contract with the do-returning welcome spring, Returning Spring would be enough for her to catch the eye of the members of royalty. The do-returning welcome spring's exclusive skill was even stronger than Returning Spring. Its exclusive skill germination would allow phase that were being healed to activate their own potential to temporarily boost their body. Phase came in all shapes and sizes, but they could be broadly classified into two categories. The first group fought using their bodies, while the other one fought using special abilities. Phase that fought using their bodies made up 2/3 of all phase. Thus, there were many applications for germination. Increasing the power of the bodies of phase that fought using their bodies would essentially be increasing their combat power. It would also be very beneficial to phase that fought using abilities to increase the strength of their bodies. After all, they had to use their body for simple skills like dodging. More importantly, the do-returning welcome spring was perfect for Sun Ningxiang's flower bud-shaped willpower rune. This would allow the do-returning welcome spring to retain the original characteristics of its exclusive skill after it evolved to fantasy breed. Ningxiang, I happen to have a fae that is suitable for you to contract. Later, when you will deliver this fae to you alongside the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches. Lin Yuan had informed Wen Yu before he entered the marsh world. However, she was using the whaling snake to help build breeding bases for the plant-type phase for the people who had left society. Hence, she had not come to see him immediately, but now she finally rushed over. Lin Yuan stored her inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad and brought her out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone to return to the tree castle. When he released her, Lin Yuan checked the time and said, "We don't have to rush into holding the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. You haven't seen Big Brother Lu in a long time. It just so happens to be time for a meal. The three of us can dine together, and you can update Big Brother Lu and me on recent happenings." When you had not seen Lu Jie in a long time. Although Lin Yuan did not usually stay in the marsh world for long, he visited frequently. As such, it was easy for Wen Yu to meet with him, while Wen Yu was busy in the marsh world. She missed the times she spent with Lin Yuan and Lu Jie in the return from faraway mansion. She was overjoyed that the three of them were reunited. After lunch, Wen Yu went off to prepare the ritual for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan went back into the Spirit Lock spatial zone to help Sun Ningxiang evolve the do-returning Welcome Spring to Diamond X/Legend before he instructed the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen to release source-type power for the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches. Every storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch happened to need exactly 1 unit of source-type power. Lin Yuan did not take long to use up 1,000 units of source-type power. It was difficult for dimensional lifeforms to gain access to pure source-type power, but it was as easy as a matter of absorbing 1,000 law source crystals for the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan already had over 100,000 law source crystals in storage. Moreover, his collaborations with the major cities in the Radiance Federation provided him with enough law source crystals to last a long time. Once the 1,000 storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches matured, the fruits they produced would be filled with pure source-type power. Lin Yuan could imagine how fast the fruits would go when he sold them in the Marsh East Circle. It was easy to use source-type power to guide the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches. Lin Yuan was done in less than 15 minutes. At the same time that Lin Yuan stepped out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone, when you happened to be done with the ritual, the meeting of constellations began once again. Almost immediately after the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting began, Yin Lin, Bei Su, Waluan, and Bu Pa appeared. Although all of them could communicate with each other using the thoughts letter paper, they still looked forward to the scheduled parliamentary meetings. Although Su Iran and Ta Lei were also in the Divine Wood Federation like Lin Yuan was, they still attended. After Yin Lin, Bu Pa, Bei Su, and the rest were done greeting Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, they started to talk amongst themselves. This had never happened in previous parliamentary meetings. It was clear that the thoughts letter paper had pulled the members of the Astronomical Parliament closer and allowed them to gain a better understanding of each other. Bei Su, your situation is rather dangerous. Leo can evolve your phase, but you will have to raise your Spirit Chi professional rank on your own. Bu Pa, how are things going with you? I heard that the Spirit Mother is very strict and that he's clearly male, but he is even more attractive than females. Is this true? I've only met the Spirit Mother twice, but both times I was very far back in the hall and could not see his face behind his veil. Yin Lin, you said that my octopus might have awakened an unknown bloodline. Usually, deep-sea invertebrate lifeforms that have unlocked unknown bloodlines will grow to about 1,000 meters but rarely beyond 3,000 meters. However, the blue ring sea octopus tentacles are already 4,500 meters long. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu shared a look when they heard the words that were exchanged. Both of them were happy with such an atmosphere amongst the members of the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan coughed and said to the group, including Libra and myself, there are 8 members of the Astronomical Parliament. Today, another 2 members will join. I hope all of you will get along well with them. Lin Yuan's words immediately quieted the chatter coming from the north-south constellation seats. Soon, Yin Lin said, don't worry, Leo. We will take good care of the new members. Currently, Bei Su, Ta Lei, and Waluan were dead weight to the Astronomical Parliament. Su Iran was fully reliant on Lin Yuan and did not have many capabilities on her own. Although Bu Pa had become the Spirit Mother's reserve disciple, the next Spirit Mother had not been decided yet, and the reserve disciples had no access to resources besides those needed to increase their power. Moreover, they were constantly under watch by the Spirit Mother. Hence, only Yin Lin could talk about taking care of new members. Yin Lin was the Azure Envoy of the Azure Federation, which was one of the 3 major federations, and was also a direct descendant of one of the 12 aristocratic families. Thus, she indeed had the authority to say something like that. Frankly, Yin Lin did the same for Bei Su, Waluan, and the rest. If any of them posed a question through the thoughts letter paper, Yin Lin would immediately answer them if she saw it. By instinct, the Astronomical Parliament members did not want more members because it would cause Lin Yuan's attention to be spread even thinner. During the first Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Bei Su and Yin Lin were the only members. Thus, they could take up the entire half an hour of the meeting. But as the number of members increased and due to the set time of the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, all of them were given less and less time in the spotlight. However, the members of the Astronomical Parliament could voluntarily contact Wen Yu and Lin Yuan and also had the thoughts letter paper that they used to communicate with each other. Hence, the members of the Astronomical Parliament truly saw each other as friends aside from the sense of duty they felt for Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. As a result, the foundation of the Astronomical Parliament was altered to include unity. Ergo, it was not just Yin Lin but all the members of the Astronomical Parliament who were enthusiastic about meeting the new members. They were like a troop who looked forward to new comrades. All of them were used to sharing their sentiments through the thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan asked Wen Yu to use the constellations to search for people who met the requirement to join the Astronomical Parliament. Last time, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu took a very long time to choose new members for the Astronomical Parliament. This was because the constellations gathered many people at once who were willing to use their everything to trade for their one wish, but very few of them were dependable. When Lin Yuan searched for new members of the Astronomical Parliament, he was always strict about assessing their character. There was no way he was going to use resources to nurture a shell that only had power. To many leaders of factions, power was everything. It was a fact that Lin Yuan also placed importance on power, but power could be improved using Creation Master resources, which Lin Yuan had no lack of. The wish made by the first person guided by the constellations was to trade everything he had in exchange for being beloved by all women. Lin Yuan saw such wishes that casually stamped over life and dignity as ridiculous. Usually, when you would seek Lin Yuan's opinion, when she found someone somewhat acceptable. But after this person appeared, Wen Yu immediately kicked him out of the Astronomical Parliament and continued with the search. A figure that had comprehended 3 willpower runes appeared in the Astronomical Parliament. He had to be talented to be able to comprehend 3 willpower runes. This person's wish was understandable. He wanted to trade all he had in order to evolve his fantasy breed Fae to myth breed. However, Lin Yuan found this wish to be shameless. He wanted to increase his power for the sake of an inheritance that was not rightfully his so he could snatch it out of the hands of a member of his family. More importantly, this family member always took good care of this man and had been the one who helped him to evolve his Fae to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan felt that such scum would be better off killed. If not for the rule in the Astronomical Parliament that people who had been guided by the constellations but not yet formed contracts with the North-South constellation seats could not be killed, Lin Yuan would have eliminated this person. When you had picked 8 candidates, and each one of them was more ridiculous than the last one. Although when you had picked them very quickly, it still took her almost 10 minutes. When the 11th candidate was guided to the Astronomical Parliament, Wen Yu and Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. Both of them shared a look as they felt excitement explode within them. Wen Yu frequently updated Lin Yuan about the situation in the Marsh world, and he told her about the happenings in the Divine Wood Federation. Wen Yu knew that Lin Yuan was about to be done with his business in Sacred Forest City and was going to move on to his plan for the Iron Hammer Federation. At first, Lin Yuan wanted Ta Lei to reveal the news that there was a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master in his territory, so the people from the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court would make contact with him. But now there was no need for Lin Yuan to do so. At the same time, he now also knew why the Ironwood Federation's Imperial Court had recalled their soldiers. It turned out that the Iron Hammer Federation's previous king had died, and the new king had usurped his throne. The Iron Hammer Federation's first princess and the first in line to the throne had been defeated. She was currently floating quickly down the Ice Wave River. Lin Yuan knew so much because the person that Wen Yu had just guided into the Astronomical Parliament was the first princess of the Ironwood Federation, Luolan. At the instant that Luolan was called into the Astronomical Parliament, Wen Yu and Lin Yuan had access to her life experiences. Luolan's life experience and knowledge allowed Lin Yuan to fully understand the internal situation in the Iron Hammer Federation and numerous secrets in the Startling Lines continent. Luolan was first in line to succeed to the throne of the Ironwood Federation, yet she had succumbed without fighting back. This was likely because she was too naive and an idealist. But if she could truly enter the Imperial Court, the entire Iron Hammer Federation would benefit. While Lin Yuan was looking through the information collected by Su Iran, he knew that the food supply in the Ironwood Federation was extremely tight, especially during winter. Still, he had not anticipated the scarcity to be so severe. Many people were going hungry in the Freezing Hammer tribe, where the imperial court was situated. If things continued as they were, war would break out between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation over food security. No one with a conscience would be able to watch as the Iron Hammer Federation devolved into starvation. The Iron Hammer Federation's new king, Luo Kai, did not have addressing starvation at the top of his agenda. Instead, he decided to put all the lives of low-class creation masters of tribes in danger by recalling soldiers so he could send them out to hunt down Luolan. Solely from the fact that Luolan wanted to try and solve the hunger issue in the Iron Hammer Federation made her a better choice to be the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation than Luo Kai. Lin Yuan supported the Yi family of the Divine Wood Federation. If he could save Luolan and help her regain control of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court, he could use her to take over the Iron Hammer Federation. In other words, 2/3 of the Startling Lines continent would be under his control. At first, Luolan was certain that she was dead. Yet, right before she lost consciousness, she found herself in a meeting surrounded by constellations. There were 12 golden thrones at the interior of the space, 10 of which were empty, while 2 were occupied. On top of the 2 people sitting on the thrones were beautiful stars shrouded by clouds. It was a magnificent sight. There were 6 figures next to her who were seated spaced out amongst 76 seats. Luolan looked at her position. It seemed as though she was one of them. At that moment, Luolan heard a pleasant voice say, "You are the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, and your father was murdered. I'm sure you badly want to return to the imperial court to kill your enemy and take back your rightful position." No matter how calm Luolan was, she could not figure out what she was looking at. The fae she had contracted was skilled at creating illusions, and she knew full well what an illusion was. The sight in front of her was vast and was impossible to be the result of an illusion. Thus, when she heard the voice, her entire body rattled as though she had just been struck by lightning. The words were like a sword piercing Luolan and tearing open the wound that had not yet fully healed, painfully gouging out her flesh. Her biggest dream was to return to the imperial court to kill Luo Kai with her own hands as revenge for her father. She also yearned to return to the imperial court to address the burden she had been carrying with her for the past 27 years. Alas, thinking alone was useless. The imperial court was now fully under Luo Kai's control, and those who had protected her were all dead. Even if she did manage to return to the imperial court, she would not be able to stand up against Luo Kai. After the voice reignited Luolan's deepest hopes, rationality closed the jaws of disappointment down on her. Luolan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure wrapped in thousands of willpowers and laws. He seemed to be invincible. This caused a thin rope of hope to dangle down to Luolan in her pits of despair. The ever-calm Luolan could not help but scream like a deer seconds away from being hunted. "I want to. I even dream of it." After letting out her true thoughts, Luolan immediately realized she had lost control of herself. At that moment, the calm voice said again, "Of course you want to. Before you came here, you had already decided to give up everything in order to fulfill this wish. Now you can make the choice. Are you going to continue floating down the ice wave river until you eventually become the next meal of some aquatic beast and allow it to be fed, unlike your subjects who are starving? Or are you going to form a contract with the seat behind you to become a member of the astronomical parliament, so I can help you return to the imperial court?" Luolan had calmed down, and Lin Yuan's words put her in a contemplative state. A wish made in the midst of despair and another made in a calm state were completely different. As the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, Luolan was well aware that once she gave up everything and accepted the deliverance of the figure before her, she would no longer be herself but a chess piece belonging to this figure. By extension, the Iron Hammer Federation would also become just another piece on the figure's chessboard that he would be able to control as he wished. Even if she did become queen of the Iron Hammer Federation, she would be helpless to defy him. Her sense of responsibility overwhelmed her hatred and desire to survive. She narrowed her eyes at Lin Yuan and said with a dry yet resolute voice, "I can become one of your chess pieces, free for you to place as you please, but I want you to promise me something. Once I return to the imperial court, you cannot interfere with my allocation of food and rations." Previously, Lin Yuan only saw as an idealistic princess on the lam. What Luo Lan said caused Lin Yuan to look at her in a different light. When she did not receive a response after a pregnant silence, Luo Lan sunk deeper into depression. Just as she was about to hit rock bottom, the figure seated on the Leo throne finally said, "First, I want to remind you that you won't become one of my chess pieces by joining the astronomical parliament. Instead, you'll be my companion. Additionally, I will not only leave your allocation of food and rations alone, but I can also help you to eliminate the issue of hunger in the Iron Hammer Federation. Everyone's bellies will be full, even during winter." In an instant, excitement and elation filled Luo Lan's eyes. She seemed to fear that Lin Yuan would go back on his words and immediately used her soul to form a contract with the north-south constellation seat behind her. Lin Yuan's promise to Luo Lan was not an empty one. When he decided to take control of the Startling Lines continent and turn it into the back garden of Sky City, he also made the decision to solve the Iron Hammer Federation's hunger issue. It was easy to solve this issue, and there were many ways to go about it. The first way, and the most convenient way given the circumstances, was to deepen his relationship with the middleman that was the Great Lush Federation and carry out more trades to speed up the circulation of resources. However, the Truth Association that supported the Great Lush Federation wanted to stir up trouble for the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, this first way was not feasible. The second option was to get rid of the Great Lush Federation that was causing trouble in the middle stage and try to change the relationship between the Divine Wood Federation from one of enmity to an alliance. There was always an oversupply of fruits in the Divine Wood Federation, resulting in some fruits rotting in the corner. There were also piles of rations that often had to be burned to clear them away. These could be used to fill the bellies of the people from the Divine Wood Federation. Before the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation became allies, Lin Yuan could give some of Sky Creation's store of resources to the Iron Hammer Federation. The Marsh world had already become an incubator for Lin Yuan's combat resources. With Sentient being protective dragon and place in the world, various edible harvests could be collected every month. This, something that stumped the entire Iron Hammer Federation, would be easy for Lin Yuan. Although the Iron Hammer Federation was in a desolate environment, it had a substantial store of resources. There was likely a mineral mine every few kilometers in the Iron Hammer Federation. Alas, it was difficult for the tribal residents of the Iron Hammer Federation to develop the mineral mines. However, Lin Yuan had the land imps. The mineral mines that were difficult for regular people to develop would be extremely easy for Heavy Mountain. It was also very competent at harvesting. Heavy Mountain's power would increase quickly as it developed mineral mines. A large number of precious fire-type spiritual ingredients were always produced in areas of high temperature. The same went for places of low temperature, except ice-type spiritual ingredients were produced instead. Ice-type spiritual ingredients were useless in the Iron Hammer Federation during winter. The Divine Wood Federation also did not have a great need for ice-type spiritual ingredients. But the opposite went for the Radiance Federation. The 36 major cities were currently building mirror cities in the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. All of the Spirit Chi professionals and city guards had to endure unbearable temperatures of above 50 degrees. The temperature in the abyssal world was much higher than that of the Abyss Dimensional Rift. In such an environment, low-rank Spirit Chi professionals needed the help of Ice-type phase to lower the temperature even if they continuously replenished their fluids. Transferring the unused water and Ice-type phase from the Iron Hammer Federation to the Radiance Federation's efforts in the abyssal world would be able to immediately solve the Radiance Federation's issue. Both Luo Lan and the Iron Hammer Federation were lucky that she had been called into the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan and the Radiance Federation were also lucky. When Luo Lan heard what Lin Yuan said, her soul started to quiver with excitement. She was so overwhelmed that she even temporarily lost the ability to speak. Lin Yuan calling her a companion instead of a chess piece utterly warmed her heart. When a person was in a state of utter despondency, it was almost impossible to be seen as a companion. Luolan did not have to worry about being deceived by the figure in front of her because she had nothing to lose. At that moment, Luolan stepped out from the mire of despair and found hope in this gathering of stars. Regardless of what the ending turned out to be, the people in the Iron Hammer Federation would be saved from starvation during winter. Once Luolan settled her buzzing soul, she fixed her eyes seriously in Lin Yuan and Wenyu's direction as she bowed to them. All the gratitude she felt was conveyed in the gaze of her silent bow. After Wenyu told Luolan to take her seat, she went on with selecting the 10th member of the Astronomical Parliament. Luolan sat down on the Corona Borealis seat. Su Iren stood up and walked over to Luolan as she said, "I can understand how you're feeling. However, you must get your head straight and not let revenge cloud your mind. The Astronomical Parliament will be your home from now on. You can trust Leo with anything." During Lin Yuan's conversation with Luolan, Su Iren had guessed Luolan's identity. After all, Su Iren had been keeping tabs on the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, it was not difficult to guess Luolan's identity. Su Iren had said what she said to Luolan because she could understand how she felt. When Seventh Page War conquered the 7 states of darkness, she experienced the same feelings that Luolan was currently going through. However, Luolan was much luckier compared to Su Iren, who truly could not have been in a worse state before she entered the Astronomical Parliament and met Lin Yuan. Su Iren also comforted Luolan because she knew that Lin Yuan hoped that the members of the Astronomical Parliament could get along. Luolan was currently in her weakest state, and Su Iren's attitude gave Luolan a sense of intimacy. Lin looked at Luolan with surprise. She had not expected the person with 2 willpower runes wrapped around her, who Lin Yuan had pulled into the Astronomical Parliament, to turn out to be the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. She was the rightful successor to the throne. Overall, there was no denying that the 9 members of the Astronomical Parliament were shining almost too blindingly. As the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan was almost assured a spot as a Radiance envoy. Lin came from the Azure Cloud Leopard aristocratic family and was one of the Azure Federation's Azure envoys. Bu Pe was one of the Spirit Mother's reserved disciples and had a high chance of becoming the next Spirit Mother. The 7 states of darkness had already been destroyed, but Su Iren was still a dark envoy, and no one besides her would be able to revive the Dark Continent. Now, the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation was joining the fray. Amongst the 9 of them, 5 of them held high positions in their respective federations. Lin could not imagine what kind of faction the Astronomical Parliament would become once all the North-South constellation seats were filled up. Meanwhile, Wenyu had already selected around 7 candidates. While they were sorting through the candidates, Lin Yuan and Wenyu both had the same thought that it seemed as though only bad people made wishes. It seemed difficult to even find a regular person. As they filtered the candidates, they experienced one after another real-of-life experiences. The instant that a figure wrapped in 1 willpower rune appeared in the constellations, sympathy immediately bubbled up within both Lin Yuan and Wenyu. This girl's life was much too hard. Yet, she was still adhering to the basic law of living, which was to survive. She saw surviving as her sole wish and motivation. Before this figure could get a good look at the constellation-blanketed sky around her, she felt herself crumple. Lin Yuan knew that this girl was about to die due to fever, dehydration, and overexhaustion. When they came across this girl, when you could not bear to kick her out of the Astronomical Parliament, she turned to Lin Yuan, clearly to ask him if he wanted to save the girl. Without any contemplation, Lin Yuan instructed Wenyu to use the Astronomical Parliament's Ability Star Spirit Seed and spent willpowers to send vitality from the Jasmine Lily into the young girl's body. The instant the vitality was transferred, the young girl's body consisted of willpower and her soul solidified. Frankly, from the moment that Lin Yuan saw the young girl's life experience, he decided that she would be the 10th member of the Astronomical Parliament. The fundamental reason for the Astronomical Parliament's existence was not to search for people with high-ranking positions and impressive backgrounds. If that were the case, Bei Su, Talei, Waluan, and Bu Pe would not be members. When Lin was rescued, her mind had been blank, and she knew very little about the real world. Lin Yuan did not even know that Lin came from the Azure Cloud Leopard aristocratic family. Although by coincidence, all of the members of the astronomical parliament were people of means, Lin Yuan had not lost sight of the fundamental reason. As he looked at the young girl with eyes full of wariness and amazement, Lin Yuan said, "I can turn you into a rain master so that you'll have an endless supply of water to drink. Are you willing to join the astronomical parliament?" To people living in the broiling rock continent, becoming a rain master and having an endless water supply were both lifelong dreams. The young girl was about to agree when he hesitated, just as the words were at the tip of her tongue. This was not because she wanted to request more, but because she did not think she had it in her to become a rain master and gain an endless supply of water to drink. Thus, the girl was in a dilemma. She could not decide if she should agree. But eventually, her fundamental desire to survive overwhelmed her inferiority complex, and she raised her head to say to Lin Yuan, "I'm willing. Even if I don't get water to drink or become a rain master, I'm willing as long as I can continue surviving." A simple and cautious smile appeared on the young girl's face. This smile caused Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's hearts to ache. This girl's background was even more pathetic than Bei Su's when he first joined the astronomical parliament. After all, Bei Su used to have to spend his days digging in the mines, but he still had food to eat and water to drink. He did not have to put his life at risk for the sake of having a mouthful of water to drink. When Lin Yuan used the jasmine lily to inject vitality into the young girl, he noticed that she was affiliated with insect species combat type phase. This was why she had been able to form a contract with the fingerblade insect. If this young girl had managed to dig another few feet deeper to uncover the duck-mouthed lungfish and found water to drink to survive, she would have realized that she could not form a contract with the duck-mouthed lungfish. That girl would have been in even greater despair because she would have drunk water and not made the wish to continue surviving that brought her into the astronomical parliament. The young girl's dream was to become a rain master. In order to do so, the most basic requirement was for her to form a contract with a fae that could use a water source to create more water. Very few insect species combat type faes could produce water, but such life forms did exist. The tide rain mantis was the best of such life forms. When the tide rain mantis forelegs moved, they could produce water blades. When spiritual power was used up, its body would be the center of a rain shower that would turn into a moving tide. Besides Long Tao and Fong Duo, all the members of the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team, including Zhao Xiaochun, had contracted the tide rain mantises. As long as the young girl could form a contract with the tide rain mantis, she would immediately be able to become a real rain master. With the tide rain mantis, the young girl was sure to become indispensable when she entered the large cities. Lin Yuan happened to have the bronze/legend tide rain mantis. Ever since Lin Yuan became a B-rank spirit chi professional and the spirit lock spatial zone evolved, it was even easier for Lin Yuan to evolve phase to bronze/legend. Lin Yuan had stored the phase of better quality to bronze/legend and stored them until the right time for them to be used. The young girl was a C-rank spirit chi professional. Hence, Lin Yuan could not use spirit fluids to overly strengthen the tide rain mantis after the young girl formed a contract with it. After rolling grades, the young girl's tide rain mantis could be platinum/fantasy. Lin Yuan had not heard of the broiling rock continent where the young girl lived. It was likely that it was an undeveloped region just like the grotto continent was. In the place where the young girl lived, the duck-mouthed lungfish was a lethal monster. With the platinum/fantasy tide rain mantis, there should be no risks to the young girl's life. At the same time, Lin Yuan could evolve the young girl's two finger blade insects to platinum X/legend. Lin Yuan said to the young girl, "Form a contract with the Delphinus seat behind you. Then you'll be a member of the astronomical parliament. When you return to reality, I'll send you a few small gifts. If there's anything you don't know about, you can use your mind to communicate through this piece of golden paper, and I'll reply to you through the paper." When Lin Yuan sent resources to Bei Su, he had to use a large amount of law power to send several books to Bei Su to teach him how to use the resources. But now that they had the thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan no longer had to do something like that. All questions could be conveyed through the thoughts letter paper. With Wen Yu's guidance, the young girl managed to form a contract with the Delphinus seat and became a member of the astronomical parliament. Small beads of sweat had broken out across Wenyu's brow. It was a strain on Wenyu's spiritual energy to sort through around 30 potential members for the astronomical parliament. When Lin Yuan realized that Wenyu was almost out of spiritual energy, he, who was just done with using Star Spirit Seat to transfer resources and used the Jasmine Lily's Mountain Jade imprint on Luolan and the young girl, asked her to end the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. Wenyu had many things she needed to do in the marsh world. Hence, after the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting ended, Wenyu returned to the marsh world once, she took a nap in the tree castle and replenished her spiritual energy. Lin Yuan did not have many tasks on hand and used Thought's letter paper to communicate with Luolan and the young girl. He asked Luolan to head toward the border between the Spirit Mother Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. He also sent Han Tianhe, who was stationed in the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce in Oak City, to greet her. With Shadow guarding the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about sending Han Tianhe away. Since he had used the Jasmine Lily's Mountain Jade imprint on 2 of them, the Jasmine Lily would use its own vitality to heal them when they were injured. Thus, Luolan and the young girl would be able to recover quickly from any injury that was not life-threatening. After communicating with Luolan, Lin Yuan moved on to talk to the young girl. Lin Yuan realized that communicating with the young girl was as tough as teaching a small child. There were many things that were common knowledge that she was unaware of. Luckily, Lin Yuan had sufficient patience, and the young girl was very intelligent. With Lin Yuan's guidance, the young girl finally formed a contract with the Tide Rain Mantis and became a true Rain Master. She also used the spirit fluids Lin Yuan sent her to evolve the Tide Rain Mantis to Platinum X/Fantasy V. Additionally, the 2 fingerblade insects were also evolved using the spirit fluids. When the Platinum X/Legend fingerblade insects were combined with the young girl, she would grow light green fingernails that were almost 30 centimeters long and could easily cut through platinum metal spiritual ingredients. The fingerblade insect was a special fae as all of its abilities and exclusive skills were geared toward making its contractor's fingernails sharper and stronger. If not for the fact that Lin Yuan did not know where the Broiling Rock continent was, he would want to obtain some of the fingerblade insects for spirit craftsmen who could contract insect species phase so they could increase the speed of their work. As she sensed her power transforming while bathing in the tide that the Tide Rain Mantis had created, the young girl now saw Lin Yuan as a god. The young girl was silent for a moment before she asked Lin Yuan the most pressing question she had that she was also the most curious about. Mr. Leo, do you think my parents abandoned me? Ever since the girl was born, she only had her parents by her side. Could be said that they were her everything. So far, Lin Yuan had the answers to all the questions the young girl had asked. But now, Lin Yuan was silent because he was unsure about how he should answer her question. No matter what answer he gave, the young girl would be devastated. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not know if the young girl's parents had not returned because they had abandoned the young girl, or if they had lost their lives. In order to leave the warmest impression on the young girl, Lin Yuan replied through the Thought's letter paper, "Don't forget that your name is Peace. This name is proof of how much your parents love you." When she saw Lin Yuan's response, the young girl smiled as large beads of tears rolled down her face. The tears became lost in the tide surrounding her and added a salty tang. After crying for a short while, the young girl replied through the Thought's letter paper, "Thank you, Mr. Leo." With Lin Yuan's reply, Peace laid this burden down. Peace did not continue searching for shelter rocks and headed for the larger cities. Now, a new chapter of her life was beginning to unfold. Yesterday, the residents of Sacred Forest City were complaining about the heat. But by this afternoon, the temperature had dropped in Sacred Forest City. Inside the Su family's secret room, Suhan hid his worries away as he was faced with his 2 stern-faced older brothers and their great-grandparents. Ever since Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master arrived at the Su family, Sky Creation had not finished their orders from yesterday. In fact, the doors had not even reopened yet. All they did was station the helpers the Su family had sent them at the entrance to explain the situation. But did this really mean that their family had what it took to lay hands on a Class 5 Creation Master? At that moment, Su Han's great-grandfather said, "Little Han, lead the way." Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master has been in the Su family for so long. It's time for me to take a look at her. When Suhan heard that his great-grandfather wanted to meet with Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, the image of Lin Yuan's face appeared in his mind. This Class 5 Creation Master had nurtured a young man until he was that impressive. The Class 5 Creation Master had to be exceptional. A Class 5 Creation Master had to be protective over their own power. This Class 5 Creation Master had been ostentatious from the moment she arrived at Sacred Forest City. By being willing to come to the Su family, it meant that she was not afraid of the Su family. Suhan was becoming increasingly perturbed as he looked at his two older brothers. What he saw planted the seed of despair in his heart. Both his older brothers had hope and longing written on their faces. It seemed that they assumed that once they took control of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, she would help them break through past Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Suhan felt that his older brothers should understand better than their great-grandparents about the might of Class 5 Creation Masters. Their great-grandparents were the stabilizers of the Su family. They had already become top experts in the Divine Wood Federation a century ago. It was normal that they had lost a sense of fear, but Suhan's older brothers should still have a reasonable amount of fear toward Class 5 Creation Masters. If anything went wrong, regardless of whether they could mend their relationship with Sky Creation, there was a chance that the Su family would not survive. His older brothers had nurtured the peaceful calm air moss for a year but had still failed to produce 3 colors. Yet the Class 5 Creation Master had achieved it as a demonstrative act. That was enough proof of her power. If she could accept the Su family's order and arm the Su family's experts, why could she not arm herself as well? Suhan was not a Creation Master and was far from being as useful to his family as his 2 older brothers were. However, he knew that their great-grandparents preferred him. While he was leading the way, Suhan gnashed his teeth and halted his steps. He turned around to face the 2 liver spot-covered great-grandparents, knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, many of the helpers I sent to Sky Creation are spies. It's not too late to wait to hear back from them before we act." Su Jinmu looked at Suhan's sincere expression before he walked up to him and pulled him up to his feet. After a moment of silence, he said, "Little Han, regardless of how many spies you've sent to Sky Creation, you'll only be able to recall 2 of them at most. Otherwise, you might set off alarm bells. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master might catch wind of what you've done and make advanced preparations." Su Jinmu wanted to verify Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master after meeting her. Then, he would use force to take control of her. They were in the Su family's residence. If they truly started crossing swords, not only would the residents be unable to take the impact, but even the entire Sacred Wood City would be destroyed. Su Jinmu had not decided to attack Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master because he lacked fear like what Suhan thought. In fact, he was also nervous as he pondered the consequences of his decision. But after they obtained so much of the peaceful calm air moss, the Su family had to make their move. Su Jinmu was not fully confident in this operation. Although the Yang family was already showing cracks, there was no question that those 2 from the Yang family were still alive. The Su family needed a powerful helping hand. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was exactly what they needed. After receiving the news from Suhan, Su Jinmu personally observed Sky Creation's tree bracelet. He realized that Sky Creation also did not turn down offers from other families besides the Su family. They were like a philander who did not turn away any and all beautiful women. The Su family had no choice but to choose Sky Creation, but this was not the case for Sky Creation. They had many options aside from the Su family. Su Jinmu only decided to take control of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master because of this circumstance. When he made contact with the Immortal aura from the breeding room, Su Jinmu became even more certain of his decision. Experts whose phase had gained immortal power possessed abilities that Thearch-class experts did not have. They could sense a phase aura to discern if the phase willpowers, laws, world, and even immortal body had come from nature or were provided by a spirit chi professional. It was clear that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master had released her phase aura intentionally. Su Jinhan did not turn down Suhan's idea of reconfirming the situation in Sky Creation's tree castle because he also wanted to bolster his confidence before they moved forward with the operation. But even if Su Jinmu was willing to wait, Su Jian was not willing to do so. Su Jian had always been impulsive. 2 days ago, from the moment that their great-grandparents decided to attack Sky Creation, he had been looking forward to this day. For the past 2 days, there were many times that Su Jian wanted to visit Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, but he only had the chance to enter once. After entering, Su Jian prepared a generous gift in the hopes of becoming closer to her. However, she completely ignored him and even chased him out. In the Radiance Federation, Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters were always honored when they had the opportunity to meet Class 5 Creation Masters. But in the Divine Wood Federation, Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters were already the peak of power. Su Jian came from the Su family and had never been slighted before. Hence, Su Jian not only desired the Class 5 Creation Master but was also jealous and resentful toward her. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master had not uttered a single word, but given her figure, it was likely that she was female. If their great-grandparents could truly take control of the Class 5 Creation Master, he might have the chance to. After all, his older brother was already married and was terrified of his wife. Thus, Su Jian said, "Little Han, you're being overly careful. The Su family will gain 3 more positions in the council. 2 more people can enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. We have always had the majority in the council and have even more phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline than the Yang family. We now have enough of the peaceful calm air moss and have decided to commence our plan after the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm closes. It will be very helpful to our plan if we manage to take control of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master before that." Su Han knew what kind of character Su Jian had and thus did not say much. After all, their great-grandfather had already agreed. But Su Han felt that given the demeanors of his 2 older brothers and their great-grandparents, the plan was not going to change regardless of what the spies he sent to Sky Creation said. Compared to bringing the plan that the Su family had been preparing for a long time to fruition, it was much riskier to try to take control of Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. Soon, 2 of the spies that Su Han had placed in Sky Creation returned. Su Han had never communicated with his spies before. Just as he was about to ask a question, Su Jinmu beat him to the punch and said, "You've spent some time in Sky Creation's tree castle. Have you noticed anything?" The 2 spies shared a look before they answered honestly. "There aren't many people in Sky Creation's tree castle. The first day I climbed up to the 19th floor, and it was empty. But on the second day, a young man wearing silver armor told us to only work on the first floor. He sent out 2 strange-looking insects that have been guarding the entrance to the second floor since then. These 2 insects have to be diamond, at least. We can't go up even if we want to." Su Jinmu relaxed when he heard this. He pondered for a moment before he asked, "This morning, Sky Creation's tree castle did not open its doors. One of you was stationed by the door to greet guests. What did the people in the tree castle tell you to say?" The taller attendant hurriedly said, "The young man in silver armor told me to tell the other factions that they aren't done with nurturing the phase from the orders they have on hand. The members of factions should go tomorrow to collect their orders and to bring payment with them." After hearing what the 2 spies said, Su Han knew that his great-grandparents and 2 older brothers would take action today, no matter what. This matter concerned the life and death of the Su family. Even if Su Han did not want to participate, he could not exclude himself and had to follow his 2 older brothers. They walked to the breeding room that the Su family had intentionally cleaned up to welcome Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. Usually, when someone from the Su family wanted to enter, they would have knocked and waited for the person inside to tell them to enter. But this time, the Su family directly pushed open the door of the breeding room. At first, the Su family assumed that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master would be concocting spirit fluids or nurturing phase during her stay with the Su family. But it turned out that the black-robed figure in the breeding room was sitting on the sofa in the breeding room. Her black robe covered her entire body, and the sight could only be described as creepy. When Su Han saw this, all the hair on his body stood on end. At that moment, Su Han got the feeling that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master had no life in her. Now, Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master stood up, and a hoarse and malevolent voice said from within the black robe, "What? Does the Su family lack the most basic courtesy of knocking?" Su Han, Su Jun, and Su Jian had visited the breeding room numerous times, but this was the first time they were hearing the Class 5 Creation Master's voice. It was hard to imagine such a voice coming from a human's voice. At first, Su Jian had inappropriate thoughts toward Di Wanmi, but now all of those thoughts were destroyed when he heard this voice. Su Jinmu walked over to Di Wanmi and released his aura, using it to cage Di Wanmi in. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Red Thorn were in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and were watching the situation in the breeding room through Red Thorn. Lin Yuan had not expected his guess to be right. The Su family had indeed been lured in by the aura that Di Wanmi had released and decided to attack her. At that moment, Di Wanmi and the mother of bloodbath that was hiding in her hair could have easily broken the cage. Since the Su family wanted to live in a dream, Lin Yuan did not mind letting them dream for a little longer. Lin Yuan said, "Red Thorn, let the Su family take control of Di Wanmi and see what their aim is." Although Red Thorn felt that it would be more fun to order Di Wanmi to begin slaughtering, it would not go against Lin Yuan's order. Alas, Red Thorn was not skilled at acting. Red Thorn's world solely consisted of Lin Yuan. All of its feelings toward Lin Yuan leaked out without its control. As a fairy source-type lifeform that had transformed from a plant, Red Thorn had no idea what it should order Di Wanmi to do. As such, it instructed Di Wanmi to remain rooted to the ground so the Su family could do whatever they wanted. Su Jun took a step forward and said, "I'm sure you went through hell to become a Class 5 Creation Master. Join the Su family and work for us. Once we reign over the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, you can be the National Master of the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, you will live a life wanting nothing. Your only choice is to join the Su family. Given your experience, there are many things you can tell without me bringing them up." When Su Jinmu sensed that the Class 5 Creation Master had not resisted at all after being trapped by his aura, he instinctively assumed that her fae had only just reached Immortal. Su Jinmu took a step forward and said in a less than respectful tone, "If you swear your loyalty to me now and provide the Su family with Class 5 Creation Master resources, I can provide you with all the resources in the world. Otherwise, I will imprison you until you consent." Red Thorn's expression had been one of thoughtfulness as it wondered when the right time would be for it to order Di Wanmi to react. Lin Yuan had already told Red Thorn what Di Wanmi was going to do. "There's no way I will become loyal to you. You are stronger than me, and I can't run now that I've fallen into your hands. I can work for you and provide you with Class 5 Creation Master resources. But you have to open the Su family's treasure vault to me to allow me to use whatever resources I want. In return, I can help you to raise your power to pinnacle Immortal or even Eternal." Su Jinmu's face lit up, but the elderly woman next to him seemed to think of something and frowned. "What? A Class 5 Creation Master can help an Immortal expert reach Eternal? Then why is your power barely at Immortal? If we open the Su family's treasure vault to you, you could use the resources to increase your own power." Lin Yuan had expected there to be a clear-minded person in the Su family. Not all of them would allow their minds to cloud over at the thought of having control over a Class 5 Creation Master. Lin Yuan had sent Di Wanmi to the Su family to trade for the resources in the Su family's treasure vault. But since the Su family was baring its teeth, he was not going to hold back either. Once Di Wanmi entered the Su family's treasure vault, all of the resources inside would belong to Lin Yuan. It was likely that the resources in the Su family's treasure vault were comparable to or even better than those found in the Yi family's treasure vault. After all, the Su family had Immortal experts, but the Yi family did not. Just as the old woman spoke, the breeding room's air thickened. All the joy was wiped off of Su Jinmu, Su Jian, and Su Jun's faces. They started looking at Di Wanmi doubtfully. At that moment, they watched as Di Wanmi's hand pulled at the black robe. She was clearly dressed elaborately under the black robe, but the girl's scar-covered body was a bizarre sight to the Su family. The scars seemed to be alive as they moved continuously. Normally, something moving in a person's body would cause them agonizing pain. Even their souls would feel as though they were being torn apart. But this girl's face was expressionless. It was as though the scars were not moving in her body. When one looked past the scars, one could tell that the girl was beautiful. She had almond-shaped eyes that emanated a sense of authority. However, even the best of features were overshadowed by the scars. Su Jian was so terrified by the sight under Di Wanmi's robe that he almost lost interest in all women. While the Su family was confused about why Di Wanmi had removed her black robe, Di Wanmi said, "I am heavily injured, and my spiritual power is in a murky state. I only have Class 5 Creation Master abilities but not the power. What if you let me live here, and I'll provide you with Class 5 Creation Master resources. But first, you have to make me comfortable. Otherwise, you'll receive nothing from me." Red Thorn instructed Di Wanmi to sit down on the sofa in the breeding room and put on an air of nonchalance. Di Wanmi was a corpse to begin with and had been revived by being turned into a puppet by the tongue of Relinquish. The scars on her body were caused by the tongue of Relinquish breaking up into pieces and dispersing. Her spiritual power and movements were fully under the tongue of Relinquish's control. When the tongue of Relinquish stopped supplying spiritual power to Di Wanmi's body, she would not have any spiritual power to use. Lin Yuan instructed Di Wanmi to act weak in front of the Su family to lull the Su family into a false sense of security. She was nothing more than a puppet controlled by the tongue of Relinquish and was unable to swear on a law rune. But even if she could, there was no reason for her to do so because there was no way the Su family would be able to kill her. The most they would do was keep her imprisoned. This was because the Su family could not withstand the temptation of having control over a Class 5 Creation Master. But if they kept her prisoner, the Su family would only let her live under them without receiving any benefits. Thus, Lin Yuan guessed that after the Su family investigated Di Wanmi and confirmed that she indeed lacked spiritual power, they would agree to her request. They would allow her access to their treasure vault so she could provide them with Class 5 Creation Master resources. Just as Lin Yuan anticipated, Su Jinmu strode quickly to Di Wanmi and picked up her scar-covered wrist as he injected spiritual power into her body. Su Jinmu immediately noticed that Di Wanmi's body was greatly lacking in spiritual power. Given her situation, even if she did summon her phase, she would not be able to use them to her advantage. In her state, she was of no threat to the Su family. After confirming the situation, Su Jinmu relaxed, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. With a wave of his hand, a short and strange man with 6 strands of hair growing on his face appeared in front of him. The man's hair stuck upward and was as straight as a needle. The breeding room was instantly filled with a muddy odor. Su Jinmu ordered, "Adjudication Dung Beetle. Keep this Class 5 Creation Master Company in my stead. From now on, she is our valued guest." Although Su Jinmu called Di Wanmi a valued guest, it was clear that he intended for the Adjudication Dung Beetle to keep a close watch on her. With the Adjudication Dung Beetle watching Di Wanmi, Su Jinmu did not have to worry about Di Wanmi having free access to the Su family's treasure vault. Di Wanmi's life was in the Adjudication Dung Beetle's hands, and she would not dare to do anything to hurt the Su family. Accompanying Su Jinmu's happiness were the smiles that bloomed across the faces of the elderly woman, Su Jian and Su Jun. The Su family sure was lucky. They had managed to gain control over a Class 5 Creation Master. From today onward, they would be a family that possessed a Class 5 Creation Master. There were no families with Class 5 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation or even the entire Startling Lines continent. More importantly, Di Wanmi's words had informed Su Jinmu and the rest of the extent of a Class 5 Creation Master's power. It turned out that a Class 5 Creation Master could evolve a Fey to eternal breed. If Su Jinmu forced out profits from this Class 5 Creation Master by promising her more benefits, the Su family could have an eternal expert in the future. Moreover, with the Class 5 Creation Master around, there was also a chance that Su Jun and Su Jian could become Class 5 Creation Masters after interacting with her. At that time, the Su family would have their own Class 5 Creation Masters. With such a rate of development, the Su family would be able to take over the Startling Lines continent once they gained control of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. At that time, the Divine Wood Federation would be equal to the 3 major federations, and anyone who mentioned the Divine Wood Federation would address them as part of the 4 major federations. As long as Diwanmi provided the Su family with Class 5 Creation Master resources, the Su family could provide her with anything and everything she needed. However, the precondition was that Diwanmi's injuries could not be allowed to heal because this would keep her reliant on the Su family. Everyone in the Su family was dreaming, but Su-han still felt unsettled. On the one hand, Diwanmi was too calm. She did not appear like a prisoner at all. On the other hand, Su-han recalled the way Lin Yuan treated Diwanmi. When Lin Yuan told Diwanmi to go to the Su family, it had been an order. It was as though he had the authority to make decisions for her. If a Class 5 Creation Master was in charge of the faction, she should be on top of the pyramid, and Lin Yuan would not have taken such an attitude with her. But if he said something like that now, his great-grandparents and older brothers would not believe him and be disappointed in him. Hence, Su-han did not say anything. His older brothers and great-grandparents were no longer lying below the radar. The yoke of authority had shifted out of Su-han's hands. From now on, he could no longer make decisions pertaining to the Su family. Presently, Su-han badly wanted to take a walk in Sky Creation's tree castle to see what Lin Yuan's reaction was. This was the only way he would be able to lay his worries to rest. Just as Su-han was about to speak, a strangely dry and hoarse voice said, "Take me to the Su family's treasure vault now. I don't want to see you. From now on, only one person from the Su family is allowed to interact with me. Additionally, you cannot cause trouble for anyone else in Sky Creation's tree castle. Otherwise, I won't provide the Su family with any Class 5 Creation Master resources." Diwanmi stood up and ignored the rest of the Su family as she said to the adjudication dung beetle, "Lead the way. If you can keep me in a good mood, I can raise you to Immortal within 2 months." Lin Yuan did not want to cause trouble before the sacred wood mystic realm opened. This was why he asked Red Thorn to use Diwanmi to paint a rosy picture for the Su family. It was likely that the Su family would be making their move within a week. Once they did, they would cause a storm to break out in Sacred Forest City. This would be about the same time that Lin Yuan exited the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. At that time, there would be no need for the Su family to exist. Even if Lin Yuan used all the power in his body, he would not be able to evolve from an immortal expert to an eternal one. It would even be difficult for him to raise an immortal expert's quality. This was because once the sacred sword-wielding queen evolved to 4 stars, it gained the ability to temper immortal bodies, but each one took 2 months. It was not even done tempering Shark On's immortal body. The sacred sword-wielding queen could temper immortal bodies because of its new ability, Queen's Cupboard. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once the sacred sword-wielding queen was done tempering the first immortal body, the Sword of Punishment's second abilities would bring him a surprise. Diwanmi's words not only filled Su Jinmu with visible excitement, but the adjudication dung beetle also felt the same. The stronger a Fey was, the more difficult it was for it to suppress its desire to transform. The adjudication dung beetle never thought that it would ever have the chance to evolve to eternal. But now that it had encountered a Class 5 Creation Master who was making such a promise, the adjudication dung beetle was going to do its best to serve Diwanmi. The adjudication dung beetle was well aware of the resources in the Su family's treasure vault, because Su Jinmu had been personally overseeing it. The adjudication dung beetle had decided that it was going to do all it could to fulfill Diwanmi's requests. Diwanmi's words prevented Su-han from visiting Sky Creation's tree castle. However, he had an appointment with Lin Yuan to attend the Crownwood banquet. They had already agreed to attend together. This would not be counted as causing trouble for the people in Sky Creation's tree castle. Thus, the best plan would be to try to get Lin Yuan to talk during the Crownwood banquet, so he could find out if anything special had happened to Lin Yuan after Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master went missing. However, he still needed to run this by his great-grandparents and 2 older brothers. "I've already invited Sky Creation's young Master Chu to attend the Crownwood banquet, and he accepted my invitation. We agreed to meet tomorrow." "Great-grandfather, does this coincide with our original plan?" Su Jinmu was silent for a moment before he replied, "Since both of you have agreed on it in advance, everything will carry on as planned. Don't leak the news that Su Jun, Su Jian, and the two of us are active again. If the Yang family finds out, it might affect the plan. The two helpers are still waiting outside. Han, go and deal with them. More people just means more flapping lips. We need to keep things clean and neat. Su Jinmu and the elderly woman left the breeding room. In order to maintain the facade that they were still in seclusion, Su Jian and Su Jun returned to the Su family's mountain villa. Currently, only Su Han was in the Su family's residence. But 2 days ago, Su Han's attitude had completely changed. He was not even in the mood to drink the tea brewed from the Purple Vessel Mountain's roots that the female attendant had served up. Ever since Su Wenliang helped to make contact with Sky Creation, Su Han started to rely heavily on Su Wenliang. Su Wenliang was unaware that the Su family's elders and first two masters had returned. But when he saw Su Han the next day, Su Wenliang sensed something was different. Previously, Su Han had been cavalier and nonchalant about everything. But now, he appeared to be heavily weighed down by something. Su Wenliang dared not try to guess what Su Han was thinking in case he guessed wrong. Thus, Su Wenliang could just stand next to Su Han, too afraid to say anything. But now, Su Han asked Su Wenliang, "Wenliang, what do you think of Sky Creation's young Master Chu?" Su Wenliang did not understand why Su Han was asking him such a question. Could Su Han being troubled have something to do with young Master Chu? Su Wenliang had interacted more times with young Master Chu than Su Han had. Since he could not guess what Su Han was thinking, he said with brave honesty, "Young Master Chu is extremely impressive. He is far from average. Even the Yang family will struggle to match up to him in terms of dignity." Su Han was silent for a long while before he went on to ask, "Wenliang, do you think someone who managed to nurture such a young talent will allow themselves to be trapped and willingly become a tool?" Su Han's words stunned Su Wenliang, and he replied instinctively, "Of course not. Someone who can nurture such a young talent has to be proud. If they are taken prisoner and used as a tool, they will fight to the death to resist, even if they know they won't be able to win. There's no way they would easily give in and become a chess piece." Su Han shot to his feet and said, "Wenliang, take a trip to Sky Creation's tree castle and tell young Master Chu that I will personally fetch him from his tree castle to take him to the Crownwood banquet at 4 o'clock. Tell him that he has to come with me." Su Wenliang replied to the order, "Third Master, I will go to Sky Creation's tree castle now. However, inviting young Master Chu to attend the Crownwood banquet will definitely attract attention from all other factions in Sacredwood City. If you personally ride in a Fey carriage to fetch young Master Chu and his retainer, it is very likely that it will catch the notice of the Yang, Bai, and Yi families." Su Han shook his head. The Yang and Bai families had already noticed the Su family. The Su family could make preparations, and so could the Yang family. As for the Yi family, Yi Huailong as a man of means. In spite of Yi Huailu's disability, he managed to hold down the Yi family's fort. As long as Yi Huailong did not reach Immortal, he could not straighten his back to stand in front of the Su family. We don't have to care about the Yang and Bai family's reactions. Just pass the message. Remember, when you go over, check and see if Sky Creation's tree castle is operating as normal and how the others in the tree castle are reacting. Su Wenliang was going to treat a task from Su Han with utmost seriousness. However, Su Wenliang was confused about what Su Han's goal was. According to the plan, the Su family should be clinging tightly to Sky Creation. So why did it seem like Su Han's order was meant to put up walls against young Master Chu and to test him? Su Wenliang did not dare to probe and immediately left to carry out Su Han's order. At first, Lin Yuan intended to open doors for business this morning, but the Su family had made their move. Di Wanmi was currently in the Su family's treasure vault and was being led around by the adjudication dung beetle as she admired the contents. Thus, to accommodate the Su family, Lin Yuan would keep the tree castle doors closed until the Su family made their move. From the Su family's breeding room and everything that the Su family did to Di Wanmi, Lin Yuan deeply understood the importance of having experience. If the Su family truly understood Class 5 creation masters and placed them on an absolute pedestal, they would not dare to hold Di Wanmi hostage. One had to pay the price for one's greed. The Su family would pay the price later. When Su Wenliang came to visit, Lin Yuan immediately instructed 2 helpers to stop him at the entrance and tell him that no visitors were allowed. His attitude would definitely cause a scheming person like Su Han to have even more doubts. The less confident Su Han was, the more he would rush the Su family's plan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan would continue with his original plan of attending the Crownwood banquet and using the mountain of great lush dollars he traded to buy up precious resources. The sacred wood mystic realm would be opening tomorrow. The more brilliantly Lin Yuan shone tonight, the more attention from other factions he would attract in Sacred Forest City, and the safer he would be when he walked alongside Ding Chengshua tomorrow with the faceless paper on his face. Because of this, no one would link young Master Chu to him when he was wearing the faceless paper. Ding Chengshua had used his own power to evolve the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle to Pinnacle Myth 3 and became president of Sacred Wood City's council. Frankly, Lin Yuan could evolve the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle to Creation Breed and Ding Chengshua to a Thearch-class expert. But he did not do so because he was afraid that it would attract too much attention if Ding Chengshua's power increased too quickly. A storm was brewing in Sacred Forest City. Ding Chengshua used to be the city lord of a remote city. Once he entered Sacred Forest City, many veteran elite families did not think it was worth it to connect with him. They knew that he was a Class 4 creation master, but most city lords of large cities had the support of a powerful family. If their family was in trouble, they would not have sufficient creation master resources to trade. Hence, only Ding Chengshua's old friends in Sacred Forest City were willing to interact with him. But ever since Ding Chengshua gained a seat on Sacred Wood City's council, the Yang, Bai, and Yi families all took the initiative of making friendly contact with him. All of them wanted Ding Chengshua to become their ally. This greatly boosted Ding Chengshua's ego. Alas, he did not agree to the Bai, Yang, Su, or Yi families' invites. Ding Chengshua knew who was responsible for giving him the power and status he was currently enjoying. Previously, the Su, Yang, Bai, and Yi families were all entities that Ding Chengshua could only look up to. But now they could not even catch his fancy. Without a Class 5 creation master, what grounds do you have to talk with me? The right choice would be to cling tightly to Lin Yuan. In the past 4 days, Ding Chengshua had not met up with Lin Yuan to avoid arousing suspicion. But Ding Chengshua had provided Lin Yuan with a substantial amount of secrets about Sacred Forest City's internal affairs and the dynamic between the veteran elite families through the Thoughts letter paper. Previously, Lin Yuan would have been very interested in these secrets. But now, Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu had become members of Sky City, and the Yi family was a subsidiary of Sky City. Lin Yuan had already found out all the secrets he needed to know from Yi Huailong. Once the Su family made their move and the structure of the Divine Wood Federation changed, the previous secrets would become useless. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still gave Ding Chengshua the prize of 3 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers for working so earnestly. Ding Chengshua wanted to become a butler and infiltrate the major families to find out all about the skeletons in their closets. Since Lin Yuan had not agreed to see Su Wanliang, he did not wait for Su Han to fetch him at the tree castle. By the time Su Han rode in his Fey carriage and arrived at Sky Creation's tree castle, he found out from the 2 helpers at the door that Lin Yuan had already set off an hour ago with his retainer by his side. This caused Su Han's face to fall. The thoughts that filled Su Han's mind were not that Lin Yuan had insulted him but curiosity over why Sky Creation still went to attend the Crownwood banquet despite having lost contact with their Class 5 creation master. Su Han had already been less than confident. But now he was even more panicked. When he returned, he felt that he needed to have a good talk with his great-grandparents to convince them to start the plan immediately after he and his 2 older brothers entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm tomorrow. Most of the buildings in the Divine Wood Federation were tree castles. Only the residents of large families and important organizations, such as the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, constructed buildings. The Crownwood banquet was being held in a garden outside of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. It had been built by many Class 5 spirit craftsmen and was extremely extravagant. Many precious plant-type fays were growing in the garden that Lin Yuan longed to own. By the time Su Han arrived, he noticed that there was a group of people crowding around Lin Yuan. The young man dressed in silver armor was keeping the crowd a meter away from Lin Yuan. Besides the young man in silver armor, Yi Huailong was standing the closest to Lin Yuan. It was as though they were protecting Lin Yuan together. Su-Han thought, no wonder young Master Chu managed to get into the crown would banquet without me with him. He came with the Yi family. Su-Han had always looked down on the Yi family, but he knew that Yi Huailong was intelligent. From the way he was trying to recruit Lin Yuan, it seemed that he had not given up on his dream of enabling the Yi family to prosper. A cold smile spread across Su-Han's face. After their plan to get rid of the Yang family, the Su family was going to move on to eliminate the Bai and Yi families after a short period of rest. Although Yi Huailong was not impressively powerful, he was smarter than the head of the Bai family and was much harder to deal with. Su-Han took a deep breath and walked over to where Lin Yuan was. Presently, Lin Yuan was much too radiant. The white spirit chi clothes he was wearing looked simple, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were made from the fur of the myth white plum flood deer. The white plum flood deer was around the height of an adult man, at around 2 meters tall. It had enough fur on its body to create exactly one set of spirit chi clothes. It was a luxury to be able to use the fur of a myth breed fae to create spirit chi clothes. Not even Su-Han could bear to part with so much money for the clothes he wore. There were dark silver patterns branded on the white deer skin. When Su-Han drew close, he noticed that there were many pearl chains with a diameter of 2 millimeters around the dark silver patterns. All of the pearls were made of jade-textured silver sandalwood. Su-Han had heard that Lin Yuan once wore a set of spirit chi clothes made from the fur of the crimson-back leaping antelope. When he thought about how Lin Yuan was dressed and how Di Wanmi had not resisted last night and allowed herself to be taken prisoner, Su-Han could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. He realized that every time Lin Yuan wore different spirit chi clothes, he would still have the blue and gold tablet hanging on his waist. After thinking for a while, Su-Han broke through the crowd and said, "Young Master Chu, we agreed to come to the Crown Wood banquet together. Why did you arrive before me? I see that you must have used the bronze/epic item storing walnuts to trade with other families. The Su family also wishes to discuss a trade with you. However, what we want is not the item storing walnuts but the tablet hanging on your waist." Su-Han did this because he wanted to test Lin Yuan's attitude toward him to get a better sense of Lin Yuan's capabilities. But before he finished speaking, the young man wearing silver armor standing next to Lin Yuan scoffed coldly. He raised his finger and pointed in the air. The strange bracelet around the silver armor-wearing young man's face suddenly transformed into an enormous hive-like nest. The enormous hive-like nest released numerous types of insect species phase. All of them had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V, and the aura they released could threaten even Myth Breed phase. It was possible that a Myth I Fae would lose to the insect species phase in one-on-one fights. This sudden change caused numerous people to let out gasps of shock. Su-Han had not expected something he said to test Lin Yuan would result in such a violent reaction. When he sensed the murderous aura from the young man wearing silver armor, Su-Han had no doubt if he uttered another word, the insects would instantly swarm and drown him. Given Su-Han's power, he had no reason to fear the insects. Lu Jie's power floored Su-Han. Lu Jie looked to only be around 20 years old. Yet, he could produce combat power that surpassed that of Emperor-class experts in an instant. There were no such young elites in the Divine Wood Federation, yet such a person was Lin Yuan's retainer. Moreover, Su-Han could sense an aura akin to that of Lin Yuan's blue and gold tablet from the suspended nest. This aura had a hint of the aura of sacred source lifeforms but lacked the usual fury. Although there were no Class 5 creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation, there were immortal experts. Experts with such power were capable of entering Class 5-dimensional rifts to obtain sacred source lifeforms. Su-Han's soul was still not strong enough for him to contract a sacred source lifeform. However, his 2 older brothers and great-grandparents had contracted sacred source lifeforms, and there was no way Su-Han would mistake the aura of sacred source lifeforms. This made Su-Han recall the legend that Class 5 creation masters could turn the bodies of sacred source lifeforms into precious instruments. Clearly, the nest in the air and Lin Yuan's blue and gold tablets were both precious instruments. It was normal for Sky Creation to have precious instruments since they had a Class 5 creation master. However, when his great-grandfather checked on Di Wanmi's condition yesterday night, he found that she was lacking in spiritual power, and it would be extremely different for her to even concoct spirit fluids. Her condition was very similar to that of Yi Huailu, the Yi family's pinnacle class 4 creation master, but she was in a much worse state than he was. Could such a class 5 creation master truly have the ability to create precious instruments? It would have been acceptable if only Lin Yuan had a precious instrument. But even the retainer who accompanied him had one. Were precious instruments really so cheap? One should always have basic knowledge. The Divine Wood Federation had 3 of the island whales and had traded with the neighboring Clean Burning Federation, Abyss Sea Federation, and slightly further Sand Island continent. The Sand Island continent had Class 5 creation masters and had even initiated trades with the Divine Wood Federation using the island whales a few times. During one of these trades, the Yang family had used numerous resources to trade for 2 precious instruments with the Sand Island continent. Now, these 2 precious instruments were the Yang family's treasures. The most valuable resources traded between federations with Class 5 creation masters were precious instruments. This was because it was challenging for even Class 5 creation masters to create one precious instrument. Both Lu Jie and Lin Yuan's precious weapons caused chills to run up Su Han's back. There was no way that Di Wanmi had created them in her injured state. Su Han felt that he needed to do further testing. The Su family would be doomed if Sky Creation turned out to have secret weapons that they had not revealed yet. If that were the case, it would be better for them to apologize to Sky Creation. But before Su Han could ask anything else, Yi Huailong snarled, "Su Han, what do you mean? Young Master Chu is an honored guest of the Yi family and the rest of the families present. What if young Master Chu is angered by your request for something on his body and rejects our trades of high-quality bronze item-storing walnuts?" Su Han did not have the chance to respond to Yi Huailong before several members of veteran elite families echoed what Yi Huailong said. Third Master Su, young Master Chu is a man of means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to produce the high-quality bronze item-storing walnuts. I remember that the second Master Su was the one who recorded the highest bid for the bronze/epic item-storing walnuts. Now that you have the opportunity, it would also be helpful to you to trade more with him. You might not have the same chance again in the future. These members of veteran elite families would never dare to speak to Su Han in such a way usually. They had the courage now because they were motivated by their potential profits. All of the members of veteran elite families who had spoken were the ones who had placed orders with Sky Creation and silently accepted Sky Creation as a foreign faction. With every day that Sky Creation remained in Sacred Forest City, they would be able to gain even more high-class creation master resources. After all, high-class creation master resources were valuable to even the Sacred Forest City's veteran elite families. The more they had, the more they would be able to strengthen themselves. Moreover, Yi Huailong was the one who had started the confrontation with Su Han. The rest of them were just adding fuel to the fire. Thus, Su Han would not place the blame on them. Additionally, Su Han was not the head of the Su family, but Yi Huailong was the head of the Yi family. In terms of status, Su Han was below Yi Huailong. Su Han could not make the final decision on every one of the Su family's matters. When so many members of the factions sided with Lin Yuan, Su Han knew that he would be putting himself in the line of fire of all these factions if he insisted on putting Lin Yuan on the spot. The Su family could not allow themselves to become unpopular for the sake of their long-prepared plan. Otherwise, not only could the plan meet with a bump in the road, but there could also be issues when they were trying to reap the rewards. Hence, Su Han knew that he could not continue testing Lin Yuan. At that moment, Su Han watched as Lin Yuan reached out and touched the blue and gold tablet hanging on his waist as he looked at Su Han with amusement. Not everything is like the peaceful calm air moss. There are some things that the Su family can't afford to trade. Lin Yuan's words caused Su Han to inhale sharply. Although the peaceful calm air moss was not a secret to the Su family, it was a secret that the Su family had asked Sky Creation to nurture the peaceful calm air moss. The peaceful calm air moss was a strategic resource and needed a high concentration of spirit chi in order to grow. If not in preparation for war, there would be no need for the Su family to nurture the peaceful calm air moss. Everyone present knew of this. Lin Yuan had said what he said as a clear warning to Su Han not to cause trouble. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would reveal the amount of the peaceful calm air moss that he had nurtured for the Su family. This would immediately put the Yang and Bai families on high alert. The thing that troubled Su Han the most now was not Lin Yuan threatening him in front of the entire court, but Lin Yuan's confident expression. A person in trouble would never be able to produce such an expression. Su Han smiled wryly and silently left the area where Lin Yuan was. Su Wenliang followed Su Han with confusion all over his face. 2 days ago, Su Han and young master had been chatting happily. So why were they speaking so scathingly to each other now? Su Han had even said that he wanted to work with Sky Creation and cling tightly to Sky Creation. Could it be that Su Han and young Master Chu fell out over the last 2 days? Su Wenliang knew that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was now a guest in the Su family. This was all thanks to Su Wenliang, and he had received significant rewards as a result of it. He had been promoted from an attendant in the Su family to the steward of the Su family. If the Class 5 Creation Master wanted to leave the Su family would still grandly send off her even if they did not want the outside world to find out that she was staying with them. Yet nothing like this had happened. This meant that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was still living with the Su family. Given that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was still living with the Su family, Su Han and young Master Chu should be on even closer terms. The gears turned in Su Wenliang's head, and he immediately thought of one possibility. Something could have happened to Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master that he was unaware of. When this possibility appeared in his mind, Su Wenliang immediately thought back to how Su Han had sent him to Sky Creation's tree castle this morning to invite young Master Chu to travel together and to take note of young Master Chu's reaction only for him to be forbidden from entering the tree castle. This added more stock to Su Wenliang's guess. When he saw the worried look on Su Han's face, Su Wenliang thought, foolish. In the entire sacred forest city, factions of all sizes, including the Yang family, knew that Sky Creation was not a native faction of the Divine Wood Federation. The Yang family did not interact with Sky Creation because they were afraid that Sky Creation would interfere with their governance. As the family that presided over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, the Yang family had to prioritize their reputation. Meanwhile, the other veteran elite families from Sky Creation were doing all they could to trade with Sky Creation because they wanted to trade as much of their unused resources for high-class Creation Master resources or resources that would be more useful to them as possible. These veteran elite families knew that Sky Creation would eventually leave Sacred Forest City. As such, the more they traded, the more they would earn. Given the situation, it would not be smart for the Su family to make an enemy of Sky Creation. Su Wenliang was naturally respectful of Class 5 Creation Masters. The 3 major federations were able to rise above the rest because of their Class 5 Creation Master resources. The power of Class 5 Creation Masters had to be terrifying. No number of Class 4 Creation Masters would be able to compare to one Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, a faction that only had Class 4 Creation Masters did not deserve to even shake hands with a faction that had a Class 5 Creation Master. However, all of the authority he enjoyed in the Su family was thanks to him being looked after by Su Han. He was actually soft-spoken by nature and could not say anything to Su Han now while he was in such a mood. All he could do was hope that Su Han was not foolish. Su Wenliang could come up with the crux of the matter. But it did not occur to him that Su Han was no longer the decision-maker of the Su family. Su Han was holding a wine glass as he idly chatted with Ding Chengshua. He was full of anxiety and worry, and his expression sent the message of unapproachability so those who were trying to get in the Su family's good books would know to stay away. However, Ding Chengshuo had still started a conversation with him. Because of Ding Chengshuo's position in Sacred Wood City's council, he was no longer just the city lord of the remote Oak City and could be useful to the Su family. As such, Su Han did not turn him away. Ding Chengshuo could see Su Han's gaze being pulled away. Since the Su family wanted to die, Ding Chengshuo was going to give them a push. Ding Chengshuo was the first person in the Divine Wood Federation who had sworn on his willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's servant. A few months had already passed since then, and he was extremely loyal to Lin Yuan. Moreover, he was very meticulous and did not have a loose mouth. Hence, Lin Yuan had told Ding Chengshuo about the Su family's plan and the fact that he had taken in the Yi family. Ding Qingxua never expected Lin Yuan to expand his reach within Sacred Forest City in just a few short days and take full control of the Yi family. When he first found out about the Su family's plan, Ding Qingxua had been astonished because the Divine Wood Federation structure had been stable for more than a century. Now that the Su family and Yang family were about to start crossing swords, the structure of the Divine Wood Federation was going to change. Despite being the city lord of a remote city, Ding Qingxua would inevitably be heavily impacted by the conflict. As such, Ding Qingxua now resented the Su family. This feeling intensified when he discovered that the Su family had the audacity to target Lin Yuan's Class 5 creation master. As a result, Ding Qingxua wondered if the head of the Su family had lost his mind. If this was in the past, before Ding Qingxua came to know Lin Yuan, he would have been extremely nervous after finding out that a Class 5 creation master was stationed in the Su family. But now, as he got to know Lin Yuan better, Ding Qingxua found it increasingly difficult to understand the full scope of Lin Yuan's power. Why would a young man who has a Class 5 creation master for a servant lack the ability to end the Su family? Since Lin Yuan had taken in the Yi family, it meant that he was going to bolster them. Thus, the way for him to help Lin Yuan would be to incite the Su family to attack the Yang family. Ding Qingxua turned his gaze to Su Han and said, "Lord Su Han, I heard that Lord Yang Xijie is also trying to get in touch with Sky Creation. I wonder what kind of faction Sky Creation has to be in such high demand in Sacred Wood City. I wanted to greet Lord Long Huailong, but he is fully focused on young Master Chu and doesn't have time for me at all." Ding Qingxua's words caused Su Han to furrow his brow. The Yang family presided over the imperial court, and Yang Xijie was a direct descendant of the Yang family. As such, it was only natural for him to want to connect with Sky Creation. Even Ding Qingxua had heard the news. It was likely that Yang Xijie had been secretly interacting with Sky Creation for some time. Yet, the Su family had not heard about this at all. This should not be surprising. The Su family could not infiltrate the imperial court when the Yang family was present, even if they wanted to. Even in the past, before they attacked Diwanmi, Su Han would be terrified when he learned that Yang Xijie had initiated contact with Sky Creation. This was because once Sky Creation worked with the Yang family and provided them with a mountain of Creation Master resources, the Su family would meet with a great amount of obstruction and even possible failure when they attacked the Yang family. But now that the Su family had already made their move on Diwanmi, there was no looking back. The adjudication dung beetle was already holding Diwanmi hostage, and she could no longer get in contact with Sky Creation. Yet, Lin Yuan was still treating him in such a way. Could it be because he had formed a partnership with the Yang family? If the Yang family worked with Sky Creation to scheme against the Su family would be in deep trouble. Su Han's head snapped up, and he glared at Ding Qingxua. Ding Qingxua shivered instinctively as Su Han said, "Qingxua, some things shouldn't be said. Has Yang Xijie truly connected with young Master Chu?" Ding Qingxua nodded seriously and said affirmatively, "There's no way this could be fake. No matter how daring I am, I would never dare to tell you about it before it's verified. Lord Yang Xijie is representing the Yang family at the Crown Wood banquet tonight. You'll believe me once you see how Lord Yang acts toward young Master Chu." Ding Qingxua was not spouting nonsense. The Yang family had approached him before the Su family did, and the person from the Yang family who had interacted with him was Yang Xijie. When Sky Creation first opened, Ding Qingxua had been in the tree castle. When Yang Xijie was networking with Ding Qingxua, he had specifically brought up Sky Creation and made it clear that he wanted to get closer to Sky Creation to eventually use Sky Creation to carry out the Imperial Court's tasks. At that time, Ding Qingxua had felt that Yang Xijie was very shameless. But since Yang Xijie had such intentions, he would definitely try to get closer to Lin Yuan during the Crown Wood banquet. This would create the illusion that the Yang family was on close terms with Sky Creation. This would confuse the other factions trying to connect with Sky Creation and make them wary of having unsavory thoughts about it. Additionally, Yang Xijie wanted to declare his ownership of Sky Creation to scare the other factions. Regardless, once Yang Xijie arrived, his reaction would confirm everything that Ding Qingxua had just declared. It was likely that Su Han would be like a cat on hot bricks at that time. Suddenly, a lively yet stately tune started to play. This told everyone present at the Crown Wood banquet that the Yang family had arrived. The Divine Wood Federation placed a heavy emphasis on the performing arts. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the Divine Wood Federation and arrived at Jinan City, he realized that even a Class 1 Creation Master family had their own song that they played when they hosted banquets. The Crown Wood Banquet was held in the garden of the Divine Wood Federation's garden. Although it was said to be a banquet where all the major factions gathered, the Yang family's song was still played when they arrived in order to provide them with the necessary respect as the family that presided over the imperial court. When Su Han heard what Ding Chengshua said, he was immediately gripped by trepidation. He now fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man with short red hair who had just entered the banquet hall. The members of other factions who were crowding around Lin Yuan also turned their gazes toward the red-haired middle-aged man. However, they were not feeling the same worries for their families that Su Han was experiencing. All of these members of factions were worried about the young man with silver armor who had publicly summoned Faze in the middle of the Crown Wood Banquet. Although no altercation had broken out, it had still broken the rules of the Crown Wood Banquet that the Yang family had set. When the red-haired middle-aged man strode toward Lin Yuan, sweat broke out all over Yi Huailong's palms. Yang Xijie was the fifth most important person in the Yang family and had reached pinnacle Fiarch class long ago. It was unknown if he had reached Immortal. Yang Xijie had a bad temper, and he hated nothing more than those who broke the Yang family's rules. During the last Crown Wood Banquet, one of the Bai family's collateral descendants had caused a scene after having too much to drink. As a result, Yang Xijie had sent someone to break his limbs and toss him into the pool outside the banquet hall. By the time he was pulled out, half of his body had already been eaten by the wrasses in the pool. Yi Huailong was terrified that Yang Xijie would attack Lu Jie without warning. If that happened, Yi Huailong would have to step in to defend Lu Jie. But once he did, he would turn the Yi family into the Yang family's target. Yi Huailong was well aware that the Yang, Su, and Bai families had all been looking for a justifiable reason to eliminate the Yi family and take over their resources. The Yi family had survived for so long because the Su, Bai, and Yang families had managed to get a leg above the other. Just as Yi Huailong was about to step in, he watched as Yang Xijie ignored Lu Jie's floating precious instrument and said to Lin Yuan in a friendly tone, "Young Master Chu, you have already been in the sacred forest city for some time, but as the leader of the Divine Wood Federation, we the Yang family have yet to properly host you. Why don't you stay the night in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court? After the Crown Wood Banquet ends, I will prepare another feast in your honor." Yang Xijie's words almost caused the jaws of the members of the veteran factions who knew him to fall to the ground. When he saw this, the blood vessels in Su Han's eyes popped. The Su family and Sky Creation would never be able to mend their relationship. Su Han needed to think of a way to prevent the Yang family from becoming closer to Sky Creation. Su Han quickly walked over and began his suicide mission. "Brother Yang, I don't think young Master Chu will have time tonight. After all, Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master is a guest in the Su family. If he's going to be hosted by anyone, it should be with the Su family. You're welcome to join in the fun too." Previously, Su Han wanted nothing more than to prevent outsiders from finding out that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was staying with the Su family. But now, he had no other choice because only by making the Yang family believe that the Su family were already allies with Sky Creation would convince the Yang family to give up on connecting with Sky Creation. Even if this would cause the Yang family to put up their guard, Su Han did not care. Su Han's words caused those present to let out gasps one after another. Although all of them had guessed that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master, none of them had been fully certain. But now, Su Han's words had verified all of their guesses. Sky Creation indeed had a Class 5 Creation Master, and they were currently staying with the Su family. What kind of relationship did Sky Creation and the Su family have? Yang Xijie's expression changed abruptly when he heard what Su Han said. The way he looked at Lin Yuan was no longer as friendly as it had been moments ago. Yi Huailong's lips curled almost imperceptibly. He felt that he had never seen such a shameless person in his life. However, Su Han's words were utter nonsense. If Yi Huailong was not aware of how Lin Yuan felt about the Su family, he would have been anxious despite knowing that he had already sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan. he would have been afraid that Lin Yuan saw the Yi family as a dispensable stepping stone for him to get to the Su family. Yi Huailong rejoiced internally when he saw Yang Xijie's expression change. Although what Su Han had said was shameless, it was significantly beneficial for the Yi family. If Yang Xijie managed to connect with Lin Yuan, the Yi family would have to compete for Lin Yuan's attention with them. But now, Su Han's statement caused the Yang family to pull themselves out of the running. The Yi family would only have a better chance at development if they were the only family in Sacred Forest City that Lin Yuan was favoring. Even if the Yi family presently did not have the power to stand up to the Yang, Bai, and Su families, they had potential that the three families lacked. This was because there was a high possibility that Yi Huailu would be able to become a true Class 5 creation master shortly. By now, numerous members of factions were recovering from their shock. Didn't Su Han just try to needle young Master Chu? Yi Huailu and the rest of them had been the ones who helped young Master Chu. So why was Su Han suddenly setting himself as a close ally of young Master Chu? At that moment, a weak female voice said from within the crowd, "Uncle Han, you just asked for the jade on young Master Chu's waist and were stopped by his retainer. Otherwise, all these terrifying insects would not have been summoned. So, why are you so quickly reconciling your relationship with young Master Chu? If others acted the way you treat young Master Chu, I wouldn't be friendless." The weak voice ripped a gaping hole in Su Han's heart, and Yang Xijie let down his high guard of intense animosity against Lin Yuan. Instead, he started to examine the relationship between Lin Yuan and Su Han, or rather the one between Sky Creation and the Su family. From Su Han's expression, it was likely that Bai Qinghuan had hit a bullseye. If Bai Qinghuan had watched such an event, those who arrived in advance would also have seen it. Yang Xijie intended on asking a few people after the Crown Wood banquet ended to clarify what had happened. If Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was truly a guest of the Su family, Su Han would not have acted that way toward Lin Yuan. Everyone present, including Lu Jie, sensed a thick feminine air from the weak female voice. Su Han glared daggers at the charming maiden who had just spoken. The girl was wearing light yellow long robes that had white silk flowers embroidered on them. There was also a tuft of white fur at the corner of the robe. Furthermore, the young girl was slender and petite. She seemed like the daughter of a wealthy family, raised in such a spoiled environment that any trouble would cause her to keel over. She seemed to lack all malice. However, the name Bai Qinghuan had already rung through Sacred Forest City 4 years ago. She was the only female descendant who was personally nurtured by the head of the Bai family. After the Yang family entered the imperial court, they placed great emphasis on their bloodline. Their direct disciples enjoyed much higher statuses than collateral disciples. No matter what the collateral disciples were doing at the moment, they would have to drop it to greet any direct descendant who entered their eye lines. Yet, the Bai family somehow placed greater emphasis on bloodline than the Yang family. In the Bai family, direct descendants could even kill collateral descendants as long as they had an acceptably convincing reason. Bai Qinghuan was personally nurtured by the head of the Bai family but came from a collateral branch of the family. This was enough to prove how extraordinary she was. Su Han gnashed his teeth and said, "Niece Qinghuan, I didn't know that you had already arrived. You are still the same, preferring to watch the fire from the sidelines. But if the flame gets too large, you'll end up burned too." Bai Qinghuan chuckled when she heard what Su Han said. "Uncle Han, you're the best. If I'm burned while watching the spectacle, I'm sure you'll save me, right?" Su Han's chest tightened. He was the one who had taken the first stab at trying to ruin the relationship between the Yang family and Sky Creation so that the Yang family would put their guard up against Sky Creation. The plan had already been partly successful when Bai Qinghuan spoke up and ruined Su Han's effort. As a result, he had blown up his relationship with Sky Creation for nothing. Lin Yuan had not spoken a single word. He did not need to try to explain anything to Yang Xijie. All he had to do was mention the peaceful calm air moss and reveal how much of its Sky Creation had nurtured for the Su family. The Yang family would immediately take action against the Su family. She had put him in such a predicament, yet she had the cheek to say that he was the best? She even shamelessly declared that he would save her if she was burned. When he saw the pretentious look of innocence on Bai Qinghuan's face, Su Han wanted to toss the wolf in sheep's clothing that was Bai Qinghuan into a fire pit. She was revolting. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Bai Qinghuan. Presently, all three major families of Sacred Forest City had already made contact with him. This was Lin Yuan's main reason for wanting to attend the Crownwood banquet. Lin Yuan saw Bai Qinghuan wink at him. From her eyes, he could see indescribable ambition. The ambition in Bai Qinghuan's eyes was very familiar to Lin Yuan. He had also seen it in Di Wanmi. The difference was that the power of the entire whale ocean commerce had backed Di Wanmi's ambition. She had the complete support of two immortal experts who even had no qualms about destroying the Radiance Federation's roots. Meanwhile, Bai Qinghuan was a singular blade of grass. According to the secrets supplied by Yi Huailong, Bai Qinghuan was personally brought up by the head of the Bai family and could live the same lifestyle as direct disciples despite being a collateral disciple because of her feminine wiles and because the head of the Bai family was grooming her to eventually be the wife of his oldest grandson who was next in line to take over the Bai family. Bai Qinghuan was part of a collateral branch that was more than 3 times removed. Thus, she only had a slight proportion of the Bai family's bloodline. In order to prevent her from being too attached to her parents, the head of the Bai family had orchestrated an accident that left Bai Qinghuan as the only surviving member of her branch of the family. The head of the Bai family did not want Bai Qinghuan to learn the truth and had made sure to keep her in the dark. But she was very intelligent and definitely had her suspicions. As her position in the Bai family climbed, it went without saying that she would investigate the matter on her own. Moreover, even if she did not do her own sleuthing, the members of the Yang family, Su family, and other factions would definitely try to come up with ways to enlighten her about the truth. How could a person with ambition almost visibly leaking out of her be content with living the life of a trophy wife? After learning of Bai Qinghuan's situation, Lin Yuan felt that she resembled a venomous snake that was being tamed, while the entire Bai family was her cage. Lin Yuan had thought about trying to get close to Bai Qinghuan, but the sacred wood mystic realm was about to open, and Lin Yuan did not have the time to get acquainted with her. But now, Bai Qinghuan had taken the initiative to approach him. It seemed that the ambitious snake was having thoughts of breaking out of its cage. At that moment, the tender voice said again, "Young Master Chu, your reputation precedes you, but I've been stuck at home and haven't been able to go out much. I would like to have a private gathering with you after the Crownwood banquet. Would you be willing to give me the opportunity? I will definitely prepare a large gift that'll be to your satisfaction." Although the voice was gentle, Lin Yuan could tell that this voice had lost all of its femininity. Instead, it was serious and even had a hint of yearning. Lin Yuan thought, "It looks like this little snake wants more than just to break out of its cage. It seems I've underestimated Bai Qinghuan's ambition." Bai Qinghuan's invitation left him with no choice. Anyone from the Bai family could interact with him besides the lady who had been primed since she was young to be the wife of the next head of the Bai family. Moreover, she had requested to meet him in private. What she did was no different from publicly cuckolding the eldest grandson of the Bai family. Despite having made such a radical decision, Bai Qinghuan's gaze was level. Clearly, she had mental fortitude that surpassed that of ordinary people. "Okay, stay by my side before the banquet ends. Tonight's stars are really pretty. We can go and admire them after the banquet ends." Lin Yuan's words stunned Bai Qinghuan, and she started to look at Lin Yuan differently. Now, there was both excitement and worry in her eyes. She was not excited about going to see the stars with Lin Yuan, but that his response indicated he had managed to read between the lines of what she said. He told her to stay by his side for her own safety. Su Han would be deterred from laying a hand on her after she had put him in such a predicament. As for saying that he wanted to admire the stars together, he was leaving her with no way out. If she had only invited Lin Yuan to meet privately, there would still be a chance for her to survive when she returned to the Bai family. But if she went with Lin Yuan to see the stars, her life would come to an end that very same night when she returned to the Bai family. Since she no longer had any way out, Bai Qinghuan decided to fan the flames of her ambition as hard as she could tonight and fully bear herself to this young man she was meeting for the first time. By accepting Bai Qinghuan's invitation to meet in private and then inviting her to see the stars together, Lin Yuan could not have more clearly slighted the Bai family. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Bai Qinghuan piqued the interest of numerous members of the factions. However, Yang Xijie, Su Han, and Yi Huailong had no intention of watching the event unfold. All three of them were exhibiting completely different reactions. When Su Han spoke with Lin Yuan in Sky Creation's Tree Castle, he had mentioned the conflict between the Bai family and Yi family purposely in order to leave a good impression on Lin Yuan. Hence, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly aware of the Bai family's power. Why would Lin Yuan bother with the Su family if he paid so little attention to the Bai family, which possessed comparable power to the Su family? Su Han found it difficult to remain calm when he realized this. At that moment, Su Han decided to give up on attending the Crownwood banquet and immediately return home to tell his great-grandparents about this matter. Yi Huailong's shock went beyond his expression. There was a sea of bad blood between the Yi family and the Bai family. 2 decades ago, the Yi family had almost been ended by the Bai family. But Yi Huailong knew that ever since he and his brother joined Lin Yuan and became one of his subsidiary factions, they no longer had the authority to seek revenge. But now, the way Lin Yuan acted toward Bai Qinghuan automatically made him the enemy of the Bai family. In such a situation, the Yi family once again had the opportunity for revenge. Yang Xijie started to examine Lin Yuan and Sky Creation again. Based on his observations, he would decide if he would renew his efforts to become acquainted with Sky Creation. Since the Bai family's oldest grandson had been cuckolded during the Crownwood banquet, the Bai family's pride had been completely trampled. It was likely that the Bai family would go after Sky Creation after the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm closed in order to protect their pride. At that time, he would watch and see how the Su family reacted to the fight between Sky Creation and the Bai family in order to gauge the true relationship between the Su family and Sky Creation. Yang Xijie pulled himself out and left the battleground to the Su family, Bai family, and Sky Creation. Since he no longer had a need to get on Lin Yuan's good side, Yang Xijie did not mind stoking the flames. Today is the birthday of the head of our family. All of the direct descendants are celebrating the event in the main residence. Qinghuan is the only one who showed up. It's unlikely that any other member of the Bai family will turn up. I wonder if the other members of the Bai family would be comfortable with Qinghuan watching the stars in private with young Master Chu if they were here. Bai Qinghuan's eyes flashed when she heard what Yang Xijie said. When Lin Yuan mentioned watching the stars, all roads of retreat had closed to her. Thus, all she could do now was put on a good show of loyalty. A small smile played on Bai Qinghuan's lips as she said, "Uncle Yang, I wouldn't be able to spend time with young Master Chu privately if other members of the Yang family were present. Fruit wine personally brewed by the Imperial Court's winemakers and refreshments made by the chefs are served at the Sacred Wood banquet. Uncle Yang, I would like to have some for when I'm stargazing with young Master Chu. I'm sure you won't put me at a spot over some fruit wine and refreshments, right?" Yang Xijie could not be more disgusted by Qinghuan. As someone who was being groomed to be a wife, she should have turned down the stargazing invite. Yet she even went on to ask for fruit wine and pastries. Fine, if she wanted them, she could have them. More food was thrown away than consumed every time the Crownwood banquet was held. Are you asking me such a trivial question because you think I'm one of the chefs for the Crownwood banquet? Or are you trying to publicly make a snide remark about me being petty? Since Yang Xijie had already given up on getting to know Lin Yuan and linking up with Sky Creation, Yang Xijie immediately turned away, the force leaving his clothes billowing in the gust. After Yang Xijie left, Su Han also immediately left to return home. As such, there was now less competition for the auction of rare spiritual ingredients. During every Crownwood banquet, Yi Huailong spent large amounts of money to collect precious resources. This was the reason for the Yi family's nickname as the 100 Treasures family. Lin Yuan had fully subsumed the Yi family. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have to purchase precious resources personally and could leave the task to Yi Huailong. Although Lin Yuan did not encounter more phase that could be used as pure elemental phase that would increase the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline at the Crownwood banquet, his harvest was still substantial. Now, there was a wisteria on the stand, and the members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions were placing bids for it. Lin Yuan knew that he had finally found the 5th Fae that was suitable to be spirit-locked by Morbius. He used true data to check on the golden wisteria. Fey name: Perfect Touch Wisteria, Fey species. Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species, Fey grade. Elite, 7 out of 10. Fey type, Wood, Fey quality. Epic, abilities. Forbidden growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it would be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. After checking on the Perfect Touch Wisteria, Lin Yuan was confused about why a faction had been willing to put up a Fey with such outstanding abilities for auction. As the Perfect Touch Wisteria was a plant-type Fey, it needed 3 types of energy. The first was pure spirit chi, the second was vitality, and the last was wood elemental energy. The pure spirit chi could be used to increase the quality and transform the bloodline of the Perfect Touch Wisteria. The vitality would speed up the Perfect Touch Wisteria's splitting rate. The wood elemental energy would increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria's character as a plant. Besides pure spirit chi, obtaining the other 2 types of energy in the Divine Wood Federation was not difficult. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's ability Forbidden Growth could not only allow it to automatically comprehend a willpower rune from the natural world once it reached a certain level of power, making it unnecessary for spirit chi professionals to provide it with a willpower rune, but it could also break the contract's limit. Through communicating with Morbius, Lin Yuan knew that the Perfect Touch Wisteria would still be able to endlessly increase its power after it was spirit-locked. However, the endless increase of the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power would not enable Morbius grade and quality to rise. Morbius grade and quality would still be the equivalent of the weakest Fey it had spirit-locked. It was the dream of any spirit chi professional to have their Fey's power be able to break through the limit of their rank. This would allow a young person to be able to take on a veteran expert as long as they had sufficient resources. There were no Feys like the Perfect Touch Wisteria in the Radiance Federation. If there were, the large veteran factions and top factions would fight over it viciously. It was possible that it would cause a new rule banning phase like it that could break through its limit and be strengthened endlessly to be put in place for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Even a rising faction from the Radiance Federation could use resources to evolve the Perfect Touch Wisteria to myth breed. Suppose a 10-year-old child formed a contract with the Perfect Touch Wisteria. In that case, it could use resources to eventually possess the myth Perfect Touch Wisteria and take up a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. Forbidden Growth turned the Perfect Touch Wisteria into a plant-type Fey that defied one of the basic concepts of Feys. Besides Forbidden Growth, Lin Yuan was more interested in peak sturdiness. Although it required an increasing amount of spirit chi, vitality, and wood elemental energy to nurture the Perfect Touch Wisteria, using an increasing number of resources could be used to make the vines sturdier and stronger. This was a low-cost method for people who did not lack resources. A spirit chi professional had a limit to the number of Feys he could contract. Hence, only by focusing on unlocking the potential of every Fey could they increase their power to the greatest extent. This was the path that Lin Yuan was going down. Lu Jie was confused when he saw the way Lin Yuan's eyes were shining as he stared at the Perfect Touch Wisteria, but Yi Huailong managed to guess what was going through Lin Yuan's head. He explained to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Chu, the Perfect Touch Wisteria is a very rare Fey here, but this one has mutated. The regular Perfect Touch Wisteria's normal ability is called Wild Growth, which would only allow it to automatically comprehend a willpower rune, but not break through the limit of its contractor. If my memory serves, the mutated Perfect Touch Wisteria should have been captured in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm by the Bai family." Lin Yuan could sense that the Perfect Touch Wisteria did not have the Sacred Wood bloodline. Thus, he could not help but ask a follow-up question. Are there regular plant-type Feys like this in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm? Yi Huailong lowered his voice and replied, "You aren't aware of this, but there are many plant-type Feys in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Every time someone who enters the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm fails to obtain a plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline, they will be able to choose 3 regular plant-type Feys. The Bai family intentionally gave up on obtaining a plant-type Fae with the sacred wood bloodline because of this perfect touch Wisteria's forbidden growth ability. Miss Bai should know more about the matter than me. When Bai Qinghuan heard herself being mentioned by Yi Huailong, she hurriedly spilled everything she knew about the perfect touch Wisteria. The Bai family is indeed the one who put the perfect touch Wisteria up for auction. It was initially meant to be the Fae of the Bai family's oldest grandson, but its elite ability mutated when it evolved. It changed from the original vine lock to peak sturdiness. Peak sturdiness will magnify the depletion of energy. Moreover, the perfect touch Wisteria normally gains tool transformation as its bronze ability. It will be able to transform into a fitting soft armor. The Bai family does not think that using a large number of resources to produce soft armor is worth it. They would rather have a less costly soft armor made from the skin of a myth-breed Fae and metal-type spiritual ingredients. Right after Bai Qinghuan was done speaking, Yi Huailong said in a gloating manner, "The Bai family used to have 3 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters, but my father eliminated 2 of them during a fight between our 2 families. As such, the Bai family has always lacked Creation Master resources, and it's understandable for them to be unwilling to spend too much on the perfect touch Wisteria. Furthermore, even if the perfect touch Wisteria can break through its Spirit Chi professional's limit, a Class 4 Creation Master will only be able to promote a Spirit Chi professional to Pinnacle Emperor class at best. Whether they'll be able to evolve into Thearch class will depend on their fate and luck. The resources needed to nurture the perfect touch Wisteria to Pinnacle Myth Breed will be enough to evolve 2 other plant-type Faes to Pinnacle Myth Breed. So, the perfect touch Wisteria is a bona fide black hole. Despite knowing that Lin Yuan possessed Class 5 Creation Master resources, Yi Huailong did not think that the perfect touch Wisteria was cost-effective. To S-rank Spirit Chi professionals, forbidden growth would have negligible advantages. Moreover, it would require twice the amount of resources just to increase the vine's sturdiness and healing ability. Just the thought of it brought tears to one's eyes. However, Yi Huailong had no idea that what he and Bai Qinghuan said only made Lin Yuan want the perfect touch Wisteria even more. At the same time, Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed. Any phase function and value were determined by its environment. If the Divine Wood Federation's 100 sequence was now just for show and Divine Wood envoys were chosen from amongst them to participate in the major Federation meeting, the perfect touch Wisteria would pose unlimited strategic significance. It represented so much strategic significance that it was worthy of being a representative Fae of the Divine Wood Federation that safeguarded its honor. It had even greater strategic significance than that of Island Whales, which required more resources to be nurtured. Lin Yuan had no lack of resources, and he could produce the best quality of Spirit Chi, Vitality, and Wood Elemental energy that the perfect touch Wisteria needed. Lin Yuan's secret weapon was his 2 precious instruments. However, precious instruments were not like Faes and could be restricted. During the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, as per the rules of the major Federation meeting, Lin Yuan Victor's right allowed him to set the rule banning the use of precious instruments by his opponents. It was possible for the perfect touch Wisteria to reach Immortal or even Eternal. At that time, the combat power that Lin Yuan had traded for using resources would be comparable to that of the Radiance Federation, Azure Federation, and Freedom Federation. More importantly, the perfect touch Wisteria's bronze ability was most likely to be tool transformation. Although Bai Qinghuan and Yi Huailong had mentioned numerous times that the perfect touch Wisteria had mutated, mutations were anchored in the original abilities. Thus, even if the perfect touch Wisteria's exclusive skill mutated, it was likely that it would be linked to tool transformation. Lin Yuan had encountered many Faes similar to the perfect touch Wisteria, such as the Vitality Sloth that was most likely to develop the exclusive skill Quicken Rest. Once Lin Yuan formed a contract with the perfect touch Wisteria and evolved it to bronze, so it gained the exclusive skill tool transformation, Lin Yuan's physical defense would be raised significantly. Currently, Lin Yuan's physical defense depended on the source sand, and it found itself stretched thin more and more often. After all, it was only to be expected that as Lin Yuan became more powerful, the enemies he faced would also increase in strength. It was on Lin Yuan's to-do list to strengthen his physical defense. Now, the appearance of the perfect touch Wisteria made it likely for him to be able to tick off this task. Even if the perfect touch wisteria did not gain tool transformation as its exclusive skill, he would still have more chances to encounter a surprise with the 3 options presented. Although the phase that Morbius contracted could only use normal abilities and exclusive skills, a triggered ability like peak sturdiness could still unleash its intended effect. As such, it would allow Lin Yuan to still obtain what he wanted without paying the costs of contracting a Fey through the traditional method. As Lin Yuan continued to explore the marsh world, he would gather more and more of the endless gems. However, compared to the perfect touch wisteria, Blackie, purple afterglow, and Rememberling all posed much higher strategic significance. He did not even know when he would be able to obtain the next endless gem. All in all, Lin Yuan needed to obtain the perfect touch wisteria by hook or by crook. He felt that it was unlikely that the other families would be fighting over a resource that the Bai family had abandoned. After all, how could they hope to have more Creation Master resources than the Bai family, which had pinnacle class 4 Creation Masters? Lin Yuan did not ask Yi Huailong to step in for him this time. Instead, when the price of the perfect touch wisteria had been bid to 6 million great lush dollars, Lin Yuan immediately put in his bid for 10 million great lush dollars. Because the price that Lin Yuan offered was astronomical, as well as the fact that most of the factions present wanted to stay on good terms with Sky Creation, even the factions who wanted to study the perfect touch wisteria did not offer any following bids. Eventually, Lin Yuan was successful in his bid for the perfect touch wisteria. Bai Qinghuan's eyes shone as she gazed at Lin Yuan. She had heard of Sky Creation's strength and had been attracted to them by their reputation of being backed by a Class 5 Creation Master. She wanted to go for a final gamble before her slated marriage to the oldest grandson of the Bai family next month. Now that she just saw Lin Yuan throw 10 million great lush dollars to buy a Fey that was useless in her eyes, Bai Qinghuan felt assured of his wealth. She had purposely mentioned the perfect touch wisteria's flaw. It would only be helpful when it was used by a low-rank spirit chi professional. Hence, she felt it was likely that Lin Yuan wanted the perfect touch wisteria so she could form a contract with it. By buying the perfect touch wisteria, Lin Yuan sent Bai Qinghuan the clear message that high-class Creation Master resources did not encumber him. This made her even more confident about her choice to follow him. Bai Qinghuan was already coming up with a way to break the ice with this young man after the Crown Wood banquet ended. She was an attractive woman and had many ways of pulling in men. However, she did not intend to use any of the usual methods of seduction. Regardless of whether she could use her body to trade for long-term protection, her short interaction with Lin Yuan told her that pulling the wool over this young man's eyes would not be easy. She would have to use all the weapons in her arsenal to prove her worth. While Bai Qinghuan was thinking, Lin Yuan stored the perfect touch wisteria in the spatial ring. He intended to evolve it after he left the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. By that time, he might have found the life form within the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that created phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. He would then be able to use its bloodline to turn the perfect touch wisteria into a Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. At that time, he would use all the resources he had to increase the perfect touch wisteria's power. Lin Yuan looked forward to seeing how far the perfect touch wisteria could go with the help of the endless resources from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Would it stop at Immortal? Could it go further to reach Eternal? Or could it even go past Eternal to start walking down Heaven's path and take control of its birth horoscope? Now that Lin Yuan had the perfect touch wisteria, he was satisfied and was not looking forward to any other of the items being auctioned off. However, there were many good items at the auction. Moreover, there were no clear laws or institutions like the Spirit Guards in the Divine Wood Federation. As such, even individuals could put Carcinoma phase up for auction, much less large factions. The appearance of one insect species Carcinoma Fey caused Lu Jie to freeze, and he did not hesitate to yell out his bid. Lin Yuan knew what kind of person Lu Jie was. In the few years that the insect queen had been in a near-dead state, Lu Jie experienced the abyss of despair and had tuned himself to remain emotionless regardless of how he was feeling. The insect species Carcinoma Fey that could make Lu Jie this excited had to be of great help to his current combat system. Just as Lin Yuan was about to use true data to check on the insect species Carcinoma Fey, he heard Lu Jie say, "Young master, Elegance is finally going to have a third fairy." Although the Firefly Demon fetus was a secret from the Freedom Federation that outsiders would not know about, so Lu Jie did not need to talk in riddles, it still came from the dimensional rifts. No one could ensure that the Firefly demon fetus would not be produced in other dimensional rifts besides those in the Freedom Federation. Thus, Lu Jie still needed to be careful. Lin Yuan became intensely interested in the insect species Carcinoma Fei. After Lu Jie obtained the Firefly demon fetuses, he used them judiciously despite having several of them. Presently, he had only combined them with the Blade Queen Bee and Dimensional Light Moth. Lu Jie decided to change the Blade Queen Bee into a fairy, so it could break through the limit of its power and produce even stronger psychotoxin. Besides having powerful control over other insect species Carcinoma Feis, due to its spiritual energy, the Blade Queen Bee's psychotoxin also played a large reason. After the Blade Queen Bee's power increased, and the Insect Queen absorbed its venom, the strength of its psychotoxin would be boosted again. In short, he transformed the Blade Queen Bee into a fairy to strengthen the Insect Queen's control over insect species Carcinoma Feis. It would also allow the Insect Queen to take control of more insect species Carcinoma Feis. As for the Dimensional Light Moth, Lu Jie transformed it into a fairy because of its strategic value. As the Dimensional Light Moth continued to grow, it would be able to produce Class 4 and 5-dimensional rifts, or perhaps even Class 6-dimensional rifts. Furthermore, Lu Jie saw the Dimensional Light Moth as his personal arsenal. The more powerful it was, the more insects it would be able to store in its body. Lu Jie's specialty was terrestrial formation battles. Experts of the same level of power as Lu Jie would find it difficult to break out of the army of insects to reach Lu Jie and the Insect Queen to attack them during battle. However, Lu Jie's shortcoming was also due to terrestrial combat. The most basic part of terrestrial battles was fortification. Without the Dimensional Light Moth and its army of insects, the Insect Queen would have to summon the horde of insects from the beginning after being summoned by Lu Jie. This was the reason Lu Jie had only been sequence number 30 of the Radiance 100 sequence despite having the ability to hold off the insect tide outside of Cold Frost City for half an hour. Since he picked his insect species Carcinoma Feis so carefully, yet he had decided to combine this one with the Firefly demon fetus to transform it into a fairy after only one look. It was evident that this insect species Carcinoma Fei was important to Lu Jie. It was likely that Lu Jie's combat system was going to be centered around this insect species Carcinoma Fei from now on. When Lin Yuan used true data to check on the insect species Carcinoma Fei, he realized why Lu Jie was so overwhelmed. Fei name: Halberd Corner Sky-Defying Rhinoceros Beetle, Fei species. Scarab species / large rhinoceros beetle species. Fei grade: Bronze, 4/10. Fei type: Insect / metal. Fei quality: Flawless. Abilities: Metal Forge Angle. It can absorb every type of metal and apply it to its horns to increase its damage power. Spread Wings Insect Cry. When it flaps its wings, it can attract other insect species Feis and apply its metal characteristics to them to provide them with protection. Exclusive skill: Insect Death. Whenever an insect dies around it, its metal characteristics will change from its original defense mode to offense mode. As a Carcinoma Fei, the Halberd Corner Sky-Defying Rhinoceros Beetle was a failure because it did not have outstanding damage power. It was more skilled at consuming metal and spitting out its stomach to corrode mines to damage the metal stored within. Normally, an insect species Carcinoma Fei with weak damage power would receive D grade as its danger grade. But in the Radiance Federation, the Halberd Corner Sky-Defying Rhinoceros Beetle had a danger grade of S grade. The reason for this was its Spread Wings Insect Cry ability. Spread Wings Insect Cry could attract other insect species Carcinoma Feis as well as alien insects. 16 years ago, there had been 37 major cities in the Radiance Federation. But today, Fertile Soil City had long vanished from the Radiance Federation's map. This was all because of the Halberd Corner Sky-Defying Rhinoceros Beetle. Although the Halberd Corner Sky-Defying Rhinoceros Beetle could not take control of the insect species Feis it attracted using Spread Wings Insect Cry, the insect species Feis would not leave the Halberd Corner Sky-Defying Rhinoceros Beetle's side even to the point of starvation. A starving insect army would go on a rampage to eat everything in their way, even sand and dust. Fertile Soil City had been famed for its soil and in the top 10 major cities in the Radiance Federation. However, the fertilized soil resulted in many insect species Feis in Fertile Soil City. It would be easy for a spirit chi professional to kill just one locust. Still, the locusts attracted by the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle usually came in swarms to turn into a disaster. The swarm of locusts was just one of the many types of insect species phase that the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle attracted. It had not taken long for a massive insect disaster to form outside of Fertile Soil City. Although Fertile City's city lord had not found out the reason behind the insect disaster, he still regarded it with utmost seriousness. He had even enlisted the help of the spirit guards. Since it had been during the Dimensional Rift's active period, the spirit guards had sent 2 guard envoys. But also because it had been the Dimensional Rift's active period, the alien insect Dimensional Rifts opened continuously. A horrible tragedy unfolded before anyone had time to prepare. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's wings could soothe insect species phase. As such, the insect species phase would not attack their comrades of the same species under the influence of the flapping wings. That had been the first time in history that insect species phase and alien insects cooperated. During combat, insect species phase relied on their strong bodies, elemental energy, or venom. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle could pass on its metal characteristics to the insect species phase and alien insects. As a result, the physical type alien insects and insect species phase that already had strong defenses became even tougher. It also allowed the physically weak but powerful elemental and poison-type insect species alien insects to become more resistant to physical damage. This made it more difficult for them to be killed by spirit chi professionals. In order to take on the insect disaster, Fertile Soil City had spent a large portion of its finances on training its city guards. The 4 guard envoys had an average power of Thearch class. This was the strongest support the spirit guards could provide cities during the Dimensional Rift's active period. Alas, there had been no survivors of the insect disaster. This was because the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had attracted not only regular insect species phase and alien insects but insect species carcinoma phase as well. 4 types of insect species carcinoma phase had joined the throng of alien insects and insect species phase, creating the largest disaster in the Radiance Federation's history that turned into a wound that never healed. In the end, 3 members of royalty had hurried to the scene and spent months settling the aftermath. It was rumored that the nurturing from the insect army had allowed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to evolve from silver to diamond by the time the disaster came to an end. The same insect species carcinoma phase generally had the same abilities and exclusive skills. There was not as much variation as in the abilities of phase. Since many insect species phase had died by the diamond halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle side, it gained many types of combat metal characteristics. It had even managed to seriously injure the members of royalty. Cicada Song's body had even been corroded by the numerous types of metal, resulting in him being in recovery for nearly 2 decades. This was why Cicada Song's sacred source life form, the alleviating wind, still had not managed to evolve to 10 stars despite his close relationship with the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch. The spirit guards had always collected carcinoma phase from around the world. However, Night Leaning Moon had killed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that created such a catastrophe without hesitation. It was clear that no such disaster had taken place in the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, nor was there a danger rating for insect species carcinoma phase. Otherwise, they would not be auctioning it off so casually at the Crownwood banquet. It was no wonder that Lu Jie had been so excited when he spotted the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle could apply metal characteristics to both the insect army and insect species carcinoma phase created by the insect queen to amplify their defenses. Furthermore, as the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle continued to consume different types of metals, its own power would increase. As a result of the Fey observers and scholars' studies, they found that large rhinoceros beetle type Feys were the kings of the insect species Fey world. All of them possessed immense power. When Lu Jie used the insect queen in battle, he lacked individual combat power the most. Lu Jie's sacred source life form, the emperor core of all insects, could fuse with the insect queen to explosively increase its individual combat power, but the price of using the ability was much too heavy. However, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was different. As Lu Jie set up his formation, the insect species carcinoma phase reproduced lifeforms and insects produced by the insect queen would die continuously. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's defense mode of metal characteristics could change into offense mode and stack up, allowing it to fight far beyond its grade. The diamond halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's feat of heavily injuring cicada song was the best example of this. No one had fought with Lin Yuan over the perfect touch wisteria. But when Lu Jie placed a bid for the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, he was met with competition from several factions. Yi Huailong was afraid that Lin Yuan's mood would be spoiled. Moreover, Lin Yuan was extremely fond of his retainer. Yi Huailong explained, "Young Master Chu, most of these competing factions need a large number of insects as nourishment for their phase. For example, the head of the Yu family has the insect-consuming bone ficus, which needs to eat at least 500 tons of insects daily. The Yu family's bid for the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle is so large because he wants to provide the insect-consuming bone ficus with a long-term meal ticket." Without even a shift in his expression, Lin Yuan placed a bid of 50 million Great Lush dollars after the Yu family announced their bid of 40 million Great Lush dollars. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had inelastic demand to the Yu family. The rainy season was almost upon the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, it would be extremely easy to catch insect species phase. As such, the middle-aged man who was representing the Yu family at the Crown Wood banquet had no choice but to ball his fist in front of Lin Yuan and say, "I didn't expect young Master Chu to be interested in the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. However, it is much too important to the Yu family. I hope that you can let us have it. The Yu family will be sure to show our deep gratitude. If you also have a need for the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to attract insects, we promise to send it to Sky Creation's Tree Castle every afternoon for as long as you're in Sacredwood City, so you can use it as you please." While the Yu family was determined to buy the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, they also did not want to insult Lin Yuan. As such, the middle-aged man had said something so placating. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not intend to give way to the Yu family. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was far too important for Lu Jie. If they missed this opportunity, he might never be able to obtain one for the rest of his life. Since the matter concerned Lu Jie's future, Lin Yuan was not above using martial power against those who interfered, no matter how much he wanted to keep his nose clean before he entered the sacred wood mystic realm. Lin Yuan said to the middle-aged man from the Yu family, "I am very interested in the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. If the Yu family wants it, you can continue raising the price. I don't have any obligation to the Yu family." When he was done speaking, Lin Yuan made his bid of 70 million right on the tails of the Yu family's bid of 60 million. The Yu family was not as illustrious as the Yang, Bai Yi, or Su families in Sacred Forest City. However, their intermediate Class 4 Creation Master had reached Advanced Class 4 in recent years. Two of their juniors had also reached Class 4 from Pinnacle Class 3. As a result, the Yu family was about to grab the tails of the Yi family. Although the middle-aged man knew that this lavishly dressed young man was extremely powerful, he, who was used to being a bully, could not swallow being treated in such a way. "Since young Master Chu has made his stance clear, I will have no choice but to affront you and continue raising the price. I bid 90 million Great Lush dollars." Since Lin Yuan knew that Great Lush dollars was the only accepted currency in the Crown Wood banquet, he had come prepared. This was why he had allowed such a large quantity of bronze/epic item-storing walnuts to leave his hand. It only took a few minutes for Lin Yuan to nurture one of the item-storing walnut trees, and one tree produced over 100 item-storing walnuts. Thus, the Great Lush dollars were completely worthless to Lin Yuan. The middle-aged man needed to consider carefully each time he increased the bid by 10 million Great Lush dollars, but Lin Yuan did not need to do so. Lin Yuan was too lazy to go on slowly adding 10 million to each subsequent bid. 150 million. He had upped the price by 60 million at once, as though it was worth as much as garbage. Of all the people from the Divine Wood Federation who were present, only Yi Huailong, who understood Lin Yuan's background, could remain calm. Bai Qinghuan's ambition shone as brightly as it always did in her eyes. However, she now also looked at Lin Yuan with fear and respect. She knew that just like how the young man had cut off all her paths of retreat by inviting her to stargaze with him, she would never be able to leave once she joined him. Yet, this young man was willing to cough up 150 million great lush dollars for his retainer. This meant that he was very kind to his subordinates. As long as she provided value, it was likely that she would lead a comfortable life under him. Lin Yuan could earn around 30 million great lush dollars by selling a pair of the bronze/epic item-storing walnuts. On the other hand, the Yu family needed money to manage all of its operations. They could not afford to part with 150 million great lush dollars. Eventually, the middle-aged man decided not to raise the bid. He could tell that Lin Yuan was set on winning. If he continued raising the price, he would only incite Lin Yuan to continue to do so as well. This would only further blacken their name in the books of sky creation. It seemed that the Yu family was still going to have to use a large amount of manpower to seek out 500 tons of insects daily. As Lu Jie looked at the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that Lin Yuan had just bought for him, Lu Jie felt as though he had just traveled through time. Lu Jie could still remember how Lin Yuan had done all he could to buy the hurricane owlet moth for him at a king-class experts auction 8 or 9 months ago. The Lin Yuan of then was completely different from the Lin Yuan of today. He was going to be Lin Yuan's retainer knight forever, protecting him as his sword and shield. Lu Jie intended to make the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle the center of his combat system of insect species carcinoma phase. After the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Lu Jie understood the enemy's might. It was very likely that there would be more dangers at the major Federation meeting. Lu Jie wanted to improve himself as much as possible during the next 2 years so that he would not have to hide behind Lin Yuan in the face of danger. Instead, he would be able to fulfill his duty of being Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Both Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had great gains from the Crown Wood banquet. Besides the two of them, Gray's gains were also significant. The sandstorm acacia, frozen rain bellflower, and hazy weeping willow that could produce weather phenomena were also auctioned off during the Crown Wood banquet. The sandstorm acacia could create sandstorms, the frozen rain bellflower could freeze rainy weather, and the hazy weeping willow could create hazy weather. These 3 types of weather rarely arose in the natural world and were all considered extreme. Gray likely would attain powerful combat abilities after absorbing the 3 types of weather, like how it had attained abilities related to rain and snow after it absorbed those types of weather. The frozen rain weather might appear to be a combination of rainy and snowy weather, but that was not actually the case. Frozen rain weather was actually a rarely seen type of extreme weather. Every time it appeared, it resulted in a steep drop in the number of plant-type phase. It was likely that after Gray absorbed the frozen rain weather from the frozen rain bellflower, it would form a special link to the snowy weather. When Lin Yuan first found out that Gray was a heavenly family fae, he had not been overly amazed because at that point heavenly family faes were nothing more to him than a concept he understood. But now, after the Mother of Bloodbath had awakened its sky sundial jade spider bloodline and evolved into a heavenly family fae, as well as Lin Yuan's deepened interactions with the heavenly family cottage, he found out that there was a huge difference between Gray and regular heavenly family faes. Firstly, heavenly family faes yearned for pure spirit chi just as much as faes did, yet Gray no longer had as large of a reaction to spirit chi as it used to, perhaps because it grew up on pure spirit chi. Now, the only thing that could enable Gray to increase its power was such types of weather. Moreover, heavenly family faes were usually only affiliated with one type of natural phenomenon. Lin Yuan had asked Blue Lotus about this in the past, and she told him that there was a member of Heavenly Family Cottage who was affiliated with lightning. Although lightning was not technically a type of weather, it also seemed like a weather event in its own right. While other Heavenly Family faes could only take control of one, Gray had managed to take control of several. This made Lin Yuan curious about Gray's limit. The auction was not the key part of the Crown Wood banquet but just a tool. Its main purpose was to deepen the relationship between the veteran elite families in the Divine Wood Federation and the City Lords. It was also a fair platform for the various factions to negotiate. All in all, the Crown Wood banquet was a convention where the Divine Wood Federation's upper echelon gathered. The high-ranking members of elite families enjoyed such situations, but Lin Yuan found them to be unbelievably dull. Lin Yuan represented Sky Creation, which was also a foreign faction that had a Class 5 creation master, while the Divine Wood Federation had none of its own. Previously, the various families could only speculate whether there was indeed a Class 5 creation master in Sky Creation. But after what Su Han had said, their collective guess had been confirmed. Thus, immediately after the auction ended, many members of the factions made their way over to Lin Yuan. Among them was also the Yu family, which had just fought over the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle with him. Before Lin Yuan had chosen the Yi family to be his puppets, he would not have minded interacting with these factions. However, there was no need to do so now. What Lin Yuan was after were the Divine Wood Federation's resources. Once he gave the Yi family a leg up and helped them to enter the Imperial Court, all of the Divine Wood Federation's resources would eventually become his. Hence, he ignored the other members of the factions and said to Bai Qinghuan, "Let's go. Now is the best time to admire the moon." Lin Yuan started to make his way out of the Crown Wood banquet. Once he stepped out of the venue, he summoned Blackie into the garden. A black flood dragon twirled toward the sky. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long, filled the air with suffocating pressure. Bai Qinghuan looked at Lin Yuan with astonishment. Besides having outstanding looks and shouldering the responsibility of representing Sky Creation, this young man she had just met today was also an expert. Bai Qinghuan was chosen by the head of the Bai family out of all the collateral descendants to marry his oldest grandson because she possessed creation master talent. However, her talent was limited, and she was still only a beginner Class 2 creation master despite having been nurtured by the head of the Bai family for so many years. Nonetheless, this did not prevent her from being able to tell how strong Blackie was. Although Lin Yuan appeared to be younger than his actual age, he could not be more than 20 years old. Yet, he already had a Diamond X/Fantasy V-Fey with a pinnacle Flood Dragon species bloodline that was about to reach Main Dragon species. There were Main Dragon species Fays in the Divine Wood Federation, and many of the Bai family's experts had contracted them. However, even with focused nurturing using all of the Bai family's resources, the head of the Bai family's Purple Flames mountain-leaping dragon's bloodline had only managed to evolve from pinnacle terrifying dragon species to main dragon species when it reached creation breed. Regardless, the head of the Bai family had been overjoyed. The bloodline of Flood Dragon species Fays was even more difficult to purify than terrifying dragon species Fays. Under normal circumstances, about 8 or 9 out of every 10 Flood Dragon species Fays evolved to main dragon species slower than terrifying dragon species Fays. However, this black Flood Dragon's bloodline had refreshed Bai Qinghuan's horizons. One look at the Diamond X/Fantasy V pure-blooded Flood Dragon was enough to tell the gap between her and Lin Yuan's creation master resources. At that moment, he looked down at her from his seat on the dragon's back and said, "Let's go. If we're going to see the stars, it only makes sense for us to go closer to them for a better look." Bai Qinghuan was not considered weak, but she was a healing-type spirit chi professional and could not fly before she reached King Class. This left her confused about how she was going to climb aboard the Black Flood Dragon's back. It was now that the young man in silver armor sitting behind Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, and a moth that seemed to be made of night itself landed beside her. The moth wrapped her with wind elemental energy and carried her to the back of the giant Black Flood Dragon. Soon, the Black Flood Dragon reared and took to the air. After Lin Yuan left, the many members of the factions left behind at the Crown Wood banquet had disappointment clearly written on their faces. Previously, many of them had not had the opportunity to interact with him. Now that the opportunity had opened itself, he ended up being unwilling to mix. Yi Huailong did not appear disappointed in the slightest. In fact, it was the opposite in that he looked beside himself with excitement. This was because before Lin Yuan left, he had invited Yi Huailong to Sky Creation's tree castle as they had matters to discuss. Given that Yi Huailong had managed to pull the Yi family out of the gutter and put them in a prime position to be taking their first steps down the road of prosperity at any time, he was extremely smart. He had already guessed that Sky Creation had appeared so abruptly in Sacred Wood City because of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. It was likely that the only thing in Sacred Forest City that a Class 5 creation master could not obtain was a Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline. However, Yi Huailong never could have guessed what Lin Yuan's plans for the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm were. If he just wanted a plant-type fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline, Lin Yuan could have just established a partnership with a few families who had the chance to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and use Class 5 Creation Master resources to trade for the fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Take the Yi family, for example. Yi Huailong would have been more than willing to use a fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline to trade for Class 5 Creation Master resources that would be able to increase his power. Yi Huailong would never have been able to guess that Lin Yuan was after the being in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that created faes with the Sacred Wood bloodline. But even if Yi Huailong did know what Lin Yuan was thinking, all he would do was stand loyally by Lin Yuan's side to help him. This was because he had become Lin Yuan's servant, and because Lin Yuan could lead Yi Huailong and the Yi family to a bright future. After the Yi family entered the imperial court, Yi Huailong would lead the Divine Wood Federation toward glory. Yi Huailong felt that Lin Yuan had to have a plan in mind since he asked to meet. Su Han and Yang Sijie had left the Crown Wood banquet long ago. This had never happened before. Yi Huailong could already distinctly pick up the scent of rain. When Yang Sijie returned to the imperial court, while he was standing in a long corridor talking with an elderly man, he spotted a black flood dragon taking to the sky in the distance. A tall and skinny young man was standing behind Yang Sijie, and his features were rather feminine. His brow was currently furrowed, adding a tinge of malice to his expression. Fifth uncle and grandfather, no matter who they are, it is an insult to our imperial court to be riding on an avian-type fae within the imperial court's premises. We should immediately send out nearby guards to arrest and punish the perpetrator. Why are the two of you letting him do as he pleases? Yang Sijie took a deep breath and glared at this young man silently. The elderly man next to Yang Sijie said, "Gee, you have been by my side for so long, yet you haven't grown at all. You should really learn from your sister and think more. Then, you'll know why I'm letting him do as he pleases and ride an avian-type fae in the imperial court." Yang Ji's face immediately fell. Whenever he misspoke, his grandfather would compare him to his older sister and tell him to think more. Why would he have to ask if he could understand it for himself? Yang Ji lowered his head and said, "Yes, grandfather. Tonight, I will go and ponder over it carefully." Yang Hanxian felt his chest tighten when he heard what Yang Ji said. Although he had become an immortal expert, this grandson of his would shorten his lifespan by at least 50 years. You don't have to wait until you return. Go into the hall and reflect now. Yang Ji's temper flared when he heard that his grandfather was going to lock him up again. He did not even bother to bid goodbye to Yang Sijie and Yang Hanxian as he turned on his heel and stomped away into the hall. Yang Hanxian was so ticked off that he tossed the chain of item-storing walnuts in his hand to the ground, causing them to clatter against the stone. Yang Sijie hurriedly picked up the chain of pearls and said, "Father, Ji is still young. Why bother being angry with him?" Yang Hanxian replied angrily, "Ji is like this because all of his uncles, you included, have spoiled him rotten. Your daughter is still the best. She has always been obedient." Yang Sijie smiled as his eyes flashed. If he had not spoiled his nephew, how could his daughter have climbed onto the pedestal that she currently sat on? At that moment, Yang Hanxian asked, "Are the people from the Truth Association done arranging the secret room inside the main hall?" Yang Sijie's expression turned stern as he replied, "Father, everything has been prepared to perfection." Yang Hanxian smiled coldly and raised his gaze to look out in the direction of the Su family's residence. The Su family had indeed been hiding a secret all these years. Does Su Jinmu really think that every one of the Su family's inner circle is uncrackable? The Su family wants to attack us to take over the imperial court, but they have no clue that we've been waiting for them to make their move for months. Worry crossed Yang Sijie's face as he said, "Father, we don't have to worry about the Su family. However, if we agree to the Truth Association's condition, our family will become a subsidiary of the Truth Association once you become a member. At that point, the Divine Wood Federation would essentially be subservient to the Great Lush Federation." Yang Hanxian did not respond immediately, but an uncontrollable tinge of fear appeared deep in his gaze. He seemed to remember the boy who had walked out of the gruesome ball of flesh 3 months ago. In a few months, The boy had become Yang Hanxian's nightmare. Jie, when one is lacking, one has no choice but to ally with stronger powers. You will understand this in the future. Yang Sijie did not mention the Truth Association again. Even if the entire Yang family opposed the idea, his father was adamant about seeing it through. For this reason, his father had even sacrificed Yang Sijie's older brother, who had long been favored by him. This made Yang Sijie aware that if he voiced his opposition, there was no question that he would end up just like his older brother. Yang Sijie's tone turned sharp as he said, "Father, the rumor of Sky Creation having a Class 5 Creation Master should be true. Should we become acquainted with Sky Creation? The Su family is unusually close with Sky Creation. I'm afraid that even with the support of the Truth Association, we might not be able to fend off the Su family when they have Sky Creation backing them." Yang Sijie had always been the type to play things safe. Otherwise, he would not have given up on connecting with Sky Creation and chosen to stay on the fence the moment Suhan released an unverified claim. The Truth Association's hold over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court made Yang Sijie think of the concept of many weaklings overpowering the strong. However, his father's attitude toward the Truth Association made Yang Sijie too afraid to mention this concept. This was because it could be said that Yang Hanxian no longer placed the Yang family's benefits first. He had assumed that his words would incite contemplation from his father. Alas, his father turned down his suggestion without hesitation. "Jie, even if Sky Creation has a Class 5 Creation Master, they won't be able to compete with Truth Association. Later, go and properly host the experts from the Truth Association. If Sky Creation doesn't help the Su family to attack us, we can still get to know them after the storm blows over." Once Yang Sijie was done speaking, Yang Hanxian turned and walked into the hall. Yang Sijie looked up at the moon. Wispy clouds slowly floated across the inky sky, making the full moon appear like a crescent. Yang Sijie could be certain that his father did not used to be like this. When the Truth Association first came to the Divine Wood Federation and connected with the Imperial Court, his father had been extremely standoffish. But ever since that night when his father had fallen seriously ill, his attitude toward the Truth Association changed completely. Yang Sijie sighed, and he suddenly saw no point in trying to argue. Eventually, he would still end up as a puppet. Inside the Su family's meeting room, two elders with liver spot-covered skin sat side by side at the head of the table while Su Jian, Su Jun, and Su Han took the seats beside them. Su Jun and Su Jian sat on their left while Su Han sat on their right. The rest of the over 60 of the Su family's experts and main members, such as Su Wenliang, did not have the authority to attend this meeting, even though he had been promoted to steward. Right after Su Han took his seat, he felt the pressure akin to the weight of thousands of mountains pressing down on him. He did not expect his great-grandfather to begin a secret meeting while he was representing the Su family at the Crown Wood banquet. His great-grandfather had even issued the order that they would make their move once the sacred Wood mystic realm opened. At that time, he would not be able to bring up any new discoveries or guesses he had for fear of confusing the troops. When he saw the hopeful expressions of his great-grandparents and his two older brothers, Su Han let out a long sigh. He had no choice but to bury his worries and pray that they dissolved. When Su Han thought back to how Lin Yuan treated him at the Crown Wood banquet and the precious instrument his retainer used, he seemed to see a vision of the Su family's future. After the secret meeting ended, Su Han asked Su Jinmu in a low voice, "Great-grandfather, has Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master remained in the treasure vault all this time? If our family makes a move, your main Fae will have to stay by your side. What will happen to the Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master then?" Ever since Su Han entered, Su Jinmu could tell from his countenance that something was wrong. Su Jinmu could guess that this was likely related to Sky Creation. At the beginning of the operation, Su Jinmu had his own share of worries and calculations. However, wealth was only found in the mire of danger. If Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master truly had the ability to resist, there was no reason for her to endure the treatment of the Su family. Hence, Su Jinmu did not think there was anything to worry about. Su Jinmu felt that if he busied himself with worrying instead of acting, he would just be dragging the Su family down. Thus, No matter how much Su Jinmu usually spoiled Su Han, his tone turned cold. Han, you have no flaws besides being overly cautious and worrying too much. If that's the case, you can take yourself out of this operation. You can stay in the residence to watch over Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. My adjudication dung beetle is stronger than Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master's main Fey. It can use its ability to lock Di Wanmi's spiritual power and movement. It will remove the lock when it returns. So, there's nothing for you to be worried about. Su Jinmu led Su Jun and Su Jian out of the meeting room. Su Han was about to chase after Su Jinmu to add something, but he stopped himself when he remembered the mood that Su Jinmu was in. It would also be good for him to guard Di Wanmi. The adjudication dung beetle's ability could lock everything within a set area. There could only be two possibilities for the lock to fail. The first reason was that his great-grandfather's adjudication dung beetle had died during the battle against the Yang family. The other possibility was that Di Wanmi was originally stronger than the adjudication dung beetle and that she had been trying to set the Su family up from the beginning. If the Su family had really been set up by the Class 5 Creation Master, they would be doomed, regardless of whether their operation against the Yang family turned out to be a success. The long black flood dragon twisted around a nearby rooftop, the clouds rolling beneath it. When one looked down from its back, all one could see were dark clouds. As the clouds gradually thickened, they could not see the gunfire taking place within the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Ever since Bai Qinghuan climbed aboard Blackie's back, she had been waiting for Lin Yuan to say something to her. Yet, not only did Lin Yuan remain silent, he was silently looking up at the stars. It was as though the constellations were communicating with him. The starlight cascaded down his body, weaving a gossamer garment. At that moment, Lin Yuan did not seem like a rich young master but like a god who had been relegated to the mortal realm. Since Lin Yuan had contracted the merciful star peony, he used casted item starlight almost daily. He discovered that it rained far too much in the Divine Wood Federation, and the clouds prevented him from using casted item starlight every night. When it rained, Lin Yuan rode Blackie above the clouds to absorb starlight. He realized the effects of absorbing starlight above the clouds were much better than on the ground. Purple Love's blessing allowed Lin Yuan to absorb starlight much easier. It did not take long before Lin Yuan felt the force in one of his arms to be equivalent to 75 kilograms. This would allow Lin Yuan to be much stronger when he used the combat skills and fighting strategies he had picked up. After all, when a person was moving, they depended on their strength on top of agility. Lin Yuan had invited Bai Qinghuan to stargaze because he wanted to cut off her means to retreat, and also because he did not want to waste time that he could have been using casted item starlight. Since Bai Qinghuan had all but delivered herself, Lin Yuan knew that she would seek him out even if he remained silent. He wanted to see what she, someone whose body could not contain her brimming ambition, was truly made of. If Bai Qinghuan was completely incompetent and only wanted Lin Yuan's protection, he would not waste time on her. But if Bai Qinghuan had her own capabilities, Lin Yuan did not mind helping to change her fate and open a new path for her. When Bai Qinghuan saw the starlight around Lin Yuan darkening, she knew that she could not wait any longer. She had been trying to find a way to gain the upper hand when she eventually spoke to Lin Yuan. Even if she could not gain the upper hand, she had to at least secure equal footing. Since she was going to become subservient to him, she was well aware that she had to consider her future identity and status. Their short interaction had already been enough for Bai Qinghuan to know that this young man liked to be the one in the lead. Lin Yuan was her only path to salvation, but she was nothing more than another chess piece on his board. She was non-essential. Bai Qinghuan was extremely confident in her abilities. Otherwise, she would not have left herself with no way out in a circumstance like the Crown Wood Banquet. But before she demonstrated what she could do, she knew that she had no leverage. Thus, she bit her lip and said, "Young Master Chu, I am 19 years old this year and am a beginner class 2 creation master. My main Fey is gold/fantasy." Lu Jie had been curious about Bai Qinghuan. He wanted to know why she was speaking in such a way that left no way out for herself. There was no way that Bai Qinghuan would naively believe that a faction would be willing to offend the Bai family and try to take control of them just because she was a beautiful woman. She was 19 years old, a Class 2 creation master, and had a gold/fantasy fae. Given her age and power, she was definitely considered a genius. She had what it took to fight for a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence, even in the Radiance Federation. However, she could not prove anything by attaining such power with the Bai family's resources. In fact, by abandoning the Bai family to seek protection elsewhere, she seemed rather despicable. However, her vapid demeanor with Yang Xijie and Su Han and her ridiculous responses made Lu Jie aware that Bai Qinghuan was not simple. She would never rely on something like her feminine wiles. Just as Lu Jie thought, once Bai Qinghuan was done introducing her power level, her tone took a turn. Young Master Chu, Sky Creation has a Class 5 Creation Master. My power is insignificant. I came to see you because I want to take a gamble. Will my intelligence and capability be enough to trade for your willingness to make an enemy out of the Bai family and protect me? Lin Yuan finally looked interested. Oh? Intelligence and capability? Since you're from the Divine Wood Federation, you should know that power is everything. Intelligence and capability are worthless when one is imprisoned. It will only be able to take effect when one is in a high position. So, by approaching me, you're not only trying to rid yourself of the Bai family but also looking for a chance to develop your ambition from a high position. Other factions won't be able to handle your ambition, and I'm the same. Bai Qinghuan inhaled sharply, and she felt as though she had been frozen. This young man completely saw through her heart. By saying that he could not handle her ambition, he was rejecting her. This meant that she would not even have the opportunity to demonstrate her intelligence and capability. As Bai Qinghuan felt her body become increasingly cold as she teetered off the precipice overlooking the pit of despair, the young man said softly, "If your ability and intelligence can make up for the flaws left by your intelligence, I can give you a chance to reach that high position." Bai Qinghuan always saw herself as being skilled at psychological warfare. However, that young man had just given her hope before swapping it with despair and then handing her renewed hope. After the back and forth, she could not help but be terrified of this young man, to the point that she dared not bear her ambition in front of him. Bai Qinghuan took a deep breath and knew that this was her last chance. She took out the item-storing walnut and activated it using spiritual energy. For piles of documents, each almost 4 meters tall, appeared on Blackie's back. The wind at such a high altitude was extremely strong, and some of the documents were immediately blown away when they appeared. Lu Jie waved his finger, and 2 of the lonely night hurricane moths that had been scouting the surroundings flashed and retrieved every single one of the documents that had been blown away by the wind. Bai Qinghuan stared at Lin Yuan with utmost seriousness and said, "Young Master Chu, everything I want to say is here. You will automatically come to a decision once you're done reading them. If you really don't think I'm worth it, please drop me off outside of Sacred Forest City to give me a chance to flee for my life." Lin Yuan looked at Bai Qinghuan and noticed that there was still calmness amid her panic. Bai Qinghuan saw Lin Yuan looking at her and thought he did not have the patience to look through the documents she had just produced. She immediately lost her cool. She knew that she had taken out far too much information. It would take a regular person a few days to read through all of them. But if Lin Yuan was unwilling to read through the documents, Bai Qinghuan had no idea how she could prove her worth. At that moment, she suddenly saw a white cat appear in Lin Yuan's arms. The cat had 8 long billowing tails, and it was covered in bright ivory fur. The 8-tailed cat with a strange gaze was currently affectionately clinging to Lin Yuan's shoulders as it nuzzled its neck. As a Class 2 creation master, Bai Qinghuan could not tell what the cat's ability was. However, she could tell that it had reached Diamond X/Fantasy. Another Diamond X/Fantasy V Fae. It had a similar level of power to the Black Flood Dragon. The 2 Diamond X/Fantasy V Faes gave Bai Qinghuan a boost of confidence. For the first time, she felt insignificant and mediocre. At that moment, Bai Qinghuan heard the young man say, "Don't you want me to look through the 4 piles of documents? I shall do as you ask." Bai Qinghuan was delighted when she heard this. This was when she heard the cat in Lin Yuan's arms let out a long meow. Soon, the 8 illusionary tails rapidly elongated and solidified. The cat tails formed a windstorm atop the black flood dragon's back that picked up the piles of paper. The long tails touched each piece of paper as though it was playing. Bai Qinghuan was currently nervously waiting for her ending and did not notice Lin Yuan's gaze changing. Frankly, Lin Yuan had not thought much about Bai Qinghuan. But now it seemed that she was not simple. Genius was already done looking through 2 of the piles and found that they described the inferred relations between the major factions in the Divine Wood Federation. Given the Bai family's status, Bai Qinghuan had access to information that others would struggle to obtain. Hence, it was not surprising for the inferences to be more detailed. However, the inference that the Su family was going to attack the Yang family and win was not expected. It had to be a secret that the Su family intended to attack the Yang family. There was no way that Bai Qinghuan would have the opportunity to learn about it. Even the head of the Bai family should not be aware of this. Even if the head of the Bai family had secured such information, he would not tell Bai Qinghuan about it. Thus, the only explanation was that Bai Qinghuan had inferred this information on her own. If that were the case, it meant she was extremely skilled at inference and deduction. However, Lin Yuan was curious about why she predicted that the Su family would lose to the Yang family. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Genius finished looking through all 4 piles of documents. After Genius' examination, the way Lin Yuan looked at Bai Qinghuan changed. He would not have a need to keep her if all she was good for was her deduction skill. But now, he felt that he absolutely needed to keep her. He had not expected her to have such powerful military affairs skills. In this world where wielding beasts was at the root of everything, a person's power was key and martial force was above all. Thus, military affairs skills were increasingly ignored. But since Lin Yuan had come from another world, he knew the importance of military affairs skills. Bai Qinghuan had indeed proven her worth to Lin Yuan. In special situations, Bai Qinghuan's strategic significance would exceed that of an eternal expert. And they happened to be exactly in the middle of a special situation. A storm was about to be unleashed. Although Lin Yuan did not absolutely have to keep Bai Qinghuan, there would be no disadvantages to doing so. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time here. It was likely that Yi Huailong was already on his way to Sky Creation's tree castle to see Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said to Bai Qinghuan, "Frankly, I don't have much use for your deductions because I can get access to some information even without deductions. But I am interested in your military affairs skills. Swear to me on your willpower rune. There might be a chance in the future to push you to a high position and helm strategy planning." While Lin Yuan was speaking, he sent Blackie toward Sky Creation's tree castle. When Lin Yuan instructed his cat to use its tail to flip through the information, Bai Qinghuan saw every movement as a round of judgment. Fear could be stacked endlessly, especially when one's life hung in the balance. As Bai Qinghuan's fear accumulated, she dared not negotiate with Lin Yuan when the opportunity was finally presented to her. She immediately knelt to the ground and swore to become Lin Yuan's servant on her willpower rune. In the Divine Wood Federation, the only type of swearing was to become a servant. Now, Bai Qinghuan was Lin Yuan's servant, and he could use the contract to decide her life or death. A faint dot of light appeared in the shrine in his soul. This represented Bai Qinghuan's faith in him. Although this dot of light was still extremely small, it proved that Bai Qinghuan had become loyal to him. By the time they arrived at Sky Creation's tree castle, Yi Huailong was waiting for Lin Yuan as per their agreement. Both Yi Huailong and Bai Qinghuan's faces were filled with shock. Yi Huailong had not expected Lin Yuan to have Bai Qinghuan by his side, and Bai Qinghuan had not expected Yi Huailong to act in such a subservient manner in front of Lin Yuan. It was as though, just like her, he was Lin Yuan's servant. Yi Huailong had many things to tell Lin Yuan, but he did not know how to begin with Bai Qinghuan here. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "You can speak candidly. Bai Qinghuan is also one of us." Yi Huailong looked at Bai Qinghuan curiously. He did not understand what it was about Bai Qinghuan that made her willing to be taken in by Lin Yuan while risking affronting the Bai family. But since Lin Yuan had said that Bai Qinghuan was one of them, Yi Huailong did not put up a guard against her and said, Young master, if the Su family truly makes a move, Sacred Forest City will be thrown into chaos. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect the tree castle without you here. Lin Yuan replied, once the Su family makes their move, it is likely that the Bai family will take advantage of the opportunity to attack the Yi family. At that time, you will immediately bring the people from the Yi family to Sky Creation's tree castle. Your safety is assured once you're inside the tree castle. Bai Qinghuan was floored when she heard the exchange between Lin Yuan and Yi Huailong. Yi Huailong had addressed Lin Yuan as young master. This meant that he saw Lin Yuan as his master and that the Yi family had become a subsidiary of Sky Creation. Bai Qinghuan had come up with her deductions based on information she had gathered, but also on her understanding of the current circumstances. Previously, she had thought about going to the head of the Bai family with her deductions to see if she could leverage her ability to escape her marriage to the Bai family's oldest grandson. But after some things happened, Bai Qinghuan realized she was too naive. Once she refused to marry the Bai family's oldest grandson, she would lose all value to the Bai family. There was no way that they would fancy her military affairs skill. Once he fully absorbed her deductions, the head of the Bai family would eliminate her to preserve his grandson's pride. But now, Lin Yuan verified Bai Qinghuan's deductions. Yet, she did not feel happy in the slightest. Since she came from one of the Bai family's collateral branches, she knew that anything that happened in Sacredwood City would put countless regular people in turmoil. At that moment, Lin Yuan asked, Qinghuan, according to your prediction, the Su family will lose to the Yang family. Are you basing it on some information you heard or any other kind of basis? Bai Qinghuan was silent for a moment before she said calmly, I don't have any basis, but I can assure you that the Su family will not be able to defeat the Yang family. Lin Yuan frowned. Without any basis, the prediction was unreliable. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not care if the Su family or the Yang family won. It made no difference to him. Regardless, Lin Yuan was going to promote the Yi family after the fight between the Su and Yang families. However, as the instigator, it was unlikely that the Su family would dare to attack the Yang family without absolute confidence. When Lin Yuan helped the Su family nurture over 100 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss, he sensed that the Su family had been suppressing their plan. It was now that Bai Qinghuan went on to say, ever since the Yang family took over the imperial court, they have possessed much more resources than the other families. Every year, 3% of the revenue from the items auctioned off by the Yang family at the Crown Wood Banquet would support them for the entire year. They took in 200 million great lush dollars from the Crown Wood Banquet. After the past century, their earnings from just the Crown Wood Banquet have allowed the Yang family to possess much more resources than other families. I'm sure you can calculate the distance of the gap without me telling you. As the head of the imperial court, the Yang family had 5 permanent seats on the council. This allows them to send out at least 5 people into the sacred wood mystic realm each time. Even though the Su family has been working hard for the past 2 decades and has earned more seats on the council, so they now have even more seats than the Yang family, their recent win is insufficient for them to accumulate important resources. Hence, the Yang family is still the family with the most plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline in Sacred Forest City. At that point, Bai Qinghuan cast her gaze at Yi Huailong, and her tone became girlish as she said, Uncle Yi, your family might not have what it takes to take on the Yang family by force, but try to imagine yourself as one of the main members of the Yang family. After all that has happened over the years, even I am able to sense that the Su family has become too strong. They have spent almost all of their resources on increasing their overall power. Don't you think the Yang family knows too? Don't you think they'll put up their guard against the Su family? Unless the Yang family is playing a bigger game, they would have already exposed the Su family. There's no way they would still be as calm as they are now. Yi Huailong had not expected Bai Qinghuan to involve him in her answer to Lin Yuan's question. What did she mean by the Yi family did not have what it took to take on the Yang family? If the Yi family hadn't been targeted by the Bai family 2 decades ago and was almost destroyed, my brother would have become a Class 5 creation master long ago. Then, not just the Yang family but even the Su and Bai families would be no match for us. Although Bai Qinghuan's tone was unbearable, Yi Huailong felt that what she said made complete sense. A king would never allow others to steal his profits without putting up resistance. Yi Huailong understood the head of the Yang family, Yang Hanxian. He was overly suspicious and placed his ego above everything else. An extremely cautious person like this had to already be suspecting the Su family. However, Yang Hanxian appeared calm and carefree. He did seem to be waiting for the Su family to lunge with their knife poised so he could take them down in one fell swoop. This thought caused Yi Huailong's heart to fall. He had been under the assumption that he understood the Yang and Su family's power. He did not think that the Yang family had the capacity to be acting as calmly as they were. At that moment, Lin Yuan said softly, "If that's the case, it's likely that the Su and Yang families will reveal all their secret weapons during this bout of conflict. Yi Huailong, you and the Yi family should take the next few days to make the proper preparations. At the end of it all, the Yi family will be the one to fulfill the Su family's dream." Now that Lin Yuan was done giving his instructions, he left Sky Creation's tree castle. As they watched the image of Lin Yuan's departing figure, Bai Qinghuan and Yi Huailong sensed from his attitude that he could not be less bothered by the Su and Yang families. Yi Huailong was about to leave when he saw Bai Qinghuan taking a seat on one of the chairs inside the tree castle. Since he had been so disgusted by her, he decided to return the favor. "Niece Qinghuan, leave with me. The Bai family isn't far from the Yi family, and we can accompany each other." Just as Yi Huailong was done speaking, he saw Bai Qinghuan cross her legs and say with a smile, "I don't have the courage to return to the Bai family. I wanted to survive by remaining in the tree castle, but since you've extended my invitation, I don't mind staying with the Yi family. Since you have gained young Master Chu's protection, I'm sure that you're no longer afraid of the Bai family. It just so happens that the Bai family almost took out the Yi family last time. This time, the Yi family should eliminate the Bai family before the Su family makes a move on the Yang family to show off the Yi family's might. It will remove all the humiliation of past years from how even families like the Yu family have plotted to take a dump on the Yi family." Bai Qinghuan's words sounded like they had been for Yi Huailong's sake and that she hoped the Yi family would shine. But when Yi Huailong heard it, he was so enraged that steam almost started coming out from his ears. His liver almost exploded. "Listen to her. What is she saying? You disgusted me once, and I just wanted to do the same to you. Why is it that only you are allowed to disgust me but not vice versa? Your words directly pierced my artery." Regardless of whether the Yi family was currently capable of taking on the Bai family, acting now could ruin the plan that Lin Yuan had already set up. At that time, they would have put themselves against Sky Creation. If Bai Qinghuan had not already joined Sky Creation and was not one of Lin Yuan's servants now, her words would have been reason enough for Yi Huailong to kill her without hesitation. Bai Qinghuan also stabbed at Yi Huailong's artery mercilessly because she knew he did not dare touch her. Lu Jie looked vexed when he saw Yi Huailong and Bai Qinghuan squabbling, but he did not stop them. This was because he was still unsure of why Lin Yuan had taken in Yi Huailong and Bai Qinghuan. But regardless of what the reason was, all he needed to do was stay by Lin Yuan's side to complete the plan. From the moment he left the tree castle, Lin Yuan sensed that he was being watched. Moreover, more than one person was watching him. Previously, what Lin Yuan lacked the most was a sensing ability. But ever since he formed a contract with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and it attained the satanic ability Misfortune for All, Lin Yuan could sense the calamity of the surroundings. This would allow him to sense if there were any life forms around him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 19, 20, 21. There were a total of 21 people watching him. There sure are numerous factions from Sacred Forest City who are targeting Sky Creation. Lin Yuan had arranged to meet Ding Chengshua at the Thriving Summer Hotel, the largest hotel in Sacred Forest City. He had given the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to Ding Chengshua. Ding Chengshua had placed a tentacle node in his room. Lin Yuan found a nearby hotel. Once Lin Yuan entered the hotel, he was immediately warmly received. The later in the day it became, the more crowded it became in the Divine Wood Federation. The nightlife was much livelier than in the Radiance Federation. Even in Sacred Forest City, which was the capital of the Divine Wood Federation, The nightlife was filled with debauchery and wickedness. There were numerous dancer services offered at every hotel. Lin Yuan's attire made him a magnet for the hotel staff. The hotel staff all had keen eyes and addressed every person who was dressed lavishly as Lord. Lord, welcome to our humble establishment. We offer many special services. Would you like to order food first or some of these services? This attendant shot Lin Yuan a promiscuous gaze as she wondered to herself. If Lord Chu chooses a special service, I wonder which little thing will get lucky. Although Lin Yuan was a young man in this world, he was aware of the realities of the world. I will be ordering food. I want to book a suite. Lin Yuan handed money to the attendant. Normally, when business was booming, people who only came to dine were not allowed to book private rooms. But when she saw the 5 great lush dollars that Lin Yuan was holding out, the attendant's eyes immediately lit up. 5 great lush dollars was enough for him to book over 20 rounds of fun. Lord, I will arrange the best room for you this instant. We will give you 5 types of specialty dishes for free if it's just you. I hope they will be to your liking. Lin Yuan had not come to dine but to put up a facade. It did not matter what dishes were served as he was not going to be the one eating them. Lin Yuan looked at the attendant, who was almost vibrating with excitement over the tip he had given, and said, "Lead the way." The attendant excitedly led Lin Yuan into a large suite and personally ordered dishes for him. Once Lin Yuan entered the suite, he summoned the death demon concubine beast. Merciful Soul immediately leaped into Lin Yuan's arms and started cuddling up to him. Merciful Soul had used demon concubine's promise to form a contract with the lifespan mouse. Now their lives were linked. Lin Yuan was keeping the lifespan mouse inside the spirit lock spatial zone, so it could continuously consume spiritual ingredients that contained vitality to increase its store of lifespan. Normally, the suzerain X/myth I Merciful Soul had a lifespan of around 1,100 years. But thanks to the lifespan mouse, its lifespan had broken through this limit to reach 1,400 years. Merciful Soul's lifespan had increased so much in just a few days. After a few more days of lifespan accumulation, Merciful Soul would be able to steal the fate of a nation, demon concubine's chaos, and payment in life freely. Lin Yuan twirled his finger, and a feather made of day and night spirit silver appeared in his hand. He swiped the tip of his finger over the feather, and a drop of blood immediately oozed out. Lin Yuan held out his finger to Merciful Soul, and it licked the pearl of blood. Under Lin Yuan's instruction, it used Faceless Appearance. Faceless Appearance's effect was specifying a target and absorbing the target's blood in order to take on the target's appearance as well as partially obtain the target's abilities. The furry Merciful Soul turned and changed into a copy of Lin Yuan. It was even wearing the same clothes as him. No one would be able to tell the difference between the transformed Merciful Soul and Lin Yuan based on their exteriors because Faceless Appearance also blocked Merciful Soul's original aura. Only Class 5 Creation Masters could tell that there was a discrepancy. After Merciful Soul used Faceless Appearance to turn into an imitation of Lin Yuan, the latter attached the faceless paper to his face. His features were immediately turned down until they became ordinary. Lin Yuan had used faceless paper when he journeyed to Whale Ocean Commerce and had not felt that anything was wrong. It was only later that Night Leaning Moon told him that he also needed to alter his aura. Otherwise, the mismatching appearance and aura would still catch the attention of others. The D family had not caught on at the time because they had already decided to stake their all on one final gamble. Hence, they had not been overly observant of anything else. After Night Leaning Moon's reminder, Lin Yuan learned how to retract his aura when he put on faceless paper. After everything ended, Lin Yuan used node transportation to send himself into Ding Chengshua's room at Thriving Summer Hotel. When the 5 dishes ordered by the attendant arrived, Merciful Soul cleaned the plates and left the suite to return to the tree castle to act as his replacement. When the attendant saw that Lin Yuan was leaving, she immediately walked over to him and said, "Lord, was the food to your liking? I will reserve this suite for you the next time you're here." Merciful Soul's lip curled when it looked at the attendant as it said, "It wasn't bad, but the quantity was much too little." Merciful Soul followed Lin Yuan's instruction and returned to the tree castle, leaving the attendant staring dazedly after it. Before Merciful Soul spoke, the attendant had not felt that anything was wrong. But once it did, the attendant felt as though it had been enveloped in beguilement to the point that her soul had almost been stolen. The attendant shook her head and returned to her senses. The 5 dishes had large portions, but the gentle and elegant young man had managed to finish all of them and still complained that the quantity had been too little. At that moment, the attendant heard the other customers calling her, and she hurriedly scampered off to work. The next time she had time and thought back to the young man's existing gaze, all the hair stood up on her body. Suddenly, she realized what the gaze meant. That young man had been looking at her as though she was a plate of food. After the Crownwood banquet ended, Ding Qingxua was invited by a few old friends to have a small gathering. He returned to his room after the gathering was over and was about to contact Lin Yuan using the Thoughts letter paper when he felt the space in the room fluctuating slightly. The figure of an unfamiliar young man appeared in the spot where Lin Yuan told him to mark out using the tentacle. However, Ding Qingxua had no intention of attacking the young man because he had traveled through the spatial tagging. It had to either be Lin Yuan or one of Lin Yuan's people. Ding Qingxua hurriedly took on a respectful demeanor. He was the only person from Sacred Forest City who knew that Sky Creation, the faction that had shaken up the entire Sacred Forest City, was nothing more than a result of Lin Yuan's casual fabrication. Even the tree castle that Sky Creation resided in used to be that of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Ding Qingxua knew what his position was in Lin Yuan's faction. He knew that he was nothing more than a peripheral member and that he could not afford to offend anyone from the faction. At that moment, Ding Qingxua heard a familiar voice say, "City Lord Ding, I thank you for your hospitality tonight. Has anything unusual happened in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm?" Faceless paper could change one's appearance but could not alter one's voice. As such, Ding Qingxua instantly recognized the voice as belonging to Lin Yuan. Ding Qingxua hurriedly replied, "Lord, everything is as per usual in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Nothing special has taken place. However, there will be a questioning tomorrow before we enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, which will likely require you to speak. The Holy Lady has never met you and won't recognize your voice, but many families from Sacred Forest City will be sending members to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Many of them will be able to place your voice." Lin Yuan replied, "You don't have to worry about my voice. I have my own way of settling it. You have mentioned the Holy Lady many times. I want to know what's so special about her. Is she from a major family?" Ding Qingxua was silent for a moment before he told Lin Yuan about everything he knew. "When I was young, I spent some time as a pupil in the Yu family in Sacred Forest City. One of their Class 1 Creation Masters had become Pinnacle Class 2 Creation Master. I was 29 years old and was rewarded by the Yu family and given the chance to join because I developed a spirit fluid recipe. Since I had a decent amount of power and Creation Master ability is greatly highlighted in Sacred Forest City. I was given a small position in the Yu family despite not being a disciple. At that time, I had the chance to see the Holy Lady once. More than 70 years have passed since then, and I'm old now, but the Holy Lady's features have not changed in the slightest. At the time, I managed to find a plant-type fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline with decent abilities for the Yu family. After working for the Yu family for 10 years and becoming a Class 4 Creation Master, I gained my freedom. I traveled to the border of the Divine Wood Federation and built a city. The Divine Wood Federation's factions are used to having the Holy Lady around. But the year that I entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, I heard one of the Yang family's direct descendants say that the Holy Lady had appeared out of the blue years ago. She used her own capabilities to gain jurisdiction over the opening and closing of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and started acting as its owner. Thus, the Yang family left her alone. It's likely that there is a secret deal between the Holy Lady and the Yang family. Lin Yuan's synapses immediately lit up with activity when he heard what Ding Qingxua said. It seemed likely that the Holy Lady was not human. Otherwise, she would not be exempted from aging. The whirlpool of spirit chi in a spirit chi professional's body could only be used to slow down the process of aging once they reached King class. Only at Emperor class would they be able to freeze their features. This was why there were powerhouses in top factions who looked elderly, middle-aged, as well as young. The Moon Empress had been called an unparalleled genius of her generation but only reached Emperor class when she was 27 years old. Thus, her features were frozen at that age. Becoming an Emperor-class expert was not as simple as having a myth-breed Fae. The Spirit Chi professional's rank had to reach S rank. It was challenging for a Spirit Chi professional to reach S rank at 27 years old. Currently, the disciples of royalty were all still stuck at Pinnacle B rank. Many of the current Radiance envoys had reached 27 or 28 years old but were only at A rank. They still had a long way to go before they reached S rank. Lin Yuan heard from Yi Huailong that the Holy Lady looked to be around 15 years old. There was no way that a Spirit Chi professional could have reached Emperor class by that age to freeze their looks. There had to be something up with the Holy Lady. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was a small, independent dimensional space. Could only be controlled from the inside. For example, when Lin Yuan took control of the Class 3 Waterworld Dimensional Rift, he also had to do so from the inside in order to seal it off. Even an eternal expert could not cause a dimensional rift to disappear before they retrieved the source-type item within. This thought made Lin Yuan smile. Chances were high that the Holy Lady was linked to the life form inside the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Normally, one did not need creation master abilities to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm to search for resources, because it would not be useful in retrieving treasures. Power was what mattered. However, there was an unspoken rule in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, which was that the elder members of families with seats on the council had to send in creation masters, and the younger generation had to possess creation master abilities. Curiosity bloomed within Lin Yuan. City Lord Ding, since you have entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm before, I would really like to know why creation masters are the ones entering it to search for resources. Can it be that creation master resources are needed in order to obtain plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline? Ding Chengshua nodded and replied, "It is indeed so. According to the rules laid out by the Holy Lady, one needs to dig a hole in the ground in front of the Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline that they would like to obtain and bury creation master resources inside the hole. Then, they can try to dig out the plant-type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline. They have to provide creation master resources of a certain level in order to be able to dig out the roots of the plant-type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Trying to dig out the plant-type Fae by force will only result in it withering rapidly. Moreover, no matter how discreet one tries to be, everything is known to the Holy Lady. Any faction that breaks the rules will be denied the next 2 future chances to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, but a smile soon broke out on his face. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm sure was interesting. Every time the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm lost a Fae plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline, it received significantly impressive creation master resources in exchange. It was likely that the hidden life form absorbed the resources in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. The Holy Lady had to either be that life form in disguise or a companion of that life form. Regardless, she was an external medium for it. The more information he found out about the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, the more accurate his previous deductions became. He heard from Yi Huailong that the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was vast, and that someone had tried to walk into its deepest area only to find that they had not reached its end after walking for 28 hours. 48 hours later, no matter where one was, one would be booted out of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm as long as they were still alive. Hence, Lin Yuan did not know how he would seek out the mysterious Fae that had created the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. All he could do was use Morbius to sense and gauge a direction from the concentration of the Sacred Wood bloodline. This way of searching might not guarantee that Lin Yuan would be able to find what he was searching for in the enormous space, as his deductions had led him to the assumption that the life form was extremely intelligent and could very likely put up barriers to hide. Thus, Lin Yuan intended to use himself as bait to lure out the Holy Lady and force the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm to meet with him. Since the life form craved creation master resources, Lin Yuan could create a temptation for it that would be almost impossible to avoid. Once Ding Chengshua was done telling Lin Yuan about the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and saw that Lin Yuan had not responded, he immediately became anxious and thought, "Can it be that Lin Yuan is blaming me for not telling him about the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm circumstances in advance?" This thought instantly filled Ding Chengshua with panic. "Lord, According to the regulations of the sacred wood mystic realm, each person who enters is only allowed to take out one plant-type fae with the sacred wood bloodline. If you don't have enough Creation Master resources, I do. With my Creation Master resources, you will definitely obtain a plant-type fae with the sacred wood bloodline that you find acceptable. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. I have prepared enough Creation Master resources. I don't need your help. We will split up and work once we enter the sacred wood mystic realm. City Lord Ding, you can rest easy and go ahead to pick out a plant-type fae of your liking. Lin Yuan was entering the sacred wood mystic realm with the goal of reaching its deepest depths to find that life form. As such, he never had any intention of following the sacred wood mystic realm's regulations. Furthermore, there was a good chance that that life form had laid out the sacred wood mystic realm's regulations. Once he captured the life form, there would be no point in reopening the sacred wood mystic realm in the future, as capturing that life form was the equivalent of taking over the sacred wood mystic realm itself. At that time, Lin Yuan could try to use the life form's bloodline to stain the plant-type phase of his choosing to awaken the sacred wood bloodline in them. The wind that night was increasingly wild, and the branches of many tree castles which had the faction's flags hanging off them had snapped off. As a result, Sacred Forest City's nightlife, which usually only ended at dawn, finished up while the sky was still pitch black. The gusty night suited some factions' ploys well. The next morning, not only did the wind not subside, but it even intensified. The gales were so strong that ordinary people could not even push open their doors. As a result, many residents chose not to leave their houses that day. At that moment, Lin Yuan appeared no different from any other young man in Oak City, as he followed behind Ding Chengshua toward the sacred wood sacrificial altar that was to the north of the imperial court. The entrance to the sacred wood mystic realm was at the top of the sacred wood sacrificial altar. Along the way, Ding Chengshua continuously made small talk with other members of factions who were entering the sacred wood mystic realm. At that moment, the conservation sounds above the sacred wood sacrificial altar suddenly quietened. A tall and skinny middle-aged man dressed in purple and holding a pair of crimson item-storing walnuts appeared. In order for the bronze item-storing walnut to turn crimson and take on crystalline transparency, it had to be legend quality. Numerous people present turned their attention to the bronze/legend item-storing walnuts in the middle-aged man's hand. Their eyes filled with envy. Ding Chengshua said to Lin Yuan softly, "This is the second master of the Su family, Su Jian. The three people behind him are main disciples of the Su family, and they are in the upper ranks of the Divine Wood 100 sequence." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. For the Su family to send out a pinnacle class 4 creation master at this juncture, it meant that they did not want to act rashly and alarm their enemy, and that they were confident in the operation they were going to carry out today. However, Lin Yuan was curious about where the Su family's confidence was coming from. Could it be the peaceful calm air moss? Lin Yuan felt that it was not enough. At that moment, Ding Chengshua made a noise of confusion and said, "The Su and Bai families have always been on bad terms. Why are they here together this time? Su Jian has a terrible temper. There was an incident where someone was too rowdy, and Su Jian immediately killed him. He should not be chatting so swimmingly with Bai Dong." A look of understanding spread across Lin Yuan's face. The Bai family had immortal power just like the Su family, and there was no way they would miss out on such a large event. It was likely that the two families were colluding. He could only wonder what the Su family had promised the Bai family. It seemed that the storm in Sacred Forest City was going to be bigger. It seemed that the moment the storm truly broke out, all the factions in Sacred Forest City would be forced to make a choice. None would be excluded. After Su Jian appeared, the lively conversation stopped and had not started up again. It seemed that Su Jian's reputation had long preceded him. At that moment, the middle-aged woman who had been chatting with Ding Chengshua said with a slightly worried tone, "Hopefully, the things we choose in the sacred wood mystic realm won't coincide with those that Su Jian wants. Otherwise, he'll force us to give them up when we come out." Ding Chengshua did not reply. Instead, he instinctively looked at Lin Yuan. Normally, he would be sharing the middle-aged woman's concerns. But now he had become one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. If Su Jian tried to force Ding Chengshua to give up his plant-type Fei with the sacred wood bloodline in front of Lin Yuan, he would be openly insulting Lin Yuan. It was unlikely that Lin Yuan would allow him to do so. Thus, there was nothing for Ding Chengshua to worry about. All he needed to focus on was finding a plant-type Fei with the sacred wood bloodline that would be useful to him. The time reached 8:30 a.m., and everyone realized to their shock that no one from the Yang family had shown up despite that family having the most representatives. The Yang family was usually the most enthusiastic about entering the sacred wood mystic realm. This year, the Yang family had not shown any mercy when they were fighting with the Su, Bai, and Yi families for seats on the council. If the Bai family had truly decided not to enter the sacred wood mystic realm this time, there would have been no point in them fighting for so many seats on the council. It was not only the Yang family that did not show up. The Yi family was also nowhere to be seen. This was truly unusual. Su Jian and Bai Dong's expressions changed simultaneously, and both of them exchanged a look. Lin Yuan had been keeping close watch over them and noticed this look. The Bai family had indeed struck a deal with the Su family. Lin Yuan was curious about how they had agreed to divide the benefits. There could only be one family who eventually presided over the imperial court. Lin Yuan already understood the Su family. After Di Wanmi arrived at the Su family, they were willing to take on great risks just to keep her there. This was enough to show that the Su family was not going to treat their allies sincerely. He had not been in Sacred Forest City for long, but had already discovered the Su family's true colors. The Bai and Su families had been living in Sacred Forest City for decades and had been stopped by the Yang and Su families when they previously tried to attack the Yi family. It resulted in the Bai family losing a substantial amount of combat power to gain none of the Yi family's resources. Thus, it went without saying that they understood the Su family's character better than him. If the two families' collaboration truly managed to take down the Yang family, it was certain there would be a huge dispute when it came to the division of profits. Soon, Su Jian's gaze calmed down. Su Jian looked around at the members of the factions who were present before he circulated the spiritual power in his body and created a vortex of spiritual power that enveloped both himself and Bai Dong. The vortex of spiritual power created by a Thearch-class expert could perfectly block all exterior spying. Bai Dong, why are you so worked up just because the Yi family didn't turn up? Ever since the Bai family attacked the Yi family and the Yi family's elder died, they were left without any immortal combat power. Even if they really run to help the Yang family, Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu are only Thearch-class experts and won't be able to make any significant waves. Moreover, the Yi family isn't here. It's likely after the Bai family killed the young experts sent by the Yi family during the last opening of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. They don't want to suffer any more losses, and that's why they didn't show up to this opening of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. To be honest, you were too heavy-handed last year. Why wouldn't they come this year if you hadn't killed the Yi family's juniors and taken all of the spoils last year? Bai Dong shot Su Jian a venomous look but forced his fury down. The Yi family had indeed caused the Bai family's power to drop precipitously. There was no way that the Yi family would ever make it to the top of the hierarchy in Sacred Forest City. But the Yi family had also caused the Bai family to suffer serious losses. The Bai family used to have 3 immortal experts, but the Yi family's elder had sacrificed himself to take down 2 of the Bai family's immortal experts. Because of this, the Bai family now paled in comparison to the Su family. Otherwise, the Bai family would have 1 more immortal expert than the Su family. Although Bai Dong knew that Su Jian was a direct person and never ran his words through a filter before he spoke them, the Su family was now working with the Bai family. They would either bask in glory together or plunge into doom together. Su Jian was not about to shoot himself in the foot. However, Bai Dong did not agree with what Su Jian said. Not long ago, there were rumors that Yi Huailong was going to personally lead a team into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. This was why, during the Bai family's operation, they sent him the pinnacle Thearch-class expert who had an edge over Yi Huailong. The Yi family had been horribly bullied by the Bai family in recent years but had never lost their backbone. The Yi family's absence at the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm meant that they were giving up their pride in front of all the factions of the Divine Wood Federation. There was no way that Yi Huailong was going to do such a thing. Although he did not know why the Yi family was not in attendance, Bai Dong still agreed that the E family could not cause too much trouble for them. There only seemed to be a small gap between Immortal experts and Pinnacle Thearch class experts, but it was actually a world of a difference. Nonetheless, Bai Dong still felt a tinge of perturbation. He said to Su Jian in a low voice, "Su Jian, I think that we should report the Yang and Yi family's absence at the sacred wood mystic realm to our families. Why don't we?" Before Bai Dong could finish speaking, he heard an exceptionally cold but also displeased female voice say, "The sacred wood mystic realm is officially opened. Everyone will remain standing where they are. You can enter the sacred wood mystic realm after I have checked you. Why are there fewer people here at the sacred wood mystic realm? Who will come and tell me the reason?" When the woman's voice rang out, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze from Su Jian and Bai Dong to the woman. Visibly, the girl looked around 16 or 17 years old, slightly older than Chu Xi but not yet of age. But according to the information Lin Yuan gathered, the Holy Lady had looked this way ever since she had appeared. Decades had already passed since the Holy Lady first appeared. In order to protect their position in the imperial court, the Yang family fought tooth and nail with the Su family for spots on the council. Although they had lost to the Su family this year, they still had 9 spots. Only 100 people were given the right to enter the sacred wood mystic realm. The Yang and Yi families made up 14 spots in total. With 14 fewer people, this meant that the crowd had thinned by almost 1/6. It was no wonder that the Holy Lady could immediately tell that the crowd was smaller. The Holy Lady's response confirmed Lin Yuan's guess. The sacred wood mystic realm did require creation master resources to exist. Otherwise, the Holy Lady who represented the life form would not be displeased by the less than ideal number of creation masters present. When no one responded, Su Jian took a step forward and said, "Lordess Holy Lady, the Yang and Yi families might have business to attend to. It is plain disrespectful to fight for spots despite having no intention to appear at the sacred wood mystic realm. If the Yang and Yi families had not fought for so many spots, you wouldn't feel such a large gap in attendance compared to previous years." Su Jian knew that once the Su family took over the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, they would have to maintain a good relationship with the Holy Lady. While he was thinking about how he needed to maintain a good relationship with the Holy Lady, Su Jian did not forget to stain the relationship between the Yang and Yi families. Her expression promptly fell when the Holy Lady heard what Su Jian said. "Since there are fewer people this round, any faction that discovers and wants to obtain a plant-type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline will have to put in more Creation Master resources to make up for the loss of attendees." The Holy Lady's words caused every member of the factions present to frown. This was the first time that this happened in the history of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. In the past, even when there was no lack of attendees at the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, the price of obtaining one plant-type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline was already heavy. But now, the high price was going to increase by 14%. Most factions could not afford this price. High-class Creation Master resources were too precious to factions with only Class 4 Creation Masters. In recent years, as the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened frequently, the Creation Master resources needed to obtain a plant-type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline increased. Thus, a plant-type Fae with a weak Sacred Wood bloodline might not be equal to the Creation Master resources invested into obtaining it. By Dong's side, after the Holy Lady appeared, he could not leave the sacrificial altar. The last time the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened, a junior from the Yu family had tried to leave the sacrificial altar after the Holy Lady appeared and ended up killed by the Holy Lady. Thus, Bai Dong had no choice but to give up on going home to report the news. When Lin Yuan saw the frowning and sour-faced Holy Lady, a look of amusement came over him. The Holy Lady was truly treating the Sacred Forest City factions as a farm from which she could harvest. She was throwing a temper because the harvest was thin this time. She even raised the price of the plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. She sure was not shy about being greedy. This allowed Lin Yuan to know that every time the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened, the life form would set a requirement of Creation Master resources. Lin Yuan had asked Ding Chengshua and found out that most of the resources paid to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had to be Class 4 Creation Master resources. In order to trade for one plant-type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline, a Class 4 Creation Master needed to work endlessly for 2 months. A Class 4 Creation Master could supply a significant number of Creation Master resources with 2 months of non-stop work. The product of 100 Class 4 Creation Masters non-stop work for 2 months was unimaginable. Take Lin Yuan's army of 100 Questions Beasts. Since Genius was the only one that could stand toe-to-toe against Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters and the other 100 Questions Beasts were only at the level of Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters, the total output of the army of 100 Questions Beasts still could not compare to the amount that the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm collected from 1 round of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm's opening. After collecting such a mountain of Creation Master resources over the years, there was no way that the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm could be weak even if the resources were not Class 5 Creation Master resources. With this thought, Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to contact Genius to tell it to send the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to fetch Whitespeak. Whitespeak's power was currently at Pinnacle Immortal. When it faced off against the Pinnacle Immortal Shark on, its power had slightly surpassed Pinnacle Immortal without reaching Eternal after Lin Yuan's faith power boosted it. Previously, Lin Yuan's faith power had not been overly powerful. But after the past few months and the various events that led to explosion after explosion on Star Web, as well as the Livestream Radiance 100 sequence selection and battle with the Freedom Federation Envoy Group, the amount of faith power in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul had multiplied. If Lin Yuan used his faith power to boost Whitespeak now, Whitespeak's power would definitely be able to break through past Eternal. No matter how strong the life form in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was, there was no way it could have reached Eternal. If it did, Lin Yuan also had the extreme token given to him by the Moon Empress, the Fishworld Sea Trump card that he could activate using the Mermaid Bloodline, as well as the blessing of the Sea Demon with the purple frigid heavy water. As such, he still had a fighting chance against an Eternal expert. Lin Yuan had already used True Data to check on the Holy Lady and found that he could not see data like he normally could for phase. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear. "Partner, this figure known as the Holy Lady is merely a shell. There is a creature that she is hosting. Otherwise, True Data wouldn't come up blank." Morbius' words made Lin Yuan think back to the fight against Han Chi and the rest when they had fused with their devils. Since the devils were hiding in people's bodies, Morbius had been unable to use True Data on them. Lin Yuan knew from how the Holy Lady was nothing more than a host that was in the service of the lifeform in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that the Holy Lady would be the key to finding that lifeform. Lin Yuan had a clear goal for entering the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. It would be great if he could fulfill his objective quickly. Since the lifeform in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was after Creation Master resources, it was likely that the lifeform would use the Holy Lady to stop him if he allowed the factions who could not pay up Creation Master resources to try to trade for plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. At that time, it would be much easier to handle many matters if he faced the Holy Lady in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. At that moment, Lin Yuan could see the clear worry on the Holy Lady's face. Evidently, he was bothered by something. However, Lin Yuan did not have a possible reason at the moment to explain the Holy Lady's expression. The Holy Lady's expression of worry made the faction's members aware that this year's examination was not going to be as strict as previous years. At that moment, Lin Yuan crossed through the dimensional rift with Ding Chengshua and entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. The instant that they entered, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' excited voice. "Partner, you've been striving to find the ley line spirit spring mouth to increase the production volume of the element well. There have to be at least 5 ley line spirit springs here. Currently, the area range I can sense is limited. If you move around, I'll be able to sense a wider area. There's a high chance that you'll be able to gain more benefits. Any type of spirit spring will be extremely nourishing to plants. That lifeform can use its bloodline power to mutate plant type phase, so it must be a plant itself. There's a high chance we can use the spirit springs to triangulate the lifeform's general location." Delight spread across Lin Yuan's face. When he went to the E family's treasure vault, Lin Yuan had asked Yi Huailong if the E family had any spirit springs, and Yi Huailong had told him with certainty that almost all of the spirit springs that had been uncovered in the Divine Wood Federation had been claimed by the Yang family. They were then transferred into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Although Yi Huailong could not be certain of how many mouths of spirit springs there were, and thus had not given an exact number, Morbius had sensed 5 spirit springs the moment Lin Yuan entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. There had to be a decently high number of mouths of spirit springs inside the sacred wood mystic realm. It was likely that the Yang family had put so much effort into searching for spirit springs because they had made a deal with the Holy Lady. It was likely that the Yang family was trying to gather spirit springs even outside of the Divine Wood Federation. When Luolan entered the astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan and when you had looked through her memories and experiences. Luolan clearly remembered the Divine Wood Federation proposing a collaboration with the Iron Hammer Federation more than 10 years ago. They wanted to trade for the mouths of spirit springs in the Iron Hammer Federation. At that time, the Iron Hammer Federation had been in the middle of winter and in greatest need of food. At that time, the bandit groups from the Divine Wood Federation had been slaughtering the merchant groups from the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, the number of merchant groups in the Iron Hammer Federation had fallen greatly. Moreover, that year had been exceptionally cold, and they needed more food than ever. Hence, Luolan's father, the then king of the Iron Hammer Federation, had agreed to the trade in exchange for rations and wool to tide them over winter. Spirit springs were the veins of the earth. There was always lush flora and fauna around the spirit springs. Normally, the Divine Wood Federation's trade would have cut off all of the Iron Hammer Federation's veins. But the Iron Hammer Federation had still agreed because the Divine Wood Federation had agreed to provide a year's worth of resources, and because the spirit springs were not of great use to the Iron Hammer Federation. It was much too cold in the Iron Hammer Federation, and it was covered in ice at the end of the year. Although the spirit springs would not freeze, no resources that the Iron Hammer Federation needed could be grown around the spirit springs in below-zero temperatures. The Iron Hammer Federation had tried to address the issue by sending 5 Class 4 Creation Masters to an area with 4 spirit springs where they used fire-type phase to increase the area's temperature. As a result, the plant-type phase had indeed grown successfully. However, the price was much too high. Rather than spending so much manpower and Creation Master resources, it would be better to mine for more metals and hunt for more beasts with beautiful fur before the winter season arrived. Then, the merchant groups could use these resources to trade for more resources from the Divine Wood Federation. There were a total of 11 mouths of spirit springs in the Iron Hammer Federation. If the Divine Wood Federation had traded with the Iron Hammer Federation to obtain the mouths of spirit springs, there was no question they had made the same request to the Great Lush Federation and that the Great Lush Federation had agreed. Otherwise, there was no way that the Divine Wood Federation would have left the Great Lush Federation alone. This meant that it was likely that all of the spirit spring mouths in the Startling Lines continent had gathered in the sacred wood mystic realm. Hence, Lin Yuan was destined to sweep up a large harvest from the sacred wood mystic realm. Currently, Lin Yuan had to be extremely prudent when using the element well water and tried to use as small drops as possible. The purer the elemental energy, the more beneficial it would be to a Fae. The flower calamity beautiful devil, universe, dark blue, and even the source sand needed large amounts of the element well's water. This time, after harvesting from the sacred wood mystic realm, Lin Yuan was not after free usage of the element well's water. Its volume should increase sufficiently to meet his needs. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Ding Chengshua, "City Lord Ding, are the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline are usually found near the spirit springs?" Ding Chengshua recalled the few times that he had been in the sacred wood mystic realm, and shock spread across his face. He realized that the times that he found the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline were all near the spirit springs. If Lin Yuan had not mentioned this, Ding Chengshua would not have realized it on his own. "You're right. The plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline were all either growing around the spirit springs. Of course, it's also possible for the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline to be found around the spirit springs. But any further, and there will be none." Ding Chengshua's reply told Lin Yuan how the life form was using its own bloodline to nourish the plant-type phase. The spirit springs spewing from the mouths were the mediums that the life forms used to nourish other plants with its bloodline. To do this, the life form had to be connected to all of the spirit springs. The locations of the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline were the best proof of this deduction. The plant-type phase around the spirit springs would have the chance to obtain the sacred wood bloodline because the water from the spirit springs had seeped into the ground they were planted in. The plant-type phase that were further could not access the spring water and thus did not gain the sacred wood bloodline. Lin Yuan now had 3 ways to find the life form that had created the sacred wood mystic realm. Firstly, he could use the positions of the plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline to trace back to where the spirit springs were. Once he was there, he would use Morbius to sense the life form. Secondly, Lin Yuan could mess up the Holy Lady's setup of the sacred wood mystic realm. This was so the Holy Lady could not help the life form to trade plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline for creation master resources from the factions. Thirdly, Lin Yuan could stir trouble using the spirit springs. Lin Yuan just happened to have the fish species Carcinoma Fei he got from the E family's treasure vault that was called the bloodline-cutting black carp. The bloodline-cutting black carp's entire body was black, and it looked no different from a regular river fish. Even an experienced fisherman might not be able to tell the difference between the two. The bloodline-cutting black carp was an enormous disaster to phase with bloodline power in their bodies because it was attracted to bloodline power and would absorb it from the bodies of other phase to evolve and mutate itself. The bloodline-cutting black carp was actually not like insect species Carcinoma phase that were a threat to the safety of humans. But whenever the bloodline-cutting black carp appeared in a large lake or river, it would become difficult for Creation Master to find rare phase with bloodline power there again. Human spirit chi professionals needed to contract phase to become stronger, but the bloodline-cutting black carp cut into the benefits of spirit chi professionals who were affiliated with water-type fish species phase. This was why the spirit guards had no choice but to assign the lowest grade of Carcinoma phase to the bloodline-cutting black carp, F grade. Once the bloodline-cutting black carp absorbed enough bloodline power, it would be able to rely on itself to reach fantasy breed and eventually myth breed. Lin Yuan felt that he just needed to toss the bloodline-cutting black carp into any spirit spring so it could start to absorb bloodline power freely. The life form in the sacred wood mystic realm could not hide even if it wanted to. Just as Lin Yuan was about to split up from Ding Qingxua so they could search for spirit springs individually, he heard a mocking voice say, "Hey, Ding Qingxua, I didn't expect you to still have a seat on the council this year. You managed to grow even though you've only been developing amongst tumbleweeds for so many years. But this time, no matter what interesting thing you find, you have to let Second Master Su take a look first. The Yu family is not around to protect you this time. Even if the Yu family is here, they won't be able to protect you while Second Master is here." Ding Qingxua immediately frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. This was when he saw a short middle-aged man with extremely nefarious features looking at him with derision and resentment. This man happened to be part of the Su family's group. The Su family had 9 seats on the council and a total of 18 people on their team. Since the Yang family had not arrived, they had the largest group out of the factions that had entered the sacred wood mystic realm. Ding Qingxua was well acquainted with the short man with nefarious features. He had his share of suffering at the hands of Meng Xiu over the years. Once Ding Qingxua detached himself from the Yu family, he wanted to build his own creation master family in the central region. However, he was eventually forced out to the remote region because of Meng Xiu. The root of the matter was that when Ding Qingxua entered the sacred wood mystic realm for the first time, he had fought over a plant-type Fei with the sacred wood bloodline with Meng Xiu and won. Meng Xiu had hated Ding Qingxua ever since. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would make life difficult for Ding Qingxua. It was difficult for Ding Qingxua to understand how someone could be so petty. Previously, the Yu family had helped to defend him because he had been a part of them. Thus, Ding Qingxua did not have to fear Meng Xiu. Now, he was traveling with Lin Yuan, who was many times more powerful than the Yu family. As such, there was even less reason for Ding Qingxua to fear Meng Xiu. Not only did he not have to fear Meng Xiu, but he did not have to fear the Su family either. However, Lin Yuan clearly had a goal to achieve in the sacred wood mystic realm, so Ding Qingxua did not want to bother Lin Yuan over his trivial personal issue. Hence, he swallowed Meng Xiu's jibe. When Ding Qingxua did not reply, Meng Xiu continued. "Ding Qingxua, doesn't the Ding family have 2 direct descendants who are worth something? Why didn't you bring any of them but such a young disciple instead? No matter how I look, this person doesn't resemble the Ding family very much. I thought everyone from the Ding family had single eyelids like fishes. Why doesn't this disciple have it? Did the Ding family adopt him from another family?" Meng Xiu's words were extremely venomous. It would be difficult for anyone with dignity and a backbone to swallow them without protest. Ding Qingxua was no exception. He immediately saw red when he heard what Meng Xiu said. He itched to summon his phase and duke it out with Meng Xiu. Not only had Meng Xiu insulted his family's appearance, but he had even poked fun at his procreative ability. When the Su family's juniors heard what Meng Xiu said, they could not help but snigger and look at Ding Qingxua with derision. The Su family was one of the 3 largest families in the Divine Wood Federation. The family's older generation had experienced their share of conflicts and no longer bared their fangs so easily. However, the Su family's juniors were at their most prideful and looked down on someone like Ding Qingxua, who was the city lord of a remote city. Although Ding Qingxua was a Class 4 creation master, he was still undeserving of respect in the eyes of the Su family's juniors. At that moment, a pleasant voice said, "Does everyone from the Meng family have such a venomous tongue? Are you all actually born from snakes? I wonder if the Meng family has awakened their beast pattern." This seemed like a regular counter to Meng Xiu's hateful words, but it was a knife driven straight through Meng Xiu's heart. The most shameful part of the Meng family's history was that one of their daughters had run off from her engagement with a snake species fae in human form. When the head of the Meng family caught them and killed the snake species fae, he discovered that not only had she given birth to a child, but that the child had also awakened his beast pattern. The beast pattern was not the specialty of the Azure Federation, but it was the reason that boosted the Azure Federation to become one of the 3 major federations. Not every child of a fae and human could awaken their beast pattern. But once the child of a fae and human who had awakened their beast pattern contracted the fae that corresponded to their beast pattern, they were guaranteed to be able to reach Thearch class. This was the only thought that existed in the head of, with a Thearch class expert, they would be able to move up from their position as one of the Divine Wood Federation's mid-ranked factions to one of the upper ranks. But he did not expect his daughter to kill herself and their child after her husband was killed. She had no intention of handing over the child who had awakened their beast pattern to the Meng family at all. Thus, the Meng family also did not have the opportunity to lie and brainwash the child. The matter had blown up, and even the Wu family, who had been on good terms with the Meng family, had severed ties with them. The Meng family wanted to tell the truth to the Wu family so they could rekindle their relationship. However, the Wu family had not reciprocated and leaked the matter instead. As a result, the Meng family was still the laughingstock of the factions of the Divine Wood Federation even now. It was not a coincidence for Lin Yuan to have said what he said. He had learned of the matter when he was gathering information about the various factions in the Divine Wood Federation. Although Lin Yuan had important business to attend to in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, Ding Qingxua was still his subordinate who had sworn his loyalty to him. Lin Yuan could not allow any Tom, Dick, or Harry to humiliate Ding Qingxua. The Su family's juniors only sniggered when they heard what Meng Xiu said about Ding Qingxua. But after hearing what Lin Yuan said, all of them burst out in peals of laughter. The Su family's younger generation looked down on Ding Qingxua, but they also turned their noses up at Meng Xiu, who had been clinging to the Su family. After all, Ding Qingxua was a Class 4 creation master, but Meng Xiu was only a pinnacle Class 3 creation master. The sound of the Su family's younger generation's laughter caused Meng Xiu's initial expression of rage and smugness to crack. He let out a sharp cry and was about to bite back when he heard the middle-aged man next to Su Jian say coldly, "Meng Xiu, I didn't allow you to follow the Su family for you to cause trouble. If this happens again, you will slap your own mouth 80 times. Once the middle-aged man was done speaking, he ignored Meng Xiu, whose expression had changed completely and was currently letting out a string of apologies. The middle-aged man turned his eyes to Lin Yuan and said, "Hee, I didn't expect the Ding family to have such a sharp-tongued junior. Didn't Ding Qingxua teach you that no one should rile up even one of the Su family's dogs?" The middle-aged man had called Meng Xiu one of the Su family's dogs. But Meng Xiu dared not reveal even the slightest of displeasure. Luckily, Meng Xiu did not have a tail. If he did, he would be wagging it to show his loyalty and curry favor with his owner. The reason Ding Qingxua had not said anything when Meng Xiu insulted his family was not that he was afraid of Meng Xiu. Ding Qingxua's power had always been similar to that of Meng Xiu, and his main fae was myth too. Ding Chengshua could edge out Meng Xiu because the dragon horn's mysterious turtle countered Meng Xiu's main fei. Otherwise, Ding Chengshua would not have been able to come up victorious in his clashes against Meng Xiu. The dragon horn's mysterious turtle had reached pinnacle myth 3. Lin Yuan could already have boosted him to Thearch class if he was not afraid of attracting too much attention when he used his power. Previously, Meng Xiu had been nothing more than a nuisance in Ding Chengshua's eyes. But now he was even less of an issue than a mosquito. Ding Chengshua had only not retaliated against Meng Xiu because he had not wanted to bother Lin Yuan. But when one of the Su family's main members took a swing at Lin Yuan, Ding Chengshua knew that he had to do something. There was no way he could stand by and watch as his master was affronted. Ding Chengshua immediately summoned the Pinnacle Myth 3 Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle and sneered at the middle-aged man from the Su family. Please watch your words. You don't have the right to judge everybody and anybody. Ding Chengshua's words not only shocked Meng Xiu, but even many members of the Su family also looked at Ding Chengshua stupefied. Did Ding Chengshua lose his head after he became the city lord of a remote city? Was he still trying to act like a big dog in Sacred Forest City? This was not right. Ding Chengshua was usually the most level-headed. This was why he had been able to create a network in Sacred Forest City. Could he have said something so ridiculous because he had been pushed too far by Meng Xiu? It seemed that the person who should be hopping mad was Meng Xiu. By summoning the dragon horn's mysterious turtle, Ding Chengshua was declaring war. This was an unspoken rule amongst spirit qi professionals. The Su family's junior shock turned to fury. Ding Chengshua's action put a dent in the Su family's might. Su Jian was already bad-tempered by nature and had the least patience for others. There was even a chance of him killing people who spoke slightly too loudly around him, much less Ding Chengshua, who was so openly provoking the Su family. Su Jian scoffed before black wind flowed out of his body and picked up all the rocks around him. The small stones were immediately ground into powder by the gale force. Su Jian did not summon his main fei because he saw Ding Chengshua as a small nuisance. If he summoned his main fei, it would be an insult to himself. Su Jian summoned the creation source wind, Chop Dark. The instant that the black gusts appeared, Lin Yuan used true data to check on Chop Dark. What he saw caused his lips to turn down with disappointment. The wind-type source-type lifeform was the most outstanding of the source-type lifeforms. It could control, attack, as well as defend, meaning it could be nurtured in any direction. Water, fire, earth, and wind were the most readily available types of pure types of elemental energy. The Sovereign 2/Creation I Chop Dark had decent abilities and exclusive skills, but it lacked pure wind elemental energy from a Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, it had not been able to unleash its innate potential. Lin Yuan's Source Sand and Zhong Zhe's Source Fire had been nurtured with resources from Class 5 Creation Masters. Once they reached Creation Breed, they would be unimaginably stronger than Su Jian's Chop Dark. Once an elemental source-type item crossed Myth Breed, it would be able to solidify the elemental soul. When it reached Creation Breed, it would turn into the elemental heart. The elemental source-type lifeform was just an accumulation of elements. After elemental lifeforms that were below Myth Breed died, they would automatically dissipate into the air. 1994 I'm one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. But once Creation Breed elemental source-type lifeforms died, all the elemental energy in their bodies would be stored in the elemental heart. The elemental heart contained the specialties of the elemental source-type lifeform. The elemental heart seemed to have similar abilities to top-grade Strange Water and Strange Flames, but they had different usages. Besides special entities such as Dark Blue, most lifeforms only absorbed the elemental energy from precious natural resources, such as Strange Flames and Strange Water. They could not absorb the specialties. However, when Fays of the same type absorbed the elemental hearts, they could take on the specialties stored within the elemental hearts. Although Chop Dark had not received sufficient Creation Master resources, which resulted in its potential being wasted, Lin Yuan was interested in its special attribute. Its special attribute was that it could grind to a powder. Once it made contact with items, it would destroy the structure of the items. The attribute suited the golden wings that Lin Yuan had not nurtured much yet. When Shiny's snapped neck falling death ability was paired with Chop Dark's grinding attribute, it could greatly increase the damage it dealt. After all, there was no rule that one Fae could only absorb one elemental heart. As long as one could get their hand on enough elemental hearts, the Fae could absorb as many as possible. It could be said that Chop Dark had caught Lin Yuan's eye. However, Chop Dark did not meet Lin Yuan's expectations in one another way. The purity of the elemental energy within it was much too low. If it could absorb pure wind elemental energy, it could not only increase the purity of its own element but might also gain the opportunity to transform. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like I still need to use my own resources to nurture my prey, Su Jian. Lin Yuan still needed to rush to collect the mouths of spirit springs and search for the life form within the sacred wood mystic realm. He did not have the time to entertain Su Jian. Hence, Lin Yuan used his contract to send an order to Ding Chengshua. In the time they had been together, Ding Chengshua had performed well, and Lin Yuan had rewarded him accordingly. Amongst the rewards were 5 wind-type elemental pearls that had outer layers. After he received Lin Yuan's order, confusion crossed Ding Chengshua's face. He did not understand why Lin Yuan wanted to do such a thing. However, Ding Chengshua dared not question Lin Yuan's order. Just as Ding Chengshua took out the brocade pouch containing the 5 wind-type elemental pearls with outer layers, he heard a voice behind him. Su Jian, what has gotten you so worked up? You summoned your Fae right after entering the sacred wood mystic realm. City Lord Ding and the Bai family have some history. Why don't I act as the mediator, and we all bury the hatchet? Bai Dong's tone did not seem to be mediating. Rather, he seemed to be trying to protect Ding Chengshua while exerting pressure on Su Jian. However, the Su and the Bai families happened to be in cahoots at the moment, and Su Jian could not cross Bai Dong. Su Jian was well aware of what Bai Dong's intentions were. Ding Chengshua had a spot on the Sacred Wood Mystic Realms Council, but he had not allied with any large families from Sacred Forest City. He had even turned down the olive branch extended by the Yu family. Bai Dong's intention was to make Ding Chengshua owe him a large favor. This way, Ding Chengshua could not turn him down in the future when he approached him for recruitment. Through this, the Bai family would gain another seat on the council and have more authority. Su Jian was never the kind to play the long game. Even if he knew that he could not oppose Bai Dong now, Su Jian could not swallow his rage. The bubbling fury almost exploded out of his body. When Bai Dong walked past Ding Chengshua, he even patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. He might as well have said, "Look how nice I am to you. Hurry up and join the Bai family." But after Bai Dong and Su Jian regrouped with the rest of the people from the Su family, what Ding Chengshua did almost caused Bai Dong's eyes to fall out of their sockets. Ding Chengshua walked up to them, beaming, and said to Su Jian, "Second Master Su, I spoke too quickly and forgot my manners. This is a treasure I used all of my family's fortunes to trade for from Sky Creation. I shall give it to you now. Hopefully, you won't take my inappropriateness to heart." At that moment, what Su Jian needed the most was a segue. After all, he had already summoned his Fae. If he just listened to Bai Dong and let off Ding Chengshua, it would seem as though he was afraid of Bai Dong. Ding Chengshua's action not only provided him with the segue he was looking for, but had even turned around and essentially slapped Bai Dong in return for his attempt at being friendly. Frankly, Su Jian did not care if there was anything good in the brocade pouch that Ding Chengshua had just handed him. Even if it was empty, there was no way that Su Jian was going to lay a hand on Ding Chengshua. Compared to Meng Xiu, who was a pointless bootlicker, there was much more value in recruiting Ding Chengshua. Once the Su family entered the imperial court, what they would need most was support from the major factions. If Ding Chengshua could continue to be as cooperative as he was now, Su Jian did not mind letting Ding Chengshua take charge of the entire North region. However, when Su Jian opened the brocade pouch, his eyes nearly fell out and landed inside the brocade pouch. Su Jian poured out the 5 pearls that radiated the light of dreamy clouds onto his hand. From the pearls, he could sense elemental energy with a purity that he had never experienced before. He immediately fed the 5 wind-type elemental pearls with outer layers to Chop Dark as he swung his arm down to kill Meng Xiu as well as the young man behind Meng Xiu. Su Jian said to Ding Chengshua while laughing uproariously, "From today onward, you are one of my subordinates. Ding Chengshua smiled when he heard what Su Jian said, but he was choking on his disgust internally. Who the hell is your subordinate? I am Lin Yuan's subordinate. While he felt disgusted, Ding Chengshua did not feel relieved or vindicated in the slightest by Meng Xiu's death. Rather, he felt a twinge of injustice for Meng Xiu's sake. Although Meng Xiu was petty to a fault and annoying to boot, he had contributed his fair share to the Su family. Yet, Su Jian had not hesitated to kill this person who had worked so hard for the Su family. This allowed Ding Chengshua to understand just how merciless Su Jian and the Su family were. 1995 harvest isn't ripe yet. Ding Chengshua could clearly sense that Bai Dong's gaze on him had turned guarded, and worry had surfaced on his face. Objectively, the most disgusting person present was undoubtedly Bai Dong. He had taken the risk of affronting Su Jian and extended an olive branch to Ding Chengshua. But when Ding Chengshua rejected his seemingly friendly gesture of recruitment, he appeared to turn around and try to bootlick Su Jian, who had just tried to kill him. At that moment, Bai Dong was wondering if there was something wrong with Ding Chengshua's head. Given Ding Chengshua's power, he should be in the prime of his lifespan despite the advanced number. There was no way that he was already turning senile. Bai Dong was stunned when he saw the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers that Su Jian had poured out of the brocade pouch. At that moment, all Bai Dong wanted was to shout at Ding Chengshua, "Are you crazy? Even if you really are trying to get into Su Jian's good books, one elemental pearl with outer layers will be enough. Why did you have to give him 5? At first, Bai Dong was seething, and he wanted nothing more than to give Ding Chengshua a beating he would never forget. But after Su Jian killed Meng Xiu, Bai Dong suddenly remembered that the precedent of a win-win situation meant that it could be lose-lose as well. The Su family had been the ones who asked to work with the Bai family on this operation. In order to convince them to stand on the same side, the Su family had promised a mountain of benefits to the Bai family. The previous fight between the Bai family and the Yi family had left the Bai family severely injured. The Bai family had to make a right decision in order to make up for the losses suffered from that previous wrong decision. Meng Xiu was from the Meng family. Although the Meng family did not have Thearch-class experts, they were still a mid-ranked faction from Sacred Forest City. While the Meng family relied on the Su family, they could also be counted as the Su family's allies. The Meng family had a seat on the council, and the Su family had to have given the Meng family promises when they made their deal. It was unknown if the promises had been met yet. But what was known was that Su Jian had never been concerned for the Meng family. Su Jian was one of the main decision-makers in the Su family, and his attitude represented the attitude of the entire Su family. Normally, if Su Jian noticed that Bai Dong was looking at him strangely, he would definitely try to adjust Bai Dong's thinking. After all, once the sacred mystic realm closed, it was unknown if the external matters would be settled as well. If the Yang family was insistent on holding up in the imperial court, it would take at least 2 weeks for the dust to settle, given the structural challenges of sieging the imperial court and the defenses that the Yang family had to have put up on their own. Hence, the Su family still needed the Bai family's strength. But at that moment, all Su Jian could think of was Chop Dark. Up till then, Chop Dark had never had access to such pure wind elemental energy. Now that it had the chance to be nourished by such pure wind elemental energy, Chop Dark started by increasing the purity of the wind elemental energy within itself. At the same time, the color of its wind started to darken from its original faint and transparent darkness to pure obsidian. It looked like ink that was swirling in the sky. Moreover, as Chop Dark continued to purify the wind elemental energy within itself and the color of its wind continued to change, it eventually resembled a spinning black hole in the sky. Any entity that was sucked into Chop Dark would become one with the darkness. It would take another 3 hours for Chop Dark to absorb the 5 wind-type elemental pearls and finish its transformation. Every minute spent in the sacred mystic realm was extremely precious to Lin Yuan. He decided for Ding Chengshua to find a reason to pull away from the Su family's group. After all, they would eventually have to meet up again. After Ding Chengshua had betrayed the Bai family, it was possible that the Bai family would try to exact their revenge on him. Thus, Lin Yuan stored Ding Chengshua in the jeweled cave golden toad just like he had done to the dragon horn's mysterious turtle. Soon, A large number of black feathers shot out from the ground by his feet and turned into 4 pairs of black wings. As the 4 pairs of black wings flapped, Lin Yuan started sensing through Morbius and flew off in the direction of the spirit springs. Along the way, Lin Yuan noticed numerous precious plant type phase. It could be said that even without the plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline, the sacred wood mystic realm was a treasure trove of plant type phase. Lin Yuan did not stop to dig out these plant type phase. He intended to use the simplest and most forceful method to lure the holy lady or life form in the sacred wood mystic realm out so he could achieve his goal. As long as he took control of that life form, everything in the sacred wood mystic realm would belong to him. While he was flying, he heard Morbius' voice in his spirit again. "Partner, I only sensed 5 mouths of spirit springs at first, but as you get nearer to those 5 mouths of spirit springs, I started to slowly pick up even more." A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. He had already been flying at full speed for almost 17 hours. While he was flying, he adjusted his direction every once in a while. There were a few places where large patches of plant type phase could create illusions were planted. They were planted neatly as though they were blocking the spirit chi professional's path. If Lin Yuan had not contracted the sacred sword-wielding queen and had a strong resistance to poison, he would not have been able to ignore the vapors that the plant-type phase were shooting into the sky. It seemed that he would be even closer to the life form in the sacred wood mystic realm once he crossed the few natural moats. As Lin Yuan cast his gaze around, he saw that numerous flowing streams covered the ground below the mountain. There were traces of plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline along the banks of the streams. It was likely that those who ventured into the sacred wood mystic realm found the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline along these streams. What Lin Yuan wanted to find was not the streams but the main river. It was rare for the streams to move in a circle unless they happened to be connected to other streams. Even if the streams were connected, the water would move slowly. If Lin Yuan wanted to use the bloodline-cutting black carp to absorb all of the sacred wood bloodline from the spirit springs, he needed to find the main source. The spirit springs were linked, and the fastest way to absorb the sacred wood bloodline would be to go to the source. There had to be a price to pump so much bloodline power into the spirit springs. It was likely that the life form would not be able to handle such a huge loss. With this thought, Lin Yuan sped up the circulation of spiritual power in his body and shot off in the direction that Morbius was pointing out. As Lin Yuan continued to fly, he could clearly sense the moisture in the air rising. It had the clean scent of nature. From his eagle-eye view in the sky, he saw many raging rivers skinned to snakes and dragons. A spirit spring spewed out grasswood fountain water on Leaning Moon Mountain, nourishing all of the life forms living on the mountain. The flora and fauna on Leaning Moon Mountain had not been transplanted but grew there naturally. The Moon Empress did not interfere much with the growth of the plants. However, it was clear that the main spirit spring below had been manually widened. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be such wide rivers of spirit springs. It was no small feat to expand rivers of spirit springs. Apparently, the life form had not been idle in the time that the sacred wood mystic realm was closed. Lin Yuan landed beside one of the rivers of spirit springs. As he watched the raging waters, he took out the bloodline-cutting black carp and communicated to Morbius through his spirit. "Morbius, I will be throwing the bloodline-cutting black carp into the spirit spring soon. Once it has sucked up all bloodline power in the spirit spring, help me to sense the angle from which the bloodline power is flowing. Then, we'll be able to ascertain the location of the life form." After all, the life form had been hidden for at least 100 years before the sacred wood mystic realm was first opened. Lin Yuan could not be sure if his consumption of the bloodline power would cause the life form to choose to come out from hiding after almost 100 years of holding itself up. After Morbius heard what Lin Yuan said, it said, "Partner, from my investigation, I can confirm that the life form is not a plant. There indeed is bloodline power flowing through the spirit springs, but it is not just effective on plants. Did you notice that the plants and moats we saw on the way here are covered with traces of being man-made? There were no signs of animals at all. My guess is that all of the animals in the sacred wood mystic realm have already been cleared out. Compared to plants, animals have much greater movement. the life form won't be able to fully control the animals it affects with its bloodline. I'm also curious now to know what this life form is. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes when he heard what Morbius said. He had been guessing that the life form in the sacred wood mystic realm was a plant that had been using its bloodline to contaminate other plant-type fays to pass on its bloodline to them. Then, it traded the plants it had contaminated with its bloodline to the factions in the Divine Wood Federation in exchange for Creation Master resources to boost itself. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. There was no way that Morbius sensing could be wrong. But if this life form was not a plant, what could it be? Lin Yuan did not make any more guesses before he tossed the bloodline-cutting black carp into the spirit spring so it would bring the answer to him. After the bloodline-cutting black carp absorbed the bloodline of one type of fae, its body would change according to the type of bloodline power it had just absorbed. As a result of this, the bloodline-cutting black carps that were seen in the wild were of all strange shapes and sizes. After all, there was no way that the body that was the amalgamation of many fays would look good. The thought of a fish with crab legs and part of the body of a shrimp was disturbing. The more types of bloodline power it absorbed, the more warped its body would become. With so much bloodline power in the spirit springs for the bloodline-cutting black carp to absorb, it should look like the life form once it was done absorbing all of the bloodline power. When the bloodline-cutting black carp entered the spirit spring, Lin Yuan fixed his eye on it. The bloodline-cutting black carp was only normal, but it was not slow at absorbing bloodline power at all. Otherwise, it would not be deemed a carcinoma fae despite not technically being one. Morbius had shared the ability to sense bloodline power with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that as the bloodline-cutting black carp opened its mouth and flapped its fins, the bloodline power started flowing into its body at a breakneck pace. He sighed to himself. The bloodline-cutting black carp is way too strong. The bloodline-cutting black carp did not just affect one of the spirit springs, but the bloodline power from the other spirit springs also started to gather toward the bloodline-cutting black carp, could affect an area of more than 4 square kilometers. The bloodline-cutting black carp was only normal. Spirit springs were still springs and could not be overly expanded. Each was only around 15 meters wide. The area of 4 square kilometers covered 7 of the rivers. The bloodline power from 7 spirit springs gathered at the spirit spring in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed that the clear water now looked rather crystalline. The crystalline glow was dappled with pink and gold, painting a beautiful sight. Since the bloodline power in the spirit spring had become more concentrated, the bloodline power started to permeate the air around the spirit spring. The bloodline power was deep and complex, filled with gentle generosity. A fae's personality could be altered by different bloodline power. The specialty of bloodline power was that it was related to the aura of the fae. By sensing the bloodline power, Lin Yuan could be certain that this life form was not hostile. As the bloodline-cutting black carp continuously absorbed the bloodline power, its body started to change. The first change was to the color of its body. It started off as black, but now, it had slowly taken on a golden sheen. Soon, the golden sheen changed the bloodline-cutting black carp scales to crystalline. The bloodline-cutting black carp's body started to take on the appearance of a jewel. Eventually, all of the black retreated, leaving the fish's body pink. Every crystalline fish scale had pink patterns on it. But this was just the beginning. Once the color of the scales and fins changed, the next to change was the shape of the bloodline-cutting black carp's body. The bloodline-cutting black carp started off as rotund. It looked similar to the fish kept as pets instead of being eaten. But now, the bloodline-cutting black carp's body slowly elongated and resembled more and more like a jewel. The short and hard fins and tail grew longer. When Lin Yuan first nurtured the myriad form carp into the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp, the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp's tail had grown to half the length of its body, and its fins reached 1/3 of the length of its body. These were considered to be on the larger side. But in just the blink of an eye, the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp's proportions had surpassed that of the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp. Its fishtail grew to twice the length of its body, while its fins almost grew to the same length as its body. The shape of the bloodline-cutting black carp's fins and tail were also interesting. They looked like waves that were flowing out of the bloodline-cutting black carp's body. Its fins and tail were faint pink and had golden patterns that resembled gentle waves that shifted the sands on a coast. Technically, such large fins and tail were no longer advantageous to fish species phase. After all, there was still the matter of its body and size. It would have to constantly move its body in order to gesticulate its fins and tail. However, the bloodline-cutting black carp appeared to be unaffected. Once it was done absorbing the high concentration of bloodline power, it had evolved to bronze 2/flawless. Its new exclusive skill caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up. Feedback application. By attaching itself to a life form, it can feedback its bloodline to the life form to strengthen the life form's bloodline. Once it detaches itself, the boosted bloodline will return to the bloodline-cutting black carp's body. This exclusive skill immediately raised the bloodline-cutting black carp's value. However, Lin Yuan still had no intention of forming a contract with the bloodline-cutting black carp, but only to continue nurturing it. Lin Yuan needed to use the mermaid bloodline in his body when he wielded the Fish World Sea Trump card. The more powerful his mermaid bloodline was, the stronger the Fish World Sea Trump card would be as well. In previous experiments, Lin Yuan found out that when he used up the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, it could be recovered after recuperation. Lin Yuan could feed a small amount of his Mermaid Emperor bloodline to the bloodline-cutting black carp every day to store it in its body, so it could act as Lin Yuan's battery. The bloodline-cutting black carp could choose which target to boost with its bloodline power. At that time, when the bloodline-cutting black carp boosted him with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, he would not be affected by the intermixing of other bloodlines. Now that the bloodline-cutting black carp looked the way it did, it would start to evolve into a mermaid once it was fed the Mermaid Emperor bloodline. It was unlikely that it would take on an ugly appearance then. In less than 3 minutes, the bloodline-cutting black carp had absorbed all of the bloodline power from the 7 spirit springs. As the other spirit springs were connected to the 7 spirit springs, they would continue to channel bloodline power there, which would then be absorbed by the bloodline-cutting black carp. However, after having such a big meal, the bloodline-cutting black carp could not handle the rate of food intake. It flapped its tail and moved its fins as though it was becoming one with the current. It had only moved its fins slightly and managed to propel itself at least 300 meters. This was much faster than other fish species phase of the same grade. Lin Yuan flapped his 4 pairs of wings and matched the bloodline-cutting black carp's speed. At this point, there was no point in Lin Yuan using Morbius to sense the environment for the location of the spirit springs because the bloodline-cutting black carp was the best radar for seeking the purest bloodline. It was easy for the bloodline-cutting black carp to sense where the bloodline was purest and swim in that direction. After all, the bloodline power was a feast to the bloodline-cutting black carp. Animals were much more capable of hunting for food than humans were, as the minds of humans were filled with messy thoughts. Animals that had not awakened their intelligence were only motivated by their instinct to find food. While he was following the bloodline-cutting black carp, the bloodline-cutting black carp continued to gobble and enjoy the bloodline power that crossed its path. However, the life form was still nowhere to be seen. Not only was the life form absent, but even the Holy Lady had not shown up to stop the bloodline-cutting black carp and allowed it to continue consuming as much bloodline power as it wanted. This clashed with Lin Yuan's guess and made him furrow his brow. He thought to himself, if that life form doesn't turn up, I might as well allow the bloodline-cutting black carp to consume all of the bloodline power in the spirit springs and continue to search for the source using the bloodline-cutting black carp. If you don't come to see me, I'll go to you. The bloodline-cutting black carp's body did not return to its original form. Instead, its body continued to become even more transparent. Eventually, it absorbed the bloodline power from 37 spirit springs. The bloodline-cutting black carp could now control the gold and pink currents around it and fuse with the spirit springs. If Lin Yuan had not been constantly using true data to check on the bloodline-cutting black carp, he might have lost it. Presently, the bloodline-cutting black carp had reached Diamond X/Legend. Lin Yuan could sense the flavor of being connected to nature from it and knew that it was about to comprehend a willpower rune. Lin Yuan had not rested at all. Every time the bloodline-cutting black carp was done absorbing a spirit spring, Lin Yuan used the guard sea silver that he had prepared in advance to collect the mouths of the spirit springs. The guard sea silver was a type of substance similar to mercury that could suspend water elemental energy. When the mouths of spirit springs entered the guard sea silver, they would become dormant and stop spewing out spring water. Lin Yuan intended to use the guard sea silver to collect the mouths of spirit springs. Once the sacred wood mystic realm closed, he would move the mouths of spirit springs into the element well. After Lin Yuan collected a total of 37 mouths of spirit springs, he still saw no sign of the life form or the holy lady. Since the mouths of the spirit springs had been taken and no water was being poured in, the members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions would not notice that anything was wrong at first, but the spring water left in the streams would eventually evaporate and dry up. While the bloodline-cutting black carp was absorbing the bloodline power, Lin Yuan had injected spirit chi into it numerous times. Although the bloodline-cutting black carp increased its power by absorbing the bloodline power, it still needed spirit chi. The pure spirit chi would allow the bloodline-cutting black carp to absorb bloodline power even quicker. Otherwise, no matter how capable the bloodline-cutting black carp was at absorbing bloodline power, it would not be able to completely absorb all the bloodline power from 37 spirit springs within 2 hours. Because of Lin Yuan's help, the bloodline-cutting black carp that had just gained intelligence felt very affectionate toward him. As its intelligence rose, its affection toward Lin Yuan also increased. Now, there was no need for Lin Yuan to use true data to pinpoint the bloodline-cutting black carp because it often poked out of the water beneath him and leaped into his arms when he flew lower. It could be said that the bloodline-cutting black carp did not feel even an ounce of wariness against Lin Yuan. Although the Diamond X/Legend bloodline-cutting black carp was a fish, it had the intelligence comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Moreover, Lin Yuan had genius. He could smoothly communicate with the bloodline-cutting black carp using connected tails. Lin Yuan used connected tails to ask the bloodline-cutting black carp, "You've just consumed so much bloodline power and must be extremely familiar with its taste. I would like you to help me find the source of the bloodline power. This way, you'll be able to continue feasting from now on." When it heard that it could continue feasting, the bloodline-cutting black carp excitedly swished its tail, creating fractals of light in the water. Through connected tails, Lin Yuan heard the bloodline-cutting black carp's gentle voice in his head. "Okay, I just had a huge meal, but the water still has the same scent. It's coming from ahead." While it was communicating with Lin Yuan, the bloodline-cutting black carp continued to move forward. As Lin Yuan flew, he sensed through Morbius that the aura of bloodline energy in the water was so faint that it had become extremely difficult to pick up. The bloodline power was so faint that it would take tens of thousands of years to collect it at the same previous rate. Thus, Lin Yuan could tell that the bloodline power was being retracted. As it continued flying ahead for another 3 hours, it suddenly saw that there was a faint spatial fluctuation in the previously pristine environment. Lin Yuan was able to sense the spatial fluctuation because his ability to sense spatial fluctuations had improved after the sacred sword-wielding queen had swallowed a spatial-type world crystal. At that moment, the bloodline-cutting black carp swam into the fenced-off space and fell out of Lin Yuan's range of sensing. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the spatial fluctuation was meant to hide something from view. Many spatial-type Fays could achieve this. Lin Yuan summoned White Speak and did not give White Speak time to exchange pleasantries before bringing them through the spatial fence. Lin Yuan did this because he was worried for the bloodline-cutting black carp's safety. After the bloodline-cutting black carp entered, it started to gulp down bloodline power. It was possible that it could be killed at any time. Furthermore, it was likely that behind the fence made of spatial power was where the lifeform was hiding. There were no bloodline-cutting black carps inside the sacred wood mystic realm. When it forced itself past the fence, the bloodline-cutting black carp would immediately catch the attention of the lifeform. Lin Yuan did not want to give the lifeform another chance to hide or flee. When he passed through the spatial fence, Lin Yuan was immediately stunned by the sight he saw on the other side. Lin Yuan could be certain that he had never ever been so struck dumb ever since he became a spirit chi professional. The waters surged and flowed toward the sky. The pink and gold water contained an aura of vastness and an enormous amount of energy. A pink-haired and golden-eyed special life form made of mystical water was at the top of the stream of water. It was as though the water that connected the earth and the sky was the lifeform's garment. The lifeform's appearance was clearly not that of a fae that had transformed into a human. It also did not have the petite figure of a fairy. Its size was between a human and a fairy. It also did not have wings, which were what set fairies apart from the rest. The lifeform currently had its eyes closed and was in an otherworldly state. Once the bloodline-cutting black carp entered the area past the spatial fence, the bloodline power that hit it was so concentrated that it almost choked. The bloodline-cutting black carp excitedly started to absorb the bloodline power. Although the bloodline-cutting black carp had reached Diamond X/Legend and was trying to absorb the bloodline power at full force, the amount of bloodline power did not seem to decrease in the slightest. The fluctuations of wills in its body became stronger, and it officially started to comprehend the willpower rune to evolve into a fantasy breed fae. In front of him was a breathtakingly beautiful world. It was formed completely by a long river of pink and gold. The girl, with her eyes closed, gave the vast world the aura of serenity. Lin Yuan was about to use true data to check on the girl in the sky when he heard Morbius' astonished voice. It's a river that, by some miracle, transformed into a fairy. When Morbius said the word fairy, Lin Yuan immediately recalled a page in the Annal of Monster Information that only had the words "Everything has spirit." The mountains, rivers, and nature are all made of spirit. With a miracle from nature, they will be tempered. If they fail, they will return to the ground. If they are successful, they will gain access to the heavens. Lin Yuan felt that reading the Annal of Monster Information took a toll on his brain. It was not because he did not want to read it, but because there was no difference between him reading it or not. It was likely that the words on that page of the Annal of Monster Information were referring to fairies. The pink and blue river that turned into a fairy had an aura solidifying around it. The torrents of water it was swept up in stored energy for it. It seemed that the fairy was being tested by nature. If it failed the test, the fairy would be obliterated. But if it passed, it would gain access to the heavens. Could access to the heavens refer to awakening its birth horoscope and walking down heaven's path? Or did it refer to setting the spirit fire alight? When Lin Yuan used true data to check on the girl in the sky, he found that he could clearly see its information. The river's original name was called the Jia Begin River. It was currently at Sovereign X/Creation 8. With such power, it was not considered powerful in the Divine Wood Federation. The Yang, Su, and Bai families all had the power to tackle the Jia Begin River. It was no wonder that the Jia Begin River wanted to hide. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Morbius said in an equally excited and stern voice, "Partner, you've encountered the largest opportunity of your career as a spirit chi professional thus far." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard what Morbius said. He acknowledged that he had encountered an opportunity at almost set periods of time. For example, becoming the Moon Empress disciple, obtaining the Fish World Sea Trump card, contracting the Remembrance Soul Whale, and consuming the Earth Center Fine Milk. All of them were enormous opportunities for him. But to Morbius, all of these opportunities could not compare to the Jia Begin River. "Partner, I haven't made myself clear. What I should have said was that all of the opportunities you've encountered thus far in your career as a spirit chi professional cannot be equated to this opportunity." Lin Yuan became increasingly curious after Morbius said this. Morbius did not bear around the bush and went on to say, "Partner, didn't you say that you haven't met another mystery-type fae besides me? If the Jia Begin River can pass the heavens trial, it will transform from water-type to mystery-type. I'm surprised that spirit chi of this purity managed to produce a fairy. However, this fairy, even if you have to use all of your resources, you must try to help it pass the test. Once it passes the test, it will enter the transformation stage. When it awakes from the transformation stage, its spirit fire will immediately be ignited and come what spirit chi professionals call a divine fairy." Lin Yuan knew that he was about to lose control over his expression. Each thing that Morbius said was more astonishing than the previous statement. When the fairy passed the heavens trial, it would change to mystery type. Could it be that Morbius' foundation was also a fairy? This was not right either. After it passed the test, the fairy would be able to set its spirit fire alight. However, Morbius was only normal I/normal I when he formed a contract with it. Moreover, was it so easy to get a fairy to accept one as its master? Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear again. Partner, although my memory hasn't recovered yet, I can be certain that I'm not linked to this fairy in any way. I should be able to regain more of my memory once I gain more of the endless gems. It's easy to get the fairy to accept you as its master. It is actually a natural formation. Before it undergoes heaven's trial, it will accumulate energy and not have a single other thought. Hence, its mindset is rather simple. As long as you promise that you'll help it to pass the heaven's trial, it will definitely choose passing over death. Lin Yuan nodded. It seemed that he would have to try to obtain more of the endless gems if he wanted to get to the bottom of Morbius. But Lin Yuan did not agree with Morbius that it would be easy to convince the fairy to accept him as its master. Firstly, the stronger the life form, the more prideful it would be and the less willing it would be to submit to another. Moreover, even if the Jia Begin River had been focused on storing energy, it controlled the Holy Lady. It was evident that the Holy Lady was not simple-minded. If the Holy Lady was slow, she would not have been able to deal with the Yang family and the entire Divine Wood Federation for all these years, or make use of the plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline to make the Yang family do its bidding, or gather all of the mouths of spirit springs into the Sacred Wood mystic realm. This thought filled Lin Yuan with doubt. At that moment, he was curious to know why the Holy Lady had not appeared yet. White Speak was stunned by the sight before it. It was a powerful apostle from the marsh world and thought that it had seen it all. But ever since it started following Lin Yuan, almost everything that happened surpassed White Speak's understanding. White Speak could sense that the life form suspended in the sky had been born from the entire river. White Speak had never heard that part of nature could produce life. It had long become obedient to Lin Yuan and did not suspect anything he said. White Speak was one of the 10 strongest sources of faith power in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul. As White Speak looked at Lin Yuan through a rose-colored lens, it thought, "Is this the level that Lord Dictator has reached? I've grown again." Just as White Speak was about to ask Lin Yuan to give it an instruction, a piercing cry cracked the air from a short distance away. When Lin Yuan heard this voice, he immediately knew that the Holy Lady had rushed over. As long as the Holy Lady was under the Jia Begin River's control, there was no way she would not rush back now that such a serious matter had taken place. At that moment, the Holy Lady was feral, but she could not hide her worry. "How did you get in here?" While she spoke, pink and white peach blossoms bloomed on the Holy Lady's body. There were light gold flower cores at the centers of the peach blossoms. Lin Yuan could sense an aura similar to that of the Jia Begin River from the Holy Lady. However, the concentration of the bloodline was much stronger in the Holy Lady than it was in other phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. The Holy Lady had already revealed her aura. Her power had reached Immortal, and she was only a hair's breadth away from reaching pinnacle Immortal. Given the Holy Lady's power, it was no wonder that she managed to seal a deal with the entire Divine Wood Federation. However, the Holy Lady's power paled in comparison to White Speak because the latter was already at pinnacle Immortal and showing signs of breaking through to Eternal, essentially becoming a Class 14-dimensional lifeform. When the Holy Lady revealed her aura, White Speak's aura also exploded from its body. Her domineering aura caused explosions to rip through the pink and gold river water, creating waves that were almost 10 meters tall. The Holy Lady was about to end Lin Yuan, White Speak, and the greedy bloodline-cutting black carp's lives immediately. She did not even consider the possibility that the uninvited guest that had charged in would be stronger than it. This was a situation that the Holy Lady had not encountered in the past decades. This caused anxiousness to grip the Holy Lady. Nonetheless, she still immediately lunged at White Speak and created a beautiful rain of peach blossoms that radiated unending malice. During this time, the Holy Lady lifted her head to look with rapt admiration at the pink-haired and golden-eyed girl with closed eyes. The Holy Lady was much more concerned over the Jia Begin River's safety than he was over her own. Lin Yuan could easily control the situation through White Speak. However, Lin Yuan's goal was for the Jia Begin River to willingly accept him as its master. This was why Lin Yuan did not instruct Whitespeak to kill the Holy Lady. From the concentration of bloodline in the Holy Lady's body, he could clearly sense how much effort the Jia Begin River had put into nurturing the Holy Lady. When Fays used their own bloodline to bring up another lifeform, both of them would share the same bloodline despite not going through the process of reproduction. It could be said that the Holy Lady was the Jia Begin River's descendant. But since the Holy Lady had made her move, Lin Yuan could not stay idle. Just as Lin Yuan took out the vast sea wave-raising flute and was about to instruct Whitespeak to overpower the Holy Lady, a gentle sigh wafted down from the sky. "Little Peach, stay your hand. I shall resign myself before the heavens trial is fully upon me. Being able to see other life forms has made my trip on this earth worth it." When the gentle voice spoke, the water beneath the Jia Begin River did not even so much as form a ripple. When Lin Yuan lifted his head, he saw that the girl with pink hair had opened her eyes and was staring straight at him with her golden ones. Her expression was the picture of serenity, but there was unmasked sorrow underneath. Lin Yuan could guarantee that this was the purest pair of eyes he had ever looked into. Just like Morbius had said, without external help, the Jia Begin River would not be able to pass the heavens trial with just the resources in the sacred wood mystic realm. When the Holy Lady heard the gentle voice, her body halted in midair, and she immediately started pleading with the Jia Begin River. "Mother, I opened the space to allow the humans in again. This time, they will be able to provide you with a mountain of resources very soon. You..." Before the Holy Lady could finish speaking, the Jia Begin River landed gently on the surface of the water and said, "Little Peach, I've been too stubborn. I should have resigned myself long ago. Every time you've opened the space and collected resources have been of help to me, but the effects have been negligible. They won't help me stand a fighting chance in passing the heavens trial. My bloodline also runs through your body, and you'll also be affected by the test. If I can just gain a little more energy, I should be able to protect you even if I eventually succumb." Tears immediately started flowing down the Jia Begin River's cheeks. She bit his lip as her tears fell and broke the surface of the pink and gold river. However, the small sprays of water did not affect the bloodline-cutting black carp that was still feasting. "Mother, how much time do we have until the heavens trial?" The Jia Begin River used elements to embrace the Holy Lady as it replied, "There's still a day left. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resigned myself." After hugging the Holy Lady, the Jia Begin River looked down at the bloodline-cutting black carp and said softly, "Little fellow, you will be dragged in because of me too." The Jia Begin River looked up at Lin Yuan and Whitespeak. A few seconds later, it focused its gaze on Lin Yuan before it took a few steps forward and raised its hand. At that moment, the outline of a beautiful chair took shape in the pink and blue river. The patterns on the chair seemed to document the passing of time on the river. "Since you're here, you must be fated with me. Why don't you take a seat and tell me about the outside world? I heard from Little Peach that the life forms in the outside world really like the plants that have been nourished by my water. If you're willing to tell me about the world out there, I can give you all of the fays that my bloodline power has greatly stained before the heavens trial descends on me. These fays won't be affected by the test from the heavens. You can take it as repayment for wasting your day." When Lin Yuan heard what the Jia Begin River said, he could sense its yearning to live and how it was frustrated and indignant about its life coming to an end. Lin Yuan looked into the Jia Begin River's eyes and said, "I won't be taking a seat." When the Jia Begin River heard what Lin Yuan said, it immediately looked regretful. Lin Yuan's soft and gentle words sounded like a thunderclap to the Jia Begin River. "You don't have to resign yourself. Even if there's only a day left, you might still have the chance to pass the heavens trial. I can help you." In spite of the shock on the Jia Begin River's face, Lin Yuan did not offer any explanation, nor did he immediately start negotiating with the Jia Begin River. Lin Yuan immediately took out a diamond face storage box and took out all of the spirit-mouth peonies that were inside. The small spirit-mouth peonies formed a rain of flowers. The spirit-mouth peonies were full of pure spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone. As time passed, there were now over 3,000 flowers filled with spirit chi. When Lin Yuan lifted his hand, a light blue pillar of water immediately appeared in the sky. Lin Yuan used his hand to slice through the light blue pillar of water. When the pillar of water slammed down on the surface of the river, the spirit-mouthed peonies were crushed. A large amount of pure spirit chi immediately filled the area that was hidden by a spatial fence. At the instant that the pure spirit chi appeared, the Jia Begin River's expression changed from regret to shock, wild delight, and finally gratitude. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Your time is precious. From this instant, I will not stop providing you with resources. All you need to do is do your best to absorb all of the resources and turn them into aids to help you pass the heavens trial." While speaking, Lin Yuan took out the over 30 mouths of spirit springs he had gathered and placed them in the river water by his feet. The mouths of spirit springs would be very helpful to the Jia Begin River in absorbing the various types of resources. Logo. Previously, Lin Yuan had been curious about why the Holy Lady had gone through the effort of collecting so many mouths of spirit springs. If it was just a plant, there would be no need for so many mouths of spirit springs. There could even have been clashes due to the effects of different spirit springs. However, the fairy within the sacred wood mystic realm had been formed from a river. Thus, there was no need for other considerations. Whether the Jia Begin River ended up passing the heavens trial, the mouths of spirit springs would not be impacted. It would be impossible for the Jia Begin River to finish absorbing all of the mouths of the spirit springs, no matter how hardworking it was at absorbing resources. The transition from resignation to hope happened only in the span of a few seconds. The Jia Begin River had a pure mind and spirit and struggled to process the abrupt emotional transition. Nonetheless, it still started moving. The pink and gold river started to ripple. Walls of water rose out from the surface of the river and stretched toward the sky. The walls of water were like the gills of fish species phase as they continuously absorbed the spirit chi in the air. As it absorbed the pure spirit chi, the Jia Begin River noticed that it had improved more in the last few minutes than it had in the past decades. The Jia Begin River looked at Lin Yuan with deep gratitude. It closed its eyes and flew up into the sky in order to quicken its absorption of the pure spirit chi and other resources. It now returned to the same state that it had been in when Lin Yuan first entered the space. The Holy Lady's attitude toward Lin Yuan had shifted by 180 degrees. Previously, the Holy Lady looked at Lin Yuan the same way she would an enemy. But now, she saw Lin Yuan as a savior. Lin Yuan did not have time to bother with the Holy Lady. He continuously took brocade box after brocade box out of the spatial ring before he poured the different types of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls into the river as though they were worthless garbage. Lin Yuan's action stunned the Holy Lady. Since the Holy Lady had been created from the Jia Begin River's bloodline, she knew exactly what kind of resources the Jia Begin River needed. Besides pure spirit chi, what the Jia Begin River needed the most was pure elemental energy. But it was difficult to obtain pure elemental energy from the various factions in the Divine Wood Federation. The Holy Lady could tell that in the previous times that the mystic realm had opened, the factions from the Divine Wood Federation instinctively avoided offering pure elemental energy in exchange for the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. However, the Jia Begin River needed more elemental energy than it did spirit chi. The Jia Begin River's body had been formed from water and earth elemental energy. Now, with every brocade box that Lin Yuan took out containing 100 of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the Jia Begin River's aura strengthened. Lin Yuan communicated with Morbius using his spiritual energy and found out how difficult it was for a fairy to pass the blessing from the heavens. This was why Lin Yuan wasn't stingy at all and decided to invest everything he had into the Jia Begin River. As such, he spent the next day injecting resources into the Jia Begin River nonstop. Any one of the resources produced by Lin Yuan would cause a stir if anyone from the outside world saw them. The Jia Begin River's elemental body fully solidified and became a body of flesh and blood. It lifted his head up and had an austere expression. The more energy it stored up, the more clearly it could sense the weight of the test from the heavens. Despite the mountain of resources it had just received, it still did not feel confident of its victory. After centuries of storing energy, fairies only attempted to take on the test from the heavens. It had not been able to accumulate many useful resources. Although it had gained so many resources, Its roots had not solidified yet. It would be impossible for the Jia Begin River to use pure spirit chi and water, and earth elemental energy to refine the entire river within a day. There just was not enough time. However, because of Lin Yuan's help, the Jia Begin River no longer had to resign itself and now stood a fighting chance. The Jia Begin River's emotions surrounding Lin Yuan were very conflicted. In the beginning, the Jia Begin River had been certain that imminent death was its destiny. But then, Lin Yuan happened to enter the space where it was hiding. The Jia Begin River wanted to ask Lin Yuan what the outside world was like. It regretted never having left this space. The first few times that the mystic realm opened, the Jia Begin River had not used spatial-type plant-type phase to hide because it had been naive of the world. As a result, many of those who entered the mystic realm had noticed the Jia Begin River. Although the Jia Begin River's mind was simple, every life form had the instinct to avoid harm. The Jia Begin River had not hesitated to use its river to drown the greedy beings who tried to trap it in bottles to capture it. After those instances, the Jia Begin River instructed the Holy Lady to set up its hiding spot. Besides using spatial-type plant-type phase, it also planted many plants that could produce miasma to prevent any life forms from the external world from discovering it. If the Jia Begin River had not already resigned itself, it would have immediately attacked both the bloodline-cutting black carp and Lin Yuan instead of producing a chair, attempting to communicate with Lin Yuan, and stopping the Holy Lady from attacking Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's words had floored the Jia Begin River, and the harp within the Jia Begin River that had fallen quiet long ago started to strum again. When the spirit-mouthed peonies were crushed and released the pure spirit chi, the Jia Begin River saw the light of hope once again. With renewed hope, the Jia Begin River thanked Lin Yuan and immediately entered a state of storing energy. But while it was storing energy, the Jia Begin River was still strongly sensitive to the outside world. The Jia Begin River could sense how Lin Yuan had done everything he could to help it. Its gratitude toward Lin Yuan deepened as he continued to inject resources into it. Now, the Jia Begin River only saw Lin Yuan as its savior and the most important person in the world. Lin Yuan was the only person in the Jia Begin River's life who had ever helped it. Although the Holy Lady had been busy doing its bidding, the Holy Lady had been created by the Jia Begin River. Otherwise, the Holy Lady would be nothing more than an ordinary peach blossom tree. As for the members of factions who had entered the mystic realm, it was true that they had provided the Jia Begin River with resources, but they had been obtained in exchange for the Jia Begin River's bloodline. A trade was not the same as help. The Jia Begin River could absorb the resources Lin Yuan had poured into the river just from the river water and the fallen rocks in the water. Just as the Jia Begin River was about to sincerely thank Lin Yuan, it saw Lin Yuan pour several handfuls of crystalline objects into the river. The Jia Begin River instinctively used its undercurrents to crush the crystalline objects. When the first crystal was crushed, the Jia Begin River felt a mountain of spirit chi explode out. In an instant, the spirit chi permeated the entire river. There was even more spirit chi than from the 1,000 red flowers that had first scattered across the river. Lin Yuan had poured almost 500 of the crystals into the river. At that instant, the Jia Begin River was utterly touched. The Jia Begin River looked down at Lin Yuan, who was still pouring resources into the river. A special emotion emerged in its eye. If Whitespeak lifted its head to look at the Jia Begin River, it would notice that it was looking at Lin Yuan the same way that the Holy Lady looked at the Jia Begin River. After a day of pouring resources into the river, Lin Yuan looked up at the Jia Begin River. He had truly offered up everything he had that would be useful to the Jia Begin River and had not even saved a single spirit chi crystal for himself. After Lin Yuan poured out the 500 spirit chi crystals, he had nothing else that could help the Jia Begin River. Go and crush all of the spirit chi crystals and absorb the spirit chi within. If you still need help, let me know. I don't know if I'll be able to help, but I can try. The most important thing you need to do is to try and overcome the heavens trial. When it heard what Lin Yuan said, the Jia Begin River did not stand on ceremony with Lin Yuan. It wanted to thank Lin Yuan, but there was no rush to express it now. Moreover, Lin Yuan had done it the favor of enabling its transformation. This favor could not be expressed with just a few words. The Jia Begin River could sense that the Heavens trial would be arriving in about another 2 hours. 2 hours was just enough time to crush all of the spirit chi crystals and change the spirit chi into energy. The Jia Begin River did not hide its flaws from Lin Yuan. My biggest problem now is that my foundation is weak. I might have just received an enormous amount of resources, but I have no way of melding them with my foundation. With so much exquisite earth and water elemental energy, I should be able to refine my bloodline. However, there isn't enough time left for my bloodline to be refined. The refinement of my bloodline would be the best stage of power improvement I could receive. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what the Jia Begin River said. If you want to absorb elemental energy and refine your bloodline in a short span of time, I might be able to help you. While he was speaking, Lin Yuan's body vanished from the Jia Begin River's range of sensing in a flash. White Speak had witnessed this ability of Lin Yuan's before. It did not find anything Lin Yuan did to be strange. However, the Jia Begin River, who had developed an affection for Lin Yuan, felt a loss for the first time in its life. This left it feeling empty and slightly panicked. This feeling was equally as torturous as when the Jia Begin River decided to resign itself. But it did not take long before Lin Yuan reappeared. Elation spread across the Jia Begin River's face. Lin Yuan went to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and took out all of the water from the element well to store it inside a diamond face storage box. When he returned to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, Lin Yuan opened the diamond face storage box with the element well's water. The water that did not look any different from regular water entered the Jia Begin River. Soon, the Jia Begin River let out a soft cry, and its body dissolved into the river. Small ripples spread across and covered every inch of the river. Water and earth, two seemingly unrelated elements, were harmonized by the element well's water and started to fuse together. The pink and gold river water intensified at first before it faded and became more transparent. When one looked at the river, they would see that the waves seemed to be swimming. The sight was so beautiful that no one would be able to tear their eyes away. The greatest beneficiary of the past day had to be the bloodline-cutting black carp. Presently, the bloodline-cutting black carp had reached Sovereign 8/Creation 7. During this time, Lin Yuan had used the Pure Land of Bliss to absorb the 3 world cleansings when the bloodline-cutting black carp evolved to Creation Breed. This was what had allowed Lin Yuan to obtain so many spirit chi crystals. At the same time, the bloodline-cutting black carp had also provided Lin Yuan with 7 golden pearls. At first, Lin Yuan intended to return the bloodline-cutting black carp to a diamond phase storage box because its absorption of the Jia Begin River's bloodline would cause the Jia Begin River's bloodline to become thinner. However, the Jia Begin River had stopped Lin Yuan and said it hoped that the bloodline-cutting black carp would continue to absorb its bloodline. It also wanted the bloodline-cutting black carp to attach to it using feedback application to boost its bloodline. As the Jia Begin River's bloodline was purified, the bloodline-cutting black carp now took on a transparent crystalline appearance. Its fins and tail were even longer and gossamer. As the bloodline-cutting black carp swam, every movement of its tail would create waves that rolled over 1,000 meters. The Jia Begin River's body was constantly being reformed inside the river. At that moment, the Jia Begin River still retained its original appearance. However, its pink hair had become crystalline, and 9 different moving golden patterns appeared in its eyes. It was now wearing an exquisite pink and golden garment. It looked exceptionally pristine on the Jia Begin River. The Jia Begin River came up to Lin Yuan and said softly, "My name is Begin Lady. I gave myself this name when I gained intelligence." Lin Yuan did not feel much when he heard what Begin Lady said. Nonetheless, Morbius knew that Begin Lady had acknowledged Lin Yuan. Otherwise, a high-level life form would not tell its name to others without being asked, but only to those it deemed important to it. It would not tell its name to anyone else besides Lin Yuan for the rest of its life. Thus, even without swearing, Begin Lady would go on to follow Lin Yuan after the Heavens trial and protect him like it would family. A contract was the greatest insult to a high-rank life form. Mutual sincerity was the only acceptable medium of lifelong bonding. Lin Yuan did not know what the significance of Begin Lady telling him its real name was. But since Begin Lady had introduced itself, Lin Yuan smiled and reached his hand out to Begin Lady as he said, "I'm Lin Yuan." Faced with Lin Yuan's smile, Begin Lady's lips turned up, and it clasped Lin Yuan's hands. At that moment, 26 golden eyes suddenly appeared in the sky. They were lined up in the shape of a snake. The 26 eyes appeared bone-chilling to anyone who saw them. After the 26 eyes appeared, they focused on Begin Lady and were instantly filled with fury. The eyes turned to slits. The first eye turned into a beam of light and shot out at Begin Lady. In order to ensure that the first attack from the test did not affect Lin Yuan, Begin Lady stepped on the tide and kicked up a gold and red wave that charged at the sky to take on the attack. After the 26 eyes appeared, Morbius sighed. "Partner, Begin Lady isn't a lower fairy but an intermediate one. It will be difficult for it to pass the Heavens trial. If it can truly pass the Heavens trial, you have to ask how it gained intelligence. It would be difficult to produce a lower fairy in the main world, even with spirit chi that is 10 times more concentrated. How was an intermediate one produced here?" Lin Yuan had already heard Morbius say that fairies needed to take the test from the heavens. The Heavens trial was just like the trial of world creation and world cleansing in that the attacks only became increasingly powerful. Every attack had to be sustained in order to pass. A lower fairy only had to sustain 16 attacks from the Heavens trial, while the intermediate fairy needed to sustain 26. This meant that an intermediate fairy had to sustain 10 more attacks than a lower fairy. Morbius previously was not worried because it assumed that Begin Lady was a lower fairy, and it knew how many resources Lin Yuan had accumulated in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It would be easy to help a lower fairy pass the Heavens trial, but this would not be the case for an intermediate fairy. "Partner, your opportunity is bigger than what I expected. However, it is rather challenging. We now have 2 choices. Firstly, we can leave the sacred wood mystic realm this instant. This small world exists because the Jia Begin River produced it. If Begin Lady rips open a hole, we'll be able to leave." When he heard what Morbius said, Lin Yuan asked seriously, "Will we stand a chance if we take the second choice?" Since Lin Yuan was asking about the second choice even before it said anything about it, Morbius knew that Lin Yuan's mind was already made up. "We will stand a chance, but it will be a gamble. Partner, a gamble means that there's also the possibility of losing. Begin Lady should be able to handle the first 16 attacks easily, but it should reach its limit by the 22nd attack. What we need to do is ensure that Begin Lady won't die over the course of the remaining 4 attacks." Morbius liked how Lin Yuan looked when he was resolute, and it would not interfere with his feelings. For some reason, Morbius found Lin Yuan's current expression to be familiar. It was a feeling that left Morbius sentimental. Things indeed progressed as per Morbius' expectations. Begin Lady handled the first 16 attacks smoothly. But when the 17th attack arrived, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that Begin Lady was struggling. Each of the attacks was more intense than the last one. From the way that Begin Lady handled the first 16 attacks, Lin Yuan knew that the power of each subsequent attack did not multiply from the previous one, but the power would increase by at least 30% each time. If things continued like this, the power of the 26th attack would be at least 5 times more powerful than the 17th attack. There was no way that Begin Lady would be able to handle an attack of such power. When he saw how difficult it was for Begin Lady to handle the 17th attack, Lin Yuan thought, Begin Lady might not even make it to the 22nd attack. No one understands Begin Lady's current situation better than itself. It was likely that Begin Lady was already starting to feel the twinges of despair. Lin Yuan was right. Begin Lady could already feel that its time on this earth was coming to an end. However, Begin Lady did not give up and continued to give its all in channeling the energy in its body. It did not waste any of the energy and threw itself into battle mode. At that moment, Begin Lady felt extremely guilty toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had provided it with so many resources, but it had still failed to overcome the Heavens trial. At that moment, Begin Lady heard a voice shout, "Begin Lady, try your best to hold on. I will do my best to help you with the next few attacks." While he was speaking, Lin Yuan fused with dark blue and went into his merman state. A bloodline power that was comparable with that of Begin Lady started to fill the space. The sound of gentle waves mixed with the light rushing of the river water. Lin Yuan's current appearance was slightly different from when he fought Qian Yu. At that time, Lin Yuan had just received the blessing from Blue Lotus and awakened his Mermaid Emperor bloodline. But some time had passed, and the Mermaid Emperor in Lin Yuan had solidified. Lin Yuan's bloodline power made Begin Lady turn around to look at him while it received the 18th attack. The moment Begin Lady saw Lin Yuan, it looked shocked. It could be said that Lin Yuan's current appearance was the most beautiful of any life form that Begin Lady had seen. Lin Yuan's bloodline power gave Begin Lady a feeling of deep affection. Moreover, both of their bloodlines were related to water. Begin Lady could sense that Lin Yuan's power was still not strong even after transforming. However, there was no way that Lin Yuan was lying when he said that he would help it. This gave Begin Lady a pump of courage amidst its despair to take on the remaining attacks. As it prepared to receive the 18th attack, Begin Lady lifted its hand and scooped some of the pink and blue water below it. The pink and gold river rushed to the sky in a winding path as it headed for Begin Lady. It resembled a smooth silk ribbon. Begin Lady picked up the ribbon-like river and threw it into the sky. The long ribbon crashed against the 18th attack and was promptly set alight. As the silk ribbon burned, the 18th attack also slowly weakened. By the time the attack vanished, 1/3 of the silk ribbon had been burned up. As it prepared to take on the 19th attack, Begin Lady threw the ribbon again. This time, the fire burning the silk ribbon was clearly much stronger than before. As the silk ribbon burned, Begin Lady did not use any other secret weapon and silently held on. After it survived the 19th attack, the pink and gold ribbon of river water had been reduced to the size of a handkerchief that could not even cover a hand. At that moment, Begin Lady coughed and said, "Burning sacrifice." Layers of watery light appeared on Begin Lady's body. Pink and gold bubbles surfaced from Begin Lady's body, decorating the sky. Every pink and gold bubble was like a flower that bloomed in front of the remaining 7 eyes. Morbius told Lin Yuan that burning sacrifice was a fairy's final secret weapon. It would use up the fairy's bloodline as a trade to obtain more power. If Lin Yuan had the ability to help Begin Lady overcome the remaining 7 attacks, he would do everything in his power to keep Begin Lady from using burning sacrifice. Currently, even if Lin Yuan used all of his life-preserving secret weapons, he would not be able to help Begin Lady survive the remaining attacks. Thus, there was no other option than for Begin Lady to use burning sacrifice. The attack that had just descended from the heavens trial shocked Whitespeak. It could be certain that it would be grievously injured if it tried to take on the 19th attack on Begin Lady's behalf. Although it would not die from such an attack, it would need to recuperate for a year in order to recover fully. Lin Yuan had made a gauge of the secret weapons he possessed. He had many secret weapons, but faced with an attack of such a level, only 3 would be of use. The first was to fuse with the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and use its satanic power to boost his own power. Then, he would use the 2 fishes from the vast sea wave-raising flute. Before that, he needed to use a drop of the element Well's water to extract a water-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet Elemental Pearl, as well as instruct Frigid to boost the vast sea wave-raising flute so that it would reach pinnacle 8 stars. Clearly, this secret weapon would not be enough to take on the subsequent attacks of the Heavens Trial. At the very least, it would only be able to help Begin Lady until the 22nd attack. Lin Yuan's second secret weapon was to use the Sea of Faith power he had accumulated to boost Whitespeak's power and enable it to cross over Eternal. Whitespeak would be able to help Begin Lady overcome the 23rd attack. Given Whitespeak's power, it would also have the power to help Begin Lady take on the 24th attack. For the 25th attack, Lin Yuan intended to use the extreme token that the Moon Empress had given him as a safety net. As for the final attack, Lin Yuan decided to go all out and use all of Frigid's power to boost the Fish World Sea trump card. With Frigid's Sea Demon Emperor bloodline, it could easily boost the Fish World Sea trump card to beginner 10 stars. Then, Lin Yuan would use the Cold Season Poisonous Fish to continue boosting the Fish World Sea trump card until it reached the legendary level of 11 stars. In Lin Yuan's previous conversation with Lan Sun, he found out that 10 stars precious instruments were already the stuff of legends. There had never been an 11 stars precious instrument ever recorded in history. After all, in order to forge an 11 stars precious weapon, a pinnacle 11 stars or even 12 stars sacred source lifeform was needed. Even if such sacred source lifeforms existed, the people who owned them would not allow others to kill their sacred source lifeforms to turn them into precious instruments. Since the main ingredient and most of the supporting ingredients in the Fish World Sea trump card contain the mermaid bloodline, only life forms with the mermaid bloodline could wield it. The mermaid bloodline also substantially boosted the Fish World Sea trump card. What Lin Yuan needed to do was to use his mermaid bloodline to boost the Fish World Sea trump card and unleash his absolutely strongest attack to see if it would be enough to take on the 26th attack and secure Begin Lady's survival. Besides the mermaid bloodline, a large amount of spirit chi was also needed to wield the Fish World Sea trump card. The more stars the precious instrument, the more spiritual power it needed. This was why even if the disciples of royalty possessed precious instruments from a young age, their precious instruments could not surpass 5 stars. In the fight against Han Chi, once Lin Yuan overcame Han Chi's attack that could obtain spirit chi by killing other lifeforms, Han Chi could not use the demon lizard toothblade for long before he tired himself out. Even a Thearch-class expert would have to use up all of the spirit chi in his body to use the 11 stars precious instrument. Lin Yuan was confident that he could use the 11 stars Fish World Sea trump card because he had the spirit chi imprint. The Sea of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Chi imprint would enable Lin Yuan to use the 11 stars Fish World Sea trump card for one attack and still have a lot to spare. Lin Yuan had thought about using the extreme token to help Begin Lady take on the 26th attack. But when the thought surfaced, Morbius reminded him, "Partner, no matter how strong your master is, the Moonlight domain in the extreme token isn't half as strong as the original. When you activate it, it won't be able to evolve to Fantasy Breed, and its limit will be at Diamond X/Legend. When Eternal Experts and above use the extreme token, their limit will be around Eternal 8 to Eternal 9. It won't even be able to break through Pinnacle Eternal 12. Meanwhile, an attack by you using your Mermaid Emperor bloodline with the Fish World Sea trump card will definitely exceed Eternal. As such, I think you should be the one to take on the last attack from Begin Lady's Heaven's Trial." Morbius actually had one more thing to say but did not end up saying it. It wanted to say that if Lin Yuan could not handle the 26th attack, it could use the power in its roots to help him. It was willing to help Lin Yuan gamble for possibly the biggest opportunity in his career as a spirit chi professional because its roots power was currently at maximum. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's safety would always be the most important to Morbius. Begin Lady had already used Burning Sacrifice and just managed to survive the 21st attack. The gold and red garment that Begin Lady was wearing had already burned up. After burning up its bloodline was already showing signs of becoming elementalized. Clearly, it was not going to be able to hold on for much longer. The Holy Lady was close to tearing her hair out with panic, but there was nothing she could do. Lin Yuan knew that it was time for him to take action. First, he opened his spirit chi imprint, and a wave of spiritual energy exploded out from his body. He was silent for a moment before he decided to open the Jasmine Lily's Vitality imprint as well. Only around a month had passed since the last time he opened the Vitality imprint. Although not a lot of time had passed, the Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily also accumulated vitality extremely quickly. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned the Jasmine Lily before instructing it to use Heal. It used the bud of Mountain Jade to form a chain of healing that landed on Begin Lady. Begin Lady was different from regular lifeforms made of flesh and more like lifeforms made from elemental power. Although the Jasmine Lily's healing effects were not strong on such lifeforms, there still was some effect. As more vitality was transferred to it, Begin Lady's situation became visibly better. When Lin Yuan previously used the Jasmine Lily, it could only heal through the bud of Mountain Jade. But now, because of the first endless gem that Morbius had absorbed, the Jasmine Lily had been released from the Spirit Lock. Thus, it could now use its Elite to Diamond abilities. At that moment, the Jasmine Lily used its elite ability Mountain Jade imprint on Begin Lady. The Mountain Jade imprint's existence greatly boosted the healing effects of vitality on Begin Lady. Soon, the flower on the jasmine lily started to spin rapidly, and it lit up with a verdant green light as images of mountain jades swirled around it. In an instant, the jasmine lily injected most of the vitality from the vitality imprint into Begin Lady. With the ability Mountain Jade Prayer, Begin Lady's vitality was maintained at peak capacity. In this state, the jasmine lily used life-protecting soul and added a layer of protection on Begin Lady's soul. Besides physical damage, Begin Lady would also experience soul injuries when it took on the Heaven's Trial. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and decided to fuse with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Previously, he had been against fusing with female devils. But now, for the sake of Begin Lady, he was going to do what needed to be done. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil found out that Lin Yuan was going to fuse with it, it pumped its fists in long-awaited excitement. No devil, whether it was lower, intermediate, or higher, wished to be fused with their spirit chi professional. They would only do so to obtain resources. The higher the bloodline of the devil, the more it hated fusing with a spirit chi professional. However, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was fully submissive to Lin Yuan and longed to help him. Nonetheless, despite hinting at him after each evolution of its bloodline, Lin Yuan always seemed to have no intention of fusing with it. But now, the chance to fuse had finally come. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil received the order from Lin Yuan to fuse, it immediately combined itself with Lin Yuan's soul. Soon, the deathly white aura of devils started to emanate from him and intermixed with the aura of spirit chi from the spirit chi imprint that Lin Yuan had opened. Soon, 6 horns appeared on Lin Yuan's head. They entwined around each other to form a jet-black crown. However, Lin Yuan did not expect the Mermaid Emperor bloodline in his body to be stronger than the satanic power. In fact, it was exceptionally domineering. Ever since the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's satanic power appeared in his body, the mermaid bloodline started to clash against it to fight for dominance. The fight of dominance between two bloodline powers was extremely dangerous. Even the slightest mishap would result in the body exploding. But since the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was fully subservient to Lin Yuan and the Mermaid Emperor bloodline power came from Lin Yuan's own body, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil controlled its own satanic power to be taken over by the Mermaid Emperor bloodline power. It did not even fight back when the Mermaid Emperor bloodline power consumed its satanic power. Rather, it enjoyed being invaded by Lin Yuan's bloodline power. As a result, Lin Yuan's appearance did not change after he fused with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, and none of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's characteristics appeared on his face. As the Mermaid Emperor bloodline took over, the black crown made of 6 horns on Lin Yuan's head slowly changed to dark blue and gold. But since it was a fusing, there were still some changes. For example, when Luo fused with his higher devil, tattoos appeared on his face, and he grew a long and thick dark red tail. Lin Yuan's devil tattoos were not on his face but on his neck. They circled his neck but did not stretch down on his chest. It was unknown where it started or ended. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved to Satan, there had been 11 calamity flowers, each representing different elements in the flower basket of calamity. At that moment, a large mass of flowers appeared on Lin Yuan's back. However, the colors of the 11 different bunches of flowers were no longer distinct but were blended together like a rainbow. But if it was really to be compared to a rainbow, the mass of flowers on Lin Yuan's back had more than just 7 colors. The flowers on Lin Yuan's back grew wildly and covered 5 square meters by Lin Yuan's feet. If Lin Yuan sat down at that moment, the flowers would cushion his body. If someone saw him now, they would immediately notice that the biggest change that had happened to him was to his eyes. His eyes were still blue and gold, but his pupils had turned into 11 flowers that were slowly spinning in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally understood why Han Qi and Luo had been able to use their bodies to take on powerful attacks. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was not skilled at defense, and it had one of the weakest bodies of all the devils. But when Lin Yuan was boosted through his fusion with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, he felt that he would be able to use his body to fend off Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. Even if he did not use his fighting skills to dodge the attacks, it would be difficult for him to sustain any injuries. At that moment, The 22nd attack was already starting to descend on Begin Lady. Although the Jasmine Lily had healed Begin Lady, it still did not have the courage to directly take on the attacks from the Heavens Trial. If not for external help, Begin Lady knew that it would not have been able to make it this far. At that moment, two exceptionally strong auras grazed past it and took on the 22nd attack from the Heavens Trial. They were two fishes with satanic power equivalent to pinnacle Immortal swirling around them. Most importantly, satanic power had strong degenerating effects that were extremely effective on attacks of willpowers, laws, and the like. The attacks from the Heavens Trial were considered that of willpowers, laws, and the like. The two fishes were a great boost of confidence for Begin Lady. Begin Lady used everything in its body to elementalize it using burning sacrifice and followed the two fishes to unleash its strongest attack. When the two fishes slammed into the 22nd attack from the Heavens Trial, their bodies took on the Pillar of Light. The satanic power penetrated the Pillar of Light, causing it to become dimmer. As a result, when Begin Lady unleashed its strongest attack, it managed to take down the 22nd attack. However, the 22nd attack still caused Begin Lady to sustain serious injuries. Through Mountain Jade Prayer, Begin Lady was once again filled with vitality that rapidly healed its injuries. Lin Yuan had not yet had the chance to use the unlocked Jasmine Lily in battle. After a real fight, Lin Yuan realized that the Jasmine Lily's healing abilities greatly surpassed his expectations. As long as there was sufficient vitality inside the Vitality Imprint, the target designated by the Vitality Imprint would be able to heal in an instant regardless of how serious its injuries were. Because of severed limbs growth, even injuries that involved destroyed organs and missing limbs could be regrown quickly. Lin Yuan rarely had the opportunity to use his secret weapons in battle. Now, he knew what his limit of combat power was when he used the vast sea wave-raising flute and frigid in conjunction. The subsequent 23rd and 24th attacks from the Heavens Trial would depend on Whitespeak. Lin Yuan turned to look at Whitespeak and said solemnly, "Whitespeak, I'm going to boost your power next. You have to protect Begin Lady regardless of how you handle the next two attacks." Whitespeak hurriedly replied, "Even if it costs my life, I will definitely carry out your order." While it was speaking, Whitespeak looked fully devoted. This was because Whitespeak felt that Lin Yuan looked no different from usual and would only give it tasks he was confident in. Moreover, from the previous time that Lin Yuan used his dictator's body to boost it past Apostle, it felt that it would have enough power to be able to protect that strange lifeform in the sky. Although it was expressing its loyalty, Whitespeak had already formed a contract with Lin Yuan and had become his apostle. Even if Lin Yuan wanted it to die for a specific reason or if he wanted to kill it for no reason at all, Whitespeak would not complain in the slightest. In the Marsh world, after an apostle swore its loyalty to a dictator, serving its dictator would be the most important thing in its life. Lin Yuan swished his fishtail when he heard what Whitespeak said, and a streak of bloodline power that turned into a current linked him to Whitespeak. When Lin Yuan boosted Whitespeak last time, Whitespeak had only just managed to surpass Pinnacle Immortal but had not been able to reach Eternal. At that time, the strength of faith power that Lin Yuan injected into Whitespeak was far from the limit that Whitespeak could handle. But now, Lin Yuan had only injected 10% of the faith power into his body, and Whitespeak's body was already starting to show signs of rejection. Lin Yuan knew that if he forcefully injected more faith power into Whitespeak, Whitespeak's body would start to crack. It went without saying that Lin Yuan could ignore Whitespeak's condition and continue to inject faith power into it. Even if Whitespeak's body crumbled, the faith power would enable it to continue fighting. However, Lin Yuan was not going to do that because Whitespeak was no longer the strongest combatant he possessed, and he also regarded it as his companion. He would never sacrifice his companion for his own benefit. At that moment, Whitespeak was trembling with anticipation. It was finally going to cross that level when boosted by Lin Yuan and see the sight that had always been closed off to it. Whitespeak now had a deeper understanding of power and control. Previously, Whitespeak had been unsure if it would be able to cross that level. But now, as long as it had enough time to grow and a sufficient quantity of believers and favored believers, it was ready to cross that level at any time. The totem on Whitespeak's body lit up, and the silhouette of a crocodile that was over 10,000 meters long appeared behind it. The giant crocodile opened its mouth, and a terrifying gust of wind gathered in its jaws as a ball of light was formed. White Speak's natural ability was replay, which could swallow other lifeforms' attacks. As long as the enemy's attack was within range, it would be able to use its own energy to envelop the enemy's attack and return it back at them. The Dark Scorpion had died because of White Speak's replay ability. Although White Speak was puffed with confidence now that it had crossed that level, it dared not consume the 23rd attack from the Heaven's Trial. But even if it did not use its natural ability, it should not be difficult for it to take on the 23rd ability now that it had crossed over to Eternal. With White Speak's help, Begin Lady easily overcame the 23rd attack. However, the 24th attack was not just 30% more powerful but twice as such. This caused White Speak's expression to fall stern. At that moment, it dared not let down its guard in the slightest and changed back into its original form. It used its body to receive the 24th pillar of energy from the Heaven's Trial and released its strongest attack. Thousands of gusts of wind shot out from White Speak's mouth and rammed into the pillar of light. But in the end, even with such an overwhelming amount of wind, a portion of the beam of light still made contact with White Speak. White Speak's body was immediately set alight with raging flames. The armor on White Speak's body was now charred black. When Lin Yuan saw this, he immediately instructed the Jasmine Lily to heal White Speak. For White Speak's healing, all of the vitality in the vitality imprint was used up. Although it cost half of White Speak's life, the flames on its body were eventually put out. White Speak changed back into human form and dragged its half-blackened body over to Lin Yuan as it bowed and said, "Lord Dictator, thank you for saving me." Lin Yuan looked deeply into White Speak's eyes and pointed at its injuries. 1,000 units of source-type power flowed out of Lin Yuan and entered White Speak's body. Lin Yuan had only used source-type power to awaken dimensional lifeforms. Source-type power could transform dimensional lifeforms into apostles, but Lin Yuan had never gifted apostles with pure source-type power before. Out of all of Lin Yuan's apostles, White Speak had received unique treatment. But it had used its life to trade for this gift. Lin Yuan had not expected that the Heaven's Trial's last few attacks would be multiplied. But regardless of how strong the attacks were, he would have to take them on. White Speak looked shocked when it felt the source-type power injected into its body. Faith power was the source of power for apostles, but source-type power was the basis of the power. Source-type power was the important component that made up totems. This was the first time White Speak found out that dictators could directly give apostles source power. It felt that being gifted with source-type power was the biggest honor. Setting aside the injuries it had just sustained, White Speak would be willing to sustain 10 to 20 times more serious injuries if it could obtain 10% of the source-type power that it had just received from Lin Yuan. When source-type power was used to strengthen totems, it could collect many more believers and favored believers. White Speak estimated that it would be able to break through past apostle in less than 2 years. But at the same time, White Speak started to guess that Lin Yuan was not just a dictator in Turning Will Realm. He could be an even higher being. However, it was a level that White Speak could not currently comprehend. It was likely that only dictators could get a peek at the level and figure out a way to cross over to it. After Lin Yuan injected 1,000 units of source-type power into White Speak, he pulled the extreme token from under his shirt and plucked the pendant out. He threw the token at the Heaven's Trial's 25th attack with all his might. When it sensed the 25th attack, the extreme token immediately released the moonlight domain within. In an instant, the round moon in the sky dimmed, and thousands of ribbons of moonbeams fell from the round moon. Half of the moonbeams moved over to Lin Yuan and protected him, while the other half headed for the Heaven's Trial's 25th attack. In actuality, when the 26th golden eye appeared in the sky, the factions in the sacred wood mystic realm had already noticed the strange happenings. None of these members of factions had seen such strange phenomena before. Almost all of them thought a large treasure had been unearthed and immediately rushed over as quickly as possible. But on the way there, all of the members of the factions experienced realizations. As they watched the pillars of golden light appear and then disappear, they felt that it uncannily resembled a life form going through a trial. According to their experience, any life form experiencing a trial would be a chance to take advantage of them. If the life form could not overcome the attacks from the golden eyes, helping it could earn the loyalty of the life form. Alternatively, one could force the life form to give up its loyalty at the key juncture of the trial. Even if the life form was unwilling, it would also be able to fetch a high price when dead. Su Jian and Bai Dong possessed comparable power. As the two of them walked side by side, they wanted nothing more than to beat the other to the punch. In order to trigger such a large-scale natural phenomenon, the life form's bloodline had to be extremely elite, or it had to be extremely powerful. Regardless of which it would be extremely beneficial to the Su family and Bai family. When Su Jian and Bai Dong rushed over with their pinnacle Thearch-class power, they realized that the truth of the situation was not what they thought. Although they were 100 kilometers away, they could already feel the burn of the attacks from the golden pillars of light. Just how powerful did the life form have to be able to hold on until now? If it had failed, the golden eyes in the sky would have vanished. Although both of them desired to possess the life form, this discovery made Su Jian and Bai Dong feel conflicted about whether they should continue advancing. While the two of them were hesitating, they saw a giant crocodile that was 10,000 meters long charging at the beam of light. The two of them instinctively assumed that the white crocodile was the life form undergoing the trial. When they saw that the white crocodile had been charred black and severely injured by the gold pillar of light, both of them decided to muster their courage to take the risk. There were clearly still two golden eyes in the sky. Given that the white crocodile had struggled to survive the 24th attack, there was no way it would survive the attacks from the final two eyes. But before they could arrive under the golden eyes, a round moon materialized in the sky out of the blue. The entire environment seemed to change. When the belts of moonbeams descended, it was as though every living creature on Earth had become as insignificant as ants. Just the sight of the moonbeams filled the both of them with trepidation. Su Jian and Bai Dong stood at the forefront of the Divine Wood Federation and assumed that they would have reached the peak no matter where they went. However, neither of them even understood the powers of Class 5 creation masters. The round moon in the sky projected a might that greatly surpassed their cognition. They shared a look and saw that the other's gaze was also filled with fear. Su Jian said hoarsely, "Brother Bai, this round moon is clearly helping the white crocodile to defend against the attack from the golden eyes in the sky. Do you think there could have always been an expert hidden in the sacred wood mystic realm?" Bai Dong gnashed his teeth when he heard what Su Jian said and replied, "Regardless, I still want to take a look at the situation. If you're afraid of danger, you can wait for me here." Su Jian narrowed his eyes at Bai Dong. He knew that Bai Dong wanted to take the risk for the sake of the Bai family's benefits. At this juncture, the Su family should have already charged into the imperial court and started crossing swords with the Yang family. He could not be of any help while he was leading a team in the sacred wood mystic realm. What he needed to do was to ensure that nothing that happened in the sacred wood mystic realm affected the Su family's plan. Although the Bai family and Su family had a working relationship now, they would become rivals once the Su family got rid of the Yang family. His great-grandparents had long decided that the Bai family would be eliminated a year after the Yang family. Suppose he allowed Bai Dong to investigate the situation ahead now. In that case, he might discover something that he could turn into the Bai family's secret weapon and enable them to fend off the Su family. With this thought, Su Jian steeled himself and said, "Brother Bai, I'll go with you. We'll be able to look out for each other." Looking at the moonbeams from the moon, only a part of it traveled over to the golden eye. Half of it is clearly protecting something. If you sense carefully, you'll notice that the moonbeams aren't much stronger than the pillar of light from the 25th eye. There's no way that the moonbeams alone will be able to handle the attack from the 26th golden eye. While he was speaking, Su Jian started flying off in the direction of the last golden eye. From behind him, Bai Dong shot him a murderous glare. If Su Jian wanted to go, there was nothing that Bai Dong could do. If his power was not comparable to Su Jian's now, he would have planned to take Su Jian out of the picture. If they truly encountered something monumental when they arrived, he would have to beat Su Jian to the punch and ensure that he was the one who ended up being the receiver. Under the umbrella of the hundreds of moonbeams, Lin Yuan looked up at the 25th attack tangled with the moonbeams, and he felt his confidence rise. From the moment that the moonlight domain was released from the extreme token, Lin Yuan noticed that he could exert slight control over the moonbeams using his willpower. As the 25th attack from the heavens trial was about to descend, Lin Yuan separated the moonbeams, protecting him into 18 portions that he aimed at the pillar of light falling from the heavens trial. There was a faint layer of crimson, golden flames around the moonbeams. The moonbeams extended in order to envelop the flames and temper them. Eventually, when there were only 147 belts of moonbeams left, the 25th attack from the heavens trial was finally overcome. The round moon in the sky slowly darkened during the assault from the moonbeams. However, the remaining 147 belts of moonbeams would be the final aid Lin Yuan provided Begin Lady with taking on the last attack. First, he removed his fusion with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil before he raised the Fish World Sea Trump card, since he needed to use the mermaid bloodline in his body to wield the Fish World Sea Trump card. Lin Yuan had not used it yet, nor was he aware of how powerful it could be. When he first obtained the Fish World Sea Trump card, Lin Yuan remembered the Moon Empress sternly warning him not to use it unless the situation absolutely called for it. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan had managed to obtain the mermaid bloodline through unknown means and was now extremely desirable to the Goddess of Mercy. It was because the Goddess of Mercy had been willing to provide so many precious resources while the Moon Empress was forging the Fish World Sea Trump card that allowed the diving songstress body to not drop stars when it became the Fish World Sea Trump card. As a creation master, the Moon Empress could not be more aware of how much a body could be affected when one used one's own bloodline power. Although bloodline power was not the main source in one's body, the loss of it would immediately cause one's vitality to weaken. Thus, the Moon Empress expressly reminded Lin Yuan to be cautious when he injected his bloodline into the Fish World Sea Trump card. Although bloodline power could be recovered, the recovery rate was extremely slow. A main dragon species Fae whose bloodline had been extracted would need close to 2 months to recover its bloodline power to peak capacity. It went without saying that Lin Yuan remembered the Moon Empress warning. However, this was the make-or-break point of Begin Lady's survival, and Lin Yuan could not afford to err on the side of caution. The 26th and final golden eye in the sky started to move rapidly. It was like a snake that was manipulating its body in a small space. Terrifying energy started to accumulate within the eye. Lin Yuan did not immediately inject bloodline power and spirit chi into the Fish World Sea Trump card. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned Frigid. Frigid rarely had a chance to see the outside world. Thus, it was extremely excited now that it had been let out. After all, it was not a newly born sea demon but one that had been passed up and stuck in the Lantis mystic realm for some time. But at the same time, it knew that this was not the time for it to be excited. Through its soul and spirit connection with Lin Yuan, Frigid could sense what Lin Yuan was thinking. It was a life form that relied on its bloodline power and understood the weight of Lin Yuan's choice. Frigid took a deep breath and summoned the cold season poisonous fish before it moved toward the Fish World Sea Trump card and attached its body to it. With the boost from Frigid, the Fish World Sea Trump card transformed from beginner 8 stars to beginner 10 stars. A 10 stars precious instrument could trigger celestial phenomena just like a 10 stars sacred source lifeform could. However, this was just the beginning. At the moment that Frigid attached itself to the Fish World Sea Trump card, the cold season poisonous fish turned into a school of fish that surrounded the Fish World Sea Trump card, adding layer upon layer of cold season power to the Fish World Sea Trump card. The Fish World Sea Trump card started to rise from beginner 10 stars to 11 stars. Although Lin Yuan had not injected any spiritual power or bloodline power into the Fish World Sea Trump card, the entire area had already transformed into an expansive ocean. The waves that appeared in the air dipped into the sea and deepened the blue of the water. As the sea grew larger, so did the water pressure increase. The presence of the 11 stars Fish World Sea Trump card had created a deep ocean large enough to house mermaids. There was a legend that mermaids would use pearls and coral to create palaces at the bottom of the sea. The deeper the water, the freer mermaids could be. The pink and gold Gia Begin River was fully enveloped by the deep blue water that had appeared out of nowhere. It could clearly sense the energy contained in the water. Lin Yuan held the Fish World Sea Trump card in one hand. The moment that he touched the Fish World Sea Trump card, he could sense how much it craved the Mermaid Emperor bloodline in his body. He injected the Sea of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Chi imprint as well as his Mermaid Emperor bloodline into the Fish World Sea Trump card. In an instant, an enchanting mermaid song filled the deep blue water. Mermaids were extremely intelligent life forms, and their music could perfectly express any emotion. For example, the diving songstress had possessed the Mermaid King bloodline, and its songs were especially geared toward leading people down the road of debauchery and causing them to lose their faculties. But now, the mermaid song that filled the sea was robust and magnificent. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of an emperor. Along with the mermaid song were golden blue ripples that rolled from the bottom of the sea, covering every inch of the water. The light from the ripples lit up the water. Whitespeak noticed that there was a palace at the bottom of the water that could only be described as being supremely finely crafted. Soon, mermaids carrying lanterns emerged in pairs from the palace and started swimming up to the surface. When they broke through the surface, they held their lanterns up as though they were attendants who were escorting Lin Yuan. The lanterns released brilliant gold and blue sea ripples, the light from which overpowered that of the moonbeams descending from the sky. The lantern-holding mermaids were just the advance party. They had fresh features and were dressed in shawls. Their appearance was considered to be ordinary amongst mermaids. Soon, numerous mermaids wearing ceremonial robes and carrying conch shells larger than their bodies swam out from the palace. Due to the sheer size of the conch shells, each had to be carried with both hands by one mermaid at the front while another supported from the back. Despite the weight of the conch shell, the movement of the mermaids was not impeded at all. While they swam, they moved in tandem in a formation where two conch shells were stacked together. Once they reached the surface, the mermaid at the back of each conch shell blew into them, triggering thousands of giant waves to rise from the sea. Eventually, the waves solidified into numerous large elemental whales. The large elemental whales were swimming in the air, and Whitespeak could sense energy fluctuations as strong as its own from each of the whales. In fact, the longer the horns were blown, the stronger the energy within the elemental whales became. At that moment, gold and blue light erupted from under the water. The palace had expanded to almost 3 times its original size. A pair of mermaids with red hair tied in high ponytails and dressed in crimson armor from head to tail appeared. Their gaze was sharp and determined. The mermaids were all holding spears as long as their bodies. From the moment the mermaids appeared, Whitespeak felt fear creeping up within it. If any of the mermaids with red ponytails threw their spears at it, it would immediately be sliced open. Moreover, the bloodline power within them was clearly on a whole other level than the mermaids holding the conch shells and lanterns. Lin Yuan continued to inject Mermaid Emperor bloodline power into the Fish World Sea Trump card. 8 mermaids dressed in silvery blue shawls that extended past their tails swam out from the palace. Light blue patterns were covering their bodies, and they had a wild beauty about them. After the 8 mermaids appeared, they started to sing. Strong winds kicked up, and 8 giant waterspouts rose out of the water towards the sky, stirring up the sky with a chilling cacophony of sound. It was as though the waterspouts were determined to suck the sky into them. Suddenly, the blue patterns on the mermaids lit up, and terrifying blue lightning crackled in the sky. When Lin Yuan only had 20% of his Mermaid Emperor bloodline left, and in the instant that he injected the rest of it into the Fish World Sea Trump card, the palace underwater split into 3, and 3 carriages pulled by sea beasts galloped out from the underwater palace. Each of the sea beasts carried a mermaid holding a trident and dressed in armor made of blue crystals. These mermaids looked exactly like warrior goddesses. Female mermaids with crowns atop their heads and garments that seemed to be woven from the sea around them were sitting on each carriage. Just like Lin Yuan, they had blue and gold tails, and their golden blue hair seemed to be formed from waves. These mermaids were clearly a cut above the rest in both looks and charisma. All the previous mermaids seemed to be born to serve the crown-wearing mermaids. Normally, given their auras, the 3 crown-wearing mermaids should not be around each other. But now, the 3 carriages stopped in front of Lin Yuan, and the crown-wearing mermaids gently lowered their heads in front of Lin Yuan. At that moment, the attack that had been stewing in the 26th eye was finally unleashed. The attacks from the previous 25 eyes had appeared in the form of pillars of light. But this time, the attack presented itself as a giant snake with dark gold scales. Once the snake appeared, it spat out brilliant flames. When Lin Yuan saw this, he instructed the mermaid country created by the Fish World Sea Trump card to attack the giant gold-scaled snake. The large whales and 8 crackling waterspouts flew toward the giant golden snake, while the lantern-carrying mermaids charged at the serpent with their lanterns brandished like swords. The horn-blowing mermaids broke off into groups as they aimed their conch shell horns toward the giant golden snake. When they blew into the conch shells, waves swelled and glided over to the giant snake. The mermaids with red ponytails bowed to Lin Yuan before they swept their tails and engaged the giant golden snake in a vicious battle. Before they died, they injected all the energy they had into the spears and thrust them into the giant golden snake. This battle scene seemed to demonstrate the honor of the mermaid country. The trident-holding mermaids finally released the chains on the sea beasts connecting them to the carriages and rode the sea beasts directly toward the giant golden snake that was already visibly smaller than it had originally been. The ongoing battle between the mermaids and snake seemed to have jumped out from a poem. When the giant golden snake burned up the last warrior mermaid, the conch-blowing mermaids and singing mermaids with blue patterns on their bodies also charged fearlessly at the giant golden serpent. Yet, in spite of everything that was happening, the 3 crown-wearing mermaids who had lowered their heads to Lin Yuan seemed to be completely unaffected. They removed their crowns and swam over to Lin Yuan before they stacked their 3 crowns atop Lin Yuan's head. The moment the 3 crowns became one, they turned into a dazzling golden crown. The 3 mermaids started to manipulate the waves as they joined the fight as warriors fighting against the giant golden snake in the sky. In the Legend of Mermaids, the Mermaid Emperor clan appeared to be the weakest, but they had the strongest combat power of all mermaids. The poems about mermaids had all been written by the Mermaid Emperor clan. Alas, the 3 mermaids still failed to overcome the giant golden snake. Lin Yuan, now with the crown adorning his head, took out the vast sea wave-raising flute and advanced on the giant golden snake as the final pride of the mermaids. But at that moment, something happened to the giant golden snake. A scale not formed from energy by physical substances appeared between the giant golden snake's eyes. The giant golden snake's aura exploded, and it was now even stronger than when it had first appeared. The sudden burst of the giant golden snake's combat power could not be defeated by Lin Yuan and the 150 moonbeams. This twist had surpassed all of their expectations. Lin Yuan felt as though all their efforts were about to be wasted, and for the first time he felt helpless. It also dawned on him how lacking in power he was. At this moment, he heard Morbius' voice, "Partner, the Endless Gem has another function besides unlocking phase. When it comes into contact with an attack, it can seal the attack within itself. However, when this function is used, the unlocking of the Jasmine Lilu will be suspended. When you receive the attack from the Heaven's Trial, remove me from your wrist and toss me toward the giant golden snake. To my memory, this change should not take place during the Heaven's Trial. The snake with dark gold scales should not have appeared during the Heaven's Trial. There must be something behind it." Lin Yuan was relieved when he heard what Morbius said. But he also knew that the price that Morbius had to pay for using the Endless Gem to seal the attack away would be more than just losing access to the unlocked Jasmine Lily's abilities. Could it be that, after the attack was sealed, Morbius would fall back asleep? Morbius knew what Lin Yuan was thinking and said softly, "Partner, do you remember me saying that after your fight with the Freedom Federation envoy group, I obtained a large amount of root power for some reason? It won't require too much of my root power to just use the Endless Gem to seal one attack. It won't put me back to sleep. Partner, you might have contracted a sacred source lifeform, but you have 2 souls. Your other soul is still empty. It can be used to contract another sacred source lifeform." Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Morbius said. Previously, the Moon Empress had told him to wait a few years before he contracted a second sacred source lifeform for the sake of his body condition. However, she did not know that he had 2 souls. The soul that had already contracted the sacred sword-wielding queen did need to wait a few years before it could contract another sacred source lifeform. However, the empty soul could be used to contract a sacred source lifeform at any time. Lin Yuan felt that it was indeed time for him to find a second suitable sacred source lifeform to contract. He had contacted his first sacred source lifeform after a series of coincidences. If he contracted a second sacred source lifeform now, Lin Yuan could use his understanding of sacred source lifeforms to combine two sacred source lifeforms. Since Morbius would not fall asleep, there was nothing for Lin Yuan to worry about. He had consumed the muscle hyperthymesia grass and learned all of the available combat skills and fighting strategies that existed in the Radiance Federation. After Lin Yuan removed Morbius from his wrist, he threw it accurately toward the giant golden snake. Eventually, the giant golden snake was sealed within the endless gem. Since Lin Yuan had not fully released his strongest attack, the energy he had saved turned into the Mermaid Emperor bloodline and was stored within Lin Yuan's body. However, while unused bloodline could be stored up, the same did not apply to spirit qi. Although Lin Yuan had opened his spirit qi imprint and all of the spirit qi within it had been released, Lin Yuan collapsed to the ground in agony. At this moment, Begin Lady hugged him. After the 26th golden eye disappeared from the sky, a mystical whirlpool appeared in the sky. It seemed as though something was about to fall from the whirlpool. Even the spirit qi in the surroundings seemed to worship whatever was about to fall from the whirlpool. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Begin Lady say, "Lin Yuan, you helped me to overcome the heavens trial. My life is about to turn around. I would like to invite you to receive the heavens present with me. Before the spirit fire enters my body, I will manipulate it to leave an ember in your body. It will substantially benefit you in the future." Lin Yuan was stunned by Begin Lady's embrace. Begin Lady's body had returned from an elemental state to a solid state. Moreover, the pink and gold garment it was wearing was made of fluid currents. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice again. "Partner, when your spirit qi professional level has reached a certain level, and your power crosses eternal, you'll need to start walking down heaven's path and awaken your birth horoscope. Although the ember from the spirit fire won't be able to help a spirit qi professional set their spirit fire alight, it will remove the obstacle they would have to face when they cross eternal and start walking down heaven's path." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. The Moon Empress had encountered a problem when she was awakening her birth horoscope and failed to begin walking down heaven's path. It was only later that she managed to overcome the risk to do so and became a Class 6 creation master. The Moon Empress had to be a genius that only appeared in the world once every millennium. Even the Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme's talent could not compare with the Moon Empress. Something that even the Moon Empress struggled to achieve would now become easy for him after he accepted Begin Lady's offer to share the heavens present. Begin Lady went on to say, "I should have vanished from this earth. You've given me the chance to live again. I am now a true fairy and will no longer be bound to this little world that was produced for my sake. I can go out into the world to see sights I've never seen before. If you'll have me, I hope to remain by your side. Fairies are of nature and can't swear their loyalties. But I'll serve you the same way Little Peach serves me when I'm by your side." Morbius was glad when it heard what Begin Lady said. It felt that only someone like Lin Yuan, who was willing to give his all to the fays he was interested in, could receive true reciprocation from those fays. If someone else had been the one to help Begin Lady, the latter might not have agreed to follow them after offering the Ember of Spirit Fire as repayment. Lin Yuan gently pried Begin Lady off of him and stretched out his hand to it with a smile as he said, "Let's do our best from now on." A radiant smile spread across Begin Lady's face, and it clasped its hands around Lin Yuan's. At that moment, the mystical whirlpool in the sky started to change. It was as though something within it was reacting. A dark gold snake eye emerged from the whirlpool and was about to fall. Soon after the dark gold snake eye appeared, a sacred white flame emerged from the whirlpool. Before the dark gold snake eye fully emerged, it was completely burned up by the sacred white flame. At the moment that the snake eye disappeared, a strange snake cry was heard. There seemed to be surprise and doubt in the snake's cry. Both Lin Yuan and Begin Lady noticed this, but neither knew the reason for this occurrence. Lin Yuan communicated with Morbius, and Morbius was certain it did not have any related memory of this occurrence. Thus, it was also at a loss. However, a chilling guess surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Could it be that the snake life form controlled the heavens trial? But Lin Yuan soon chastised himself for such a ridiculous thought. He shook his head gently to remove the bizarre thought from his head. When the spirit fire emerged from the whirlpool, it rapidly broke through the sky and caused the entire sky to be stirred up. The dappled sky was exceptionally beautiful. Su Jian and Bai Dong, who were rushing over, could finally sense a pink and gold river in the distance. The bloodline power from the pink and gold river was the same as that of plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. They looked at each other and saw unadulterated joy in each other's eyes. Bai Dong and Su Jian knew the strange occurrences in the sky had finally led them to the secret behind the sacred wood mystic realm. If they collected the water from the pink and gold river, they could use it to nourish other plant-type phase. Then they could have as many plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline as they wanted. Both Bai Dong and Su Jian felt a twinge of desire to kill the other. The interior of the sacred wood mystic realm was not stable. Every time it opened, numerous people would end up dead. If anyone publicly broke the sacred wood mystic realm's rules, the Holy Lady would immediately put an end to their life. If they killed each other, they could push the blame on the Holy Lady when they exited the sacred wood mystic realm, and it was unlikely that anyone would verify the truth with the Holy Lady. Moreover, given the Holy Lady's character, she might not even provide an answer to whoever was asking. Each time the sacred wood mystic realm closed, the Holy Lady would disappear for some time and only reappear a month before it was set to open again. Even if she was willing to answer the question, whoever wanted to ask would only be able to do so a month before the sacred wood mystic realm opened again. The sacred wood mystic realm only opened once every decade. Just as Su Jian and Bai Dong were about to summon their phase to attack each other, they sensed that the sacred fire in the sky seemed to be extremely helpful in increasing creation master abilities. Only the fairy that overcame the heavens trial could receive the heavens present of spirit fire. It was unknown if there was a second fairy in the main world or if the Radiance Federation's royalty had even seen one before, much less Su Jian and Bai Dong. However, both of them were pinnacle class 4 creation masters, and their biggest dream and hope was to become class 5 creation masters. The sacred white fire that descended from the sky was a glimmer of hope for them. As a result, they decided against attacking each other and flew off in the direction of the spirit fire. Once Begin Lady fused with the spirit fire, it would become a life form that had set its spirit fire alight. Such a life form had to be extremely arrogant. Both Bai Dong and Su Jian were top experts in the Divine Wood Federation that were venerated by all. But to Begin Lady, they were nothing more than 2 pathetic insects. These 2 pathetic insects dared to covet the thing that Lin Yuan had cost him so much effort and that Begin Lady only managed to obtain after 1,000 years of energy accumulation. Begin Lady was enraged, and 2 water pillars shot out from the river and soared over toward Bai Dong and Su Jian. When they reached them, the water pillars turned into chains and wrapped the 2 men. The chains of water flung Bai Dong and Su Jian into the river water. It was easy for Thearch-class experts to hold their breaths underwater for a few hours. If they contracted phase that could breathe underwater, they would even be able to swim freely underwater. When Su Jian and Bai Dong were flung into the river, they realized that the river water penetrated all of the orifices in their bodies as though they were tentacles. Not counting eyes, every person only had 5 orifices. Besides their eyes, Bai Dong and Su Jian's 5 orifices were both stuffed full of water, and their bodies expanded like balloons. No matter how hard they tried to circulate their spiritual power, they could not do anything to rectify the situation. Although Begin Lady had not fused with the spirit fire, the attacks from the Heavens Trial had tempered its body. Now that it had handled 22 of the Heavens Trial's attacks, its power had long exceeded that of Thearch class. It would be child's play for it to squeeze the life out of Su Jian and Bai Dong. But Begin Lady had no intention of killing them. Just as Su Jian and Bai Dong were about to fall unconscious and die, the chains shook, and they were violently tossed into a faraway part of the river. with their bodies full of pink and gold river water. Su Jian and Bai Dong floated on the surface of the water in an extremely comic fashion. By this time, the sacred white flames had arrived in front of Begin Lady. Just as it was about to enter Begin Lady's forehead, it batted the spirit fire away so that it entered Lin Yuan's forehead first. At the instant that the spirit fire entered his body, Lin Yuan felt as though his entire body was being cleansed by mystical energy. Lin Yuan had cleansed his body many times. In the short span of a year, his body had already been cleansed thrice. The first time was when he consumed the diamond silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse his body of impurities. The second was when he used the fantasy silver stamen gold luster cassia to cleanse his soul of impurities. The third was when he used the earth center fine milk to remodel his genetic model. Each time only became more agonizing. But this time, as the spirit fire was cleansing him, Lin Yuan finally experienced intense comfort. This comfort was 1,000 times greater than the happiest memory that Lin Yuan could conjure up. Lin Yuan entered a mystical state. Just as the spirit fire was about to cleanse Lin Yuan's two souls, it suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Just like when Morbius Pure Land of Bliss absorbed the world grace that came after the myth breed phase world cleansings, where the world graces would start to reject the Pure Land of Bliss after a portion of it was absorbed, the same thing was happening with the spirit fire. The spirit fire was rejecting Lin Yuan's body and wanted to leave it. Right at this moment, the situation shifted. The shrine in Lin Yuan's two souls advanced and swallowed the spirit fire with one gulp. In an instant, blazing flames erupted from within the shrine. The fire had the same aura as the spirit fire, but it was not sacred white but a dignified scarlet. Lin Yuan only returned to his senses after the shrine swallowed the spirit fire. He noticed that the shrine's interior had changed drastically after consuming the spirit fire. At first, the inside of the shrine was a wide expanse of stars. The faith that each person had in him was represented by a glowing dot that lined up nearly amongst the stars. At that moment, the spirit fire triggered a large explosion in the stars, as though it was demolishing a mountain. The explosion almost created cracks in the shrine. After the explosion, Lin Yuan noticed that all the constellations formed from glowing faith power had disappeared. In the shrine, the clean air rose while the foul air sank. The intermixing clean and foul air slowly created a border separating heaven and earth. Eventually, the remaining faith power formed an altar that floated in midair. The glowing dots of faith power that were left over from creating the altar turned into a golden fountain of faith on the altar. The fountain was vibrating continuously. Lin Yuan could tell that the change to the shrine had taken up about 90% of his faith power. However, he was currently still unaware of what the changes meant. Just as he was about to investigate the interior of the shrine, he found himself on the altar within the shrine. The world was exceptionally vivid. It was as though everything was within Lin Yuan's willpower. The outside of this world was wrapped up in an unseen chaos. Moreover, within the world that Lin Yuan could control, Lin Yuan could use the water pouring out of the fountain of faith to create anything he wanted. However, this would use up a portion of the water from the fountain of faith. Previously, Lin Yuan had always been curious about something. Once a person offered up their faith power, would the amount of faith power increase? This question had been bothering Lin Yuan for some time, but he finally had his answer. The people who had already offered faith power to him would continue to supply him with faith power. However, the rate at which they supplied faith power was extremely slow. Previously, Lin Yuan had assumed that faith power could only be used to help him keep up his facade in the dimensional worlds as a dictator by enabling him to increase the power of apostles. But now he found a new use for faith power. Now, Lin Yuan felt that it was time for him to do something earth-shattering in the Startling Lines continent to harvest a large load of faith power. Lin Yuan was very interested in exploring the world created by faith power. He could not shake the feeling that the chaotic space had a huge secret waiting for him to uncover. But he still did not know what the huge secret was about. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the significant changes to the shrine that took place as a result of Begin Lady's spirit fire would have used up a large amount of the spirit fire's energy. When he realized this, but before he could take any action, The spirit fire reached the limit of its patience and was displaying strong rejection to him. The spirit fire struggled out of the shrine and entered Begin Lady's body in an instant. At that moment, the pink and gold garment it was wearing flew out, and the river water turned into hundreds of belts, forming a new body and outfit for Begin Lady. Begin Lady's long pink hair slowly turned upward like water ripples as a terrifying aura spewed forth from it. This caused the small world that Begin Lady had created to start to crack. Morbius said in Lin Yuan's ear, "The small world that the fairy inhabited before the heavens trial will collapse once it accepts the heavens present. The collapsed world will turn into energy that will enter the fairy's body. Once its body has been cleansed by the spirit fire and its birth horoscope is produced, Begin Lady will truly turn into what is known as a god. Friend, spirit fire can't be tested or robbed. The spirit fire from the heavens trial hasn't been combined with any birth horoscopes. Only such a spirit fire can be used to cleanse your body. Now that Begin Lady has shared its spirit fire with you, you will never have to worry about it doing anything against your benefit, no matter what happens in the future." Lin Yuan did not think about the possibility of Begin Lady harming him because he could sense its sincerity toward him. He said to Morbius with slight worry, "Partner, when Begin Lady's spirit fire was cleansing my body, it was swallowed by the shrine. As a result, I used up a portion of the spirit fire. Will the lack of spirit fire be detrimental to Begin Lady's transformation?" Morbius was silent for a moment before it replied, "Partner, if too much of the spirit fire is absorbed, it will indeed affect Begin Lady's transformation. However, the extent won't be large. This is the same as when a small amount of a myth breed phase world cleansing and a creation breed phase creation world ley line is absorbed, it won't greatly affect their power. Although a portion of Begin Lady's energy has been lost, its transformation can still be completed. However, it will need some time later to recover the lost energy from the spirit fire." Lin Yuan only relaxed when he heard Morbius' response. Clearly, Begin Lady needed some time in order to complete its transformation. The water from the entire Jia Begin River had entered Begin Lady's body and was fusing with it along with the riverbed. The area under Lin Yuan's feet was nothing more than dry earth. The bloated Su Jian and Bai Dong were looking up at Lin Yuan while they were spread on the dry ground. There was terror in both their eyes, but there was a large difference in the terror they were expressing. Bai Dong's terror was because he had recognized Lin Yuan as young Master Chu of Sky Creation. The spirit fire had long burned up the faceless paper that had been on Lin Yuan's face. Bai Dong did not understand how young Master Chu, who came from outside of the Divine Wood Federation, managed to appear within the sacred Wood Mystic realm. Could it be that Sky Creation's tree castle had appeared in Sacred Forest City at this time just so he could enter the sacred Wood Mystic realm? This was the only plausible explanation. Bai Dong had clearly felt all of the astonishing energy fluctuations. After Lin Yuan gifted the 1,000 units of source-type power to White Speak, it had remained in its crocodile form as it recovered from its injuries and refined the totem on its back. White Speak was clearly a part of Lin Yuan's combat power. White Speak's combat power had surpassed even Bai Dong's realm of imagination. Bai Dong was afraid that Lin Yuan would kill him. However, Su Jian's fear was much more complex than that. The moment Su Jian saw Lin Yuan, he knew how powerful Sky Creation was. In the face of that power, he was nothing more than a worthless gnat. He had experienced the might of his great-grandparents' power before. But compared to the might of the aura he just felt, his great-grandparents' immortal expert powers were just slightly less worthless gnats. They would be helpless to defend against that power. The injured white crocodile morphed into a man, and it was a large step up in power compared to his great-grandparents. Given the circumstances, the Su family had even captured Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. Previously, Su Jian had been blinded by the thought of profits. But now that his eyes had been opened by reality, he realized just how moronic his previous decision had been. If they had done what Su Han had said, the Su family should still have managed to maintain an amicable relationship with Sky Creation. Su Jian did not know if Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master being captured by the Su family was an act, or if she had not fought back because she was truly unable to overpower his great-grandparents. But regardless of what the reason was, even if the Su family defeated the Yang family and successfully took over the imperial court, they would eventually have to face Sky Creation. However, there was no way that the Su family could defeat Sky Creation. It could be said that Su Jian was deep in the throes of despair. He did not have a hint of desire to fight back. Lin Yuan walked over to Su Jian and Bai Dong and looked down at them as he said with amusement, "I'm sure my Class 5 creation master has been an inconvenience after her long stay with the Su family." Su Jian smiled bitterly. Contrary to his usual haughtiness, he was momentarily speechless. Even if he could hide the truth, what was the point? It would eventually be exposed once they left the sacred wood mystic realm. The Su family did not have the means to make a Class 5 creation master lose her memories. Furthermore, from Lin Yuan's tone, it seemed that he knew the truth and was just watching from the shadows with an evil glint in his eye. But if this was true, it meant that Lin Yuan had an ulterior motive. Suddenly, Su Jian's heart skipped a beat, and his head snapped up as he looked into Lin Yuan's eyes and asked, "You're the one who has been pushing us to attack the Yang family. Sky Creation is the one who nurtured the peaceful calm air moss. What is your aim in doing so?" Suddenly, many things came to Su Jian's mind. He felt that from the first moment that the Su family made contact with Sky Creation, they had fallen into a trap. Lin Yuan glared at Su Jian and said, "Everything that the Su family has done is of your own choice. I never forced you. However, if you were to say that I added fuel to the flames, I would agree with that. I need the Su family to open my crusade for me. You should be curious about how things are going out there. Will the Su and Bai families be able to successfully topple the Yang family and take over the imperial court after colluding? If you want the answer, I can give it to you. The Su and Bai families have already become part of the Divine Wood Federation's history. Besides the two of you and Bai Qinghuan, who has taken shelter in Sky Creation's tree castle, no one from the Su and Bai families will have survived." Lin Yuan did not say what he said to scare Su Jian and Bai Dong, but because Lu Jie had used Thought's letter paper to inform Lin Yuan of the situation in the outside world. Thought's letter paper communicated using thoughts and did not have to travel through space. Even when he was in the sacred wood mystic realm, Lin Yuan could immediately receive updates on the outside world. Frankly, less than half an hour after he heard that the Su and Bai families had attacked the imperial court, the bodies of the members of both families were already hanging off the walls outside the imperial court. This caused Lin Yuan to be amazed at the immense combat power that the Yang family had been hiding, which allowed them to slaughter the Su and Bai family's 3 immortal experts. It seemed that the Yang family was the family in Sacred Forest City that had the most secrets. It was no wonder the Yang family had managed to take over the imperial court all those years ago. However, the Su and Bai family's all-out assault had opened an outsider's window of opportunity. Bai Dong also knew who this outsider was. When he heard what Lin Yuan said, Bai Dong's face drained of color, and he shrieked, "Impossible! Don't spout nonsense here. Even if the Su and Bai families don't have enough power to defeat the Yang family together, how could they all have been killed?" Lin Yuan smiled back at Bai Dong and replied, "You asked a good question. I'm also curious about how many secret weapons the Yang family has hidden. But regardless of how many secret weapons they have, the two of you won't have the chance to see them." Lin Yuan grabbed the vast sea wave-raising flute, and 2 fish appeared on either side of Bai Dong and Su Jian. After being attacked by the 2 fishes, Bai Dong and Su Jian became the final nutrients for the small world before it cracked. Now that he had handled Bai Dong and Su Jian, Lin Yuan prepared to store away the mouths of spirit springs. The mouths of spirit springs were no longer of any use to begin Lady, but they were extremely important for Lin Yuan's element well. It could be said that Lin Yuan was at the poorest he had been ever since obtaining the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had used almost all of his resources to help begin Lady transform. However, the purity of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone allowed the Spirit Lock spatial zone to produce resources every second. In just 2 weeks, Lin Yuan could recover all the resources he had lost. However, while it was easy for Lin Yuan to recover his resources, it would take him at least 6 months to recover the Mermaid Emperor bloodline he had used. Lin Yuan did not foresee many opportunities in the next 6 months for him to use the Mermaid bloodline power. Hence, the 6 months needed for recovery would not greatly impact Lin Yuan. After killing Su Jian and Bai Dong, Lin Yuan had no intention of killing the other members of Sacred Forest City's factions who had entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. This was because Su Jian and Bai Dong were the only ones who had witnessed Begin Lady's transformation. In order to keep the secret, there was no way that those two could have been allowed to live. Otherwise, he would not have killed them. After storing the mouths of spirit springs, he decided to patiently wait for Begin Lady to finish transforming. When the Su and Bai families attacked the Yang family, Di Wanmi summoned her main fae and broke the adjudication Dung Beetle's lock. Di Wanmi and the Mother of Bloodbath had returned to Sky Creation's tree castle and set up the defenses. At that moment, Lin Yuan was filled with queries. He did not know how the Yang family had managed to eliminate the Bai family and Su family's 3 immortal experts. According to Lu Jie, no obvious marks of attacks were left on the interior of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Apparently, the 3 immortal experts had been killed in an instant without being given any opportunity to fight back. Although Di Wanmi's power was at pinnacle immortal, the Mother of Bloodbath could use its precious instrument and Blood New Moon's blessing to obtain pinnacle immortal combat power. But somehow, Lin Yuan felt that Di Wanmi and the Mother of Bloodbath's powers would be insufficient to take control of the situation. The Yang family had been eyeing Sky Creation's tree castle for some time. Otherwise, Yang Xijie would not have made contact with Lin Yuan at the Crown Wood banquet. Thus, there was no way that the Yang family would give up on the opportunity to make contact with Sky Creation. Lin Yuan hoped that the Yang family would decide to settle the matter and deal with the aftermath issues with regard to the Bai family and Su family first. He wanted them to seek Sky Creation out later. The belts of pink and gold river water had decreased almost by half. The cracks of this small world were only becoming more obvious. This told Lin Yuan that Begin Lady would be able to finish transforming within the hour and become a true godly life form that had unlocked its spirit fire. There was a man wearing dark gold armor standing in a glittering hall. Amidst his doubt, the pupils in his eyes suddenly elongated and turned into snake eyes. There were many snake pupils spinning in his eyes, and the air became sticky. How did a fairy appear in this world? An intermediate fairy is also rare in Class 3 worlds. I secretly added a reverse scale to find out the truth of the matter. Why is the connection with the reverse scale lost? The more he thought about it, the more evident his confusion expressed itself on his face. When he could not hold back anymore, he slapped the transparent sphere in front of him. No, I have to go and report the workplace injury. I can only produce a reverse scale once every 1,000 years. Just as he was about to go and report the workplace injury, he suddenly remembered that it was a serious crime to alter the heavens trial secretly. If he reported the workplace injury, the ensuing investigation would definitely be able to uncover the truth. As such, he sat back down with a dull thud. If another strange event took place in this Class 1 world, he would definitely get to the bottom of it. At that moment, something happened to the crystal ball. The image of a mountain jade appeared. The man chuckled and said, "Hee hee. A volcano has awakened a lower fairy in a Class 2 world." While he was speaking, the snake eyes started to spin rapidly, and 16 pupils appeared in the crystal. Now that he was done with his job, the man touched his forehead, which now lacked a scale as melancholy spread across his face. About 40 minutes later, bloated energy rushed out from Begin Lady's body. In front of this energy, Lin Yuan felt that he was nothing more than a dinghy in the ocean. Begin Lady did not aim the energy at him, yet he already felt engulfed within it. If Begin Lady aimed the energy at him, he might enter a state of imitation death. Even an eternal expert could not kill using their aura, and the most they could do was exert pressure. But after setting its spirit fire alight, Begin Lady could now use its aura to kill other life forms. At first, Begin Lady wore a garment woven of pink and gold. But now, Lin Yuan did not know if it was because it was trying to imitate him, but the spirit chi clothes it wore were extremely similar to his attire. The difference was that it was wearing a skirt that reached its ankles instead of pants. Begin Lady's pink and gold hair was now also black like his own. The only difference was that its pupils were still gold. Now that it was done with its transformation, Begin Lady looked at Lin Yuan and longed to embrace him. But when it remembered how Lin Yuan had killed Bai Dong and Su Jian, Begin Lady used its spirit fire to refine the two souls and consumed their memories. Could be said that in an instant, Begin Lady transformed from a blank canvas to a complicated painting. It now understood the ways of adults and what was appropriate between the two genders. Thus, Begin Lady forced itself to suppress its yearning to hug Lin Yuan. Begin Lady looked around at the world that had been created for its sake before it squeezed its fist, and the entire world crumbled. Begin Lady, Lin Yuan, the Holy Lady, and the other members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions who had entered the sacred Wood Mystic realm were returned to the sacrificial altar. Before this, Lin Yuan had returned White Speak into the jeweled cave Golden Toad and released Ding Chengshua. At that moment, the Holy Lady received Begin Lady's order and regained her original haughty expression. She also distanced herself from Lin Yuan and Begin Lady as though she did not know them. Lin Yuan had sensed all of this but did not know what Begin Lady's reason for doing this was. Nonetheless, he did not ask. When he walked around the sacrificial altar, Lin Yuan saw that it had already been surrounded by numerous Spirit Chi professionals wearing dark blue vine armor. Behind the Spirit Chi professionals was the Suzerain X/Myth I Poison Cotton Willow. The Poison Cotton Willow had the ability to numb spirits and cause sepsis. It was extremely lethal to life forms made of flesh and blood. The Myth I Poison Cotton Willow was as deadly as other Myth II poison-type phase. The dark blue vine armor was only used by the guards from the imperial court. Evidently, the Yang family was trying to take control of the situation. Lin Yuan had many pieces of the faceless paper. He put on a new one when he left the sacred Wood Mystic realm. Hence, he recognized that the one leading the Yang family's team was Yang Sijia, who he had met at the Crown Wood banquet, but Yang Sijia did not recognize him. Yang Sijia looked at the crowd and issued the order, Yang Jiu, lead your team and kill everyone from the Su family and Bai family. Take the rest prisoner. The moment Yang Sijia spoke, a chilling female voice suddenly said from the crowd, Yang Sijia, what do you mean? Does the Yang family intend to break your contract with me? Do you not want me to open the sacred Wood Mystic realm from now on? It was clear that the small world in the sacred Wood Mystic realm had fallen to pieces, and the Holy Lady had said that because she had been instigated or rather taught by Begin Lady. The Holy Lady's words were indeed effective. Yang Sijia hurriedly raised his hand to halt Yang Jiu before he smiled apologetically and said, Holy Lady, what are you talking about? How could we break our contract with you? The sacred Wood Mystic realm will go on opening as per usual. The Yang family had just eliminated the Su and Bai families. Because of the help sent by the Truth Association, the Yang family did not suffer many losses past the initial stage. Without the Su and Bai families, Yang Sijia was not happy in the slightest. This was because, by accepting the Truth Association's help, they were now indebted to them. He did not know what his parents were thinking. The Truth Association came from the Great Lush Federation, and the Yang family controlled the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Yet, they had submitted to a group from the Great Lush Federation. If word of this got out, how could the Yang family still bring themselves to continue lording over the other factions in the Divine Wood Federation? Moreover, the Truth Association clearly had a serious ploy that they were trying to orchestrate. All of the law crystals and world crystals had been taken by the Truth Association many years ago. This had cut off the Yang family's experts' means of increasing their power and development. Without Class 5 creation masters, they could only rely on things that contained laws, such as law crystals and world crystals, to increase their power. But after the Truth Association had taken all of them away, they would be strengthened while the Yang family's development would stop in its tracks. After killing the Su and Bai family's experts, the Truth Association also requested the law crystals and world crystals that were stored in the two families' treasure vaults. It could be said that the Truth Association had only helped the Yang family to obtain these resources. This made Yang Sijia feel that the Truth Association was playing a complicated game of chess. If they were really so greatly lacking in law crystals and world crystals, they could obtain them from the phase of the Arch and Emperor-class experts. When he thought of this, Yang Sijia felt a twinge of fear, as though he was being treated like prey. Moreover, from the perspective of the Divine Wood Federation's development, eliminating the Su and Bai families would take away from their elite combat power. In such a circumstance, when the Divine Wood Federation fought against the Iron Hammer Federation, they would not have enough power to emerge victorious. Because the Great Lush Federation had killed the bandit groups in masses and restricted the movements of the Chambers of Commerce, the Iron Hammer Federation was in a state of extreme hunger. During the winter, the starving Iron Hammer Federation could do anything. After losing so many experts, the Divine Wood Federation was helpless against the Iron Hammer Federation. Moreover, after eliminating the Su and Bai families, the members of the Truth Association expressed the desire to leave. The more Yang Sijie thought about it, the more he felt that the Great Lush Federation was playing a large game of chess. First, they caused the Iron Hammer Federation to fall into starvation. Then, they reduced the Divine Wood Federation's elite combat power. It was as though it was trying to trigger a war between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Nonetheless, these were all just Yang Sijie's guesses. Usually, when he made such guesses, Yang Sijie would immediately discuss them with his father. But now, his father seemed to have become a follower of the Truth Association. Thus, Yang Sijie no longer dared to tell his father about such guesses about the schemes that the Truth Association could be planning. As one of the Yang family's direct disciples, all of Yang Sijie's actions were done while placing the Yang family's profits as the highest priority. Compared to the Great Lush Federation and Truth Association, the Holy Lady who had been in Sacred Forest City for decades was much more deserving of trust. No matter what happened, Yang Sijie would not choose to offend the Holy Lady. Yang Sijie even wanted to discuss with the Holy Lady about giving all the seats on the council to the Yang family now that the Su and Bai families were gone. After all, they did not lack the Creation Master resources they needed to provide to the Holy Lady. However, there were still members of the Su and Bai families present. The members of the Su and Bai families on the outside had all been killed. There was no way that the Yang family would mercifully leave any survivors. With this thought, Yang Sijie continued speaking. Holy Lady, the experts from the Su and Bai families sieged the imperial court for some reason. The Yang family thought their goal was to prevent the opening of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, so we killed all invading experts. Now, we have to take all the members of the Su and Bai families who had entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm away with us. I hope you can understand. Furthermore, I have something to discuss with you. Will you come and have the discussion with me in the imperial court? The Holy Lady thought. Thankfully, Lordess Begin Lady hid the entrance to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm every time it closed. As a result, Yang Sijie hasn't noticed that the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm has been ripped apart. The strange events in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had not been seen clearly by the members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions because they had been too far away, but they had still noticed what had happened. As such, it would not take long before everything that happened in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm spread throughout the factions in the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, the Yang family would definitely find out as well. The Holy Lady could hint the next time the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened to the Yang family and offer all of the treasures within to the Yang family. This way, she could take advantage of the Yang family's weakness to rob them blind. Since Begin Lady had instructed the Holy Lady to stay in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court to gather information, she could continue playing along with Yang Sijie. Yang Sijie sure is shameless. The factions under his family are a mess, but he's still trying to act innocent in front of me. Since you claim that the Su and Bai family's experts are targeting the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, you don't have to take them away. Deal with them here. This will send the message that there will be no good end for anyone who tries to target the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. While she spoke, the Holy Lady turned her hand over. The members of the Su and Bai families were feeling a mix of astonishment and despair when they saw green leaves enter their bodies. Soon, an unexplainable agony erupted from within their bodies. However, the green peach tree leaves had the effect of maintaining consciousness. No matter how much pain they were in, they could not fall unconscious. All they could do was watch as green branches sprouted from their flesh, and their bodies were reduced to bones as their spiritual power and souls disintegrated. The Holy Lady's method and Yang Sijie's news immediately stirred up the crowd. Ding Chengshua was currently next to Lin Yuan. Although he did not know what had happened while he was stored within Lin Yuan's spatial instrument, He was not concerned in the slightest. The members of the Su and Bai families who had entered the sacred wood mystic realm usually always had their noses in the air. But now they did not have any means of fighting back. This sight only cemented Ding Chengshua's belief that he could only walk toward a bright future when he was by Lin Yuan's side. As Yang Xijie looked at the members of the Su and Bai families who had green branches growing out of them and were already reduced to bones, his pupils immediately contracted. Yang Xijie remembered that his father had checked on the Holy Lady's power and confirmed that she was only at intermediate immortal. His father was more powerful than her. This was why the Divine Wood Federation had agreed to maintain a working relationship with the Holy Lady for so long. Otherwise, there was no way that the Yang family would allow a power that they could not control to insert itself in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. But it was clear that the Holy Lady was releasing an aura that surpassed intermediate immortal. Her aura was even more concentrated than that of his father. The gears in Yang Xijie's head started turning. Could it be that the Holy Lady had been hiding her power all this time? Or did the Holy Lady's power only increase during this opening of the sacred wood mystic realm? The more he thought about it, the more he leaned toward the former. All the factions in the Divine Wood Federation could obtain plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. All of the phase with the sacred wood bloodline had the same aura as the Holy Lady, except that the Holy Lady's aura was much more concentrated. Because of this, the Yang family had even held a meeting to discuss the matter. The members of the Yang family assumed that the Holy Lady had been the one who created the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline and had done so to trade for creation master resources from the outside world. She opened the sacred wood mystic realm every decade so that she could maximize the creation master resources that the factions from the Divine Wood Federation would be able to provide. The Holy Lady could have used these resources to quickly increase their power. Yang Xijie previously felt that the Yang family had no means of taking on the Truth Association. But after he felt the aura from the Holy Lady, he knew that it was comparable to that of the leader of the Truth Association. If the Holy Lady could side with the Yang family, they would not have to worry about taking on the Truth Association. Now that he had this idea, Yang Xijie fell silent for a moment as he thought, "There's no way I can let Father know about this plan of mine. Otherwise, he'll end me before the Truth Association even has the chance to get to me." Third brother died because he opposed the idea of the Truth Association entering the imperial court, and father was the one who had done the deed. Thus, if he wanted to partner with the Holy Lady, Yang Xijie could only do so secretly. Suddenly, a thought took shape in his mind. If I provide the Holy Lady with creation master resources, will she become loyal to me? My father is too deep in his belief in the Truth Association and is no longer fit to develop the Yang family any further. Why don't I make use of the Holy Lady's power to replace him? This thought sank its claws into Yang Xijie and occupied the entirety of his mind. As a result, Yang Xijie's attitude toward the Holy Lady changed significantly. Previously, Yang Xijie had just been polite to the Holy Lady, but now his tone was full of flattery. The change in Yang Xijie's tone was noticed by Lin Yuan, Ding Chengshua, and the rest of the members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions. Lin Yuan looked at Begin Lady and knew that it was the one that had instructed the Holy Lady on what to do. Otherwise, the Holy Lady would not have made such a decision on her own. Lin Yuan and Red Thorn's bloodlines were connected. He had fed Red Thorn with his own blood to get Red Thorn to germinate. Since their bloodlines were connected, Red Thorn was able to sense what he was thinking. This was likely the same for Begin Lady and the Holy Lady. When Begin Lady saw Lin Yuan looking at it, it communicated with Lin Yuan through its mind. When I set my spirit fire alight, I absorbed Su Jian and Bai Dong souls. As such, I gained an understanding of the Spirit Qi professional society. The internal affairs of the Divine Wood Federation are a mess. As such, I pushed Little Peach to make contact with the Yang family. This way, she should be able to help you with the first-hand information she receives. In Begin Lady's mind, power was everything. But after absorbing Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls, she learned that there were times when strategy needed to cooperate with power to achieve more than what power could do on its own. Begin Lady had already decided to follow Lin Yuan. It could use its power to protect Lin Yuan as well as bring Lin Yuan's plans to fruition. When Lin Yuan was communicating with Begin Lady, the members of Sacred Forest City's factions were swept up in waves of astonishment. Besides the strange phenomena in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, the outside world had changed completely after their short romp into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Any faction member with strategic abilities and intelligence now looked worried. Yang Sijie walked over to the Holy Lady and invited her to travel with him. Before he left, Yang Sijie shot a pointed look in Lin Yuan's direction. For some reason, he found Lin Yuan familiar. Since he was standing next to Ding Qingxua, he should be a junior of the Ding family. Yang Sijie had never seen any of the Ding family's juniors. However, how could a junior of the Ding family have such an elite aura? But Yang Sijie did not think too much about it. He felt that the most important matter on hand was the Holy Lady. In order for him to protect the Holy Lady's ego, Yang Sijie ordered the dark blue vine armor-wearing guards from the imperial court to disperse and not put the members of the factions who had just left the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm on the spot. Lin Yuan led Begin Lady and Ding Chengshua to Sky Creation's tree castle. The members of Sacred Forest City's factions all rushed home, as well to report what had just happened within the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Lin Yuan's tree castle was the only place untouched by the chaotic events. After bringing the Holy Lady back to the imperial court and preparing a platter of fruits for her, a thought suddenly struck Yang Sijie just as he was about to discuss his partnership with the Holy Lady. Yang Sijie finally knew why he found that young man standing next to Ding Chengshua to be so strange. The young man had the same aura as young Master Chu of Sky Creation. Yang Sijie had noticed that no one besides young Master Chu had that aura. When he thought of this, Yang Sijie could no longer sit here. He had to inform his father. No matter how many wild thoughts formed in his mind, he had to protect the Yang family's profits first. Yang Sijie looked at the Holy Lady and said with utmost seriousness, "Holy Lady, did you notice anything strange in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm?" The Holy Lady thought about the way that Yang Sijie looked at Lin Yuan as well as how Yang Sijie looked at the moment, and a guess formed in her mind. There was no way he could not report this discovery. Such an enormous change had happened to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Although the Yang family had not sent anyone to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, they quickly heard the news from the other factions. Since the explanation was not clear, it would be better to play the blame game. The Holy Lady's expression turned cold. "I can't believe you have the cheek to ask me. What did the Yang family promise me? Didn't you promise that every person who enters the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm is below immortal power? Why did immortal experts enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm this time? They almost destroyed the treasure in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that is only produced after many years." Yang Sijie hurriedly explained, "Holy Lady, it's not that the Yang family's filter was careless, but that there might be members of foreign factions who entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. However, what is the treasure you're referring to?" The Holy Lady scoffed and replied, "What does the treasure produced in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm have to do with the Yang family? Since members of foreign factions entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, isn't it due to the Yang family's carelessness? Although the treasure wasn't destroyed, it was still damaged. It will need at least 10 years to be recovered. 10 years later, you can provide me with more Creation Master resources, and I can provide only the Yang family with plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline." Lin Yuan would have gasped in amazement if he was currently by the Holy Lady's side. "Sister, you are too capable of lying. If I wasn't aware of the situation, you would have fooled me too." The Holy Lady's actions dangled a non-existent bait in front of the Yang family. They were utterly hooked. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was a mystical existence to the Yang family, and all of their actions in the past proved that the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was very important to them. Hence, there was no way that the Yang family would be uninterested in a treasure that was only produced in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm after many years. It could be said that the Holy Lady had become a priority guest to the Yang family through its acting skills and lies. Yang Sijie started to plot when he heard what the Holy Lady said. He had never interacted with the Holy Lady before, but she had always been in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and was likely simple-minded. Otherwise, she would have revealed the situation within the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Although she said that the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm's treasure was unrelated to him, she still told him everything about the treasure. Yang Sijie felt that the Holy Lady was so innocent that he would be able to take advantage of her. With this thought, Yang Sijie was no longer in a rush to report the situation to his father. After all, the Yang family was now supported by the Truth Association. Even if they did clash with Sky Creation, they would have the Truth Association to hold them up. The Truth Association had never revealed that they had a Class 5 Creation Master. But judging from the current situation, it seemed that it was indeed true that the Truth Association had a Class 5 Creation Master. Otherwise, how would they have so many immortal experts? Additionally, it was likely that their leader had already exceeded Immortal. During the Crownwood banquet, Yang Sijie had sensed that Lin Yuan and his retainer had the aura of precious instruments around them. In order to verify his hypothesis, Yang Sijie had visited the Yang family's hidden treasure vault and sensed the precious instrument the Yang family had traded from the Sand Island continent. They indeed had the same aura. However, the aura from the precious instruments that the Yang family had regarded as their secret weapons were far from being as concentrated as those of Lin Yuan and his retainer's precious instruments. If even Lin Yuan's retainer had a 2 stars and above precious instrument, it meant that Sky Creation's store of resources had to be greater than that of the Yang family. This caused Yang Sijie to be extremely jealous and also gain a greater understanding of a Class 5 Creation Master's impact on a faction. The leader of the Truth Association also had a precious instrument. He had used it to kill the Bai and Su families' experts. Both Truth Association and Sky Creation were factions that had Class 5 Creation Masters. If the two factions started fighting, the Yang family might be able to pull away from the Truth Association's control and benefit from the fall of the two factions. With this thought, Yang Sijie's body started to tremble uncontrollably. It could be said that this plan was the only path to survival for the Yang family. However, he still needed to properly lay out the brickwork for this plan. The most important thing Yang Sijie had to do was to turn her into his true supporter. Otherwise, he would no longer seem important once the Holy Lady met his father. Thus, Yang Sijie said, "Holy Lady, in the next 10 years, I will do my best to provide you with Creation Master resources. Are you willing to secretly provide me with plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline?" The Holy Lady and Begin Lady's minds were connected. Begin Lady was walking next to Lin Yuan and looking at a world it had never seen before. Its mouth watered as it looked at the delicacies made of various fruits that were sold in street stalls. But when she found out what Yang Sijie said through the Holy Lady, her hungry expression turned into one of shock. Out of desperation, Yang Sijie was a drowning man clutching at straws. He was even willing to strike up such a partnership with Little Peach. At first, Begin Lady had tried to come up with a way to enter the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. But now, Yang Sijie provided Little Peach with this opportunity himself. After receiving the instruction from Begin Lady, the Holy Lady rolled her eyes at Yang Sijie and said, "The resources I need are very valuable. If you can help me find them, it goes without saying that I'll be willing to give you plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. If you provide me with enough resources, I might be able to use the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm to give you a one-time large boost 10 years later." Through Bai Dong and Su Jian's souls, Begin Lady understood that Spirit Chi professionals badly craved to increase their power. Since she was going to dangle a large bait and lied about the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm, she might as well sweeten the deal for Yang Sijie even more. This way, Yang Sijie would be willing to become her informant. Just from swallowing Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls, Begin Lady had learned of the evils of the souls of humans and how it could use them for its own benefit. Previously, when it was in the sacred wood mystic realm, Begin Lady had been a blank canvas. But now it was a master schemer. After all, Bai Dong and Su Jian had been major players in large factions, and their heads were full of schemes. However, no matter what schemes ran through its head, Begin Lady's mind would always return to pureness when it saw Lin Yuan. Begin Lady felt that only 2 people in the world would treat it so well with pure sincerity. The first would be Little Peach, who it had created, and the other would be Lin Yuan, who had given up everything he had and even risked his life for its sake. No matter how its mind changed, Lin Yuan was already Begin Lady's moon and stars, the most important person in its life. Yang Sijie and the Holy Lady spoke for some time. Faced with the bait that the Holy Lady was dangling, Yang Sijie was utterly blinded. Yang Sijie even agreed to let the Holy Lady enter the Yang family's treasure vault and take her pick of resources. After the thoughts appeared in Yang Sijie's mind, he continued to prioritize the Yang family's profits but no longer considered his father as part of the picture. He needed to have his father's permission to take the Holy Lady into the Yang family's treasure vault. Yang Sijie would not be able to avoid this. After all, he was not the head of the Yang family yet. However, he had already thought it through. As long as he convinced his father that he would be accompanying the Holy Lady throughout, he would be able to take his negotiations with the Holy Lady to the next level. At that moment, the Holy Lady said, "However, before the Yang family can work with me, you owe me an explanation. How did outsiders get into the sacred wood mystic realm? Don't think that you'll be able to move past the matter by changing the topic." This was not the first time that Yang Sijie was interacting with the Holy Lady. Previously, he had noticed that the Holy Lady was especially anxious regarding the sacred wood mystic realm. Thus, when it came to outsiders entering the sacred wood mystic realm, he might end up as the Holy Lady's enemy if she found anything strange about his explanation. Once the Holy Lady thought of him as an enemy, she would not side with him. Yang Sijie resolved himself and said, "It's likely that the outsider who entered the sacred wood mystic realm is Chu Yuan from Sky Creation. I don't know how he managed to enter the sacred wood mystic realm, but honestly, there is another faction besides Sky Creation in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court that has their eye on the sacred wood mystic realm. These two factions have experts beyond immortal power. You can't deal with them, but I can help you." The Holy Lady immediately transmitted what Yang Sijie said to Begin Lady. If Begin Lady encountered this matter after overcoming the Heavens trial to become a fairy on its own, the Holy Lady would have panicked. Previously, the Holy Lady was solely responsible for keeping the secret of the sacred wood mystic realm and gathering creation master resources for Begin Lady. Begin Lady knew that it would have a hard time with the Heavens trial. When the Holy Lady found out about this, she had been doused in despair and sorrow. But now that Begin Lady had become a divine fairy and its bloodline had been used to create the Holy Lady, the Holy Lady's power had successfully reached Immortal. Thus, the Holy Lady was not worried at all. Presently, the Holy Lady was toying with Yang Sijie. Given Begin Lady's power, the Holy Lady did not have to worry about the Yang family at all. Begin Lady frowned when it heard what Yang Sijie said. Lin Yuan had indeed come from outside of the Divine Wood Federation, but he had saved Begin Lady. Begin Lady had instructed the Holy Lady to make contact with the Yang family because Lin Yuan was curious about how the Yang family managed to kill the Su and Bai family's experts so easily. But without Little Peach needing to dig too deep, Yang Sijie had revealed that there was another foreign faction in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Thus, this other faction could be a possible enemy for Lin Yuan. Yang Sijie had not lied about Lin Yuan, so it was unlikely that he would lie about the other faction in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Begin Lady ordered the Holy Lady to find out as much about that faction as possible. Regardless of whether Yang Sijie was willing to divulge information, Begin Lady did not have to worry. After all, the bait had already been set. As long as Yang Sijie looked forward to the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm, he would tell Little Peach everything he knew. Moreover, Begin Lady felt that Yang Sijie had schemes of his own. Any and all desires that humans had could be taken advantage of. Begin Lady was just about to tell Lin Yuan about this update when it saw Lin Yuan handing it a pink bracelet. Small pink fingernail-sized crystals were embedded in the bracelet, which was gorgeous. Bai Dong and Su Jian were unaware of the diamond face storage boxes in the Radiance Federation. Thus, Begin Lady did not realize what it was and assumed that Lin Yuan had given it an accessory. But when Begin Lady held it in its hands, it immediately understood how it was used. Begin Lady found this item to be extremely useful. With it, it would not have to walk around while being weighed down. But at the same time, Begin Lady noticed many fruits and food inside the diamond face storage box. Lin Yuan had 4 such diamond face storage boxes, all of which had been prepared by Wen Yu for the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath was a black hole for food. Ever since it tasted Spirit Chi Professional's food, it could not stop. Everything in the outside world was fascinating to Begin Lady. When Lin Yuan saw Begin Lady looking longingly at the food items, he decided to give it more opportunities to taste good food. Begin Lady gently placed the diamond Fey storage box around its waist, and excitement spread across its face. Lin Yuan, Little Peach found out in one of her conversations with the Yang family that there is a foreign faction in the Yang family. It's likely that she will be able to learn everything there is to know about the faction from the Yang family before tonight. Lin Yuan frowned. The Yang family was the ruler of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. From every angle, it was strange that they were voluntarily keeping a powerful faction in the imperial court. With a hidden faction helping the Yang family, it was no wonder they could retaliate against the Su family's secret ploy so easily. The hidden experts in the imperial court had managed to kill 3 experts who had reached Immortal, 2 of which had reached Intermediate Immortal. Even Pinnacle Immortal experts might not be able to kill Intermediate Immortal experts so easily. It was likely that that faction had eternal experts. It seemed that the Yang family had been secretly controlled by the faction for some time. Lin Yuan could not help but think of the Truth Association. Jin Qianxuan of the Great Lush Federation's Jin family had been sending Lin Yuan frequent updates using the Thoughts letter paper. Jin Qianxuan had sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan, and there was nothing to be suspected about the information he supplied. When Jin Qianxuan had mentioned that the Truth Association was the supporter of all the factions in the Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan had not thought much of it. Jin Qianxuan had reached Pinnacle Thearch class and was almost at Immortal. However, he was only the 7th most important person in the Jin family. Additionally, the Jin family was barely a part of the 8 secret aristocratic families. The Truth Association had to possess eternal power in order to have such a firm lock over the Great Lush Federation's 8 secret aristocratic families. The Truth Association had to be hiding something. Otherwise, they would not have hidden so many experts in the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce and killed so many bandit groups from the 2 federations. Since the Truth Association had already instructed the Great Lush Federation to take action, Lin Yuan felt that the faction hiding in the Yang family was likely to be the Truth Association. Lin Yuan said seriously, "Begin Lady, help me to ask Little Peach what the Yang family can give the faction in exchange for eliminating the Su and Bai families. Regardless of whether the faction behind the Yang family was the Truth Association, a faction had to have a special reason for hiding in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court but have no intention of replacing the Yang family." Lin Yuan was very curious about this reason. He could only better understand the faction when he learned of the reason. He would also find out how he should make contact as well as handle the faction. When Begin Lady heard what Lin Yuan said, it immediately relayed Lin Yuan's question to the Holy Lady. To the Holy Lady, the most important person in her life was Begin Lady, followed by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had saved Begin Lady, meaning he had also saved the Holy Lady. She was even more grateful to him than if he had saved her. In order to fulfill Lin Yuan's request, the Holy Lady started to deepen its interaction with Yang Xijie. Lin Yuan did not intend to stay in the Divine Wood Federation for too long. Soon, Lu Yenshan would fetch Luolan to the underground palace. At that time, Lin Yuan would need to snatch the Iron Hammer Federation back for Luolan. In the process of growing, Lin Yuan learned more and more about the meaning of battle between factions and federations. Because of this, Lin Yuan felt that Luolan had a noble soul. Or rather, she was slightly naive. After Luolan reclaimed the imperial court, she would at least be able to give the regular citizens of the Iron Hammer Federation comfortable lives. Lin Yuan regarded the entire Startling Lines continent as Sky City's back garden. Thus, stability in the Startling Lines continent would be advantageous for Lin Yuan. Frankly, the Startling Lines continent was a place that was rich in resources. However, the Great Lush Federation and Iron Hammer Federation greatly lacked resources. This was because tectonic plate movement under the Startling Lines continent caused 2 completely opposite environments to form at the north and south poles of the Startling Lines continent. The south was full of fertile ground for growing food and plant-type phase, while the north was filled with mineral resources. If the resources from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation could interact, it would solve each region's lack of resources and result in prosperity for the Startling Lines continent. Class 5 creation masters could only be produced in a prosperous environment. The Great Lush Federation's position was more advantageous than the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. At the center of the Great Lush Federation was a deep harbor. It was twice as large as the largest harbor in the Radiance Federation, and the nearer to the center of the harbor, the deeper the water was. A deep harbor was an important strategic resource to any federation because the island whales needed to dock at their shores. It could be said that the Great Lush Federation was the best place for sea trading. It was just a shame that the Great Lush Federation had not properly utilized the deep harbor. Only 3 to 5 island whales were in the Great Lush Federation's deep harbor. Once they made good use of the deep harbor and started trading with other federations, the Great Lush Federation would receive foreign resources and quickly become prosperous. However, the Great Lush Federation had to have its own considerations for not establishing any trading deals with other federations. After all, without powerful combat power, the trading could become a trap for the Great Lush Federation if the other federations realized that there were valuable resources. In the entire main world, federations without Class 5 creation masters lack stability. There used to be 7 of the Dark Federations in the Dark Continent that competed endlessly. It was because Su Iran's grandmother became a Class 5 creation master that she established a balance between the 7 federations and formed the 7 states of darkness. However, the Truth Association was hidden in the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan could be certain that there were Class 5 creation masters within the Truth Association. Otherwise, they would not have so many experts. Since the Truth Association had not appeared to help with the Great Lush Federation's trading, it meant that the Truth Association was not interested in helping the Great Lush Federation's development. With this thought, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the inner workings of the startling Lines continent were suddenly interesting. The Truth Association was already deeply rooted in the Great Lush Federation, and Lin Yuan did not intend to head to the Great Lush Federation anytime soon. Nonetheless, it would not hurt to clash swords with the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court and Truth Association first. This would let the Truth Association know there was a powerful enemy in the startling Lines continent. Rather than him seeking and giving the Truth Association a chance to hide, it would be better for them to seek him out instead. With this thought, Lin Yuan lifted his head and asked, "Begin, lady. You probably need to sleep for some time after setting your spirit fire alight, right? When do you plan on sleeping?" Begin lady nodded and replied, "After absorbing the spirit fire from the heavens present, my physical body and strength have been bolstered. However, my soul still needs to be slowly improved. My slumber will be meant to improve my soul. I plan on sleeping once you're done with what you need to do in the Divine Wood Federation."